Chapter 1, Awakening. The Forbidden Level, Spirit Coffin. All students from Class 8 of the senior year, follow me to the guidance room immediately to complete the Spirit Coffin Awakening ritual. I'll remind you one last time, make sure to bring your Spirit Coffin guide. Each person has only one, and it is essential for awakening your Spirit Coffin. In the large classroom, the yellowed slant of the setting sun in the back row by the window, Jiang Chan watched as his classmates excitedly followed their homeroom teacher out one after another, and soon he was left all alone in the classroom. The sunset cast a soft glow on his side profile, and the blood-red tear mole at the end of his left eye added a hint of devilish charm to his handsome features. Wait, I can cross over just by washing a plain one? Memories of his previous life surged like a tide, and he quickly sorted out his situation. Strange awakenings, malevolent spirits running rampant. Everyone has one chance to participate in the Spirit Coffin Awakening ritual upon turning 16, commonly known as opening the coffin. Once they open their destined Spirit Coffin, they can become a Spirit Coffin Master and contract a ghost pet, distinguishing themselves from ordinary people, earning respect wherever they go. For the vast majority of people in this world, this is the only opportunity in their lifetime to change their fate, and right now, it was Jiang Chan's class's turn to head to the guidance room for the Spirit Coffin Awakening. Jiang Chan, hand over your Spirit Coffin guide to me. Suddenly, a hurried figure burst into the classroom, interrupting Jiang Chan's thoughts. My brother failed his awakening. You have to give your spot to him so he can try again. Stay here and behave, do you hear me? Looking up, he saw a girl in a pink tank top and denim skirt glaring at him threateningly. Recognizing her heavily made-up face, Jiang Chan raised an eyebrow, the tear mole at the corner of his eye moving slightly, and information about this girl automatically floated into his mind. Su Xiaoqin, the class beauty of Class 3, the goddess of his previous life. However, after 2.5 years of fawning over her, he hadn't even managed to get close to her. This Su Xiaoqin treated him like a dog, summoning him at will and often humiliating him publicly to satisfy her sense of superiority. This class beauty not only had flings with several well-off boys at school, but was also caught playing tabletop games with the grade director in the office during the last midterm assessment. Thinking of this, Jiang Chan felt a wave of nausea in his stomach. Such a trashy person. Even her bare skin would look yellower than her unmade-up face. How could he bear to fawn over her? How could he even swallow it? Jiang Chan, I'm talking to you. Seeing Jiang Chan remain unresponsive, Su Xiaoqin's face flushed with anger. Undeniably, his sharply defined face was handsome, and the hint of a blood-red tear mole made him even more devilishly attractive, but could looks serve as an ATM machine? Asking him for lipstick would require splitting payments into 12 installments. If it weren't for his school heartthrob-level appearance bringing her face, she would have kicked him away long ago. What are you still dawdling for? Your class's awakening ceremony is about to start. Hurry up and give me your Spirit Coffin guide. If you delay my brother's awakening, I won't let you off the hook. Amidst Su Xiaoqin's nagging, Jiang Chan finally recalled this segment of the previous memory. He reached into his pants pocket and pulled out a bead. Laying it in his palm, it was about the size of a longan, with a dark color and a solid texture. Inside it contained speckled fluorescence, remnants of ghostly entities, serving as the guiding medium for the Spirit Coffin Awakening. This was the Spirit Coffin Guide, the item that could give an ordinary person a chance to change their fate. Su Xiaoqin's breath quickened, and she reached out to snatch it. Hurry and give it to me. But the hand that reached for it was slapped away. Get lost. A hint of confusion flashed across Su Xiaoqin's heavily made-up face, quickly followed by uncontrollable anger. Usually, with just a word, she could make this loyal dog obey her. But today, why was he so tough? Jiang Chan, didn't you say you would do anything for me? Now I ask you to give me the Spirit Coffin Guide, and you refuse. Do you want to watch my brother become as useless as you? Idiot. Jiang Chan sneered. It was the previous owner who willingly acted like a dog. Now that I have become the master of this body, can I still tolerate you? Your brother is useless on his own. He failed his awakening. Don't drag me into this, and don't even think about coveting my Spirit Coffin Guide. As for you, go back to where you came from. Jiang Chan tightened his grip on the Spirit Coffin Guide, using his shoulder to shove Su Xiaoqin aside as he walked out. Tap, tap. After taking just 2 steps, the temperature in the classroom suddenly dropped. He instinctively turned back. Green, A dark green coffin inscribed with ominous symbols rose abruptly from behind Su Xiaoqin, its cold aura sending her hair flying. That was her destined spirit coffin. I said, "Give your spirit coffin guide to my brother and let him try awakening again." "Why won't you? His life is just beginning, and if he can only be an ordinary person for the rest of his life, it will be over for him." As her words fell, the shade of green rapidly enlarged. Boom! Jiang Chan had no time to react before he was heavily struck by the green coffin, feeling as if his entire body had been shattered. "I clearly gave you a chance. You don't appreciate my kindness, and you insist on refusing my offer." Su Xiaoqin had successfully awakened her low-grade green spirit coffin, although she hadn't yet contracted a ghost pet. It was enough to deal with an unawakened Jiang Chan. She stepped forward fiercely and grabbed Jiang Chan by the neck. With the green coffin looming behind her, her face twisted in fury like a vengeful spirit. "Give it to me." Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Chan's face turned red and swollen. The intense sensation of suffocation made the veins on his forehead throb, causing the tear mole at the corner of his eye to pulse yet. The corner of his mouth curled into a cruelly mocking smile that, "Your brother's life is life, but mine is not. He used up his chance, and now you want to take mine for him to try again? Am I his father? Want my spirit coffin guide? Dream on. I'll crush it and still won't give it to you." Smack! A crisp cracking sound echoed through the spacious classroom. The ink-like spirit coffin guide shattered in Jiang Chan's hand, and the speckled fragment's fluorescence seeped into his palm. Ding! Detected that you have absorbed ghostly entity fragments with one hand. Impressive. Ghost God points 30. Ghost God system activation successful. Defeat malevolent spirits or ghost pets, and collecting ghostly fragments will grant you Ghost God points. Ghost God points can be used to enhance your strength. Current spirit coffin status: unawakened. Number of ghost pets: 0. Ghost techniques: none. Current Ghost God points: 30. You have received a new player gift package. Would you like to open it now? Ghost God system. A hint of excitement surfaced on Jiang Chan's nearly suffocating face. The golden finger had finally arrived. Newbie gift package. Open it for me. Ding! Your newbie gift package has been opened. Ghost God points 1000. Forbidden level spirit coffin beginning to awaken. Bonus: 1 SSS class ghost pet blood. Sovereign Xidagarba. A powerful slap sent Su Xiaoqin flying, crashing into the blackboard with a thud. Half of her face immediately swelled up as she stared in disbelief at the scene before her. A deep red that made her tremble descended like a tidal wave, lifting Jiang Chan off the ground in the classroom. Swoosh! Blood red like deep crimson, it instantly engulfed the entire classroom, then surged upward like a raging fire. A massive and terrifying blood coffin slowly rose behind Jiang Chan, ancient and majestic, unparalleled in authority. It complemented his tall and upright figure, like an emperor of ghosts descending. Chapter 2. The blood coffin reaches the sky, shaking the entire city. The sky above the playground was ablaze with fiery clouds. The entire Class 8 of the senior year was lined up in front of a sunshade, which was a temporary guidance room set up by the school for the spirit coffin awakening ceremony. Inside the sunshade were intricately drawn guiding patterns, and 2 officials from the Demon Slayer Bureau in black uniforms were maintaining the formation. Students would enter when it was their turn, placing their spirit coffins in the center of the formation to undergo the awakening. Medium black coffin, 2 ghost pet slots. Next, the school bell had long rung. A large number of students were gathered outside the sunshade, crowding around it. Class 8 isn't doing well either. Only 3 black coffins out of more than 20 people, not even a low-grade blue coffin that can control 4 ghosts. That's just a group of stragglers. Do you expect them to produce a golden coffin? Not everyone is like Class 1's Ling Qingxian. Goddess Ling is truly amazing. The only golden coffin in the 80 years since the school's founding. You should have seen how excited the principal was, blood gushing from his nose. Bro, are you sure the principal's nosebleed wasn't from the excitement of Class 1's homeroom teacher jumping up and flashing her skirt? With a top-grade golden coffin qualification, she has 12 ghost pet slots, plus the full support of a super family like the Ling family. Goddess Ling's future is truly limitless. Class 2 Zhao Lin is impressive too. With a medium purple coffin qualification, he can also control 8 ghost pets in the future, and that Su Kun from Class 3 has a high-grade blue coffin with 6 ghost pet slots. Aren't those 2 cousins? Brothers. There's no need to be jealous, although their qualifications are good. Their family backgrounds are also great, and they have bright futures, unlike us who are already done for. Seeing you all awakening good spirit coffins is even more painful than not awakening myself. Spirit coffin qualifications range from low to high: ordinary black coffins, excellent blue coffins, exquisite purple coffins, and supreme golden coffins. Each type of spirit coffin is further divided into 3 grades: low, medium, and high. In total, there are 12 grades of spirit coffin qualifications, corresponding to 1 to 12 ghost pet slots. The probability of awakening a spirit coffin in this world is about 1 in 10, and among those who do awaken, the vast majority have ordinary black coffins. Especially in a secondary city like Nanjing, a student awakening a high-grade black coffin is considered elite in their class. Awakening an excellent blue coffin is even regarded as a benchmark for the school. Even a low-grade blue coffin would attract significant school resources. Exquisite purple coffins are exceptionally rare, and in any school in Nanjing, they are considered seed-level existences. Across the 6 high schools in Nanjing, the total number of students awakening purple coffins each year barely reaches double digits. As for supreme golden coffins, they are even rarer, a true prodigy that can cause a stir not just in secondary cities, but also in the main city. Ling Qingxian from Class 1 the senior year is the only one with golden coffin qualifications in the 80 years since the founding of Nanjing No. 2 High School, which speaks volumes about her value. It's no wonder the principal was so excited he nearly had a heart attack. Ah, I got it. Another one has gone mad. Poor child. Ba, God bless. I will sacrifice 3 days without guidance or video watching in exchange for a historically unprecedented double golden coffin. The opening coffin ceremony continued on the playground, with some rejoicing and others sorrowing that a student with a center-parted hairstyle and suspenders couldn't accept the result of not awakening and fainted on the spot. Su Xiaoqiang mixed in with the remaining students of Class 8, his large hoodie covering his head and face tightly, glancing anxiously towards the teaching building. It's almost my turn. Why hasn't my sister brought Jiang Chan's spirit coffin over yet? Just then, a violent wave suddenly erupted from the teaching building. Boom! All eyes on the playground were instantly drawn to the sky. In the shock, a matchless blood light soared into the heavens. It stained half the sky, along with the setting sun, a deep crimson. In an instant, it felt as if the apocalypse was descending. A wave of ghosts was about to strike. What is that? Someone looked up, trembling as they spoke. The vast blood-red sky faintly revealed a gigantic coffin touching the heavens. Blood-red all over, entwined with chains. With ancient symbols, it exuded an imposing majesty. What was even more shocking was that on top of the towering blood coffin extended 12 dragon-like chains, each connected to a magnificent hall. A terrifying blood coffin, along with 12 grand halls, stood there above Nanjing, covering half the sky, with a blood-red sun slowly sinking in the background, shaking the entire city. However, only a few knew what it meant. This is a taboo-level spirit coffin. It has appeared in the world. The 2 officials responsible for guiding the awakening rushed out immediately, one of them gazing at the heavenly blood coffin, lost in shock. Was a taboo spirit coffin? A student nearby asked. The qualification for the spirit coffins you awaken range from the lowest low-grade black coffin to the highest high-grade golden coffin, totaling 12 grades, corresponding to 112 ghost pet slots. Above the golden coffin is another level, called the Legendary Jade Coffin, which is 20 ghost pet slots. Such qualifications occur only once in 10,000 people, and the taboo blood coffin is even above the Legendary Jade Coffin. Throughout the history of Daxia, it has only existed in the fragments of Demon Slayer secrets, and no one has ever truly seen it. I never expected. It actually exists. It has really descended to the world. As soon as the official's words fell, the principal shouted excitedly, Class 8. That's Class 8 of the senior year. Who is still in the classroom? No one answered. In the next moment, several figures on the playground rushed towards the classroom of Class 8 with great speed. In Class 8 of the senior year, large slanting rays of sunlight poured into the classroom, and Su Xiaoqin was slumped on the floor beneath the podium, trembling all over. Her face, filled with fear, showed wide-open pupils reflecting a scene she would never forget in her life. The principal and his group rushed in quickly, all of them frozen at the doorway like a cluster of nails. Only shock and immense astonishment remained on their faces. A gigantic taboo spirit coffin was suspended in the center of the classroom, its blood-red body entwined with black chains, ancient characters flickering on the coffin's surface. Standing tall like a blood monument, suppressing the 9 underworlds, it stood silently, towering behind the youth, humming and emanating a terrifying pressure that stunned the entire scene, highlighting the youth's tall figure as grand and imposing. As a ghost emperor from the 9 underworlds, Jiang Chan, 2 trembling syllables echoed from the principal's dry throat. Chapter 3. The Realm of the Underworld, a land governed by ghosts. The long red clouds hung in the western sky, and the orange sunset bathed the teaching building, cutting a line of gray and orange on the 5th floor balcony. Room 507, originally an empty classroom, had been cleaned and arranged as a special class for Coffin Masters. All students who had awakened their coffins were consolidated into one class, no longer needing to attend cultural classes, and from today onwards, they would prepare for the ghost hunting practical training next week and the Coffin Master examination a month later. First, congratulations to everyone here for awakening your coffins today, which means you have obtained a stepping stone to becoming a Coffin Master. However, don't celebrate too early. The door to becoming a Coffin Master may not be so easily open. Principal Wei Xinglu was standing on the podium speaking, and there were about 40 students sitting in the classroom. Jiang Chan glanced around, but did not see Ling Qingxian and Zhao Lin. But that was normal. Those from prestigious families had awakened long ago, and the students in this class were not on the same timeline as them. They had already contracted their first ghost pets. What made Jiang Chan feel unlucky was that as soon as he turned his head, he saw Su Xiaoqin, who had just been punished, staring at him with an expression that suggested she hadn't had enough fun last night. After class, the school would organize a trip outside the city for you to contract your first ghost pet. The basic knowledge and precautions outside the city are all in your textbooks, so I won't repeat them. Next, I'll talk about the general classification of ghost pets. You should consider your future development direction when choosing a ghost pet. Wei Xinglu wrote the words ghost pet categories on the blackboard, and his gaze occasionally drifted towards Jiang Chan ever since he saw Jiang Chan awaken the forbidden level coffin. He wished he could call Jiang Chan up to the podium and explain it to him face to face. All ghosts can roughly be classified into 12 categories. The most talked about in your classes is the rule-based category. All ghosts follow their own logic for killing, but for most ghosts, the logic is simply to kill, with no special rules. A few ghosts, however, follow specific rules. As long as they don't trigger the rules, they can coexist peacefully. For example, the poetry ghost will cling to living people reciting poetry, and if you answer incorrectly, you'll lose an organ. But if you praise it 3 times with you recite so well, it will let you go. Jiang Chan was shocked. This poetry ghost didn't sound like a serious ghost at all. Apart from rule-based ghosts, the more common types are defensive and weapon-based ghosts, such as Manticore Ghost and Grave Mountain Elder. These types of ghosts mainly focus on defense. If you're considering a defensive route, you can think about contracting these kinds of ghosts. Weapon-based ghosts focus more on offense and can provide Coffin Masters with weapons, such as the sword from Blade Ghost or the axe from Giant Axe Ghost. Only the contracted master can use their weapons. Other Coffin Masters cannot take them away. Wei Xinglu opened the teaching multimedia, and with his explanations, corresponding ghost information appeared on the large screen. 40 pairs of eyes in the classroom were focused, looking at the ghosts appearing in pictures or videos, while only Su Xiaoqin was staring at Jiang Chan, her expression fluctuating as if plotting something. Then came the mage-type and mutation-type ghosts. First, regarding mage-type ghosts, they usually have magical attack abilities, such as the fire from Fire Barrel Ghost and the thunder from Thunder Demon Ghost, with very obvious characteristics. Mutation-type ghosts, on the other hand, can cause significant changes to the bodies of Coffin Masters, such as a long neck ghost, which can elongate the neck of the Coffin Master, or Southern Scar Giant Ghost, which can cause thick scabs to form on the body, allowing them to withstand bullets. Next are the assassination-type and healing-type ghosts, which are quite rare. Be especially careful with assassination-type ghosts. They usually possess abilities like teleportation and invisibility, making them hard to defend against, such as Fengdu Ghost Rider. Healing-type ghosts, on the other hand, have the ability to heal the dead back to life, which is extremely precious, such as hanging life ghost. Principal. A round-faced girl with glasses suddenly raised her hand. I want to ask what the specific abilities of Fengdu Ghost Rider are. Wei Xinglu flipped back to the previous page of the materials, but before he could speak, another slightly sharp male voice answered first. No way, no way. You don't know about Fengdu Ghost Rider? Iron cavalry treads on the shadow of thunder. Cloak rolls in the underworld, speed comparable to teleportation. And the cloak can conceal its form. Isn't that something anyone with a brain would know? Jiang Chan turned his head to the sound and immediately saw a shiny head style with an 80 to 20 part. He didn't know how much hair gel had been used, and his face was powdered. When he spoke, he crossed his left arm over his chest and, using his long-nailed right pinky, pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose. Jiang Chan had no impression of this boy, but from the surrounding discussions, he learned his name was Jia Zhengjing, a discipline committee member from Class 4, known for reporting others behind their backs. As for the round-faced girl, she was the study committee member from Class 2, Tan Jing. This student seemed to have put an effort in theoretical classes. Fengdu Ghost Rider was indeed, as he said, an extremely dangerous and powerful A-grade ghost. Wei Xinglu, somewhat surprised, briefly acknowledged it and did not intend to waste time on this, continuing to the next page. Control type and communication type ghosts have a certain degree of similarity, so pay attention to the distinction. Control type is a broad category. It includes tangible control like hair ghost, which can be seen and touched, and also includes invisible control targeting the mind and thoughts, like corpse fragrance ghost. It can be subdivided into physical and mental control. Communication type, on the other hand, can also be considered a form of control, but it targets ghosts, allowing Coffin Masters to communicate with ghosts and even exert simple control, like Tong Ghost, whose cries can command nearby water ghosts. Now pay attention to the next two, precognitive and sealing ghosts. I can only say that information on these two types is very scarce, extremely rare, and very special. It is clear that precognitive ghosts possess the ability to foresee the future, such as the Rebirth Monument from Huang City. Sealing-type ghosts are even more special. They often have the ability to directly seal Coffin Masters. Take the currently known Sealing Old Woman, for example. She can seal not only the ghost pets of Coffin Masters, but even their own life-bound coffins. A blurry image of an old woman appeared on the screen, dim and unclear. To be able to seal even a life-bound coffin, doesn't that mean turning a Coffin Master back into an ordinary person? Jiang Chan felt a slight tremor in his heart as he looked at the image. The last category, if possible, I hope you never encounter in your lifetime. Wei Xinglu's face, wrinkled like a chrysanthemum, took on a more serious expression, and his tone became lower. He scanned the classroom full of students with his eyes, then turned to click on the next page, where two large red cursive characters appeared on the black screen. Underworld, the realm of the underworld. A land governed by ghosts. In simple terms, the underworld is a realm of ghosts. The words Wei Xinglu pronounced heavily pierced into everyone's ears like iron nails. Having a ghost from the underworld represents an unsolvable problem. As of now, we have no experience of escaping from the underworld. So all we can do is wish you all never to encounter it. Never encounter it. The two large characters on the screen, like dry blood, faded into a blurred image of a village, and faint cries could be heard from within. That eerie, choking sound was like a thin rope that had hanged someone, drilling into the ears and sending chills down the spine. This is the information on an S-grade ghost provided by the Ghost Hunting Bureau. Crying Ghost. A month ago, it first appeared in a village north of Nanjiang City, and all 361 villagers turned into its ghost slaves overnight, including 8 specialists sent by the Ghost Hunting Bureau, with no one spared. That village has now become its underworld. This piece of footage is the only gain from the Ghost Slaying Bureau and the only information we have about it so far. After Wei Xinglu finished speaking, the classroom fell into a dead silence. Everyone involuntarily held their breath, and the only sound left in the large classroom was the faint, mournful wailing from the multimedia. However, whether it was an illusion or not, Jiang Chan seemed to hear another cry coming from outside. He instinctively looked towards the corridor outside the classroom, and a shadow of a person dressed in mourning attire was reflected on the window glass, causing his body to tense up to the extreme. As if in an instant all the blood in his body had frozen. Chapter 4. The Crying Ghost Incident. Start. A woman dressed in mourning garments is walking down the corridor towards us. The mourning cloth draped over the front of her hat obscures the upper part of her face, revealing only a colorless, bluish chin. Under her mourning attire, she wears a faded indigo meow funeral dress. As she gets closer, it becomes clear that a long silver hairpin is pierced through her forehead, mouth, and throat, deeply penetrating her skull, neck, and windpipe. A circle of silver ornaments, glowing with a sinister cold light, adorns her neck. In her left hand, she holds a soul-calling flag, and in her right, a mourning stick. The yellowed hem of her mourning garment hangs down to her ankles, while both her hands and ankles are adorned with silver ornaments. Her walking posture is so stiff that there is no sign of life, only the faint, chilling clinking of her silver accessories. She exudes a damp, rotten smell, and with each step, her indigo-embroidered shoes leave behind damp stains. After she passes, the classroom and corridor plunge into a thick, inky darkness, more suffocating than a mire, with blood-soaked paper money and ash falling around her. Woo-woo. The cries from the multimedia in the village overlap with the cries in the corridor, sounding like the sobs of an elderly person on the verge of death, played through a suona, sharp and mixed with the phlegm and blood coughed up, interrupted by the choking cries of dead infants. As the woman approaches, the mire-like darkness gradually engulfs us, and the eerie crying becomes clearer. The wall nearby visibly decays at an alarming rate, the white paint peeling off to reveal a faded indigo like her funeral dress, and blue-black corpse water seeps out from the cracks in the wall. Ghost name, Crying Ghost, quality, S-class level. System subtitles pop up in my view, and information about the crying ghost quickly surfaces in Jiang Chan's mind. New compilation of ghost records during the Qingshu period in the Shaanxi region. Miao shamans selected young maidens in the village to serve as vessels for 12 types of witchcraft poisons, then used silver instruments to pin their 3 corpses, locking their Yin female forms, and finally sealing them in a wedding coffin in the Falling Flower Cave, celebrating with the entire village. After accumulating resentment for 100 years, the Yin female broke out of the coffin, leading to the village's destruction and the corpses roaming. Seeing the darkness in the corridor drawing nearer, Jiang Chan suddenly jolted up from his seat. Undoubtedly, the crying ghost outside is the same ghost as the one in the multimedia footage, but it is far more terrifying in its current form. How could it appear here? Jiang Chan, do you have any questions? The whole class was drawn to Jiang Chan's exaggerated movement, and Wei Xinglu turned off the multimedia to ask him. However, Jiang Chan showed no reaction. His eyes fixed on the woman in mourning approaching from the corridor, the sticky darkness drawing closer, and the cries growing louder. Why is it getting dark so early today? The round-faced girl who asked the question earlier, Tan Jing, looked puzzled out the window. Summer nights are usually late, and it was barely past 7. Yet outside the classroom was pitch black, the kind of darkness where you can't see your hand in front of your face. The red clouds that had been floating in the sky were nowhere to be seen, consumed entirely by darkness. Huh. The principal clearly turned off the multimedia. So why do I still hear crying? A boy with a spiky hairstyle scratched his head in confusion. Did you guys hear that? Hush, Hu Shuai. Are you trying to scare us? Su Shaoqin yelled in fright. Don't make such terrifying jokes at a time like this. I think I heard it too. Where did that paper money come from? That crying ghost can't really be here, right? A sudden scream drew everyone's attention to a girl with long hair, trembling as she pointed to the spot closest to the classroom door. Only then did they see the wall there becoming indigo and bulging, rotting away, with viscous blue-black corpse water slowly seeping out from the wall cracks. Seated in that position was a chubby boy, his eyes hollow and gray, exuding the stench of a corpse that had been dead for many days. Large patches of corpse's marks were forming on his neck and face, showing a blue-black color that emanated a chilling, eerie aura. Zhang Kai, are you okay? A tall boy at the next desk called out his name and reached out to shake him. Wei Xinglu hurriedly shouted, "Don't touch him." But it was too late. His hand was already on the chubby boy's shoulder. The moment the boy made contact, an eerie blue color spread up his arm, and in the blink of an eye, corpse marks appeared on him too, his eyes turning gray. Filial sons and grandsons, one bow. A voice, indistinguishable in gender, echoed from the corridor, sounding as if it were far away, with an unnaturally long and eerie tone that sent chills down people's spines. Then, under the gaze of the whole class, the two boys crawled onto the desks like zombies, stiffly and forcefully banging their heads against the tabletop. Bang! Another bow. Bang! Filial sons mourn. The souls are on their way. The two immediately raised their heads, blood streaming from their wounds, opening their mouths wide to wail at the ceiling, which was starting to turn blue and rot, showering down paper money as they heavily knocked their heads for the third time. Bang bang! The drawn-out wails carried an indescribable horror, sending chills down people's spines as streams of blood tears rolled down their faces. And black corpse insects crawled from their throats into their mouths, a horrifying sight. Even more terrifying, as they bowed down simultaneously, two students in the class suddenly collapsed, their bodies stiff and their faces deathly pale, resembling corpses that had been dragged out of a morgue after being frozen for half a month. This horrifying scene instantly threw the classroom into chaos. The 40 or so students present had only recently awakened their spiritual coffins. Not to mention they had not even contracted ghost pets. They had never truly faced a real ghost before. That was why the ghost hunting practical training was arranged for next week, to help them toughen up. It's the Yin tomb. Jiang Chan also sprang up from his seat, his keychain hanging a fake Supreme tag. He shouted at Wei Xinglu, Wei Lao Lu, that crying ghost has come. These two have already become its ghost slaves. Hurry up and kill them. Wei Xinglu's name sounds like Wei Xinglu, and he had developed a keen nose and sharp eyes. No one could escape his grasp in school, whether they were smoking, in a relationship, skipping classes, or late. Behind his back, everyone called him Wei Lao Lu or simply Liuzi. It was one thing to call him that in private, but now Jiang Chan dared to say it in front of him, causing a flicker of anger to cross his wrinkled old face. However, there was clearly no time to worry about that now. With a buzzing sound behind him, a black coffin appeared, and a tall, grotesque ghost manifested next to him. This ghost was extremely slender, standing at least 5 meters tall, with legs so thin they resembled bamboo poles. Its long torso supported a neck as thin as a chopstick, and atop it sat a chicken egg, which was its head. This was Wei Xinglu's B-class ghost pet. Scissor ghost. Crack! A sharp sound sliced through the air, and as the scissor ghost opened and closed its long legs like a pair of giant scissors, the two heads of the boys kneeling at the desks flew up, rolling onto the rotting floor, splattering bright red blood in the air. Chapter 5. Filial Son Bows, Departed Souls on the Road. The principal has killed. Everyone don't panic. Those two are no longer human. If the principal doesn't kill them, that ghost outside will continue to kill through these two ghost slaves. The 40-some students in the class were in chaos, scrambling to get up from their seats and away from the two bodies that had collapsed on the desk. Class monitor Tan Jing endured her fear and tried to calm the tumultuous classroom, but it was useless. A splash of blood sprayed onto Jiang Chan's face. The blood had lost the warmth of a normal person's, and a cold aura seeped into his pores. Despite how fierce he had been earlier, he was now trembling, his face pale, as if he had just lost his parents. Jiang Chan's heart also skipped a beat just moments ago. He had been sitting in class with those two classmates, and now their heads had flown off before his eyes. To say he wasn't scared would be a lie. Wei Xinglu, however, had no time to care about all that. After quickly dealing with the two students, he hurriedly pulled out his phone to notify the Ghost Slayer Bureau. But after 2 failed calls, he switched to texting. I am Wei Xinglu, principal of Nanjing No. 2 High School. The crying ghost from Liangjia Village has appeared at our school, and there are 45 students who have just awakened their spirit coffins. Please send immediate assistance. Message failed to send. Damn it. This ghostly realm can affect reality so quickly that even the signal is disrupted. Looking at the red cross indicating no signal, Wei Xinglu's face darkened, and he smashed his old phone, which he had used for 6 years, to pieces on the floor. Wow, The elongated wail echoed outside the classroom again, the terrifying tone like shards of glass scraping against eardrums. The classroom walls and ceiling turned indigo, bulging and peeling off, falling like scattered paper money. These blood-stained paper offerings would immediately form dark blue, eerie corpse spots upon contact with skin. The 40-some students screamed and fled. desperately searching for something to shield their heads. Amidst the chaos, suddenly someone transformed like the previous two, kneeling on the desk, tilting their head back, and wailing loudly. Blood tears rolled from their ashen eye sockets, and maggots crawled out of their wide-open mouths. Filial son bows, departed souls on the road. The terrifying wailing came from outside the classroom, as the student cried out, banging their head against the desk. Bang! A dull thud. And one person fell to the floor, their body turning dead blue. Bow again. Bang! Just before that student could knock their head again. Jiang Chan kicked the desk over, and the student rolled to the ground, but immediately stiffened and knelt again, crying out and preparing to bang their head against the floor. Don't let him bow his head. Jiang Chan turned and shouted at Wei Xinglu. In the next moment, Wei Xinglu's scissor ghost swept through, its two distorted long legs snapping open and closed, directly cutting off the student's head. But soon after, more people began to kneel and cry out. The eerie wails rising and falling, the stench of decay and strange aura emanating from them, rapidly spreading in the chaotic classroom. Mom, I want to go home. A short-haired girl screamed, clutching her head as she ran toward the door. Don't go out. Wei Xinglu hurriedly shouted to stop her. But the girl seemed not to hear and flung the classroom door open, rushing out. The door was half open, and the corridor outside was nothing but darkness. The classroom's lights spilled out as if being swallowed by that darkness. The moment the short-haired girl stepped out of the classroom door, she vanished into the darkness as if evaporating from the world, leaving no trace or sound behind. As she opened the door, the thick darkness of the corridor seeped into the classroom like quicksand, causing all visible objects, desks, chairs, ceiling fans, walls, floors, to turn blue and decay, with more blood-stained paper money falling like snow. It's ghost mist, Zhang Jing exclaimed, as the fluorescent lights above flickered and briefly illuminated a strange blue glow before completely going out. He watched the ghost mist pouring in and retreated anxiously, shouting loudly to Wei Xinglu, "You need to think of a way, Wei Laolu. The ghost mist will gradually ghostify the living bodies. If we don't leave this ghostly place quickly, we'll all die here and become that crying ghost slaves. Stop yelling at me." The ghost that formed the ghostly realm. Do you expect me to deal with it? You might as well hope the Ghost Slayer Bureau will come and rescue us quickly. The Ghost Slayer Bureau can't deal with this ghost. Their rescue won't come. Jia Zhengjing gritted his teeth, speaking sharply. You're the principal. I'm your student. You have a responsibility to protect my safety. It doesn't matter about your birth now. Which bastard taught your ghost-slaying theory class? Didn't he tell you that in front of ghosts, everyone is equal? Keep pushing me, and I don't mind throwing you out to test the waters first. Wei Xinglu's face darkened. He wasn't in the mood to deal with Jia Zhengjing. His eyes were fixed on the thick darkness outside the door, his mind forming a significant resolution. Damn! Jia Zhengjing kicked the leg of the table, and the decaying table collapsed into a pile of rotten material. Jiang Chan was trying to maintain his composure. All 40-some students had just awakened their spirit coffins and hadn't contracted ghost pets, making them not much stronger than ordinary people. The few family children who had contracted ghost pets, like Ling, Qingxian, and Zhao Lin, were not present, or even if they were, they wouldn't make much difference. In front of a ghost with a ghostly realm, even Principal Wei Xinglu could only struggle a little longer. Jiang Chan could only place all his hopes on the system. He remembered that the starter pack had given him an SSS-level ghost pet, but when he checked the ghost pet section, he frowned. Ghost Pet 1, Blood Sovereign Dizong, Quality, SSS level, Ghost Skill 1, Eye of Dread, can attempt to see through illusions, can launch mental shock. Doubles effect against ghosts. Ghost Skill 2, Hell Transformation, at the cost of its own blood, randomly releases one evil ghost from Hell Transformation Diagram to follow orders. Duration 3 minutes. The name of Blood Sovereign Dizong was displayed in gray, with a note below stating unlock conditions not met. It required 10,000 Ghost God points to unlock. The ghost pet couldn't be deployed for battle, but thankfully the 2 ghost skills could still be used. The second ghost skill only randomly summoned an evil ghost for 3 minutes at the cost of its own blood. It seemed it could only serve as a last resort. It shouldn't be used easily unless absolutely necessary. Time was pressing, and Jiang Chan had no time to study other information from the system. His gaze fixed on the first ghost skill, which had a certain chance of seeing through illusions. He looked up at the thick darkness outside the classroom that resembled a swamp. The ghost figure had completely disappeared into the darkness. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Eye of Dread. Activate. Swish. A faint blood glow appeared in his eyes, and in an instant, it felt like an invisible curtain was drawn back before him. His gaze actually pierced into that swamp-like darkness, although he could only see a few meters ahead, but it was enough. The figure of the woman in mourning clothes stood outside the classroom door, holding a spirit-summoning banner in her left hand and a mourning staff in her right. Her mouth, pierced by silver hairpins, emitted an eerie wail that was indistinguishable between male and female, terrifying to the extreme. Chapter 6. Black Corpse Incense. Jiang Chan's eyes were covered with a faint blood glow, and he fixed his gaze on the wailing ghost outside the classroom door. His mind raced as he recalled the characteristics of the rule-type ghost that Wei Xinglu had mentioned before. Kneeling, ghost slaves, crying, paper money, killing. He quickly listed a few keywords in his mind. Kneeling was the execution condition for this ghost to kill, and the ghost slave was her method of enforcing the kneeling. Then, what was she using to control the ghost slaves? Filial sons, bow your heads, and do not raise them 3 kneels and 9 bows. The soul will collect itself estrange. Indistinguishable, crying voice continued to drift in from outside the classroom. Everything in the classroom decayed within that terrifying cry. More accurately, it became indigo and then decayed into paper money that floated down. The fluorescent tubes hanging overhead flickered out one by one, leaving only the multimedia display in front of the podium still operational. The large screen displayed the village footage that the principal had previously paused, now automatically replaying, with the sorrowful cries emanating from the flickering images overlapping with the cries of the woman outside, dressed in mourning. Blood-stained paper money continuously fell from the decaying ceiling, and when it touched someone's skin, it immediately formed a patch of indigo corpse spots. The students in the classroom were crying and shouting in chaos, with some suddenly dropping to their knees, following the indistinguishable crying voice, tilting their heads back and wailing loudly. The indigo horror spots spread across their exposed skin, and black corpse insects crawled from their throats into their mouths. Once they began to kneel, someone in the classroom would collapse, their body turning deathly pale. Paper money, crying. A logical chain gradually formed in Jiang Chan's mind. Gritting his teeth, he turned to Wei Xinglu and shouted, "Principal, the ghost's real method of killing is through crying." The scissor ghost followed closely behind Wei Xinglu. As soon as it spotted a student turning into a ghost slave, it would immediately control the scissor ghost to sever their head. Suddenly hearing Jiang Chan's reminder, Wei Xinglu's expression darkened. Killing by crying? Yes. Jiang Chan tried to remain calm and quickly recounted the logical chain he had just organized. The ghost condition for killing was to control ghost slaves to kneel through crying, conducting indiscriminate curse killings on the people in this classroom. What about the paper money? The paper money was her means of creating ghost slaves. Wei Xinglu's breathing quickened. This meant that the steps the ghost took to kill were divided into 2 parts. The first step was turning the living into ghost slaves using paper money, and the second step was controlling the ghost slaves to kneel through crying for random curse killings. Yes, Jiang Chan boldly hypothesized that if they could interrupt her crying, it might be useful. Wei Xinglu turned his head, his expression grave as he looked toward the classroom door. The corridor outside was completely engulfed in a viscous darkness. Indeed, Jiang Chan's speculation made sense, but he couldn't even identify the ghost position. Rushing out recklessly would only invite danger. He recalled the fate of the girl who had run out of the classroom earlier. "Principal, the ghost is at the door." Jiang Chan spoke again, pointing towards the front door. "She's standing outside." A hint of surprise flashed across Wei Xinglu's aged face. He was less than 5 meters from the classroom door, yet all he could see outside was darkness. He turned back to notice that Jiang Chan's eyes were covered with a faint layer of bloodlight. Is this the talent of awakening a taboo-level spirit coffin? Even without contracting a ghost pet, he was exhibiting such terrifying potential. Wei Xinglu was shocked. The determination he had been building up finally became firm at this moment. He then took out a black spherical object from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Chan. A stream of black smoke immediately wafted from the gaps in the hard shell, enveloping Jiang Chan in it, as if draping him in a thin layer of black gauze. Principal, let me explain, Jiang Chan began. You may not know this, but your awakened taboo-level spirit coffin has never existed in the history of the Great Xia. I was hoping that you and Ling Qingxian would shine in the upcoming spirit coffin examination, giving those arrogant examiners a good show. And perhaps our school could gain some recognition alongside you two. Who knows, Wei Xinglu, might even turn my luck around in my old age and move up a couple of steps before retirement. I'm an old man nearing death. But it's a pity for such a good seedling like you. On the other side, Jia Jingjing coldly stared at the object Wei Xinglu had given to Jiang Chan. A voice that only he could hear echoed in his ears, and a strong jealousy surged in his eyes. In this situation, that object could undoubtedly greatly increase the chances of survival, but Wei Xinglu only gave it to Jiang Chan. Why? A cold, murderous intent emerged from beneath his jealousy. Is awakening a taboo-level spirit coffin really that impressive? Without a contracted ghost pet, what are you worth? Jiang Chan, if you can walk out of school alive today, I'll recognize you as my father. An endless stream of ghost mist seeped into the classroom from outside, and the decay inside accelerated. Amidst the terrifying wailing outside, more and more blood-stained paper money fell. Wei Xinglu's speech quickened. Time is of the essence. I won't waste more words. This thing I'm giving you is called corpse incense. You should have seen in your textbooks. It can help you ward off the invasion of ghost mist. A standard amount of black-grade corpse incense can provide 3 hours of protection, but this one I've used a few times already, so it can only allow you to move within the ghost mist for about an hour. This is all I can do to help you. Principal, stop being long-winded. If we delay any longer, everyone will die here. Wei Xinglu suddenly exuded a commanding aura and spoke to the remaining people in the classroom. In a moment, I will try to hold off the ghost outside. You all take the opportunity to run with Jiang Chan. The corpse incense in his hand can temporarily protect you from the ghost mist. As he spoke, he commanded the scissor ghost to cut the remaining wires of the multimedia display. The already precarious whiteboard crashed down onto the podium, and the eerie, muffled cries and images finally stopped, making his voice much clearer. The wailing ghost is an S-class malevolent spirit. Its appearance in Nanjing City means that the Ghost Extermination Bureau cannot be idle. After you go downstairs, hurry to the school gate. There might already be someone outside waiting to assist you. Try to get as many of you out as possible. With that, he flipped his aura and directed his scissor ghost towards the direction Jiang Chan had indicated, charging out. Bang! With a dull thud, the wailing woman outside was violently struck by the slender scissor ghost. However, her mourning figure seemed like a wall. She didn't even sway. Instead, the tall and thin scissor ghost staggered back, trembling in front of her. Wei Xinglu's expression twisted in rage as he forcefully commanded the scissor ghost to continue attacking. Swish! Its 2 long legs extended in the viscous darkness like a pair of giant scissors, aiming directly for the woman's neck. Crack! One of the scissor ghost's long legs snapped in response, leaving a thin mark on the woman's cyan blue neck. No matter how Wei Xinglu commanded, the scissor ghost refused to charge again. Its tall, slender body had lost a segment of its left leg, limping backward. At that moment, a flash of determination crossed Wei Xinglu's aged face. He suddenly surged forward like an old lion, snatching up the severed left leg of the scissor ghost and driving it hard, pointed and forcefully into the woman's mouth. The sound of crying interrupted. The decay rate in the classroom immediately slowed down. The momentum of the blood-stained paper money being scattered was also suppressed, and even the ghostly mist that was drifting and permeating became thinner. The thick darkness in the corridor slowly receded like a swamp, no longer obscuring visibility. It really works. Wei Xinglu felt a slight sense of relief, but then a chilling cold that seeped into his bones began to spread throughout his body from where he had touched that woman. The eerie, indigo-colored corpse spots rapidly spread across his skin, covering his chest, his neck, and quickly extending towards his face. Run! Wei Xinglu shouted in horror, like a dying lion roaring with its last ounce of strength, instantly waking up all the remaining students in the classroom. They rushed out of the back door in a frenzy, plunging into the blue-black ghostly mist. Chapter 7. The grave and the stairwell, the bone-chilling cold seeped into their marrow like a festering sore, causing everyone rushing into the ghostly mist to shudder, momentarily feeling as if they had plunged into an ice cellar, even their skin losing some sensation. The boy at the front trembled and suddenly halted, but the classmates behind him were still pushing forward madly. In the chaos, they even knocked him off the balcony, plunging directly from the 5th floor. Bang! A heavy thud echoed from below as something hit the ground, jolting everyone's nerves, but no one cared about his fate. Looking down from the 5th floor balcony, all they saw was dense, ghostly mist, as if there was a bottomless abyss below. Stick close to Jiang Chan. He has the corpse incense. And everyone immediately gathered around Jiang Chan. The corpse incense in Jiang Chan's hand emitted a faint smoke, but it couldn't cover everyone. Everyone was desperately pushing towards him. But no matter how they squeezed, Jia Jingjing and Su Xiaoqin stuck to Jiang Chan like two stubborn plasters. Tan Jing kindly reminded everyone, but she herself was pushed to the outer edge as the group surrounded Jiang Chan, shoving and jostling as they fled down the corridor. The land of the dead, the domain of ghosts. The knowledge Wei Xinglu had mentioned earlier flashed through Jiang Chan's mind. In other words, this school was the ghostly lair of the crying ghost. An entire school was influenced by its domain. Only after exiting the classroom did they see that large sections of the wall tiles in the corridor had fallen off, revealing patches of grayish-brown rammed earth in some places. Some walls were cracked, with dry tree roots and bones protruding from within. Long, thin tree tendrils and air roots dangled from above, swaying eerily in the blue-black ghostly mist. At the entrances of some classrooms, black characters on white paper hung as mourning banners, and the desks and chairs inside had vanished, replaced by crooked, decaying coffins. In some classrooms there were terrifying altars, with offerings of rotten rice and pig heads emitting a foul odor, and the greenish candlelight illuminated a blurry portrait with scratch marks in the center. Class certificates on the walls had turned into faded memorials, and the fluttering red flags had transformed into paper, soul-calling banners. Torn flower wreaths rolled on the ground, and two pale paper effigies of young boys and girls knelt before the altar. The blue-black, ghostly mist swirled ominously as a dozen people pushed toward Jiang Chan, no one daring to stop and look around. Everyone was terrified and focused solely on escaping. They rushed down to the 4th floor, but Jiang Chan's footsteps suddenly stopped without warning. The people behind him reacted too late, and a dozen of them collided, causing a girl to stumble and roll down the stairs. Jiang Chan, why did you stop? Someone behind angrily questioned. Are we just going to wait here to be chased down by that ghost and killed? Jiang Chan tightly gripped the corpse incense, his face cold. You look for yourself. At that moment, they noticed that the corridor leading from the 4th floor to the 3rd floor had vanished. A solitary grave was all that remained a few steps down. A half-buried black coffin was lodged in the grave, and weeds had grown in the gaps between the grave soil and the coffin. Most bizarrely, a wooden stake was inserted in front of the grave, topped with a soul-calling lamp that would only be lit when a person was buried. The half-coffin was tilted but did not completely block the corridor, yet no one dared to step over the grave. The entire grave and coffin looked ancient, while the soul-calling lamp seemed freshly placed, the white paper shell around it brand new. Aside from the faint flicker of its weak light, the surroundings were engulfed in an oppressive darkness that felt almost tangible. The blue-black, ghostly mist filled the corridor, and the dim light from the soul-calling lamp barely illuminated the grave and the half-coffin, everything around it sinking into a sticky darkness and dead silence. An ominous aura quietly spread, and no one knew what would happen if they stepped on it, nor what lay in the darkness below. We should avoid going down here. Let's take the side corridor over there, Tan Jing said fearfully. The group quickly reached a consensus and began to cautiously circle around Jiang Chan toward the other side corridor, everyone moving lightly. Even the earlier pushing had ceased, afraid of disturbing the coffin or whatever lay beneath the grave. What's leaking? Someone suddenly whispered nervously. The group halted again, and to their shock, the 4th floor corridor seemed to be raining. Black droplets dripped from the ceiling, forming a damp curtain of rain in the corridor. The boy who had spoken earlier had already stepped into the rain curtain, and suddenly his body froze. Then, under everyone's breathless gaze, a dark red stain slowly spread from the dark puddle beneath his feet, his blood. His body was pierced by the strands of that black rain, covered from head to toe with countless tiny holes, as if 1,000 needles had passed through him. His blood flowed out, dyeing the black puddle crimson, and then his body collapsed like a pile of mud. The entire fourth-floor corridor was littered with dozens of such mud puddles, each one overflowing with a crimson pool beneath it. The cold wind stirred the blue-black, ghostly mist, and strands of damp rain lines hung down from the dark ceiling, while the blood-red puddles resembled eerie mirrors, each reflecting the image of an ancient woman in traditional clothing who was using the blood flowing from the mud as thread for embroidery, making women's work. That's the embroiderer ghost. Jia Zhongjing's face turned pale as he hid behind the others, not daring to approach those black rain lines, nor to look at the ghostly figures in the red puddles. But a voice whispered something in his ear, and he immediately turned to Jiang Chan with a provocative tone. Jiang Chan, do you know its killing pattern? I don't know, Jiang Chan replied honestly, cautiously glancing at the fine black rain lines, and added, but I know not to touch that water. How can you not know this? Didn't you awaken the forbidden level spirit coffin? A sense of superiority appeared on Jia Zhongjing's face. He first glanced at Jiang Chan, then lifted his chin to look at everyone, using his long-nailed pinky to push up his glasses, pretending to say, out of kindness for our shared experience as classmates, I'll generously tell you, the embroiderer ghost kills through these rain lines. As long as your skin doesn't get wet, it won't trigger its killing conditions. Its ability is actually quite decent. If it weren't for its true body hiding in the reflection, it would be easy to contract it as a ghost pet. Anyone can brag. If I hadn't overdone it last night, I would have wanted to take care of that female ghost just now. A boy with a spiky hairstyle disdainfully dug his nose and flicked it towards Jia Zhongjing. I was also planning to check if her 3060 is real. Huh, Hu Shuai, how disgusting are you? There's still female classmates here. Su Xiaoqin, who was next to Jia Zhongjing, scolded. Oh, how refreshing. You can even say disgusting with your mouth, Su. Don't you usually keep it in? Su Xiaoqin's face immediately turned ugly. Do you want to die, Hu Shuai? Everyone stop arguing. Tan Jing stepped in to mediate. The principal is risking his life to help us deal with that ghost. And you still have the heart to quarrel. Jiang Chan's corpse incense wouldn't last much longer. Finding a way to escape was the top priority. I just said, as long as we don't get wet from that water, we won't trigger the embroiderer ghost's killing conditions. As soon as Jia Zhongjing finished speaking, Hu Shuai immediately said, since you're so sure, why don't you lead the way? Why should I go first? Why don't you? Got it. You're just guessing for yourself. While the two were bantering, Jiang Chan had already taken off his school uniform jacket. Under everyone's gaze, he directly wrapped the uniform in his hand and walked forward. Be careful, Jiang Chan. Dan King reminded anxiously. Jiang Chan took a deep breath and slowly extended his left hand, wrapped in the jacket, into the eerie black rain curtain. Chapter 8. The Ghost in the Reflection according to the new compilation of ghosts. During the Qing dynasty, in Jiangnan, embroidery workshops rushed to produce tribute items, imprisoning hundreds of embroiderers in the workshop to work day and night. It happened to be the plum rain season, and they worked without rest for months. Some embroiderers fell ill and died, and were thrown into a well to make room for new workers. In less than a month, an epidemic broke out, and everyone in the workshop died. Later, during the seasonal rain, water accumulated under the eaves like a mirror, and one could see over 100 embroiderers still weaving in the mirror, working day and night without rest. Jiang Chan recalled the information about the embroiderer ghost and slowly extended his left hand, wrapped in his school uniform jacket, into the black rain line. Drip! Thin as a hair, water droplets fell onto the jacket. A damp chill seeped through the fabric to his palm, feeling as if pricked by a fine needle. Jiang Chan's outstretched arm trembled slightly, causing everyone behind him to shudder and retreat, except for Tan Jing, who bravely asked, Jiang Chan, are you okay? Jiang Chan retracted his left hand. Aside from the slight prick he felt earlier, there was nothing unusual. He unwrapped the school uniform on his hand and found no tiny holes like the boy had. It seemed that Jia Zhongjing was right. As long as the water didn't touch the skin, there would be no problem. See, I told you all along, but no one believed me. As soon as Jiang Chan heard this, he immediately crossed his arms and raised his nose in the air, wearing an expression of "I knew it all along and everyone here is a fool. You're just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. If you're so great, why are you hiding behind me? At crucial moments, you still need to rely on me." Jiang Shuai disdainfully gave Jiang Chan the middle finger and then eagerly moved closer to Jiang Chan. "Hey, Jiang, let me introduce myself. I am Hao Shuai. Who to lose who, and I'm incredibly handsome, of course, not as stunning as Jiang, who can shock heaven and make ghosts weep." While speaking, Hu Shuai took off his school uniform and placed it on top of Jiang Chan's in his own exaggerated hedgehog hairstyle. Jiang Chan is just an idiot. "Come on, brother. I'll pave the way for you." At this moment, others began to react. Although Hu Shuai spoke nicely about heading out with Jiang Chan, who didn't know that the closer one was to Jiang Chan, the more corpse incense they would receive. The farther away, the more they would be eroded by the ghost mist. In an instant, everyone began to take off their jackets and swarm towards Jiang Chan. Jiang Chan's expression turned grim. Seizing the opportunity to slip into Jiang Chan's side like a slippery loach, quietly getting close to the corpse incense in his hand. "Don't crowd around me." Jiang Chan suddenly forcefully pushed away all the clingy people, gripping the corpse incense tightly as he coldly said, "If you get splashed by that water, you'll die. If you don't want to die, it's best not to push. I'll say it first. If anyone causes me to get splashed by that water, I will definitely drag them down with me. I keep my word." After these two sentences, the dozens of people pushing around him calmed down significantly. Jiang Chan's cold gaze swept across everyone's faces, and when it landed on Jiang Chan, this guy inexplicably dodged. Jiang Chan secretly raised his vigilance and said, "Get ready and follow me." After he finished speaking, he put his school uniform on his head and was the first to step into the black rain line. The others quickly followed suit, putting their uniforms on their heads and stepping into the drizzling rain curtain. The gloomy wind blew through the corridor, passing through the countless thin rain lines, carrying a damp chill and a foul smell, blowing against people's backs like a cold dead hand, weakly pushing them forward. The blue-black ghost mist stirred, and the dozen or so people led by Jiang Chan carefully made their way along the wet fourth-floor balcony, with thin black rain threads dripping down. Their clothes blocked the rain above, but the eerie chill could still seep through, reaching their necks and arms like needle pricks, penetrating to the bone. Not just the corridor. Every classroom on the fourth floor was raining. The drizzling rain threads were cold and eerie, with piles of collapsed flesh mud visible everywhere. Under each pile of flesh mud, a blood-colored puddle spread out, and in each puddle, the reflection of an embroiderer ghost could be seen doing embroidery. At this moment, no one dared to speak in the corridor, even breathing lightly. They carefully shielded themselves from the rain threads dripping from the ceiling while cautiously avoiding stepping on the flesh mud and the ghostly shadows in the puddles. Although they didn't know what would happen if they stepped on them, no one dared to risk their life to find out. Although these rain threads seemed dangerous. After grasping the rules of their lethality, no casualties had occurred as they made their way through. Now that they had crossed halfway, the entrance to the side corridor was already in sight, but Jiang Chan's gaze quietly fell behind Jiang Chan. A flicker of greed appeared in his eyes, and his face quickly shifted between distortion and hesitation. "I'm so close to him. If I suddenly rush up and bump into him, he won't be able to react in time. As long as he gets splashed by that rain, even if he awakens a forbidden-level spirit coffin, he will undoubtedly die. Then his corpse incense will be mine. No, it should have been mine all along. Everyone should revolve around me. Yes, mine. Bump into him." The blue-black ghost mist and the drizzling rain threads blurred his vision, and Jiang Chan's back was just 2 steps away, looking completely unguarded. Jiang Chan's hesitation vanished from his powdered face, and just as he was about to fiercely charge forward, a girl's scream suddenly rang out from behind. Everyone was startled, and Jiang Chan, caught off guard, shuddered in fear, almost slipping and falling flat on his face. Everyone turned to look, only to see a girl who somehow stepped into a blood-colored puddle, and the ghostly shadow of the embroiderer reached out a hand to grab her ankle. "Help me! Please save me!" It was a hand that had turned white and swollen from being soaked in water, pulling the girl's foot towards the reflection in the puddle, dragging her down. She struggled desperately, her heart-wrenching screams echoing. Her body was pulled down rapidly, tears and snot streaming down her face, her hands wildly waving, trying to grab onto something to save her, while the school uniform that had been on her head was thrown aside. However, no one dared to go up and pull her. Everyone could only watch helplessly as the black rain threads dripped on her skin, piercing her body like fine needles, and then visibly creating tiny holes, bright red blood oozing out. Jiang Chan. Jiang Chan, please save me. I don't want to die. In just a few breaths, her body was completely dragged into the reflection in the puddle, the corridor falling into a dead silence as the ghost mist spread, leaving only her final desperate cry. The damp wind blew through, and everyone felt an overwhelming chill. The girl's school uniform lay abandoned on the wet ground, and the nearby puddle was stained even redder. Upon closer inspection, a new embroiderer ghost appeared in the reflection of the puddle. The same girl who had just been dragged down. She wore a face of terror, using her own body to embroider, with rows of fine needles stitching. The original embroiderer ghost in the puddle was no longer there. Chapter 9, Ghost Lantern. Jiang Chan. Why didn't you save Rona just now? You actually watched her being dragged away by the ghost embroiderer. Su Xiaoqin spoke sharply and immediately gained support from several people around. That's right, Jiang Chan. The principal asked us to follow you. Shouldn't you step up in a situation like this? You're really cold-blooded, Jiang Chan. Rona is our classmate, and she pleaded with you. Yet you wouldn't even give her a hand. In my opinion, the principal is getting old and confused for giving something so important like the corpse aroma to a selfish person like Jiang Chan. A group of boys and girls, led by Su Xiaoqin, temporarily formed a moral committee and began to accuse Jiang Chan one after another. Hu Shuai spat a thick phlegm at Su Xiaoqin's feet and said, "You're so impressive. Why didn't you go help her? Just barking here. Did you forget that those ghost servants in the classroom would assimilate you with just a touch? A bunch of fools. If it weren't for Brother Jiang risking himself earlier, you all would still be stuck back there." Rona didn't call us for help. She was pleading with Jiang Chan earlier, but he remained indifferent. Su Xiaoqin took a half step back, disgusted by the phlegm that flew by her feet, but her momentum didn't wane. Besides, we are questioning Jiang Chan now. What are you jumping out for, Hu Shuai? That's right. What does it have to do with you? We didn't say anything about you. Hu Shuai, do you just love being Jiang Chan's dog? Want to fight? Fine, I, the National Server Keyboard Immortal. Want to show my power, and you think I'm playing with you? I can't stand the faces of you guys. Just now, you all hid back like turtles. But now you're jumping out and shamelessly asking others to do this and that. I realize you guys are just a bunch of hypocrites. Have some self-respect, will you? Suddenly, the crowd's focus shifted from Jiang Chan to Hu Shuai. But Hu Shuai not only didn't back down, but also became more aggressive, arguing with him passionately. Jiang Chan suddenly stepped forward and interrupted him, saying, "Su Xiaoqin, if Rona had called you for help just now, would you have gone to help her?" "I." Faced with this counter-question, Su Xiaoqin's arrogant expression instantly wilted by more than half. She wanted to lie and say, "Of course I would," but for some reason, when facing Jiang Chan's almost indifferent eyes, she couldn't get the words out. "Do you want to take off my coat to cover her from the water, and then get killed by this water? Or do you want me to rush over and pull her up to see if I can lift her, or if that ghost would drag me down with it? If that's what you hope for, then I'm sorry. I'm a selfish person. I can't do that. In front of ghosts, everyone is equal. Everyone only has one life. We are classmates, and I can help within my capacity, but to ask me to trade my life for someone else's, I'm not that great or noble. Or does anyone among you dare to pat your chest and say you could do it?" Jiang Chan's calm gaze met each of the few people standing with Su Xiaoqin, but no one dared to pat their chest and answer, "I can do it." One by one, they avoided making eye contact with Jiang Chan, some even lowering their heads, blushing. "Since you all can't do it yourselves, then don't ask others to." Jiang Chan coldly finished and turned to walk towards the side corridor, adding, "And one more thing. Rona has been dragged down and has become a new ghost embroiderer. The ghost that dragged her down is no longer inside." As Jiang Chan's words fell, everyone looked towards the puddle, and indeed, in the blood-colored reflection, they saw Rona, terrified, using her own body to do embroidery, while the original ghost had vanished without a trace. Everyone's scalp tingled, and they hurried to follow Jiang Chan's footsteps, each one feeling terrified as they headed towards the side corridor. After the incident with Rona, Jia Jingjing also abandoned the idea of confronting Jiang Chan, his bloodshot pupils fixed on Jiang Chan's back, thinking, "You got lucky this time. You better pray I don't catch another opportunity." 2 minutes later, more than 10 people, wearing their soaked school uniforms, crossed through the dark rain curtain in the corridor and successfully arrived at the side corridor entrance. Fortunately, the rain seemed to be restricted to the 4th floor and hadn't come down into the corridor, and the side corridor leading to the 3rd floor was also not blocked. Damn, I've never felt the school corridor was this long before. Hu Shuai threw away his soaked school uniform and turned back to look at the drizzling corridor, unable to help but complain. The blue-black ghost mist was still spreading in the corridor, the ceiling pitch black, and blood-colored puddles accumulated on the floor, with fine rain lines connecting the two. At first glance, it looked dark and damp, with no end in sight. Only nearby piles of flesh and the ghostly shadows reflected in the puddles. At this moment, looking at this rectangular corridor felt like staring into a damp and terrifying giant mouth. Everyone turned back and couldn't help but shiver, unable to believe they had just walked through this mouth. All right, Hu Shuai, now that we're here, let's stop talking and hurry up and leave this teaching building. Tianjing encouraged everyone as she noticed her classmates turning back to look. The principal said that people from the Ghost Slaying Bureau would be waiting outside the school for us. Once we go downstairs, we just need to cross the playground, and we can quickly be rescued. The crowd once again gathered around Jiang Chan and headed down the corridor to the 3rd floor. The wall tiles in the corridor had fallen off, and the wall skin had been eroded by the power of the Yin ruins. The sensor lights occasionally flickered with weak light, and the gloomy wind blew up from below, making people's backs crawl. Soon, they reached the 3rd floor, but upon seeing what appeared next, everyone's footsteps abruptly halted. The corridor leading to the 2nd floor had disappeared, or more accurately, the corridor from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor was also gone. In its place was a huge, pitch-black hole, and inside the hole stood a very thick, dead locust tree. This locust tree was rooted in the ground floor, with some branches already merging with the teaching building. The withered branches spread out densely in the corridor hole, like a hand forcefully reaching out, covered with dead vines, some of which even had tattered coffins hanging below, swaying eerily in the blue-black ghost mist, making a creaking sound that sent chills down one's spine. "Let us go back to the main corridor," someone suggested, and no one objected. They surrounded Jiang Chan and stepped into the 3rd floor corridor, preparing to go back to the main building. However, just as they walked a short distance, they stopped again. They saw that the ghost mist on the 3rd floor was even thicker than on the 4th floor, with every breath feeling like inhaling thick, icy granules, causing a stinging and cold shiver from the nasal cavity to the entire lungs. A classroom door was half open beside them. Deep brown claw marks were etched on the door panel, and the desks and chairs inside the classroom were in disarray. The drawers beneath those desks looked like dark mouths. Usintik, tarlike substances. Just then, the first ghostly figure emerged from the blue-black ghost mist. "That is, the ghost lantern?" Dan Hing whispered, her tone trembling slightly. Upon closer inspection, that ghostly figure was not a lantern, but a student in a school uniform walking stiffly out of the ghost mist. The collar of his uniform was mixed with still wet bloodstains, and his hands, like claws, were clutching his head tightly against his chest as he wandered over like a zombie, reeking of a strong, metallic smell of blood. Even more bizarrely, the head in his arms had its eyes, mouth, and nostrils wide open, and some bluish, viscous substance was slowly oozing out from the gaping orifices. Ghost name, Ghost Lantern, Ghost Servant. This is not the Ghost Lantern. It's its ghost servant. As Jiang Chan's words fell, more ghostly figures emerged from the doorways of various classrooms, including the figures of teachers, all of whom, without exception, had no heads, or rather, they were all holding their heads in their arms. The dark greenish glow was flowing out from the 7 orifices of the heads cradled in their arms, resembling plasma. Had everyone on this floor turned into ghostly slaves? Su Xiaoqin, filled with fear, wanted to retreat back to the stairwell, but a series of stiff footsteps sounded behind her, and her back collided with something cold and rigid. Some greenish plasma dripped to the ground, gradually spreading into a pool at her feet. It wasn't just Su Xiaoqin. The stiff footsteps continued to sound from behind everyone. A circle of faint green light approaching from the blue-black, ghostly mist. Soon, an indescribable chill crept up her back and neck, as if something was hugging her head from behind. Chapter 10. The Soul Guarding Lantern according to the new compilation of Ghost Classics. There was a profession called Soul Guarding Lantern in Eastern Sichuan during the late Qing dynasty, which was specifically for guiding the souls of those who died unjustly or suddenly. Soul Guardians were usually chosen from strong-willed widowers, who would patrol the graveyard at night holding lanterns. The lampshades were made from the deceased's most intimate burial garments, and the lamp oil was made from corpse oil. On the 7th night after death, at midnight, the Soul Guardian would light the deceased's birth date and time in the area of the graveyard with the strongest negative energy, summoning their vengeful spirit to crawl onto their back. The Soul Guardian had to carry this person on their back through the graveyard, returning them in order to the place where they died, their former residence, and finally to the burial site, without ever looking back and keeping the lantern lit, which would signify a successful soul summoning. These people were all ghost slaves who held lanterns, unable to contract as ghost pets, and the true essence of the lantern-holding ghost might be hidden among them. A flash of information about the ghost-holding lantern crossed Jiang Chan's mind, and the coldness at the back of his neck and the weight on his back intensified. He dared not make any sudden movements and only glanced at his shoulder out of the corner of his eye, finding nothing there. However, when he lowered his gaze to the ground, a thick, bluish substance spread like a pool of blood at his feet, within which he could vaguely see his own reflection. At that moment, in the blurry shadow cast on the ground, a ghostly child was clearly sitting on his shoulder, wrapping its arms around his head from behind. A bone-chilling fear suddenly exploded in Jiang Chan's heart, shooting straight to the top of his head. "Zhang Wenhao, there's a ghost on your back." A girl trembled as she pointed at the shadow on the ground. The boy named Zhang Wenhao felt the coldness and weight at the back of his neck. His face was already pale with fright, and hearing someone say that made him instinctively turn around to look. Immediately, crack! His face abruptly twisted 180 degrees to the back, and his body collapsed to the ground with a thud. The dozen or so people present were instantly thrown into chaos, with several screaming in extreme terror. Some, in their fright, turned to check their own backs like Zhang Wenhao, and immediately, just like him, their necks twisted 180 degrees and they fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, several people triggered the rule and had their necks snapped. The more bizarre the situation became, the greater the fear grew in everyone's hearts, and the chaos quickly intensified. "Don't look back," Jiang Chan suddenly shouted to remind them. Throughout the process, he stood still, and the lantern-holding ghost slave behind him remained motionless. The bluish blood at his feet reflected his shadow, with the ghostly child still sitting on his shoulder, arms wrapped around his head. He noticed that in the shadows of everyone's feet, there was a ghostly child perched on their shoulders. As soon as anyone turned around to look, the ghostly child in the shadow would immediately snap their neck. Turning around would trigger its killing condition. Under Jiang Chan's shout, everyone stopped in their tracks, not daring to move a muscle, let alone look back. Then, to their horror, the few who had their necks snapped and collapsed on the ground actually crawled back up. Each of them reached up to remove their heads from their necks, cradling them in their arms, and a strange bluish liquid began to flow from their eyes and mouths. Then they stood behind a living person, holding their own heads. In an instant, every living person present had a lantern-holding ghost slave standing behind them, all wearing the same school uniform, some of whom were former classmates or teachers. Now, they were cradling their own heads, ready to snap their necks at any moment, which brought a sense of terror as well as a surge of despair. A girl covered her mouth and began to cry, "Zhang Wenhao, Young Li." They've all become ghost slaves holding lanterns. As she cried, several others around her started to sob as well. Tan Jing wanted to say something to comfort everyone, but her mouth opened without any words coming out. Jiang Chan didn't have time to mourn for the dead. He noticed that Jiang Jing, like him, had remained still throughout. Even though his legs were trembling with fear, he held back and didn't look back. "You knew the killing rules of the ghost-holding lantern all along?" Jiang Chan suddenly directed everyone's attention to Jiang Jing, whose powdered face visibly stiffened. But he quickly put on a defiant expression and retorted, "So what if I know? Then why didn't you say anything earlier?" Tianjing suddenly got angry. If you had warned everyone sooner, Yang Li and Zhang Wenhao wouldn't have died. Several people around them glared at Jiang Chan, but he merely snorted dismissively. "Did anyone believe me when I said those waters were the ghostly seamstress's killing method? Did any of you believe me? Haha. Anyway, you all prefer to believe Jiang Chan, so let him lead you out. Why are you asking me now? Regardless, Zhang Wenhao and the others are our classmates. Can you bear to just watch them get killed by ghosts?" Tianjing's chest rose and fell quickly with anger. In her view, Jiang Jing was just throwing a childish tantrum. "Say whatever you want." Jiang Jing shrugged. "You all didn't believe me from the beginning, and now you want to blame me. So whatever I do is wrong, huh? I know I'm not as well liked as some people. You are simply—" Tianjing wanted to argue further with Jiang Jing, but Jiang Chan suddenly interrupted. "All right, Tianjing, this isn't the time for reasoning. Let's move." He then reminded everyone again. "Remember, the killing rule of the ghost-holding lantern is to look back. If you don't want to die, no matter what happens next, don't look back." After saying that, Jiang Chan took the lead and walked toward the main corridor, and the remaining people hurriedly followed. Tianjing angrily told Jiang Jing he was unreasonable and said no more, directly following Jiang Chan's footsteps. In the end, only Jiang Jing was left behind, his gaze fixed on Jiang Chan's figure as the voice that only he could hear echoed in his ears. His lips trembled as he produced some syllables that sounded like an argument, and a sinister, twisted expression emerged from his reddened eyes. "Step! Step!" The entire third floor was shrouded in a blue-black, ghostly mist, with ghost slaves wandering in the classrooms and corridors, holding their own heads. Jiang Chan led the group toward the main corridor, and each person had a ghost slave following behind them. With every step they took forward, the ghost slaves holding their heads moved in sync, keeping their figures within the bluish light, a cold and bloody scent stimulating everyone's nerves. Through the shadows cast on the ground, it was vaguely visible that each person had a ghostly child seated on their shoulders. They had no physical form, but the indescribable coldness of being held by the head and the heavy weight on their shoulders made everyone's hearts shudder, and goosebumps broke out all over their bodies. Especially when they brushed past the wandering ghost slaves, the terrifying stench of decay pierced their nostrils, each step challenging their psychological limits. However, with Zhang Wenhao and the others as a cautionary tale, along with Jiang Chan's repeated reminders, no one dared to look back, even if their hearts were pounding with fear. They could only grit their teeth and move forward. Fortunately, the corridor wasn't that long. After 5 minutes, Jiang Chan led everyone through safely and returned to the main corridor. However, of the nearly 20 people who had escaped from the classroom, only 13 remained by the time they reached the third floor. Chapter 11, the Cheongsam silhouette at the end of the corridor. These ghostly servants seem to be bound by some rule, like the embroidering ghost on the fourth floor, which restricts them to the third floor. Hearing Jiang Chan say this, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Let's go. Hopefully there are no ghosts on the second floor." Jiang Chan scanned the crowd, whose morale was low, and took the lead down the stairs with the corpse incense in hand. The others followed closely behind, descending to the second floor with a mix of fear and trepidation. Song Laosher, bless us. Fortunately, the stairs are still intact. Hu Shuai was the first to check the stairs and immediately patted his chest in relief. However, when he glanced at the corridor on the second floor, shrouded in ghostly mist, the breath he had just released was caught in his throat again. Uncertainly, he said, "There seems to be a female ghost over there, Jianga, but it's far away. Should we just go past?" Jiang Chan followed his gaze and saw that the ghostly mist on the second floor was not as thick as that on the third and fourth floors. He could vaguely see a dim bulb at the end of the corridor outside the restroom, with a sink below it. A faint sound of running water drifted through the mist, bringing with it a musty odor and the smell of blood. A woman in a cheongsam stood with her back to them at the sink, her hair cascading down to her waist, motionless. Was she washing her hands? What the hell is that? Su Xiaoqin asked in fear, but no one answered. They couldn't see the ghost's face. Only a dim orange light casting a sickly glow in the blue-black mist, resembling a swollen eyeball. The weak light barely illuminated the dark cheongsam with large patches of red stains on it. Just looking at that silhouette sent a chill racing up their spines. Go! Jiang Chan decisively made the call and led the way into the corridor leading to the first floor, with everyone closely following. Since they were at a distance, the female ghost showed no reaction, and the 13 of them faced no obstacles, which lifted their spirits. As long as they turned down from the second floor, they could escape this damned teaching building, but when they turned, they were all stunned. What appeared before them was not the exit to the first floor, but still the second floor. Damn it, is this a ghost wall? Hu Shuai's previously uplifted mood instantly tightened again. Keep going. Jiang Chan, not believing in evil, led the group to continue running down, but strange things happened. They rushed down 3 or 4 floors in one go, yet the next level was always the second floor. No matter how they walked, they could not reach the first floor. Woo! It's over, we can't get out at all, we're all going to die here. A girl immediately started crying. Jiang Chan gritted his teeth and decided to take everyone up again, but after they went up, despair set in completely. How is it still the second floor? Despair and rage were contagious. The already tense group saw this situation, and several of them began to vent their frustrations. Now we really can't get out. I'm not willing to accept this. Out of more than 500 students in the entire grade, only our 40 or so have awakened the spirit coffin. I'm about to become a spirit coffin master and start a glorious life. I can't die here. Since this is the second floor, let us just jump off the balcony. Maybe we can get out. Are you crazy? We're in a haunted place. How dare you think jumping down will help? That female ghost might be waiting for you. Damn, is there really no way out? Do we have to wait here to die? I say we rush over and take her down. Whoever contracts that female ghost will break this ghost wall. You're more daring. Bro, go for it. I'll cheer you on. Why hasn't anyone from the Ghost-Slaying Bureau come to save us? Woo, I want to go home. Faced with the continuous complaints from the crowd, even Tanjing, who had been encouraging everyone, fell silent. Nearly 20 people ran out from the 5th floor, but by the time they reached the 2nd floor, almost half of them were dead. They hadn't even escaped the teaching building, and they didn't know what dangers awaited them outside. Moreover, the ghostly mist continued to invade every person. The corpse incense in Jiang Chan's hand could only fully protect him, while the others could only share a bit of its smoke. The further they were from him, the less protection they received from the corpse incense, and the more severely they were affected by the ghostly mist. Tanjing had been squeezed to the outermost edge, receiving the least smoke. A large area of her skin was directly exposed to the ghostly mist, and she was gradually developing indigo corpse spots. Her hair began to wither and fall out, and if she continued to be exposed to the ghostly mist, she too would eventually become a ghostly servant like that wailing ghost. No. Tanjing's gaze fixed on the corpse incense in Jiang Chan's hand, a look of despair appearing on her face for the first time. The corpse incense was still being consumed. Based on the time they had already used, it could provide protection for at most half an hour. This meant that if they couldn't escape in half an hour, everyone present would either be killed by the ghosts or ultimately become the ghostly servants of that wailing ghost. Tanjing's words plunged everyone into complete despair. Among those present, only Jiang Chan remained unscathed. The others had varying degrees of indigo corpse spots from the ghostly mist, causing them to turn their gazes towards Jiang Chan, or more precisely, towards the corpse incense in his hand. Have you noticed? The female ghost seems to be getting closer to us. Jiang Chan suddenly spoke up. Jianggu, don't say such terrifying things right now. Hu Shuai shivered and looked uncertainly toward the end of the corridor, while the others gradually leaned forward to see. The blue-black, ghostly mist filled every space on the 2nd floor, thickened by the eerie wind, swirling in the corridor and each classroom doorway. At the end of the corridor, a sickly dim orange bulb illuminated a sink and the silhouette of the woman in the cheongsam, eerie and chilling. Everything remained unchanged, except for the distance, the restroom, the light bulb, the sink, the woman in the cheongsam, her back. These elements seemed like a whole. When Jiang Chan first looked, they were at least 30 meters away, but now it was less than 20 meters. He could even see the yellow-brown water stains on the gray-white tiles of the sink, resembling various sizes of corpse spots. It really has gotten closer. Listen to the sound of the faucet. It's clearer than before. A boy said, his face pale. The smell of blood is also more pronounced, and I can even smell a hint of decay. Is she coming over? What should we do? A girl, not daring to look at the female ghost, asked with a sobbing voice. No one responded to her. Only the sound of water from the faucet continued from the mist, and a wave of fear and dread spread in everyone's hearts. Chapter 12. Jiang Chan's ace. Jiang Chan was hiding behind the others, a voice constantly speaking in his ear. He sat on the steps, his lips trembling as if arguing with someone, his expression fluctuating as he occasionally stared at Jiang Chan's back. However, whenever Jiang Chan sensed something and turned to look, he would immediately avert his gaze. Jiang Chan had no idea what this guy was up to and didn't have time to care about him. Tan Jing was right. The corpse incense was depleting every second. If they didn't quickly find a way out, even if they weren't killed by the ghosts, they would eventually be assimilated by the ghost mist and turned into ghost slaves. He leaned over the railing and looked down into the gap in the stairs, a hint of bloody light appearing in his eyes. Logically, this was the second floor, and he should be able to see the bottom, but a gloomy wind blew up from below, completely shrouded in ghost mist, making it impossible to see. The same was true when looking up. The eye of dread was useless. In the end, he could only focus on the figure of the Cheongsam-clad female ghost in the corridor, with damp moss growing along the tile cracks and the sound of water echoing. Now near and now far, that female ghost figure stood as if rooted to the ground, and a sickly light bulb above cast a dim glow, faintly illuminating the reddish-brown stains on the sink. A strong smell of water and the stench of corpses wafted up from the mist. If this continued, the corpse incense would soon run out. It seemed he had no choice but to use that method. Jiang Chan's second ghost skill surfaced in his mind, and he made a quick decision, immediately stepping towards the figure in the Cheongsam. However, he had only taken 2 steps when a cold, indifferent laugh rang out from behind him. If you want to get everyone killed, just keep running around. Jiang Chan halted, turning to look at Jiang Jing sitting on the steps. What do you mean? Didn't you awaken a forbidden-level spirit coffin, Jiang Chan? How come? Oh, great genius. You haven't realized that no matter how you run, you can't escape the second floor? In fact, every time you lead everyone to run, that female ghost gets closer. And now you actually want to provoke her? Heh, you must want everyone to die faster, right? Jiang Jing's tone was laced with mockery. As soon as he finished speaking, some people's expressions changed, and Su Xiaoqin directly shouted at Jiang Chan, Jiang Chan, stop messing things up. You almost got everyone killed. Jiang Chan couldn't be bothered to respond to Su Xiaoqin's barking and instead took 2 steps back to Jiang Jing. Do you know what's going on with that ghost? Jiang Jing adjusted his glasses with his flamboyant pinky and looked disdainfully into Jiang Chan's eyes. Not only do I know what's going on with that ghost, but I also know how to get out of this ghostly wall. The nearly hopeless crowd immediately reignited with hope upon hearing this. Wow, Jiang Jing, since you know everything, why didn't you say so earlier? It's not too late to say it now. Jia, hurry up and tell us everything you know. That female ghost hasn't come over yet. Yeah, hurry up and say it. Faced with the crowd's anxious urging, Jiang Jing snorted from his nose, leisurely crossing one leg over the other and saying, Now you remember me? Heh, I thought you all trusted Jiang Chan so much. I thought he really had the ability to lead everyone out. I didn't expect. Stop being pretentious. If you really know how to get out, just say it. Stop dragging this out with your cryptic nonsense. Hu Shuai shouted. You're so eager to jump out and protect your master. You're a good dog. Damn, you open your mouth and start spewing crap. Do you believe I'll tear your mouth to shreds? Hey, Hu Shuai, just shut up and let Jiang Jing speak. Tan Jing quickly intervened to smooth things over. And others echoed, Yeah, Hu Shuai, what time is it? Do you still have time to mess around? Are you waiting for that female ghost to come and kill us all? Right now, only Jia knows how to leave this damned ghostly wall. Can you please be quiet? Jia, hurry up and speak. If Hu Shuai dares to tear your mouth to shreds, I, Sun Chong, guarantee to shove his head up his backside. Jiang Jing thoroughly enjoyed this attention. He raised his chin, looking somewhat smugly at Jiang Chan, and said, Jiang Chan, how about I make a deal with you? No deal. Jiang Chan rejected outright without thinking. It's obvious you have no good intentions. Don't be so quick to refuse. Listen to me first before considering. Jiang Jing crossed his arms. Speaking confidently, You give me the corpse incense, and I'll tell you how to get out of the ghostly wall. I refuse. Jiang Chan coldly laughed in his heart, having long sensed that Jia Zhengjing was up to something. No wonder he was after the corpse incense. Let me tell you, don't even think about it. No matter what the situation, this thing will never be given to you. Jia Zhengjing smiled, spreading his hands in an "I can't help you" gesture towards the crowd, then slowly spoke. As you can all see, it's not that I can't take you out. It's Jiang Chan who refuses to cooperate. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd's gaze towards Jiang Chan subtly changed. Su Xiaoqin shouted again, "Jiang Chan, give the corpse incense to Brother Jia right now. You can't lead everyone out. How can you still have the face to occupy the corpse incense?" Soon after, someone chimed in, "Yeah, Jiang Chan, what are you still doing? Hurry up and hand the corpse incense to Brother Jia so he can take us out. What use are you?" I said long ago that the principal was confused to give the corpse incense to that selfish ghost Jiang Chan. Such an important thing should be entrusted to someone truly capable like Brother Jia. Jiang Chan, how can you be so shameless? You're hoarding the corpse incense for yourself and can't do anything, only leading us to be eroded by the ghost mist. Hurry up and give it to Jia Zhengjing. Hey, are you guys going too far? Hu Shuai stepped forward and said, "Don't forget who led you to escape. You can still stand here barking. Everyone should thank Jiang Chan. Thank your ghost, Hu Shuai. Who doesn't know you and Jiang Chan were the same pair of underwear? But can't you see reality? Jiang Chan is just my lickspittle. He has no ability to take us out. It's Brother Jia who can take us out, and you're still standing by him shouting." Su Xiaoqin retorted, "I wear your damn underwear. I just met Jiang Chan today, but I can't stand your ingratitude." Hu Shuai was amused by Su Xiaoqin's foolishness. "And Brother Jia, yuck. The snail noodles I ate last night are coming back to haunt me. Hu Shuai, Godi. I haven't even tried hard. And you're already so excited? Bus Su, your mouth is indeed as fierce as the rumors say. I'll go die. Su Xiaoqin was practically exploding with anger, her chest heaving violently, wishing she could rush up and bite Hu Shuai's annoying mouth off. In contrast, Hu Shuai waved his hand dismissively, turning to Jia Zhengjing and saying, "I have a question, you pretentious guy. You say you know how to get out. Why should everyone believe you without any proof?" Upon hearing this, Jia Zhengjing snorted from his nose and said, "You should still remember the 12 classifications of ghost pets that the principal mentioned. One of them is a very rare type called precognitive." "You mean?" "That's right." Jia Zhengjing uncrossed his leg and stood up on the steps, deliberately looking down at everyone as he said, "At this point, I won't hide it from you any longer. In fact, I have long contracted the first ghost pet, and it just happens to be the rare precognitive ghost pet." As Jia Zhengjing's voice fell, a large green spiritual coffin appeared behind him, followed by a cold and blurry, ghostly figure emerging beside him. However, this ghost was shrouded in deep mist, making it impossible to see anything clearly. Jiang Chan secretly activated his eye of dread to take a look, and he caught a glimpse of a shocking crimson hue, as if it were a wedding robe soaked in blood. Chapter 13. Contract, Scissor Ghost. My ghost pet has no offensive ability, but its predictions have never been wrong, which is why I know the killing rules of the Embroiderer Ghost and the Ghost Lantern. I have long known the killing rules of the female ghost on the second floor. As long as Jiang Chan gives me the corpse aroma, I can take you all out immediately. The blurry, ghostly figure that appeared beside Jia Zhengjing was shrouded in mist, making it impossible to see anything clearly. However, just the phrase predictive ghost pet undoubtedly reassured everyone, and no one questioned his words anymore. He was now the hope for everyone to survive. "Jiang Chan, Brother Jia has said this much. Are you still unwilling to hand over the corpse aroma?" Several people around began to close in on Jiang Chan, their eyes revealing malice. "Yes, Jiang Chan, we don't want to make things too extreme since we're classmates. Just honestly hand over the corpse aroma. Don't force us to take action. Why waste words with him? With so many of us, we could just snatch it from him and give it to Brother Jia." As Sun Chang's suggestion fell, the surrounding people released their spirit coffins. Although they didn't have contract ghost pets, releasing the spirit coffins didn't cause any substantial harm, but it invisibly enhanced their overwhelming momentum. Jiang Chan remembered the faces of these approaching people. Besides Jia Zhengjing and Su Xiaoqin, who had green coffins, the others all had black coffins, each exuding a strong aura. But, is that it? Heh. Jiang Chan coldly curled his lips, not backing down as he directly released his own spirit coffin. Boom! As the blood-red forbidden spirit coffin was unleashed. The terrifying and unmatched aura suppressed all the spirit coffins around, causing everyone's faces to turn pale. Especially the few who had closed in, their legs trembled, and they all knelt down in front of Jiang Chan. This is a forbidden-level spirit coffin. Everyone present couldn't help but recall the towering blood coffin apparition that appeared in the sky this afternoon. Some felt a shiver of regret, while others cursed in their hearts, wondering why he didn't show this earlier. Honestly, I also have my ways to deal with that female ghost, and I was just about to resolve it, but you all have disappointed me too much, Jiang Chan said coldly. His eyes swept over the fallen Sun Chang and others on the ground, and Jiang Chan felt a chill in his heart. His second ghost skill, Hell Transformation, required the cost of his own blood to command evil spirits. If he overexerted himself and became weak after using this skill, could he really trust these classmates with his back? After Jiang Chan's words fell, everyone fell into silence. At that moment, a clunk sound suddenly came from the stairs above. Everyone immediately tensed up and looked up in unison, only to see a tall, ghostly figure, about 2.5 meters high, limping down from the ghostly mist on the third floor. Its left leg was broken, limping with a significant sway. The clunk sound was made by its stiff leg stepping on the concrete stairs. Jiang Chan recognized it at a glance. It was the scissor ghost. It was the principal's ghost pet. No, the ghost pet contract has disappeared. The principal has already. Everyone's attention was drawn to the scissor ghost, and no one expected Su Xiaoqin to suddenly attack at that moment. She charged at Jiang Chan like a leopard that had been waiting to pounce, knocking him off balance and grabbing the corpse aroma. Jiang Chan stumbled and hadn't steadied himself when Jia Zhengjing kicked him hard in the back, sending him flying toward the scissor ghost. Go die, Jiang Chan. A series of changes happened rapidly, like a flash of lightning. By the time everyone reacted, the scissor ghost's speed suddenly increased, and that terrifying, deformed, ghostly figure lunged down. While Jia Zhengjing and Su Xiaoqin had already dashed downstairs with the corpse aroma, without looking back. Run! Someone shouted in terror, and the remaining people instantly erupted like a boiling pot, each one rushing frantically downstairs, leaving only Jiang Chan heavily lunging in front of the scissor ghost. Clunk! Clunk! As that eerie, jet-black long leg swept towards him, images of previous heads being snipped off flashed through Jiang Chan's mind, and goosebumps rose all over his body. He hurriedly rolled and tumbled down 4 or 5 steps. Crack! The blue-black ghost mist was stirred by the sinister wind, and a gap was actually cut in the metal railing of the staircase. Jia Zhengjing, Su Xiaoqin, you wait for me. Jiang Chan clumsily got up from the ground, his eyes fiercely fixed on the approaching scissor ghost. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his second ghost skill, Hell Transformation. Boom! A surge of intense ghost energy erupted from his body, an extreme cold rushing from his toes up through his legs, torso, and straight to the top of his head. In an instant, Jiang Chan felt as if all the blood in his body had frozen. His short-sleeved shirt visibly soaked with blood. Every inch of his skin sent sharp stings coursing through him. If Jiang Chan were to take off his clothes at that moment, he would see that every pore on his body was oozing blood beads, which quickly formed a bloody tattoo on him. Hell Transformation Tattoo. Tongue-pulling hell. Abandoning hell. Oil pot hell. The images of the 18 layers of hell successively appeared on Jiang Chan's body, each layer crowded with densely packed, suffering ghosts and executing ghost messengers. Every ghost wriggled, as if they were living beings beneath his bloody skin. A sudden tearing sensation came from his back, causing extreme pain. Jiang Chan's face contorted as he let out a chilling scream. He couldn't see that his shirt was quickly bulging up, and the bulging grew increasingly exaggerated until it finally ripped apart, revealing half of a terrifying green-skinned evil ghost. Even more terrifying was that this half-green-skinned evil ghost was emerging from the boiling hell tattoo on his back, tearing open the tattoo like ripping his shirt. First, a head popped out, then an arm, half of the upper body. Whoosh! The blue-black ghost mist silently spread in the staircase, and a tall, burly green-skinned, evil ghost completely crawled out from Jiang Chan's back tattoo. It dragged a sinister, thick chain in its hand, stained with the blood of countless people. Jiang Chan stumbled and fell to the ground, his face pale and covered in sweat. Using the second ghost skill to randomly summon an evil ghost drained all his strength. However, it was tea time for him to catch his breath. The limping scissor ghost was already attacking again. Go, catch that ghost for me. The weak command fell, and the green-skinned ghost messenger beside Jiang Chan stepped forward toward the scissor ghost. Crack! A sound of metal clashing echoed in the ghostly mist-filled corridor as the two terrifying, death-dealing legs of the scissor ghost clashed against the chain in the green-skinned ghost messenger's hand. That unfailing, deformed pair of scissors didn't even cut through the rust on the chain this time. Instead, it was easily countered by the green-skinned ghost messenger, and the dark chain completely bound the scissor ghost. Seeing the scissor ghost completely immobilized, Jiang Chan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The brief series of events felt like he had walked through the gates of hell. Damn it, I almost fell into your hands. After catching his breath, Jiang Chan leaned against the wall to stand up, looking at the restrained scissor ghost in front of him. He directly unleashed his forbidden blood coffin. Contract technique activated. Buzz! The blood-colored spirit coffin trembled. Ancient patterns lit up on its massive coffin body, and the chains winding around it moved like living snakes. Then the heavy coffin lid slowly opened, as if it were unlocking an ancient, dust-covered door. The eerie wind stirred the ghostly mist in the stairwell, and a viscous bloodlight was released from the opened blood coffin, illuminating the thin, elongated body of the scissor ghost. An invisible force began to pull it into the coffin. Swish, swish. It tried to resist, but the green-skinned ghost tightly bound its body with chains, rendering its struggles futile. It could only follow the pull and completely enter the open blood coffin. Ding! Contract successful. Chapter 14, D-Class, Filthy Ghost. The new compendium of ghosts records. During the Qing dynasty, a certain town in Lu region crazily practiced the bizarre custom of foot binding for women. The townspeople considered 3-inch golden lotuses beautiful, leading to young girls starting to have their bones shaved and feet bound from an early age. If a woman was found without bound feet, or if there was any sign of loosening, she would be dragged to the ancestral hall to face clan rules, where her tendons would be cut with heated scissors in front of an audience. Information about the scissor ghost flashed through Jiang Chan's mind. With the massive blood coffin suspended behind him, he released the scissor ghost again, establishing an invisible connection between the two. Now, he could control the scissor ghost at will, as if it were an extension of himself. Could this guy be contracted? The bloody tattoo of the Hell transformation diagram on Jiang Chan's body had not yet faded. The spirit within the tattoo writhed like a living creature, exuding a strange and intense evil aura. His gaze fell on the tall and sturdy green-skinned ghost officer beside him, and he directly initiated a contract spell on it. Buzzing. The massive blood coffin behind him opened again, but this time the bloodlight that fell on the green-skinned ghost officer did not take effect. Was it because it was a product of ghostly techniques? Jiang Chan couldn't figure out the reason. The green-skinned ghost officer's command time was only 3 minutes, and nearly a minute had already passed. He glanced at the female ghost in the corridor, who was still there, but Jia Jing and the others had not appeared again after going downstairs. After a moment's thought, Jiang Chan decided to take the two ghosts down a floor first, but upon reaching the first floor, he frowned. Sure enough, it was still the second floor. The distance to that female ghost seemed to have become even closer. The cold silhouette in the qipao was now less than 10 meters away from the corridor, and the cement floor had become damp. A chilling aura mixed with the stench of decay spread through the ghostly mist. He didn't want to take risks, but it seemed that he couldn't get out without dealing with her. Jiang Chan's expression darkened, and he ordered the green-skinned ghost officer again. Go catch that ghost. Whoosh. The tall and sturdy green-skinned ghost officer immediately dragged its blood-stained chains forward. The dark blue ghost mist rolled in the corridor, filling every classroom with a gloomy atmosphere. The entire second floor was silent. Only the faint sound of water from the faucet and the dragging sound of the chains on the floor could be heard. Jiang Chan had the scissor ghost protect him and gradually approached, only to see that the faucet on the sink was not even turned on. The switch was covered in brown rust, and the female ghost had her hands under the faucet, slowly and repeatedly mimicking the action of washing her hands. Those were arms devoid of color, the flesh swollen and emitting a cold, decaying stench. Including the calves and bare feet visible beneath her qipao, everything was swollen and rotting, with damp water droplets dripping from the hem of her qipao. Clunk, clunk. The scissor ghost's long and short legs made sounds as they stepped on the ground. The closer they got to the silhouette of the woman in the qipao, the more the cement floor felt damp and cold, as if walking into a morgue. Jiang Chan shivered and stopped 3 meters away, no longer approaching, but commanded the green-skinned ghost officer to continue advancing. Whoosh! The tall and sturdy green-skinned ghost officer stepped forward with heavy footsteps, dragging its blood-stained chains on the damp cement floor until it reached the back of the qipao female ghost. However, the female ghost showed no sign of change. Only cold droplets of water dripped from the hem of her qipao, releasing a pungent smell that mixed with the stench of decay. A solitary light bulb emitted a sickly faint glow on the damp wall, and she continued to stretch her swollen hands under the faucet that was not even turned on, slowly rubbing them. The rotting flesh on her hands was being rubbed off piece by piece, falling into the sink, where dark red stains formed on the gray-white tiles coated with water stains. Crash! Jiang Chan directly commanded the green-skinned ghost officer to take action. The blood-stained chain reached out from behind and suddenly tightened around the neck of the qipao female ghost. Was the restriction successful? Jiang Chan's face brightened, and he quickly released his spirit coffin, preparing to initiate the contract spell, but then a terrifying scene unfolded. The female ghost, whose neck was being choked by the green-skinned ghost officer, began to tremble violently, as if melting into a puddle of rotten flesh and foul water, mixed with countless tiny black corpse worms, exuding a nauseating stench. In the blink of an eye, the female ghost escaped from the green-skinned ghost officer's hold, melting into a puddle of foul water and corpse worms on the ground. And then these dense corpse worms quickly piled up with the rotten flesh and reassembled into a new corpse. Ghost name: Filthy Ghost. Quality: D-Class. Level: 6-fold. Information about the female ghost popped up in Jiang Chan's view. And then the record about the filthy ghost automatically surfaced in his mind from the new compendium of ghosts. In ancient Zhao, the family hierarchy was male-dominated, and in a certain place before a husband went out, his wife had to kneel on the ground to perform the foot-washing ceremony for him, placing the dirty water under the bed. Every night, she would take it out and kneel before it to pray, dipping her fingers in the water to lick with her tongue until her husband returned safely. Locals believed that this practice allowed the wife to transfer any disasters her husband might encounter onto herself. If a wife failed to do this, or if her husband encountered misfortune while traveling, she would be deemed unvirtuous and punished for violating women's morality. The first filthy ghost was formed from the resentment of a wife who was punished. Relevant information flashed quickly through Jiang Chan's mind. The filthy ghost before him had reassembled a new corpse, but this time it faced Jiang Chan directly, and it no longer wore the damp qipao, revealing its huge, swollen belly filled with foul water, teeming with swarming corpse worms. The filthy water on the ground spread toward him, carrying a chilling stench. Jiang Chan furrowed his brows and stepped back, abandoning the idea of contracting this filthy ghost, directly ordering the scissor ghost to charge forward. Crack! The ghost mist stirred, and the long and short deformed legs opened and closed in the air. The newly assembled corpse of the filthy ghost had its head severed, and the swollen, decaying body immediately dispersed into a puddle on the ground. However, this time those dense corpse worms did not reassemble a new corpse, but quickly burrowed into the sink's drain along with the foul water. In just a few breaths, all the corpse worms crawled into the drain and disappeared. The weak light bulb on the wall flickered twice and then went out. As the surrounding ghost mist began to dissipate. Did they leave? Chapter 15. The corpse of Wei Shenglu. Jiang Chan stared at the wash basin for a long time, ensuring that the filthy ghost would not appear again, and only then did he let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, The time limit for the green-skinned ghost had expired. It dragged its blood-stained chain directly to Jiang Chan's back, tearing open the blood-colored tattoo on his body once more. Terrifying to the extreme. Hiss! The ultimate pain once again gripped Jiang Chan's nerves, causing him to tremble all over as he knelt on the ground. Beads of sweat rolling down his forehead like beans, splattering on the floor. When the green-skinned ghost finally burrowed back into the layer of hell known as Pao-Luo, that terrifying pain finally ceased, and the hell transformation diagram tattoo on Jiang Chan's body faded away, leaving him drenched in sweat as if he had just been pulled out of the water. Damn it! Jiang Chan collapsed weakly on the damp, cold cement floor, the ground still carrying the stench of the filthy ghost and the odor of decay. But at that moment his face was pale, and he had no strength to care about those things. This damn ghost technique costs half a life to use. After catching his breath for a while, he opened the system panel, and the information had changed. The name of Blood Sovereign Xidagarba still displayed in gray, but a new ghost pet had appeared below it. Ghost Pet 2, Scissor Ghost, injured, quality, B grade, level, 3-fold. Would you like to immediately consume 200 ghost points to repair the Scissor Ghost? His gaze lingered on the last piece of information, and Jiang Chan turned to look at the Scissor Ghost's severed leg, which had been broken off during its earlier attack on the crying ghost. Can this be repaired? His eyes returned to the panel, and after checking current ghost points, 1030, he commanded, repair it immediately. Ding! Consume 200 ghost points, starting to repair the Scissor Ghost's severed leg. Repairing. Buzz. A cold chill suddenly rose in the silent corridor, and the blue-black ghost mist swirled violently around. Jiang Chan turned his head to see a thick darkness surge from the severed part of the Scissor Ghost's left leg, gradually coalescing into the missing section. Ding! Scissor Ghost repair completed. Remaining ghost points, 830. In just a few breaths, the Scissor Ghost's severed leg was restored to its original state, which warmed Jiang Chan's heart. Ghost points are truly a great thing. The Scissor Ghost could barely be classified as an altered-type ghost pet, with its two deformed long legs being its primary means of attack. After losing a section, its strength would definitely be greatly reduced. After using the Hell Transformation Ghost technique, it felt as if the blood in my body had been drained, leaving me extremely weak. Being able to repair the Scissor Ghost's severed leg gives me a bit more self-preservation capability in this school's ghostly ruins. Feeling somewhat recovered, Jiang Chan got up from the ground and looked around. The good news was that the ghostly wall had disappeared. The not-so-good news was that he was at the restroom door on the 5th floor. So he had been running around in the crying ghost's haunted area without ever leaving the 5th floor? The entire 5th floor was eerily silent. The blue-black ghost mist was pushed by the ghostly wind, chilling Jiang Chan to the bone on his exposed back. At this moment, he had not yet noticed that a faint layer of blood color was surfacing on his skin, helping to resist the erosion of the ghost mist. The crying ghost did not seem to be on this floor anymore, but it was still in the school. Jiang Chan summoned the Scissor Ghost to protect him and began walking along the corridor severely eroded by the haunted area, heading towards classroom 507. The blue-black ghost mist blurred his vision, and Jiang Chan soon saw a not-so-tall figure kneeling at the door of classroom 507, its head bowed, with its hands clasped behind its back against its spine like a sinner or like someone performing some bizarre ritual. Wei Xinglu? As Jiang Chan walked closer and saw clearly, the person kneeling at the classroom door was Principal Wei Xinglu, but he was already dead, and his original ghost pet was now standing beside Jiang Chan. Recalling the instructions and the corpse incense Wei Xinglu had given him earlier, Jiang Chan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Although their time together was short, this principal did not leave a bad impression on him. He did not rashly touch Wei Xinglu's eerie corpse, but raised his head to look inside classroom 507. The entire classroom was shrouded in coldness and deathly silence, and the crying ghost was not inside. The walls, desks, chairs, the ceiling, everything had been eroded by the power of the crying ghost, and several corpses with severed heads lay cold on the ground. People who were alive just a few dozen minutes ago were dead. This supernatural world is too terrifying. Jiang Chan whispered in the chilling ghost mist. He did not want to waste too much time here. The crying ghost might not have gone far. His gaze lingered on Wei Shenglu's strange kneeling posture before he turned and walked down the hallway. The blue-black ghost mist concealed Jiang Chan's departing footsteps, and the fifth floor's corridor quickly fell into complete silence once more, with only Wei Shenglu's cold corpse kneeling at the door of classroom 507, his hands clasped behind his back against his spine. Suddenly, a drop of thick wax fell to the ground in front of him. His old face, which was tightly gripped, was silently melting away. More and more wax dripped onto the ground, and then he slowly raised his head to gaze toward the direction Jiang Chan had left in the ghost mist. Jia Zhengjing and Su Shaoqin had clearly run in this direction. Why did they disappear when we chased them down? Tan Jing's cautious voice echoed in the ghost mist on the first floor. Did you hear crying? Could it be that the crying ghost has caught up with us? The ghost mist on the first floor of the teaching building was especially thick, with visibility limited to less than a meter. There seemed to be a faint light ahead that might be an exit, but no matter how Tan Jing and Hu Shuai and the others tried to move forward, they could not get through. Worse still, a crying sound was heard from within the ghost mist. Don't say such terrifying things, Tan Jing. If that female ghost really catches up, we're done for. A boy said in fear. Damn, I heard it too, Hu Shuai exclaimed, releasing his low-grade green spirit coffin. But judging by my years of experience, based on my years of playing shooting games and identifying sounds, this crying voice is definitely not that of the crying ghost. What time is it, Hu Shuai? You still have the mood to joke around here. A girl said with a sobbing tone. If only Jiang Chan were here, he would definitely have a way to get us out. Before the girl finished speaking, a sudden scream came from beside her. A boy collapsed to the ground, convulsing all over. A horrifying blood hole had inexplicably opened in his abdomen, and something had burrowed into his belly. Help! Help me! The boy screamed in agony, his bloody belly swelling high. Something inside was rapidly moving, as if it were devouring his internal organs. Then, to the terrified eyes of the crowd, a ghostly child about 4 or 5 years old emerged from him, its body a terrifying deathly blue, and it opened its mouth to emit an incredibly piercing cry. Chapter 16. The Child Ghost. Good news. The pursuer is not a wailing ghost. Bad news. A gluttonous little ghost has arrived. Tan Jing and her group immediately screamed and scattered in a frenzy to escape, their terrified cries mixing with the sharp wails of the ghost child, completely shattering the silence on the first floor. The ghost child cried out over the corpse of a boy and immediately began to chase the next person on all fours. Wait for me. A girl was so frightened that her face turned pale and she stumbled to the ground. In the next moment, the wailing ghost child lunged at her, its cold hands tearing open a bloody hole in her abdomen, diving in to begin devouring her entrails. This ghost child was different from the previous ghosts they encountered. Whether it was the embroiderer ghost or the ghost holding the lantern, they were all rule-based ghosts. As long as one did not trigger their killing logic, it was fine. But this ghost child had no logic, or rather, its logic was simply to kill people and eat their entrails. The extreme terror and bloodiness spread through the ghost mist. Everyone was fleeing, everyone was screaming, and the ghost child was also screaming. It quickly finished eating the girl's entrails before emerging to chase the next victim. In the face of its eerie form, Hu Shuai and the others' frantic escape was not much different from waiting to die on the spot. Sun Chong, be careful. It's coming for you. Tan Hing suddenly screamed. Sun Chong, a big guy who practiced sports, was muscular and agile, running fast. Upon hearing Tan Jing's warning, he hurriedly turned around and saw the dead, greenish ghost child leaping towards him. Startled, he shivered and suddenly turned to push Tan Jing up. Caught off guard, Tan Jing's face turned deathly pale. She could only let out a startled scream as she was forcefully pushed down. Just as she was about to collide with the ghost child, her mind went blank, and a deep sense of despair arose in her eyes. Suddenly, a tall, thin, ghostly figure leaped out from the ghost mist, its 2 deformed legs resembling a pair of giant scissors that opened and closed. The ghost child's shrill wail abruptly stopped as its dead green body and head were severed in 2, rolling onto the ground. Ding! You have slain a double-layer child ghost. You have gained 20 ghost points. Tan Jing fell to the ground with a thud, staring blankly at the severed body of the ghost child, still in shock. Step! Step! A series of footsteps approached from the blue-black ghost mist. Jiang Chan, are you okay? Jiang Chan, bare-chested with a well-proportioned body, walked up to Tan Jing, intending to help her up. But she was momentarily stunned and then quickly rolled over and got up, rushing directly in front of Sun Chong with a face full of anger, questioning him. What did I do to offend you, Sun Chong? I kindly reminded you, and you tried to kill me. Sun Chong avoided her gaze, but replied firmly. I didn't push you on purpose. Why are you yelling at me? I was scared when that ghost came at me. If you want to blame someone, blame that ghost. You clearly did it on purpose. Tan Jing glared at Sun Chong, her chest rising and falling violently, twice as much as Su Xiaoqin's. Sun Chong's gaze was drawn to her chest, and he swallowed hard before saying nonchalantly, Anyway, you didn't lose an arm or a leg, so what's with all the fuss? You just bully the good-natured Tan Jing. He almost killed you. You could at least slap him. If it were me, that bastard wouldn't be able to stand here so confidently and talk to me. Hu Shuai, would have swallowed that ghost whole. Hu Shuai walked over from the thick ghost mist and, upon seeing Jiang Chan, exclaimed, You're not dead, brother Jiang. But what's wrong with your complexion? You look worse than I did after 7 rounds last night. Almost lost my life. How could I not look bad? Jiang Chan replied, his gaze falling on the corpse of the ghost child. Besides the ghost points he had just received, related information about this ghost quickly surfaced in his mind. Newly compiled ghost manual records. During wartime, east of the Yu Kingdom, a certain doctor became obsessed with witchcraft, offering the firstborn to the Earth Mother. Whenever a woman in the tribe gave birth to her first child, if it was a boy, they would offer the baby along with the placenta and blood, mixed with millet, for the kin to share. He believed this would produce more sons. The first child ghost was born from this practice. It always appeared accompanied by piercing cries, filled with resentment, and would rip open the bellies of the living to devour their entrails. At this moment, others, seeing the danger had been averted, began to approach, their faces filled with fear and lingering shock. When someone spotted the scissors ghost next to Jiang Chan, they immediately exclaimed, Is that the principal's ghost? Awesome, brother Jiang. You actually contracted it. Yeah, thanks to Jia Zhengjing and Su Xiaoqin, Jiang Chan said, raising his gaze from the corpse of the child ghost and scanning the gathered crowd with a calm expression. Where are those two? Those 2 idiots ran off with the corpse incense, Hu Shuai said angrily. They ran so fast that we couldn't catch up even though we were right behind them. We were stuck here for ages and then encountered this little ghost. If you hadn't shown up in time, we probably would have had our bellies drilled open. As soon as Hu Shuai finished speaking, more people chimed in, Yeah, really thanks to you, Jiang Chan. Jia Zhengjing and Su Xiaoqin are truly despicable. They actually wanted to put you in danger. I said from the start that Jia Zhengjing is unreliable. In a critical moment, we still have to rely on brother Jiang. Now that Jiang Chan had contracted a powerful ghost pet, he undoubtedly became the pillar in everyone's eyes. Especially after witnessing his ability to easily deal with the child ghost, these people saw hope in this terrifying situation. They began to praise Jiang Chan, eager to cling tightly to this strong ally. But ironically, just 10 minutes ago, some of them were cursing Jiang Chan and even helping Jia Zhengjing to snatch his corpse incense. To this, Jiang Chan merely smiled coldly and said, Don't act so friendly. We're not that close. With a light remark, all the voices were silenced. Jiang Chan's sharp gaze swept over those who had yelled the loudest in support of Jia Zhengjing earlier. After all, I'm a selfish person who holds grudges. Wouldn't you agree? The faces of these people instantly turned red, one by one shutting their mouths and bowing their heads, filled with intense regret. Brother Jiang, it was all Jia Zhengjing's trickery earlier. You've been taking care of us all along. How could we not see your good side? Yeah, brother Jiang. You have a big heart, and don't hold grudges against small people. Don't hold it against us. We all need you to lead us out. What kind of person is Jia Zhengjing? How dare he snatch brother Jiang's corpse incense? That was personally given to Jiang. Hey, brother Jiang, why haven't you been affected by the ghost mist? Someone suddenly shifted the topic, and everyone's gaze fell on Jiang Chan's bare upper body. His muscular lines well-defined but not exaggerated, his posture upright. But that wasn't the point. The point was that the ghost mist enveloped the entire school. And without the protection of the corpse incense, everyone present was being eroded by the ghost mist. Strange indigo corpse spots were appearing on their bodies. Their hair was gradually withering and falling out, and their gums were starting to bleed. Yet Jiang Chan showed no signs of being affected at all. Chapter 17. The campus under the shadow of the abyss were all gradually being assimilated by the ghost mist. "Why are you fine, Brother Jiang?" a boy said in confusion. Jiang Chan had just been focused on the information about "you were a ghost" and hadn't noticed until now. Hearing everyone's comments and comparing, he indeed saw the significant difference. "I don't know." As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Chong immediately spoke in a doubtful tone. "Brother Jiang, did the principal secretly give you something else? That's not fair." "Shut the hell up, Sun Chong," Hu Shuai retorted directly. Brother Jiang awakened a forbidden-level spirit coffin. Do you even know what a forbidden-level spirit coffin means? Maybe Brother Jiang's coffin talent can immunize him against the ghost mist. Exactly, Sun Chong. Your dirty mind makes everything look dirty. I believe Brother Jiang is not that kind of person. Sun Chong, are you a spy left by Jia Zhengjing? Earlier, Jia Zhengjing almost got Brother Jiang killed, and you just nearly got Tan Jing killed. Damn, everyone stay away from Sun Chong. Faced with the sudden isolation from the crowd, Sun Chong clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, "I've seen through the true colors of these people. Whoever has the power gets recognized as the mother. I, Sun Chong, disdain to be with you all. I don't need anyone to lead me." After throwing out that provocative remark, Sun Chong turned and walked alone into the thick ghost mist. The few people who had just been eager to flatter Jiang Chan looked at his departing figure, wishing he would be taken by the ghosts immediately. "Brother Jiang, don't mind him. Sun Chong is just a spy planted by Jia Zhengjing." Someone was about to say more, but Jiang Chan interrupted directly. "All right, don't waste your breath trying to flatter me. I know better than Sun Chong what kind of people you are. If you want to follow, then follow. But don't expect anything from me." After saying this coldly, Jiang Chan called Hu Shuai and Tan Jing, leading the way toward the exit on the first floor. The ghost mist on the first floor was as thick as when the weeping ghost first appeared on the fifth floor. The power of the abyss changed reality. The exit ahead was only a few meters away, but Hu Shuai and the others wouldn't be able to get out by themselves. Jiang Chan's eyes flashed with a hint of bloodlight as he activated Eyes of Dread. He led Hu Shuai and Tan Jing out of the teaching building through the blue-black mist, with the others tremblingly following behind. "What the hell? Is this still our school?" After pushing open the rusty iron door, what came into view was no longer the familiar campus. The entire campus was shrouded in blue-black ghost mist. The concrete and steel buildings of the teaching block and the facilities in the campus had all become dilapidated. The once lush trees had all turned into dead branches, with bare trunks resembling grotesque arms clawing at the misty sky. Some branches even hung faded red satin and white paper lanterns inscribed with the word offering, swaying in the ghostly wind. The power of the abyss was truly incredible. In just a single evening study session, the school seemed to have aged 100 years. Everyone cautiously followed Jiang Chan towards the school gate. The concrete path under their feet cracked like a spider's web, with some areas turning into rotten, damp soil, hiding a slippery stone path. Every few steps, they could see tattered, faded paper money, and on either side of the road, there were dilapidated, collapsed farmhouses, each with white paper lanterns hanging at their doors. Some of those lanterns were still glowing with a ghostly green light in the blue-black mist, while others had fallen to the ground, their paper rotting and exposing bamboo frames. Some farmhouse doors, where half of the walls had completely collapsed, revealing old, overgrown spirit halls and decayed black coffins inside. In front of some spirit halls were already eerie paper figures and wreaths, while next to some rotten coffins lay half a scarecrow dressed in the second middle school's uniform, with a blood-stained yellow talisman nailed to its forehead. "It's so terrifying. I don't think I can ever go to school again," a frail boy said fearfully. "Wu Yifan, if you don't want to go to school, then don't. Why are you pulling my pants?" Hu Shuai turned back to say, I peed." Wu Yifan stammered. "Even if you peed, you can't pull my pants. Damn it, let go, let go. At my age, your toothpick is leaking. Hugo, can you help me take off the pants from that scarecrow? You're such a scheming little pest." Wu Yishan. "Do I look like an idiot? You might as well ask me to take them off for you." Hu Shuai, "Can you be a bit serious? We're in a horror movie right now," Tan Jing said, her voice trembling. "Be careful not to step on the paper money on the ground." Actually, there was no need for Tan Jing to remind them. The bizarre scenes from the classroom were still deeply etched in everyone's minds. Those blood-stained paper money that fell would immediately form a deep indigo, ghostly bruise upon touching human skin, turning the person into the weeping ghost, as ghost slave. So now they were all terrified at the sight of paper money. However, as soon as Tan Jing's voice fell, a piece of blood-stained paper money floated down right in front of her. Seriously? What you fear comes true. Hu Shuai shuddered and quickly jumped to Jiang Chan's side. Soon, more blood-stained paper money began to fall sporadically from the blue-black ghost mist, and faint sounds of swona and weeping could be heard from the fog ahead. The sounds were erratic, sometimes loud and sometimes faint, as if a mourning procession was taking place in the mist, sending chills down everyone's spines. Brother Jiang, Hugo, do you hear any sounds? Is that ghost catching up? Wu Yifan said, his face pale. That's your grandma calling you back to jump rope, Hu Shuai replied. Your grandma jumps rope. It must be that ghost catching up. Then stop talking nonsense. Hu Shuai said. Dakian has already said we are in a horror movie now. What else could come besides ghosts? As they spoke, the floating paper money increased, and the intermittent weeping grew closer. 2 rows of stiff figures began to emerge from the ghost mist ahead. Jiang Chan's face darkened. Stop talking. Hurry up and go. They're coming this way. From dust to dust, from earth to earth, filial sons mourn, the souls depart. Suddenly, sharp cries of indistinguishable gender echoed from the thick ghost mist ahead, accompanied by the eerie sound of swona, drilling into their ears and making everyone's scalp tingle. Jiang Chan quickly led Hu Shuai and the others to run in another direction. The fluttering paper money fell, each piece inscribed with the word death written in blood. A girl got a piece stuck to her face, and her pace immediately slowed down. Liwen, what are you standing there for? Run. Dan Hing's Jiaotid Angstchicity. But Liwen seemed to have not heard and completely stopped, her head drooping. Don't worry about her. She's already become a ghost slave, Jiang Chan said in a deep voice. Just as he finished speaking, Liwen slowly raised her drooping head. At that moment, everyone saw that her face and neck were already covered in indigo, ghostly bruises, and a cold, rancid smell of decay wafted from her. Just as Jiang Chan was about to order the scissor ghost to cut off her head, she stiffly turned and walked away. Dead souls are departing. Living souls avoid. The sharp cries of indistinguishable gender echoed from the ghost mist ahead, and Liwen tilted her head back, opening her mouth wide, emitting a terrifying wail that no one ever wanted to hear again. She raised her head and cried out loudly as she took her stiff steps toward the 2 rows of shadowy figures approaching through the ghostly mist. At that moment, everyone could vaguely see that it was actually a funeral procession made up entirely of the dead, and the terrifying figure leading the way, dressed in mourning clothes, was none other than the wailing ghost. Chapter 18. The crying ghost and the funeral procession don't just stand there. Run. A chilling coldness approached with terrifying cries, and the faded red silk hanging among the withered branches, along with the lanterns inscribed with offering at the decayed farmhouse entrance, were all swayed by the eerie wind. Blood-stained joss paper with the word death fell from the sky in increasing amounts, spreading across the view like a heavy winter snow. There are too many joss papers. Jiang Chan, we have to find a place to hide, otherwise we'll all get covered, Tan Jing exclaimed in fear, and before she finished speaking, Jiang Chan had already led the way into a relatively intact farmhouse, with the others following closely behind, hearts pounding. Once everyone was inside, Hu Shuai quickly closed the door, but when he turned around, he gasped sharply. The shabby farmhouse was not large, and an old black coffin in the middle of the main room took up nearly half the space, with a creepy altar at the back. There can't be ghosts in this house, right? Wu Yifan, pressed against the wall and nearly crying from fear, dared not approach the coffin in the middle, let alone the altar, especially with the 2 paper figures on either side wearing blush and melon hats, bowing in greeting. He felt as if they would laugh and move any second. A gust of dark wind blew in through the cracks in the earthen wall, and suddenly, one of the paper figures on the left of the altar fell to the ground, causing everyone to scream in fright, and Wu Yifan even wet himself. Don't say a word. The ghost is coming. Jiang Chan, tense and hiding by the window, stared out with eyes gleaming with a faint blood light. At that moment, The blue-black ghost mist outside became so thick it seemed almost liquid, with Joss paper bearing blood characters drifting silently in the cold, deathly stillness. The terrifying crying ghost led a funeral procession composed of the dead, drawing closer. Dead on the road. Living people keep away. A sharp voice, indistinguishable in gender, rang out from the funeral procession. The crying ghost held a soul-calling banner in her left hand and a crying stick in her right, walking at the front. Behind her, the line of the dead stretched endlessly into the blue-black ghost mist, foggy and indistinct. The heavy smell of rotting corpses and the bone-chilling cold air hit them from afar. As the crying ghost's stiff steps left wet, heavy footprints on the ground, and the silver ornaments she wore jingled in the thick ghost mist. As she got closer, Jiang Chan saw her forehead and the 3 intricately carved silver hairpins pierce through her mouth and throat. The mourning cloth of her filial hat hung down, covering her upper face, revealing her bluish chin and dark red lips. A strange, eerie cry escaped her mouth, impaled by the silver pins, sending chills down Jiang Chan's spine and turning the faces of those behind him pale with terror. Everyone held their breath, witnessing the blue-black ghost mist thickening outside, as if each breath was drowning them in water leading to the underworld. Except for Jiang Chan, every person there felt their body accelerating toward becoming a ghost. They lacked Jiang Chan's dreadful eye and couldn't see the specifics of the crying ghost, but they knew that the terrifying ghost was coming closer. Thud! Thud! The muffled footsteps grew nearer. Under Jiang Chan's horrified gaze, the crying ghost had already arrived outside the window of the farmhouse where they were hiding. No more than 10 meters away, the wax-dyed, yellowed coarse cloth covered the indigo garment of her burial attire, hanging down to her ankles. The cold, corpse-like odor infiltrated everyone's nostrils, causing their hearts to race wildly, almost jumping out of their throats. But the crying ghost did not stop. Her left hand held the soul-calling banner, her right hand the crying stick, and she continued to walk past with stiff steps, the funeral procession behind her moving slowly like a line of zombies. All these people had become the crying ghost's ghostly servants, each one opening their mouths wide to wail. Among them were villagers dressed in mourning clothes, students in their school uniforms, some holding soul-calling banners high, others playing hauntingly mournful swanas. Within this long line were even 8 ghostly servants with faded red tassels tied to their chests, slowly lifting a large red wedding coffin. "Is that Director Zhou Hailong?" Jiang Chan recognized one of the tall, ghostly servants carrying the coffin, a serious expression crossing his tense face. Even he is dead. Zhou Hailong was a second-tier spirit Coffin Master, specially recruited by the principal for this year's ghost-slaying training, having contracted 2 ghost pets, making him stronger than Principal Wei Xinglu. His death meant the dissolution of his contracts, leading to 2 more ghosts in the campus. This was definitely not good news. Not just Zhou Hailong, Jiang Chan also recognized several other teachers in the funeral procession, although not as powerful as Zhou Hailong. They were all spirit Coffin Masters who had contracted ghost pets. Their deaths meant their ghost pets would revive as malevolent spirits. Thinking of this, Jiang Chan felt a wave of dread wash over him. Damn it, how many ghosts are there in this school now? The funeral procession outside consisted of hundreds of ghostly servants and continued to grow. Li Wen, who had previously been stained by blood joss paper and developed corpse spots, was now wailing loudly as she joined the back of the line, moving with stiff, slow steps. After a full 10 minutes, the funeral procession of ghostly servants finally passed completely, carrying the red wedding coffin behind the crying ghost toward the comprehensive building. The terrifying cries and mournful swana gradually faded into the distance within the ghost mist, and the thick, dripping cold ghost mist outside the farmhouse began to dissipate. Dan Xin, Hu Shuai, and the others felt as if they had escaped from the gates of the underworld, gasping for breath. In just that brief moment, the corpse spots that had grown on them were more numerous than all the ones before combined. The most severely affected, Tan Jing, saw her beautiful shoulder-length hair turn into a bunch of withered grass, and her originally round face was marred by large, terrifying indigo corpse spots. Wu Yifan and the others were so frightened, they quickly moved away. Jiang Chan, If I turn into a ghostly servant later, you must chop off my head." Tan Jing said coldly, her spirit seemingly drained, enveloped in a faint aura of death, not far from becoming a ghostly servant. Jiang Chan didn't reply, glancing at the others. Although they weren't as severely afflicted as Tan Jing, they were not in a good condition either. "Let us go. It's not far to the school gate. Maybe we can make it." Once the last ghostly servant's figure disappeared, the floating joss paper outside settled like snow. Jiang Chan led everyone out of the hiding farmhouse, heading straight for the school gate, praying that the ghost-slaying bureau people were outside waiting. They quickly passed through the teaching building area and entered Yangfan Square. As long as they crossed this square, they would reach the main gate of the school. However, when they arrived at the square, despair appeared on everyone's faces. The blue-black ghost mist was stirred by the eerie wind, and what lay before Jiang Chan and the others was a pitch-black graveyard, an extremely terrifying and bizarre atmosphere sending chills down everyone's spine. Chapter 19. The graveyard on campus. How could this happen? Wu Yifun's voice trembled. The entire Yangfan Square had turned into a chaotic graveyard, with mounds of graves haphazardly rising one after another. Sporadic, ghostly flames emitted a greenish glow in the blue-black ghost mist, vaguely illuminating one or two already dead tree trunks, contorted in shapes like clawing ghosts. Some branches hung with tattered white paper streamers, swaying and making rustling sounds in the chilling wind, occasionally accompanied by a few low moans from a grave or the piercing sound of nails scraping against a coffin lid, sending chills down everyone's spine. "Just a stretch of road, let's get through it," Jiang Chan said in a low voice, directly leading the scissors ghost to clear a path into the graveyard ahead. Despite the fear gripping Hu Shuai and the others, they dared not stay in the school overnight, each one of them steeling themselves to follow Jiang Chan, heart pounding. Everyone walked cautiously, afraid to disturb whatever was in the graves. Apart from a rotten skeletal arm suddenly reaching out from a collapsed grave to grab Wu Yifun's ankle. Scaring him again, they did not encounter anything particularly terrifying, except for a sneaky silhouette that kept following them from behind. "Brother Jiang, it seems like something is following us." Hu Shuai shivered and jumped next to Jiang Chan, speaking in a hushed voice. Jiang Chan did not stop his footsteps, but slightly turned his head to glance back. The sneaky figure quickly crouched down, hiding behind a mound of graves. "It's Sun Chong. He has been following us since the beginning, and you just noticed? Damn it, scared the hell out of me." Hu Shuai immediately relaxed upon hearing this, then continued. "Isn't this bastard the one who boasted about leaving on his own? Brother Jiang, can you stand this? If he can follow us here, that's his skill." Jiang Chan had no time to deal with this. The urgent matter now was to get out of the school quickly. However, Hu Shuai couldn't hold back and immediately picked up a stone from the ground, urinating on it. Then with a strong throw, he hit the mound in the distance, which let out a pained owl. "You bastard, this is what you get for scaring me." "Hey, Brother Jiang, wait for me. What is that smell? It's so pungent. Recently, I've been a bit fiery. Get lost." After 7 or 8 minutes, Jiang Chan led Hu Shuai and Wu Yifun through the graveyard and finally saw the school gate. Everyone felt a surge of excitement, rushing towards the gate. However, Jiang Chan couldn't feel happy. The school gate was completely shrouded in deep darkness. Nothing was visible, let alone any sign of the ghost-slaying bureau. "Brother Jiang, why can't we get through this gate?" The gate of number 2 middle school was right in front, but Hu Shuai and the others could not reach it no matter how hard they tried. From Jiang Chan's perspective, they were all just pacing in place. Jiang Chan tried using the Eye of Terror to look outside the school gate, but all he saw was a thick, almost tangible darkness. No wonder Wei Shenglu said that the ghosts representing the Yin ruins were unsolvable. "Don't waste your effort." Jiang Chan thought for a moment and said, "Do you remember what the principal said? The Yin ruins are the realm of ghosts. The entire school is engulfed by the wailing ghost as Yin ruins. What we see now is likely not the real school, but a ghostly space disconnected from reality, as if we are trapped in a closed box. Then what should we do? Are we just going to wait to die here?" A girl started crying. "What's even scarier than waiting to die is watching your body slowly being eroded by ghost mist and turning into a ghost slave. Didn't the principal say that the ghost-slaying bureau would be waiting for us at the gate?" We finally escaped. Where are they? At this point, you still expect the Ghost Slaying Bureau? If they had the ability to save us, they wouldn't have sent 8 agents to Liangjia village to deal with this ghost, only to lose 8 lives in exchange for a piece of footage. I can't understand how this ghost suddenly appeared in our school. Could it be that the principal's footage summoned it? Faced with the hopelessness of not being able to leave, everyone's negative emotions surged, and they began to complain. Tianjing was relatively quiet, but her silence leaned more towards a dead calm. Jiang Chan, you must have a way to get out, right? Tianjing spoke, sounding like a living corpse. The deathly aura around her was heavier than before, with indigo corpse spots crawling over her neck, face, and arms. As she had already lost part of her emotions as a living person. As she spoke, others gradually fell silent, all looking at Jiang Chan with fear and anticipation. If there was any hope of getting out, it had to be Jiang Chan. Jiang Chan silently looked at the thick darkness outside the school gate. The tall scissors ghost standing beside him. He had no solution to get out, but he thought of someone. Does anyone know which way Jia Zhengjing ran? He suddenly asked the group. When we were running down the stairs earlier, I think I saw him taking Su Xiaoqin toward the cafeteria. A girl said in an uncertain tone, looks like he was hungry. You all stay here and don't move. I'll be back soon. Bang, bang. A dull sound came from the cafeteria at a fixed frequency. Su Xiaoqin rolled down the steps outside the cafeteria, her face filled with terror. Her torn clothing revealing pink underwear and large patches of indigo corpse spots. She shakily got up from the ground, not daring to look back at whatever was in the cafeteria, just frantically trying to escape this place. However, the blue-black ghost mist enveloped the campus. No matter which direction she ran, she would ultimately end up back at the cafeteria entrance. How could this? How did I end up back here? Inside the cafeteria was completely shrouded in darkness. Su Xiaoqin looked inside with a terrified gaze, only able to see an old-style coffin suit. Half of the person wearing it obscured by a lowered roll-up door. In the thick black ghost mist, it seemed to be chopping something like bones. The cutting board in front making a bang sound, with each sound making Su Xiaoqin's heart tremble. What made Su Xiaoqin feel even more desperate was that every time she ran back, the figure in the coffin suit came closer to the cafeteria entrance. A strong stench of rotting flesh wafting out. Help, help! Someone save me! I don't want to die here. Su Xiaoqin began to sob in fear, turning around in a panic to run away again. But this time, as she turned, she bumped right into a person's chest, startling her and causing her to scream and fall to the ground. Su Xiaoqin, what are you screaming for? Don't recognize your father? Jiang Chan. Chapter 20. Suiyo is despair. Jiang Chan. Upon seeing the person who arrived, Su Xiaoqin was momentarily overwhelmed with joy, almost in tears. Great, Jiang Chan. You must have heard my call for help and come to rescue me, right? I knew you still cared about me. Saying this, she hurriedly got up from the ground and staggered toward Jiang Chan. Stop getting all emotional here. I'm just passing by. Jiang Chan dodged her with disdain, then looked up toward the cafeteria, asking, where's Jia Zhengjing? Why isn't he with you? As soon as she heard the name, Jia Zhengjing, Su Xiaoqin's already pale face twisted in anger, and she gritted her teeth, cursing, that bastard Jia Zhengjing. He said that as long as I made him feel good, he would take me out, but then he lost interest in 3 seconds and left me here while he took off with the corpse incense. He's a total scumbag. Jiang Chan looked at the disheveled and furious Su Xiaoqin, then glanced at the suspicious marks on the steps in front of him, his expression one of disbelief. How could he eat this kind of dish in a place like this? He must be really hungry. Jiang Chan, take me out, and I'll be your girlfriend, okay? Jia Zhengjing is worthless. Even if he doesn't die here, I won't let him off outside. Which way did he run? Are you going to help me teach him a lesson? Jiang Chan, I knew you loved me the most. I've always remembered how good you've been to me over the years. I was just testing to see if you were worth it. Stop rambling. Jiang Chan interrupted Fuyo's delusions impatiently. I'll ask you again, where did Jia Zhengjing go? Over there. Su Xiaoqin pointed in a direction. Jia Zhengjing went toward Nanrong Road. Let us go and deal with him, Jiang Chan. It's really scary in this cafeteria with that ghost. Hurry up and get me out of here. Jiang Chan couldn't be bothered to say another word and turned to walk toward the playground. Su Xiaoqin immediately staggered after him like a clingy band-aid. Can you carry me, Jiang Chan? It hurts so much. That pervert Jiang Jing hit me with a stick. Get lost. The cold single word made Su Xiaoqin shiver all over, and her face visibly panicked. Jiang Chan, don't be like this, okay? I'm scared. Jiang Chan, wait for me. You're walking too fast. I can't keep up. As she said this, she jogged up and tightly hugged Jiang Chan's arm, intentionally pressing and rubbing against him, but was immediately shaken off and fell to the ground. Jiang Chan, what's wrong with you? Don't follow me. But you just promised to take me out. Fool, when did I promise you that? Jiang Chan said with a sneer. Just because you and Jia Jing almost got me killed, I'm already being merciful by not killing you. No, it's not like that, Jiang Chan. It was all that bastard Jia Zhengjing's instigation. He wanted you dead. Su Xiaoqin was completely panicked and quickly crawled to hug Jiang Chan's leg, crying out, Jiang Chan. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I like you. Please don't be angry and forgive me, okay? Jiang Chan almost laughed at Su Xiaoqin's antics. What if I kill you now, and you go below to forgive me, okay? No, you're not like this. Jiang Chan, don't you like me? As long as you take me out, I'll be your girlfriend right now. I'll agree to anything you want. In a state of complete panic, Su Xiaoqin quickly took off her already inadequate clothing, but her once proud figure was now covered in indigo corpse spots, looking not only unattractive, but also somewhat repulsive. Her hair was wilted and falling out like a dead bird's nest, and her makeup was smeared by her tears, blending with the eerie corpse spots, making her look ghostly, which made Jiang Chan feel nauseous. He kicked Su Xiaoqin, who was trying to strip him, back to the ground. Jiang Chan, I've stooped so low to accommodate you, and you still want to forgive me? Su Xiaoqin immediately turned hostile, gritting her teeth and saying sharply, you chased me for 2.5 years just to wait for this day? I've agreed to you, and you're still pretending. If you're itchy, scratch yourself. Don't rub against me. I'm not as desperate as Jia Jing. Jiang Chan coldly threw down a sentence and turned to leave. You're on your own. If you follow me, I wouldn't mind sending you on your way ahead of time. Su Xiaoqin grabbed her clothes and tried to follow. But upon hearing Jiang Chan's icy words, she couldn't help but shiver. Then seeing the slender, ghostly figure that emerged beside Jiang Chan, she quickly retreated 2 steps. Feeling incredulous, but suddenly believing that Jiang Chan was really capable of killing her. You've already contracted a ghost pet. Watching Jiang Chan and the slender, ghostly figure walk away, disappearing into the ghostly mist, Su Xiaoqin anxiously and fearfully could no longer hold back her hysterical cries. Jiang Chan, go die. Die, die, die. You all go die. Even if I become a ghost, I will never let you go. The blue-black ghost mist was stirred by the cold wind, and Su Xiaoqin's sharp cries echoed far in the dead silence of the campus, only to be answered by the sound of the ghost in the cafeteria, dressed in an old-style shroud, chopping forcefully on the cutting board. Bang! Bang! The sound drew closer. Su Xiaoqin's infamous reputation was well known throughout the second high school, but it was undeniable that she had some charm. Dressed provocatively and skilled at casting her net, so many boys in school regarded her as an object of fantasy. Jia Jing was one of them. He had spent countless nights thinking about Su Xiaoqin's photo. Today, heaven opened its eyes and let the second high school experience a supernatural event, finally arranging for Su Xiaoqin, whom he had been longing for day and night, to be by his side. He ran out of the teaching building with Su Xiaoqin, eagerly finding a place to eat. But to his surprise, there was actually a ghost in the cafeteria. Startled, he shivered the moment he entered and fled without even pulling up his pants, running wildly into Nanrong Road. Originally just a tree-lined road with some small-leaf banyan trees planted on both sides, not very dense, but under the influence of the ghostly power. These dozens of banyan trees had turned into a ghostly forest. Damn, no matter which way I go, I can't get out? The corpse incense has long been used up, and now I am being eroded by the ghost mist. I can't really die here, can I? The blue-black ghost mist filled the banyan forest like an endless void. The thick, ancient tree trunks resembled pitch-black umbrellas connecting together. Dark red tree roots and air roots hung down, weaving into a terrifying blood-red curtain, while sturdy roots broke through the ground like writhing snakes, partially exposing a network of white, bony remains. Some skulls even had glimmers of phosphorescence flickering in their eye sockets. making the maze-like forest and ghost mist even more sinister and deep. Damn, damn, damn. It's all that Su Xiaoqin's fault. She has probably been killed by that ghost in the cafeteria or has already become a ghost slave. After the corpse incense ran out, Jia Zhengjing's body was also being eroded by the ghost mist, and the exposed skin gradually developed indigo corpse spots, making his emotions increasingly violent as he flailed around like a headless fly in the suffocating ghost forest. Every old tree trunk bore tree tumors resembling human faces. Some looked like the crying faces of old women, others like the pained faces of dying people, and some were fierce like murderers. One by one, the human-faced tree tumors flickered in the thick ghost mist, as if 100 faces were all staring at him. Jia Zhengjing's heart grew increasingly anxious, and what terrified him even more was that those faces were actually moving. The dark blue, ghostly mist was stirred by the cold wind, and through the tightly packed gaps in the tree branches, he could vaguely see that the human-faced tree knots on the trunk were gradually all transforming into Su Xiaoqin's likeness. Each face seemed to be distorting and screaming like Su Xiaoqin. Su Xiaoqin, you bitch. You didn't escape, and now you want to drag me down with you? Damn it. I should have killed you just now. Jia Zhengjing glared at the terrifying faces on the tree, his voice trembling with fear. Then, under his terrified gaze, those tree knot faces gradually transformed into another person's face. Jiang Chan. No, you can't blame me. It's your own fault for being dead. Who told you that your awakened spirit coffin is better than mine? The principal gave you the corpse incense. Dan Xing, Hu Shuai, and the others are all surrounding you, worshipping you. They can only see you. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for loving the spotlight too much. The jealousy and madness in Jia Zhengjing's eyes were about to overflow, and he seemed to be possessed, just as he was about to lose his mind. A foot kicked him from behind, knocking him over with a loud thud, and immediately afterward a long, cold, ghostly figure pressed him to the ground. Haven't seen you for a while, and you miss your dad this much? A mocking voice emerged from behind the banyan tree, and Jia Zhengjing's pupils suddenly constricted in fear, almost causing his heart to leap out of his throat. Jiang Chan, Chapter 21. The Ghost of Jia Zhengjing. Jia Zhengjing, how come you're not dead? You've even contracted a ghost pet. The fear on Jia Zhengjing's face quickly turned to astonishment. Earlier, he had pushed Jiang Chan toward that terrifying scissor ghost. But not only did Jiang Chan not die, he actually benefited from misfortune by contracting the powerful scissor ghost. Thinking of this, a strong jealousy flashed in Jia Zhengjing's eyes. Is the talent of a forbidden-level spirit coffin really that frightening? Yes, you should thank me properly, Jiang Chan. If it weren't for me, you would never have contracted the scissor ghost. Jia Zhengjing was completely oblivious to the mockery in Jiang Chan's tone. Since I've helped you so much, shouldn't you hurry up and let me go? I don't want to stay in this damned forest for another second. I said, what are you going crazy about all alone? Turns out you can't get out. Jiang Chan sneered and asked again, don't you have a foresight-type ghost pet? How come you can't leave? Upon hearing this, a shadow flickered in Jia Zhengjing's eyes. It wants me to kill you before it will tell me how to get out. It wants to kill me? Jiang Chan narrowed his eyes slightly, trying to read something from Jia Zhengjing's face. Yes, it has been telling me to find a chance to kill you since the classroom. I agreed to it, so it told me about those ghost information and rules. But after I pushed you toward the scissor ghost and escaped from the teaching building under its guidance, it stopped answering any of my questions. Because it thought I was dead, and you no longer mattered to it. Perhaps. Jia Zhengjing's voice suddenly stopped, a glimmer of joy flashing across his face. He then looked up at Jiang Chan and said, Jiang Chan, hurry and let your ghost pet release me. I don't need your help anymore. Oh, looks like you've made contact again, right? Jiang Chan coldly scoffed. Let me guess it still wants you to kill me? Jia Zhengjing's expression stiffened, and he immediately averted his gaze, stubbornly saying, that's not true. Don't make wild guesses. Hurry and let me go. Don't rush. I want to know what grudge your ghost pet has against me that it insists on killing me. Jiang Chan asked. I don't know, don't ask me. All right, let's change the question. How did you get this ghost pet? Jiang Chan, I've already told you enough. I have no obligation to answer any more of your questions. You'd better hurry and let your ghost pet release me. Hearing this, Jiang Chan was amused. A certain social quote from a rooster-headed gangster popped into his mind. Be a little more polite, You're being too disrespectful. Now, who's in control of the situation? As the impatience in his voice fell, the force of the scissor ghost pressing against Jia Zhongjing's neck began to increase. Jia Zhongjing panicked immediately. The cold, sharp sensation on his neck felt like a pair of scissors that had soaked in a pile of corpses for 100 years was closing in. He shivered all over and quickly begged for mercy. Don't kill me, Jiang Chan. That ghost just spoke to me again. It really wants me to find a way to kill you. It also said that this time it wants me to see you die with my own eyes before it will help me get out. I've told you everything. What else do you want to know? I beg you, don't kill me. You see, it would have been better if you had cooperated from the start. A stream of glaring blood trickled down from the side of Jia Zhongjing's neck, but Jiang Chan still did not let the scissor ghost release its grip. He coldly asked, "Now answer my previous question. Where did you get this ghost pet?" "Shishan Cemetery." "Cemetery?" Jia Zhongjing dared not hide anything further, quickly stammering. "I was supposed to attend a coffin opening ceremony today. I was afraid I wouldn't awaken my innate spirit coffin, so yesterday afternoon after school, I bought a KFC family bucket to worship my grandma at Shishan Cemetery, asking her to bless me with an impressive spirit coffin today. But then an old man guarding the tomb came over, saying I was worshiping his grandma, and my grandma was next door. But later he said that the grave I just worshipped wasn't his grandma anyway. He didn't even know whose grandma it was. If you say one more useless word, I'll send you down to meet your grandma right now." No, Jiang Chan. I'll get to the point. I worshipped the wrong grave yesterday afternoon, and at midnight, a female ghost in a wedding gown came to knock on my door. She insisted that the spirit coffin textbook I burned was her marriage certificate, and the coke I poured on the grave was a wedding toast. She insisted on recognizing me as her husband, and then she just dove into my body. After listening, Jiang Chan couldn't help but think how skilled Jia Zhongjing was. Wrong grave during the day. A ghost bride knocking at night. What a delivery of a wife and an external aid. If one didn't know better, they might think you were the protagonist. Now give me that ghost. Jiang Chan said directly. Jia Zhongjing hesitated for a moment, gritting his teeth and bargaining. Jiang Chan, I can give you this ghost, but you have to promise to take me out of this school. This place is covered by the crying ghost's shadow. You can think of it as a closed lid. I can't take you out, but I can lead you to Zhou Hailong. Jiang Chan admitted. The director, Zhou Hailong? Jia Zhongjing's speech suddenly became a bit urgent. The principal spent a fortune to poach that second-tier spirit Coffin Master from number 1 high school. Does he have a way out? Is there really a second Zhou Hailong in this school? Jiang Chan retorted, then continued. Zhou Hailong has corpse incense in his hand and a specially made phone. He has already contacted the Ghost Slaying Bureau, and they're trying to find a way to come in for rescue. Several teachers with Zhou Hailong are currently searching for survivors in the school. I was lucky to meet him and didn't die, and with his help, I contracted this scissor ghost. You give me your ghost, and I'll take you there. Hearing Jiang Chan's words, Jia Zhongjing was already tempted. He swallowed hard and looked hopeful. Are you telling the truth? The ghost mist in this ghost forest is much denser than outside, and Jia Zhongjing has lost the protection of the corpse incense. His body was quickly being assimilated by the ghost mist, and large patches of corpse spots had already appeared on him. If he didn't hurry to leave this forest, he would turn to a ghost slave in less than half an hour. Believe it or not, or I could just kill you directly, and I could still get the ghost from you, just a bit more troublesome. Jiang Chan's voice was cold. Don't kill me. I'll get it to you. Jia Zhongjing shivered and quickly released his ghost pet, which was shrouded in deep mist. Or rather, it couldn't even be called a ghost pet, because this ghost was not released from his spirit coffin, but floated directly out of his body. This guy had intentionally opened his spirit coffin earlier in the teaching building as a cover. Jiang Chan cursed silently in his heart at the old schemer and let the scissor ghost release its grip. Jia Zhongjing immediately scrambled to his feet and said, Jiang Chan, I have no contractual relationship with this ghost. I've given it to you, so hurry and take me to find Zhou Hailong. You just need to walk straight in this direction to leave this forest. I cleared the dangers on the way when I came, so once you get out, keep going forward. The temporary safe point set up by Zhou Hailong is in a comprehensive building. Jiang Chan pointed in the direction he came from. As soon as Jia Zhongjing heard this, his expression changed immediately. He sternly questioned, Didn't you say you would take me over? I plan to contract this ghost here first, which will probably take about half an hour. If you want to wait for me, that's fine too. Jiang Chan glanced at the spreading corpse spots on Jia and said, if you turn into a ghost slave, I'll just kill you. You. Jia face turned pale with anger. His body could barely last another half hour in the ghost mist, and he suspected Jiang Chan was doing this on purpose. But then he suddenly realized, why aren't you being assimilated by the ghost mist? I'm not sure either. But Zhou Hailong said it might be that my spirit coffin talent can immunize me against the ghost mist. Jiang Chan said bluntly, the taboo-level spirit coffin is different. Jia Zhengjing said with a hint of jealousy in his eyes, you can take your time to make a contract. Just don't get killed by the vengeful spirit here. After saying that, he turned and walked in the direction Jiang Chan had just pointed to, already thinking about how to embellish the story of forcibly taking his ghost pet from Jiang Chan when he saw Zhou Hailong later. Don't go the wrong way. You pretentious fool. Zhou Hailong is in the comprehensive building. Hu Shuai and the others are all there. You'll see him when you get there. Jiang Chan shouted a reminder to Jia Zhengjing's fading figure. To this, Jia Zhengjing only sneered coldly through his nose. Idiot. I'll make you return everything you stole from me. With interest. Watching Jia Zhengjing completely disappear into the ghostly mist, Jiang Chan finally turned his gaze to the ghost left behind by Jia Zhengjing, but as soon as he turned around, his eyes trembled. The mist that had surrounded the ghost just now dissipated, revealing a ghost bride dressed in a ghostly wedding gown, with a pair of mandarin ducks covering her head. Chapter 22, Ghost Bride. Ghost name, Ghost Bride, wedding robe puppet. Quality, level. The blue-black ghost mist drifted thickly in the banyan tree ghost forest. Jiang Chan looked at the female ghost in a ghostly wedding robe before him. Information about it popped up in his vision, but aside from a name indicating it was a ghost bride, all other information was unknown. A chill with a strange fragrance enveloped him. Just as Jiang Chan was marveling at the mystery of this ghost bride, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his mind. My name is Jia Zhengjing. I attended today's coffin opening ceremony and successfully awakened a low-grade blue coffin. The day before, I went to the Shishan cemetery to pay respects to my grandmother, praying for her blessing for a smooth awakening today. Unexpectedly, I prayed at the wrong grave. And at night, a ghost bride knocked on my door and entered my body. She became my most mysterious golden finger. I suddenly realized that I might be the chosen one of this era. Right now, I am still too weak and must lay low to develop, but today, someone else awakened a spirit coffin 100 times more dazzling than mine. His name is Jiang Chan, and he might be a formidable opponent competing for destiny with me. I must kill him. It seems my golden finger has a way to help me seize his spirit coffin. He is the stepping stone for me to obtain the forbidden spirit coffin. Jia Zhengjing's voice echoed in Jiang Chan's mind, as if he had not left, but had instead burrowed into Jiang Chan's head. Just as Jiang Chan felt something strange, Jia Zhengjing's voice suddenly became intermittent, like a radio with poor signal, and then all the voices were abruptly wiped away. Wiped away. Like Wei Shenglu erasing chalk word from the blackboard with an eraser, the voice was completely erased from Jiang Chan's mind, and the content of what was just said became vague, as if the chalk dust left behind after erasing was all that remained. Then, a new voice suddenly echoed in Jiang Chan's mind, as if Wei Shenglu had picked up the chalk again to write new content on the blackboard still covered with chalk dust. My name is Jiang Chan. Today, I awakened a forbidden-level spirit coffin. Suddenly, a terrifying supernatural event occurred during evening self-study at school, among over 6,000 students. Only I managed to escape the teaching building with my ghostly techniques above my eyes, along with Tan Jing and Hu Shuai. One of the guys who escaped with me is called Jia Zhengjing. He acted sneakily and, while I wasn't paying attention, teamed up with Su Shaoqin to steal my corpse incense, nearly getting me killed. I was fortunate to survive and, by chance, contracted a powerful ghost pet. I regrouped with Hu Shuai and the others, successfully reaching the school gate, only to find the entire school covered by the ghostly grave of the weeping ghost. I couldn't escape. I thought of the ghost on Jia Zhengjing. It seemed to possess the ability to foresee the future. Perhaps I could find a way to leave through it. I effortlessly obtained this ghost from Jia Zhengjing. But what shocked and alerted me was that I couldn't see through this ghost with my ghostly techniques. I could only vaguely guess it might be a powerful ghost wedding robe puppet. I thought if I were willing to help this wedding robe puppet free its true form, it might give me a way to leave this ghostly grave. If I didn't respond in time, I might soon be found by that weeping ghost and ultimately die here, becoming that weeping ghost's ghostly servant. Jiang Chan's voice echoed in his mind, his vigilant gaze fixed on the ghost bride ahead. The crimson veil was blown by the ghostly wind, obscuring its face, and inexplicably sent chills down Jiang Chan's spine. Hearing his own voice speak in his head, imbued with an indescribable eeriness and seduction, Jiang Chan was unknowingly being lured to agree to its conditions. Something was off. This ghost was 100% wrong. It wanted me to free its true form. But what it had Jia Jing do was to kill me. No, that's not right. This ghost could perceive a person's deepest desires and then seize and amplify them infinitely to lure me to achieve its own goals. Jiang Chan bit his tongue to regain clarity. He suddenly realized why he had always felt that Jia Zhengjing's mental state was a bit off. Having caught glimpses of him stuttering as if speaking to himself or arguing with someone, his mind was essentially controlled by this ghost. Yia Zhengying Lit. He said it was this ghost that wanted him to kill me, but in truth his own jealousy had been infinitely amplified, making me his imagined enemy. Just as Jiang Chan made this deduction, the eerie and seductive voice echoed in his mind again. My name is Jiang Chan. I just obtained a foresight-type ghost from a guy who wanted to kill me. The eeriness of this ghost exceeds my expectations. I suspect it doesn't actually have the ability to foresee the future. It merely lures and amplifies a person's inner thoughts, like Jia Zhengjing's jealousy towards me. However, it cannot be denied that this wedding robe puppet has a close relationship with a very powerful ghost. It knows many things I do not, such as being able to directly tell Jia Zhengjing what Fengdu ghost riders are and the killing logic of embroidering ghost and ghost holding lantern. I am very cautious of this sinister ghost. I worry it might unconsciously control my mind, making me become as obsessed as Jia Zhengjing. But now I have no other way to leave this ghostly grave. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought of seeking out this ghost from Jia Zhengjing. I think I can try to trust it once. I trust your words only if they're ghosts. I probably wouldn't even know how I got tricked to death. Jiang Chan's eyes sharpened, and he ordered the scissors ghost to take action. Swish! The long, slender, dark legs, like a sinister pair of large scissors, opened and closed, passing directly through the ghost bride, his body as if cutting through a cloud of smoke, without any substance. However, after being cut by this scissors ghost, the ghost bride, his form noticeably thinned, and the eerie, seductive voice began to scream anxiously in Jiang Chan's mind. I can't kill it. Can't kill. Once I kill it, I will be trapped in this ghostly grave forever. It is my only way out. Can't kill. Can't kill. Can't kill. A strange force forcibly tried to turn these words into Jiang Chan's thoughts. He bit his tongue hard, forcing his mind to stay clear. And with a fierce expression, he urged the scissors ghost to continue attacking, quickly resolving this ghost. Crack! The dark scissors opened and closed once more, and the ghost bride's body immediately thinned further, like smoke on the verge of dissipating. It kept retreating and dodging. The corner of the pair of mandarin duck veils sewn to its crown swaying, revealing a red mole at the corner of its eye and half of an incredibly familiar face. That was Jiang Chan's own face. Only, its eyelids and lips were tightly sewn shut with red thread. The moment Jiang Chan saw this face, his heart skipped a beat. A chilling horror suddenly enveloped his entire body, like a bucket of ice water poured from head to toe. Chapter 23. The method of leaving Jia Zhengjing's transformation into a ghost had become more severe. Indigo corpse spots had appeared on his neck and face. It seemed Jiang Chan had not lied to me. Following the direction he indicated, I indeed walked out of that forest without encountering any danger along the way. After emerging from the banyan tree ghost forest, the ghost mist had thinned somewhat, which was a good omen, meaning he could hold on a little longer. Ahead was the comprehensive building, and soon I would gain the protection of the corpse luo incense. I truly am the chosen one. I knew I couldn't die in this ghostly place. Thinking this, a shadow suddenly crossed Jia Zhengjing's eyes. Sorry, Jiang Chan. Even if you pointed me in the right direction, I still have to eliminate you. After all, you are my fierce rival. Initially, he had planned to exaggerate to Zhou Hailong, making Jiang Chan regurgitate double what he had consumed, but suddenly he had a new idea. Calculating the time, the rescue from the ghost-slaying bureau should be arriving soon. That fool Jiang Chan was still busy contracting ghost pets, so he definitely wouldn't make it in time. By then, I would tell Zhou Hailong and the others that Jiang Chan had turned into a ghost slave to save me. I really am a genius. I won't even need to lift a finger to eliminate a fated rival. The tall, comprehensive building loomed in the ghost mist, and a surge of excitement appeared on Jia Jingjing's face. Jiang Chan, you will forever remain in this shadowy grave. I am the true son of destiny. However, when he joyfully rushed over, he found the entire building shrouded in darkness, desolate and dilapidated, standing like a massive tomb. Damn it! Didn't Jiang Chan say that he would see people upon arriving? Just as Jia Jingjing gritted his teeth and cursed. A faint wailing accompanied by the sound of a dying Suona suddenly came from afar, and a flurry of blood-stained paper money drifted down from the ghost mist-covered sky to his feet. Jia Jingjing's gaze froze for a moment, and his face paled as he looked up. Amid the blue-black ghost mist, the blood-stained paper money floated down like snow. He then suddenly turned around and saw 2 rows of wailing funeral processions carrying a huge vermilion wedding coffin through the ghost mist. And among them was an especially tall figure carrying the coffin, which was Zhou Hailong. Jia Jingjing was instantly terrified, his soul nearly escaping him. He trembled and took 2 steps back, and then, bang, his back collided with someone's chest. A chilling sensation pierced through his pores, and a strong stench of decay rushed into his nostrils. He shuddered as if electrocuted, slowly turning his terrified face to look, only to see a wailing ghost draped in mourning attire standing rigidly behind him. Jiang Chan, you lied to me. The thick ghost mist wrapped around him like a swamp from all directions, and in an instant, Jia Jingjing was swallowed by the ghost mist. The blood-stained paper money fell like heavy snow, with only a shrill scream and the long cries of ghost slaves echoing in the terrifying campus graveyard. The blue-black ghost mist swirled in the banyan tree ghost forest. The scissor ghost, with its pitch-black legs, resembled a terrifying giant pair of scissors. Each time it passed through the body of the ghost bride, it became even fainter, its voice screaming crazily in Jiang Chan's mind. Cannot kill. Suddenly horrified, Jiang Chan discovered that the human-faced tree tumors sprouting from the trees around him had all transformed into the faces under the ghost bride's veil, which looked exactly like his own eyes and mouth sewn shut. Each self-face sprouting from the trunk struggled in pain, twisting as if all were screaming along with the voice of self in his mind. Cannot kill. Cannot kill. Cannot kill. Hundreds and thousands of piercing voices converged into an unstoppable force, easily breaking through the defenses he had built in his heart, finally twisting and roaring from his own mouth. Cannot kill. Receiving the command, the scissor ghost immediately halted its attack. I cannot kill it. I know very well that Zhou Hailong is already dead. I just deceived Jia Jingjing. In reality, no one will come to rescue us trapped in this school. Even though I have the talent to resist the ghost mist and will not be assimilated by it, I still cannot escape the wailing ghost. In the end, I will still be found by it and die here. My only way out now is to trust this ghost in front of me. At this moment, Jiang Chan's mind began to awaken from the terrifying shock. He was sweating profusely, breathing rapidly, and upon hearing the voice in his mind, he sternly replied, "Directly tell me the method, or I will still kill you." The ghost bride, still threatened by the scissor ghost, might have sensed Jiang Chan's determination. After a moment of silence, it spoke again in Jiang Chan's mind. I am trapped in the shadowy grave of a terrifying ghost. I try to recall the content of Wei Xinglu's lecture. Shadowy graves are the realm of ghosts. The current second high school is covered by the wailing ghost, this shadowy grave, like a closed lid covering the entire school. I want to go out. Perhaps. I can only resolve the wailing ghost for its shadowy grave to dissipate. Jiang Chan's breathing gradually calmed down. After listening to the voice in his mind, he lost patience and said, "Let me deal with the wailing ghost. You might as well let me contract it. It seems your words cannot be trusted at all." just obediently become my ghost spirit. Before Jiang Chan could finish his sentence, that eerie voice resounded in his mind again. I only awakened the spiritual coffin today. Although I fortuitously contracted a scissor ghost, my strength is still far from being able to contend with that wailing ghost. It's unlikely I can resolve it. Directly tell me the method. I'm not in the mood to waste time with you. Jiang Chan said coldly. I suddenly remembered a ghost in the teaching building. Ghost holding lantern, it provided me with a clue. This ghost comes from the Yin lantern profession in eastern Sichuan during the late Qing dynasty. At that time, people selected resilient widowers to become innkeepers, carrying a shroud lantern to the graveyard at the heaviest time of the ghostly atmosphere on the seventh night after a person's death, lighting the deceased's life information to summon their soul to climb onto their back to guide it. And at that time, some resilient widows also got involved in this profession to handle some more special situations. But what they did was precisely the opposite of what the widowers did. Widowers had to carry the ghost that climbed onto their back to its death place, its living place, and its final burial place before the rooster crowed. And the lantern had to remain lit for the soul to be successfully guided. Conversely, the widows had to climb onto the ghost's back to lead it. They later evolved into a type of ghost entirely different from ghost holding lantern. Lantern flower, ghost wife. And the lanterns in their hands seemed to possess the ability to break through shadowy graves. How specifically should I do it? Jiang Chan's eyes flashed, and his breathing became somewhat rapid. I know very well there are no lantern flower ghost wives in this shadowy grave. But it seems this ghost bride in front of me has a way to solve this problem, as long as I am willing to provide her with a living person, and it must be a woman. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chan's gaze towards the ghost bride immediately became vigilant. Was the price to make me harm someone? Or were you simply tempting me to find you a new body? I still cannot fully trust this ghost. After all, it is far too sinister and beyond my control. It told me a way to leave this shadowy ruin, but it asked for a living person, and it must be a woman. I'm not sure what it wants to do. I can only be wary of its true intentions for this woman. Jiang Chan said with a murderous intent in his eyes. After a momentary pause in his mind, the eerie voice sounded again. I think I could try to have this woman use her own blood. To write her name and birth date on a piece of paper, then have her take it to the cemetery, to the place where the Yin energy is the strongest, and burn herself. Burn it. The lantern flower ghost woman appears. Chapter 24. The role of Su Shaoqin, the seductive voice in Jiang Chan's mind, became somewhat intermittent, as if an indescribable force was preventing it from articulating the complete method. It was incredibly difficult for it to even express a few key phrases, but it couldn't be ruled out that it might be pretending. The blue-black ghost mist was stirred by the sinister wind. Intertwining roots and branches swayed eerily. Jiang Chan stood in a clearing within the forest, quickly weighing the risks in his mind. A cold, fragrant aura wafted from the ghost bride, penetrating his nostrils, far more pleasant than the damp, decayed smell of the banyan ghost forest. His gaze swept around, noticing the human-faced tumors on the tree trunks silently transforming from the face beneath the ghost bride's veil to the mourning ghost's appearance, dressed in mourning attire. These tree tumors could manifest the fears harbored in the hearts of the living. Jiang Chan's eyes darkened slightly. He was startled by the face under the veil of the ghost bride, and those tree tumors immediately reflected that face, amplifying the fear in his heart. Now, the ghost bride was invoking his fear of the mourning ghost, and these tree tumors had transformed into the appearance of the mourning ghost. The ghost bride's ability could be maximized in this place. Otherwise, he would have already killed her. But she was right. He truly had no other way to leave this ghostly graveyard. If he continued to stall, he would eventually be hunted down by that mourning ghost. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chan coldly addressed the ghost bride. I'll trust you for once. But listen, if I discover you pulling any tricks, I guarantee you will die before me. After a struggle within myself, I ultimately chose to temporarily trust this ghost. I knew it was like seeking skin from tiger, but I had no other options left. I now had to follow her method to find a woman, have her write her name and birth date in blood, and finally take her to the cemetery's most sinister spot to burn it herself. I already had a suitable candidate in mind. A strange voice echoed in Jiang Chan's mind as he stepped toward the exit of the Banyan Ghost Forest, hoping that the idiot was still alive. Su Xiaoqin had already lost count of how many times she had run back to the cafeteria. Her body was continuously ghostifying in the drifting ghost mist, large patches of corpse spots emerging on her skin, enveloping her in a deathly aura. Her movements became as sluggish as a corpse, and her thoughts nearly froze. Bang! Bang! A muffled sound came from the blue-black ghost mist, and the ghost in the old-fashioned funeral attire was already approaching the door. It held a rusted kitchen knife, chopping forcefully on the countertop, producing a dull thud. The pot beside it was boiling with soup, black hair, and white bones rolling within, emitting a strong, rotten odor that was certainly not pleasant, yet somehow wafted into her nose with a peculiar fragrance. Gurgle. Su Xiaoqin's stomach made an empty sound, and her grayish eyes lifted, fixated on the boiling pot in the cafeteria. The rotten smell felt like an invisible hand, pulling her step by step toward it. She hadn't had dinner yet, having run around in a frenzy. Her energy was completely depleted. Now, smelling that aroma from the cafeteria, she felt ravenously hungry, her stiff thoughts consumed by one idea. That was to eat. I want to eat everything in that pot. Her gaze was solely fixed on the pot, saliva continuously dripping from the corner of her mouth as she staggered like a walking corpse. Awkwardly stepping up the stairs, inching toward the cafeteria door, while the ghost in the funeral attire chopped the countertop even harder. Bang! 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 Just as Su Xiaoqin was about to step through the cafeteria door, a hand suddenly grabbed her shoulder and forcefully pulled her back. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Su Xiaoqin. With a stutter, Su Xiaoqin stumbled as she heard Jiang Chan's indifferent voice. Her nearly frozen thoughts regained a bit of clarity, and a trace of resentment immediately emerged on her face, almost entirely covered in corpse spots. Jiang Chan, why are you back? Why haven't you gone to die yet? I kindly came back to save you, and you cursed me to death instead? Jiang Chan said with disappointment. Su Xiaoqin's resentful gaze froze for a moment. She had been preparing to unexpectedly push Jiang Chan into the cafeteria. After all, she was doomed anyway. She thought she'd drag Jiang Chan down with her. But what happened? What? What did you just say? I said I want to take care of Jiang Jing and specifically came back to save you. But you have disappointed me too much. Forget it. Just pretend I never came back, Jiang Chan said, turning to leave. Su Xiaoqin, however, was unwilling to let him go. A hint of wild joy surged in her ghostifying eyes as she staggered to catch up and clung to Jiang Chan's arm, sobbing, I'm sorry, Jiang Chan, I'm really sorry. I wronged you. You were so scary earlier. You just left me behind, and I thought you really didn't want me anymore. I didn't expect you cared for me so much, specifically killing Jiang Jing to avenge me. If you hadn't saved me just now, I was even angry with you. Woo-woo. Jiang Chan's footsteps halted, and he turned to look at Su Xiaoqin's face, now covered in corpse spots, and said coldly, Su Xiaoqin, I can take you out, but you need to give me something. Wah, what do you want? Su Xiaoqin feigned weakness, covering her chest with her hands. Don't gross me out, sister. Even if you strip for me now, I'd find it repulsive, Jiang Chan said directly. Your birth date. Birth date? Su Xiaoqin's expression momentarily blanked, then a hint of vigilance arose. What do you want my birth date for? Do you want to go out or not? It's not that I don't want to give it to you. The key is I don't even know my birth date. Su Xiaoqin became a little anxious. You must know your birth year, month, and day, and roughly what time, right? Jiang Chan changed the question. Wasn't that something you always knew? Wait, are you actually asking me what gift I want for my birthday this year? Su Xiaoqin suddenly looked a bit delighted. Jiang Chan, you're so nice to me. But this place is too scary. Can you take me out first? I'll pick something and send you the link. Okay? Pick your ass? Just answer what I ask. If you say one more useless word, you can stay here and accompany that ghost. Jiang Chan's voice was cold. Now, what year, month, and day were you born? And roughly what time? Su Xiaoqin dared not say anything else. She was afraid Jiang Chan would really leave her behind. So she quickly answered, June 13th, 2007. Probably after 10 in the morning. Gregorian calendar? Jiang Chan took out his phone from his pocket, opened the calendar, and calculated April 28th, 2007, Ding Hai. Bing Wu Wu Yin Ding Si. Write these characters down, along with your name. Looking at the phone screen Jiang Chan handed over, Su Xiaoqin felt troubled. There's no paper or pen here. What do you want me to write with? Jiang Chan glanced around, directly tore a piece of fabric from Su Xiaoqin's tattered clothes, then picked up a shard of a broken porcelain bowl from the ground and grabbed Su Xiaoqin's hand, making a cut on her index finger. Right. Are you trying to kill me, Jiang Chan? Su Xiaoqin cried out in pain, forcefully shaking off Jiang Chan's hand. Jiang Chan was too lazy to waste words and turned to leave. Seeing this, Su Xiaoqin panicked. The ghost in the cafeteria was still chopping away loudly. With her alone, she couldn't even escape this cafeteria, let alone the school. If Jiang Chan really left her behind, she would undoubtedly die. All right, I'll write it right away. Jiang Chan, please don't be angry. I was just in too much pain just now. I'll write it right away, okay? Don't leave me here alone. Su Xiaoqin picked up the torn cloth that had just been thrown on the ground, gritting her teeth to endure the pain in her fingers and with bloodstains. She awkwardly wrote her name on it, followed by the characters Jiang Chan had provided. Okay. Su Xiaoqin suppressed the resentment in her eyes and handed the piece of cloth with her name and birth date to Jiang Chan. Now you can take me out of here, right? It looks like a dog's crawl. Jiang Chan took Su Xiaoqin's blood-written birth date and casually commented, just keep up. If you fall behind, don't blame me. Su Xiaoqin clenched her jaw, a deep resentment rising in her demonized eyes, her humiliation and hatred for Jiang Chan reaching a peak. She thought about how she still maintained PR relationships with several older brothers outside the school. Just hold on. As long as Jiang Chan takes me out of this damn school, I can go find those older brothers. And then I won't be able to resolve my hatred until I ruin him. Sensing the venomous gaze fixed on her back, Jiang Chan didn't rush to expose the truth, merely letting out an ambiguous cold laugh from his nose. Chapter 25. The place with the heaviest Yin energy, a dark blue-black ghost mist enveloped the vast campus, and everything in sight was eroded by the power of the Yin ruins. The entire second high school seemed to have merged with the ghost village of Liangjia Village, and this fusion was deepening. What was originally not a very large campus now seemed boundless, with dilapidated and collapsed cottages, abandoned farmland, dead tree trunks, and wild graves emerging everywhere. Scattered ghost servants could still be seen wandering. Su Xiaoqin fearfully followed Jiang Chan, and soon they walked out of the cafeteria's range, which gave her a glimmer of hope. It seemed Jiang Chan really had a way to get her out. The direction they were heading was Yangfan Square, and passing through it would lead them to the school gate. Su Xiaoqin's spirits gradually lifted, but when they actually arrived at Yangfan Square, she shivered directly. Here. Why are there so many graves? You asked me, I asked the ghosts. Jiang Chan replied coldly, taking out the 8-character blood letter that Su Xiaoqin had just written. He thought to himself, according to the method given by the ghost bride, I just need to have Su Xiaoqin burn this 8-character blood letter, and the lantern ghost granny should appear, right? To be safe, find a spot with heavy Yin energy. Jiang Chan's eyes glinted with a trace of faint bloodlight. He could vaguely see Hu Shuai and Wu Yifan still at the school gate through the drifting ghost mist. He shifted his gaze. Under the dark blue-black ghost mist, mounds of dilapidated graves rose and fell in waves, with green ghost flames flickering sporadically among them. A dead silent and terrifying aura quietly spread. Finally, Jiang Chan spotted a dead old locust tree. Rotted paper banners hung from its dry branches, and beneath the twisted trunk stood a tall grave. At first glance, the mound of that grave was higher than the surrounding wild graves, and there was a half-broken tombstone standing in front of it. That's the spot, heavy with Yin energy. Jiang Chan's gaze fixed, and he immediately led the way towards that grave. Su Xiaoqin dared not step away from Jiang Chan's side, and as she stepped into the graveyard, an extremely cold aura immediately climbed up her ankles, shooting straight to the top of her head. Looking at the dimly lit mounds around her, she felt her scalp tingle. Jiang Chan, weren't we supposed to go to the school gate? Su Xiaoqin asked fearfully. The school is covered by that crying ghost Yin ruins. We can't get out. Jiang Chan replied, his pace undeterred. Then what are we doing now? Of course, we're going to open the Yin ruins. Do you really have a way? If not, why would I bring you here? To sweep your grandmother's grave? As the two spoke, Jiang Chan had already brought Su Xiaoqin to the old locust tree. The gloomy wind stirred the soul-guiding banners hanging from the branches, making a rustling sound. The grave mound beneath the tree was over half a person tall. Exuding en cette ligne. The half-broken tombstone in front had weathered words that were already blurred. In front of the grave were offerings and 2 candles. The offerings had long rotted, emitting a foul smell, while the 2 candles still had a bit of flame burning, casting a very faint green light, dim and eerie, barely illuminating the faded portrait on the tombstone, sending chills down one's spine. Jiang Chan, why did you bring me here? Su Xiaoqin hid behind Jiang Chan, afraid to step forward and even too scared to look at the portrait on the tombstone. She had caught a glimpse earlier and felt as if the person in the picture was smiling. If you burn it, we can get out. Jiang Chan handed her the 8-character blood letter she had just written, saying, burn it. A hint of doubt flickered in Su Xiaoqin's fearful eyes. If we burn it, we can get out. Why don't you burn it? Jiang Chan, you don't want to harm me, do you? You're overthinking it. If I wanted to harm you, I could just kill you directly. No need to go through all this trouble. Jiang Chan said, releasing his scissors ghost. Seeing this, Su Xiaoqin immediately took 2 steps back, her expression growing more wary. When I was young, I heard my grandmother talk about matching in marriages, which involved burning the birth date and other details of young girls for the dead. Jiang Chan, are you trying to match me with the corpse in this grave so it can take you out? Is that it? Your imagination is too rich. It's a loss to the online literature world that you're not writing novels. Jiang Chan's voice deepened, directly forcing the scissors ghost to advance and confront her. Forget it. I'm too lazy to waste words with you. Either you burn it yourself, or I'll help you burn it. You choose. At this moment, it was too late for Su Xiaoqin to think about running. The slender body of the scissors ghost pressed against her back. Its cold and terrifying touch completely shattered the last shred of hope in her heart. She had seen the principal use this ghost to harvest ghost servants, and she knew she couldn't escape. What made Su Xiaoqin feel even more sorrow and despair was that before the awakening ceremony this afternoon, she could easily manipulate Jiang Chan, but now, just a few hours later, her life was already in his hands. So, you never thought about taking me out? Did you? You just wanted to use me. I never said I wouldn't take you out, just that I need you to cooperate a bit. Jiang Chan said coldly. What if I refuse to cooperate? Su Xiaoqin's face twisted with rage as she threw away the 8-character blood letter in her hand. In response, Jiang Chan merely chuckled coldly. Then I can only say sorry. As his cold voice fell, the scissors ghost behind Su Xiaoqin immediately attacked, forcibly pressing her body against the tombstone. The chilling cold seeped into her bones, freezing her blood. She trembled all over, unable to move an inch. Jiang Chan stepped forward, picked up the 8-character blood letter from the ground, and stuffed it back into Su Xiaoqin's hand, then pressed her hand towards the candles in front of the tombstone. Jiang Chan, let me go. You won't have a good death. I won't let you go even as a ghost. Extreme fear consumed Su Xiaoqin's heart, and tears streamed down her face as all she could do was curse. You've already said these lines. Don't you have any fresh words? Jiang Chan said indifferently, pressing Su Xiaoqin's hand towards the candles at the tombstone, forcing the 8-character blood letter into her hand, igniting it with the eerie green flame. Whoosh! A sudden cold and fierce Yin wind surged forth, the green flames quickly consuming the 8-character blood letter. And an eerie green flame strangely rose from Su Xiaoqin's body, rapidly expanding in the Yin wind. Jiang Chan immediately released Su Xiaoqin's hand and stepped back. The cold, ghostly green flames erupted from her mouth and eyes, and she opened her mouth to let out a spine-chilling scream. The heavy Yin energy around them suddenly boiled like boiling water, as something terrifying was summoned. Jiang Chan's heart raced wildly. At that moment, a scarlet figure suddenly floated out from behind him, rushing straight towards the burning Su Xiaoqin. The ghost bride? What does she want to do? Under Jiang Chan's alarmed gaze, the ghost bride directly entered Su Xiaoqin's body, and then their forms began to merge, rapidly overlapping. In just a few breaths, the scarlet wedding gown completely engulfed Su Xiaoqin, extinguishing the flames, and in its place was a corporeal ghost bride. Damn it! I believed your evil intentions. I knew you had no good ideas. Jiang Chan immediately stepped back, letting the scissors ghost take action. But what he didn't expect was that the ghost bride actually took off her own head. The cold wind rustled the mandarin duck veil, revealing Su Xiaoqin's bloodless face. Her lips and eyelids were sewn together with red thread, yet now she was desperately trying to open them. A faint, eerie red glow emanated from within. Chapter 26. Lantern Flower Ghost Bride. My name is Jiang Chan, and I am trapped in the Crying Ghost's shadowy graveyard. To escape, I followed the method of the Ghost Bride and created a replica of the Lantern Flower Ghost, using a woman. It possesses the ability to break through the shadowy graveyard, but this ability will disappear once its wick burns out. Calculating the specific time, it will burn out in about 10 minutes. The eerie and seductive voice echoed in Jiang Chan's mind once again. He looked at the Ghost Bride in front of him, who was using a stick to lift her veiled head, with a faint light shining through the crimson veil, resembling a lantern made of a human head. Strangely, although this human head lantern was not bright, the nearby ghost mist actually began to thin under its illumination, and even the thick darkness was dissipated considerably. Could it be that this ghost didn't deceive me? Jiang Chan felt a surge of vigilance. But before he could figure out, the previously boiling ghost mist suddenly quieted down. More accurately, it was covered by a dense tenfold ghost mist. The temperature in the entire graveyard dropped to freezing point. The things attracted by the blood-written incantation had arrived. Filial son weeps, the souls depart. A voice, indistinguishable between male and female, cried out from the thick ghost mist. Jiang Chan gasped, and goosebumps erupted all over his body. The crying ghost? Damn it! How did it get summoned here? Jiang Chan's emotions suddenly flared up, his eyes flashing with a faint bloodlight. He could barely see a few meters into the dense ghost mist, and what horrified him was that after that eerie cry, the entire graveyard seemed to come alive. Mounds of graves began to tremble and break open, and the dead started to crawl out one after another, fluttering paper money falling like snow, each piece inscribed with a twisted character for death in blood. The crying ghost has been summoned, putting me in unprecedented danger. My only hope of survival now is to trust this ghost in front of me. It used Su Xiaoqin's body to create a lantern flower ghost, which can buy me at most 10 minutes of time. I must quickly carry this corpse in front of me and leave this shadowy graveyard before the crying ghost arrives. The eerie voice continued to resonate in Jiang Chan's mind, carrying a seductive power. After hearing it, he immediately turned grim. Damn ghost. What kind of tricks is it playing now? I cannot trust this ghost, let alone let it climb onto my back. But I suddenly remembered the difference it mentioned earlier between ghost holding lantern and lantern flower ghost. The widower forming the ghost holding lantern needs to carry the ghost to guide souls, while the widow forming the lantern flower ghost needs to climb onto the ghost's back to guide souls. The rules and abilities after becoming ghosts are entirely different. The widow is a living person who must climb onto the ghost's back. Su Xiaoqin is now a ghost, so must climb onto a living person's back. This is the logic and rule for the lantern flower ghost to function. To leave this shadowy graveyard, I must carry it and let it guide me. 1 minute has already passed, and the wick has visibly burned 1/10 away. The speed at which the crying ghost is approaching far exceeds my expectations. I don't have much time left. I must make a decision immediately. Damn it! Jiang Chan could only see a few meters ahead, the thick ghost mist making each breath feel like ice. Blood-stained paper money fluttered down, and he could hear the voice of the crying ghost entering the graveyard. He felt a cold, terrifying gaze fixated on him. The speed at which the graves were breaking open increased, and soon, decaying corpses began to crawl out. And the grave with the heaviest Yin energy in front of him started to shake. At this point, Jiang Chan truly had no other choice but to compromise with the ghost bride. You better not play any tricks, otherwise, if I die, I will drag you down with me, no matter what. With a cold expression, Jiang Chan decisively approached the headless corpse of the ghost bride, turned his back, slightly crouched down, and reached to hook her legs. The first sensation was rigid, cold, like touching a corpse frozen in a morgue for 3 months. Then Jiang Chan exerted force to stand up, heavier than expected. The headless bride fell onto his back, the chilling aura seeping through his skin into his blood and bones, causing his heart to clench. Dead souls depart, living souls keep away. A terrifying cry came from behind, now within 5 meters. The foul, rotten scent pierced his nostrils, and Jiang Chan had no time to think further. Gritting his teeth, he immediately carried the cold, heavy corpse of the bride towards the school gate. The headless bride's arm extended from Jiang Chan's shoulder to the front, holding a stick that propped up her veiled head, swaying gently as she followed Jiang Chan's steps. The faint red light emanating through the mandarin duck veil dispelled the surrounding ghost mist and thick darkness, illuminating trembling graves and fluttering paper money, as well as rotting corpses breaking through the ground. Damn it! Just when more were coming. Jiang Chan had originally ordered the scissor ghost to keep an eye on the bride's corpse on his back. If she made any move, he would eliminate her immediately. However, seeing the decaying corpses breaking out of their graves, their mouths emitting low growls as they swayed over, Jiang Chan had no choice but to let the scissor ghost clear a path. Crack! A few scattered corpses lunged at him, only to be taken care of by the scissor ghost. Jiang Chan's vision popped up a reminder of ghost points entering his account. But he had no time to pay attention. The speed must increase. It would be difficult to escape once these rotten corpses surrounded him. No, wait. The crying ghost was closing in even faster. The blue-black ghost mist became increasingly thick, almost dripping with moisture. A chilling aura mixed with the stench of decay approaching from behind. The glow from the lantern head in the bride's hand shrank and compressed, which originally illuminated a 2-meter radius, was now visibly shrinking to under 1 meter. Hiss! The faint red flames suddenly flared up, the vibrant glow shining through the mandarin duck veil, barely countering the approaching thick ghost mist. But it could only maintain the glow at about 1 meter, and as the crying ghost drew closer, this precariously maintained glow continued to shrink. The wick inside the human head lantern burned faster, following this trend. It would be empty in at most 3 minutes. Jiang Chan's expression darkened terrifyingly. The entire graveyard was completely engulfed by the thick ghost mist, and the flickering flames under the lantern veil could only illuminate a couple of mounds of abandoned graves at his feet. The school gate and Hu Shuai and the others were completely out of sight. According to Jiang Chan's calculations, he had roughly covered 2/3 of the graveyard. Still about 30 meters to the school gate. Under normal circumstances, he could run that distance in less than half a minute, but now it felt utterly unreachable. Hold on. 3 minutes. I can make it. Jiang Chan gritted his teeth and took a deep breath, his speed on the ground even quicker than before. However, the weight of the bride's corpse on his back seemed to be increasing, becoming heavier and heavier. The cold body pressed tightly against Jiang Chan's back felt as if he was being stuffed into a morgue's freezer along with it. An invisible freeze was binding his back and shoulders to the corpse behind him. Soon, the blood in his body began to cool down. His legs started to stiffen and slow down. The thick, ghostly mist further compressed the halo emitted by the lantern, and the weight on Jiang Chan's back grew heavier and heavier. He felt as if the weight of the corpse behind him had doubled. Or perhaps something else had climbed up. Just as this thought jumped into Jiang Chan's mind, a chilling event occurred. He felt a faint breath blowing on the back of his neck. Who? The cold breath on his neck immediately raised goosebumps all over his body. Jiang Chan's heart jolted violently, pounding wildly in his chest. At that moment, he suddenly discovered something even more hair-raising. The head. In the shadow cast on the ground, the corpse lying on his back had a head. No, wait. There was an extra ghost on his back. Chapter 27. The Crying Ghost Incident End. The blue-black ghost mist was thick, nearly merging into darkness. The cold, damp, rotten smell of the crying ghost was almost within a 3-meter range. Blood-stained paper money floated down like snow, and the bride's cold corpse lay on Jiang Chan's back, one of its arms resting on Jiang Chan's right shoulder and extending forward. The human head lantern it held swayed along with Jiang Chan's steps, and the red light emanating from beneath the bridal veil spread outwards. Logically, Jiang Chan's own shadow should have been behind him, but at that moment, looking at the halo on the ground reflecting his shadow, he felt his scalp tingle. The shadow showed the corpse on his back with a head. The bride's corpse on my back has no head. What is this thing lying on my back? Jiang Chan stared in horror at the shadow on the ground. He was very clear that the head of the corpse on his back was being held by the hand extending from his shoulder, Yet the shadow on the ground clearly showed that the thing on his back had a head. Upon closer inspection, that head did not belong to Su Xiaoqin's corpse. Rather, a second ghost had climbed onto Su Xiaoqin's back, its head leaning down, slowly getting closer to Jiang Chan's neck. Who? A cold breath brushed against Jiang Chan's neck, sending a chill down to his ears. This time, he clearly saw the movement of the shadow on the ground, and his heart sank as he wanted to throw off the corpse on his back, but that icy grip seemed to have frozen him together with the corpse, making it impossible to shake it off. Damn it! In his panic, Jiang Chan hurriedly turned his head to look, but suddenly something jumped into his mind, forcing him to suppress this action. No, that's not right. According to what the ghost bride said earlier, a widow as a Yin guardian needed to climb onto the ghost's back to guide it, and after evolving into the lantern flower ghost woman, she herself became a ghost, thus needing to climb onto a living person's back to guide the living. Su Xiaoqin's current identity corresponds to the lantern flower ghost woman. She is a ghost, and I'm a living person she's guiding me. But is it really like that? Jiang Chan pushed away the ghost bride's explanation in his mind, quickly sorting out the information starting from ghost holding lantern. The information about ghost holding lantern was given to me by the system. The system wouldn't harm me. The ghost holding lantern originated from the profession of Yin Guardian Lantern, which requires selecting a hard-to-kill widower as the Yin Guardian to patrol the graveyard at night with a lantern to guide the souls of those who died wrongfully. The specific process is to burn the deceased's name and birth date at the graveyard in the heaviest Yin energy place on the 7th night after death. Summon the resentful spirit to climb onto one's back and carry it to a specific location within a fixed time, during which the lantern must not go out and one must not look back, quickly sorting out relevant information and then applying it to the current situation. A drop of cold sweat slid down Jiang Chan's forehead. Su Xiaoqin's current identity is that of a wronged ghost. My identity corresponds to that of Yin Guardian, which means I'm currently guiding her soul. The lantern must not go out. I cannot look back. Although I don't know what will happen if the lantern goes out, or what will happen if I look back, Jiang Chan felt a deep sense of dread. From the very beginning, the ghost bride proposed this method, which was a trap for me. Who? A wave of cold air brushed against the back of his neck again, accompanied by a chilling, stabbing sensation. From the shadow on the ground, he could see that the head that should not exist on his back was getting closer and closer to his neck. Damn ghost. It is deliberately tempting me to look back. Jiang Chan desperately suppressed the fear in his heart, forcing himself not to look back. He coldly ignored the strange shadow reflected on the ground, gritting his teeth as he hurried towards the school gate with the cold, stiff corpse on his back. The lantern could last at most 2 more minutes. Once it goes out and I haven't left this haunted graveyard, while I will face may not just be the crying ghost. The thing on my back might also attack me. The thick ghost mist quickly engulfed the entire graveyard, enveloping Hu Shuai and others at the school gate, rendering them unable to see their own hands. Someone immediately started to panic. Why did the ghost mist suddenly thicken? Is that crying ghost coming? Lu Yang's voice trembled as he spoke. I heard crying. It must be that ghost chasing us. What should we do? Tian Qian squatted down in fear, trembling as she tightly hugged her arms. It's Wu Yeqian crying. Why are you panicking? Hu Shuai shouted loudly, though he himself was terrified, as if speaking loudly would bolster his courage. Hu Ge, why hasn't Ti Jiangge come back yet? Wu Yifun's voice was choked with sobs. He wouldn't have gotten into trouble, would he? Should we run first? Jiang Chan won't get into trouble that easily. Tan Jing suddenly spoke up, her voice steady and without a hint of fluctuation. Now that we can't see anything, it's best to stay here and wait for him. Then what about you? What are you going to do, Tanzi? Hu Shuai heard a series of stiff footsteps slowly walking away. I'm about to become a ghost servant. Staying here could endanger you. While I still have a bit of consciousness, I'll go help you find Jiang Chan. Tanjing's emotionless voice gradually faded away. If that ghost really comes, I can still help block it for you, and I will scream to warn you to run. Before Tanjing finished speaking, her footsteps suddenly stopped. A circle of red light was staggering through the thick darkness. Jiang Chan, hurry up. The red light emanated from the head lantern, illuminating Jiang Chan's face, which looked somewhat hideous. His legs trembled, blood oozed from his gums, and the weight of the corpse on his back exceeded his physical capacity. He was relying solely on an astonishing will to keep from collapsing. Upon seeing Tanjing, he could only squeeze out 2 words through gritted teeth. "You're finally back." Jiang. Seeing Jiang Chan appear with a faint halo, everyone immediately surrounded him as if they had seen hope, but upon seeing what was on his back, they all stopped in their tracks. "Damn, Jiang, why are you carrying a headless corpse? There seems to be a ghost lying on top." Hu Shuai exclaimed in shock. The covered head lantern was held in the bride's corpse's hand, extending from Jiang Chan's right shoulder to the front, the weak halo only illuminating a small area ahead. From their perspective, they could barely see a headless female corpse dressed in a ghost marriage wedding gown lying on Jiang Chan's back, with something else perched on top, but completely shrouded in thick ghost mist, making it impossible to see clearly. "Hurry up! That crying ghost is coming!" Jiang Chan roared from his throat. The wick of the head lantern had only 1/10 left, about to burn out, and the thick, muddy ghost mist was gradually consuming the less than 1 meter halo, with the crying ghost right behind. Filial son crying, "The soul is on its way." The terrifying weeping voice suddenly echoed from the thick ghost mist. Less than 2 meters away, Hu Shuai and the others felt their hair stand on end, and each of them bolted forward, shouting and screaming in a panic. Blood-stained paper money fluttered down like leaves, and as someone ran, they were suddenly stopped by the paper money, while others crashed into something, letting out a scream. As Jiang Chan, carrying the corpse and the faint red light, approached, they suddenly realized that many rotting corpses and ghost servants had somehow surrounded them. The corpses crawled out from the graveyard, each one leaning awkwardly, their bodies highly decomposed, emitting a strong, nauseating smell of decay. The ghostly slaves followed the wailing ghost, emanating a chilling and ominous aura, each one opening their mouths wide to let out a prolonged wail. Step, step. More and more footsteps approached from the thick, ghostly mist, and Lu Yang and Wu Yifan were all shouting in fear. "Don't come over. Don't come over. Don't come here. Help! Jiang Chan. Jiang Chan, come save me. Back, back, back. Get away from me. Don't run around. Come over here." Jiang Chan, carrying the heavy headless corpse on his back, shouted again, as the scissor ghost quickly cleared the obstacles in front of him. The head lantern in front of him was the only source of light in the dense ghostly mist, and everyone else ran desperately toward him after hearing his shout. Finally, the red light emitted from the head lantern illuminated the tightly closed school gate, with only the side door open. Seeing this, everyone felt a surge of hope. "We're getting closer." The school gate, which they had been unable to approach earlier, was now finally within sight under Jiang Chan's guidance. "Almost there. Almost there. The school gate is right in front. Just a few more steps." Jiang Chan's body was mostly numb and unfeeling, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the nearby side door, with veins on his twisted face pulsating like worms. Soon, he would be able to leave this damned underworld. But at that moment, a terrifying wail echoed right behind him. "The dead are on the road. The living must not approach." The light circle of the human skin lantern shrank rapidly to less than half a meter, and a hand as pale as jade reached out from the thick, ghostly mist towards Jiang Chan's back, trying to stop him from escaping, trying to keep him forever in this underworld. "Break through." The blood vessels in Jiang Chan's eyes seemed to burst, and he roared as he summoned the last of his strength, charging through the final few steps with a headless corpse on his back. Just as he was about to step out of the side door, the hand that had emerged from the ghostly mist grabbed the headless corpse lying on his back. A terrifying aura enveloped him like falling into an ice cave, and the last wick of the head lantern was instantly burned out. Bang! The open side door of the school suddenly slammed shut, and Jiang Chan burst through the door at the last moment. The cold corpse and its weight on his back completely vanished, pulled back into the underworld by that terrifying ghostly hand. Chapter 28. The six who left Nanjing City, Xuefu Road Park. Just past 6 in the morning, the curfew had just been lifted. The streetlights outside were still on, but there were no people or cars in sight. Only a middle-aged man with unkempt hair, dressed in a janitor's uniform, curled up in a pavilion in the park, napping with a dirty baseball cap pulled over his face. A light drizzle fell in the park, and 6 young men and women had just rushed out of a door that quickly closed and vanished, leaving only these 6 students in the dimly lit park. their faces still showing signs of shock. Did we just come out? Hu Shuai, with his hedgehog-like hair, looked around in disbelief. Just moments ago, they were surrounded by ghostly mist and ghostly slaves, and now, seeing the lights and tall buildings around them, his emotions fluctuated wildly, stuttering as he spoke this. This ISNT school. What are we doing here? It's a street park behind the school. Look over there, that's South One Square. Awesome. We really got out. Tian Xin suddenly pointed excitedly at a row of lit advertisements across the road, and, overwhelmed with joy, she burst into tears. We survived. We all survived. Wu Yifan also started to sob, sitting on the ground, his legs still trembling. The principal is dead. Zhang Wenhao is dead. Luana is dead too. Over 6,000 people from the school, and only the 6 of us made it out. The emotions of the others were also affected, each feeling a complex mix of survival and relief, as the fear in their hearts had yet to fully subside. How terrifying! How could such a horrific supernatural event happen in the city? The reason we survived is all thanks to Jiang Chan. Liu Yang wiped the tears rolling down his face and sincerely said to Jiang Chan, "Thank you, Jiang Chan. If it weren't for you, I would definitely be dead inside too. I even helped Jia Zhongjing target you before. I'm sorry. Yes, Jiang Chan. It's all thanks to you for bringing us out. Otherwise, we would have turned into ghostly slaves like that crying ghost. Brother Jiang, from now on you are my reborn parents. If you don't abandon me, I, Hu Shuai, will call you my adoptive father from now on." The others also chimed in with their thanks. But Jiang Chan was lying on the damp ground, gasping for breath, completely drained of energy, unable to even move a finger, letting the drizzling rain fall on his face and body, the coolness helping to disperse and relieve his exhaustion and heightened tension. He recalled the terrifying, ghostly hand that reached out at the last moment. It didn't look much like a crying ghost's hand, and felt even more terrifying than the crying ghost. It just reached out, and the lantern head instantly went out. If it weren't for the corpse and the ghost behind him blocking the way, Jiang Chan would have been dragged back into the shadowy depths. So, what other terrifying things exist in this school? After a moment of thought, Jiang Chan pushed these thoughts out of his mind. Whatever that chicken neck thing is, let the ghost slaying bureau deal with it. I'm never stepping foot into the second high school again. Jiang Chan, what do we do next? Tan Jing hadn't been fully ghostified, but the large patches of corpse spots on her body looked quite frightening. Her voice was flat and emotionless. If she didn't speak, it would be hard to detect any sign of life from her. What else can we do? Now that we're out, we should all go home and find our families. Jiang Chan regained some strength and pushed himself up from the ground. Aren't you going to report to the Ghost Slaying Bureau? Tan Jing's gaze mechanically followed Jiang Chan's movements. Not going. I don't like dealing with them. It'll be a hassle with all the checks and records. I just want to eat something hot and then sleep. Jiang Chan stood up, dusted off his pants, and oriented himself before leaving. However, his voice came back from a distance. You all should probably go. Your bodies have all been ghostified to varying degrees by the ghost mist. You should check with the Ghost Slaying Bureau to see if there's any way to resolve it. At the second high school campus, as the side door slammed shut, the terrifying ghost hand retracted into the thick ghost mist and disappeared. The morning ghost, dressed in morning clothes, circled a few times at the school gate before turning to leave. Dead people on the road, living people stay away. One by one, the ghostly slaves marched stiffly, following the morning ghost as they slowly walked away, and the cemetery gradually returned to a dead silence. Creak! A broken coffin lid carefully pushed open a crack. Sun Chong glanced outside, where the drifting paper money had stopped and the blue-black ghost mist had begun to thin. Confirming that there was no danger outside, he pushed open the coffin lid and crawled out from a pile of graves. Trembling, he hurried through the cemetery, excitedly heading for the school gate. But then something strange happened. No matter how he ran, he couldn't get any closer, and he panicked. Damn! Did Jiang Chan and the others get killed by that crying ghost, or have they already escaped? Sun Chong had pretended to leave after making a show in the teaching building, and had secretly turned back to follow Jiang Chan and the others. The tough talk was just for show. He didn't have the guts or ability to leave on his own. By following Jiang Chan, he had avoided several crises, and he even started to feel secretly pleased, thinking it was effortless to follow them out, planning to show off in front of Jiang Chan and the others once outside. Until just now, when the terrifying crying ghost appeared, he quickly hid in a collapsed grave mound, heart racing as he narrowly escaped disaster. Now, having finally waited for the ghost to leave, he rushed out only to find he couldn't get out. Damn it! Although he had avoided being discovered by the crying ghost, the ghost mist it brought was too thick, and his body had already been ghostified to a large extent. If he couldn't get out, he would have to turn into a ghost slave and remain in this broken school forever. Sun Chong anxiously paced at the school gate, trying various methods to get through the door, but none worked. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching from behind, startling him so much that he shivered all over. Who? Thud! Thud! The muffled footsteps drew closer from the cemetery, and the blue-black ghost mist floated around. A not-so-tall shadow lowered its head, walking stiffly toward him like a wandering corpse. Wait, Principal! Sun Chong's nervous face lit up with joy, and he quickly stepped forward, excitedly saying, "Great! Principal, Jiang Chan and the others have escaped, leaving me behind. There's something strange at the school gate. No matter how I try, I can't get through. It's so good that you're here." His unfinished words suddenly stopped, and just as he was about to reach the principal, his feet seemed to be rooted to the ground. He suddenly remembered that the principal's scissor ghost had already become Jiang Chan's ghost pet, which could only mean that the principal had long since. Plop! Something dripped from Wei Shenglu's deeply buried face onto the ground. He had always kept his head lowered, but now it lifted, revealing a completely melted, distorted face to Sun Chong. Ah! Sun Chong was immediately frightened into a scream, his face turning pale as he tried to run, but his eyes were glued to the sight. Wei Shenglu's melted and deformed eye sockets were deep and hollow, like two black holes firmly capturing Sun Chong's gaze. Terrified, he wanted to turn and run, but found he couldn't even close his eyes, only able to stare wide-eyed at the principal's terrifying, melting face. Whoosh! The blue-black ghost mist was pushed by the sinister wind, enveloping the vast, silent cemetery. After a moment of eye contact between Sun Chong and Wei Shenglu, he suddenly fell silent and knelt down. He didn't just drop to his knees. Instead, he first knelt on one knee, then the other, and deeply bowed his head down like a criminal about to be executed. Then he turned his hands behind his back, pressing them against his spine in a prayer-like gesture, as if engaging in some mysterious ritual or ceremony. An eerie, inexplicable aura emanated from his strange kneeling posture. Plop! A drop of melted wax fell from Sun Chong's lowered face onto the ground in front of him. Wei Shenglu walked past him with stiff steps, slowly making his way out of the school gate. Chapter 29. Sister-in-law, open the door. It's me, your brother. Collecting old refrigerators, washing machines, Motorola flip phones. Tansi de lingerie. A powerful shout broke the morning tranquility of the old town. An elderly man wearing a faded vest pedaled his tricycle slowly through the winding alleys. The echoes of his shouts trailed off long after he had passed. As the old, dilapidated tricycle rattled away, the old town, which had been under curfew for the night, gradually came to life, with the crowded and chaotic streets beginning to fill with various sounds. Delicious steam buns, a bald boss in a sleeveless shirt, wearing a Hello Kitty apron, flexed his muscular arms as he slammed dough onto the counter, while steam hissed from the steamer beside him. Where did that lame cat come from? Looking for trouble. A woman riding a bicycle to the factory skidded to a halt, cursing at a manhole cover missing a leg, with a stray cat clamped in her mouth. On my left, the azure dragon drinks water. On my right, the white tiger brings fortune. I don't believe I can't win. The door of a grocery store swung open, releasing a wave of cheap alcohol, sweat, foot odor, and leftover fast food smells. Inside, the mahjong players who had been awake all night were still spiritedly making noise at their table. Xiaosong, run fast. It's your turn to do the chores today. Big sister, take a look at this fish I just brought over from Qianluo City. It's so fresh. Family-owned shoe repair, reliable service. Can't run away from shoes, nor from wives. If she runs away, come find me, and I'll introduce you to my little sister. Jiang Chan walked silently through the bustling old street, surrounded by the calls of bun vendors, the ringing of bicycle bells, the laughter of children going to school. and the special deals on grains and oils at the grocery store. All kinds of sounds and smells collided in the fresh morning air, flooding into his eyes, ears, and nose, and he felt the vibrant atmosphere of the market life in the old town. He finally had a sense of being reborn. The terrifying supernatural events he experienced at school last night felt like two completely different worlds from the lively street before him. But Jiang Chan knew well that the liveliness and tranquility here were merely surface appearances. Bizarre events were still occurring in unseen places, happening every day, every night, every hour, every minute. Ghostly entities were particularly active at night, which is why Nanjing City enforced a curfew. No ordinary people were allowed outside from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., with only the ghost-slaying bureau personnel on duty for night patrols. Spirit Coffin Masters could take on bounty tasks, assisting with night patrols or resolving strange occurrences. Forget it. No need to think about it. Surviving is what matters. I should hurry back, eat something, and sleep. The drizzling rain gradually stopped, and a golden sunrise rose in the east. Jiang Chan turned into a narrow alley and, a few minutes later, arrived in front of a building. A tungsten bulb illuminated the shabby entrance, and a calico cat leaped gracefully from the rooftop, its collar bell ringing with a crisp sound. Jiang Chan held 2 servings of hot porridge in his right hand and walked into the building with his left hand in his pocket. His vision instantly darkened as the motion sensor light in the hallway had long been broken and never repaired. Climbing up the cement stairs, he saw small advertisements plastered everywhere. Locksmiths, water delivery, home services, Spirit Coffin Master contact numbers. Some areas were piled with clutter, making the already narrow hallway feel even more cramped, just like the place he lived before he moved here. After climbing to the 5th floor in one breath, Jiang Chan stopped at the door of 502. A faded red doormat lay on the ground, and he stood on the worn-out safe passage mat. Knock, knock. He tapped on the door. Sister-in-law, open the door. It's me, your brother. After a moment, the lock clicked. The pig liver-colored security door swung open. A voluptuous woman in a frilly apron, still half asleep, stood there in a thin purple nightgown that subtly revealed her curves, exuding a mature charm and a pleasant fragrance that made Jiang Chan's heart skip a beat. The ancients were not lying. Purple really is. What are you wearing? Did you go to the internet CAF all night again? You have a Spirit Coffin exam next month, and yet you keep worrying me. Can't you show a little consideration for your sister-in-law? Ruan Lingji chattered as she turned and swayed her hips toward the kitchen to wash her hands, mentioning that the soup cooked last night was still warming in the pot for him. Thank you for your hard work, sister-in-law. I'll make it up to you later. Ruan Lingji paused, raising an eyebrow. I bought on the way. It's still warm. Jiang Chan kept a straight face, showcasing the porridge he held. Lean meat porridge, sister-in-law. Eat more to nourish your body. Ruan Lingji scoffed and entered the kitchen. Jiang Chan set his things down in the room, recalling memories of his sister-in-law. The original self had relied on his brother Jiang Chong since childhood. 3 months ago, Jiang Chong suddenly disappeared without a trace. On the very day Jiang Chong went missing, this woman showed up, claiming to be Jiang Chong's partner and saying she would wait for him to return. She had never revealed a single word about Jiang Chong's whereabouts or her own background. The original self, however, was rather carefree and clumsily began a shameless cohabitation with this mysterious sister-in-law. 2 dishes and a soup were served on the table. Jiang Chan washed his hands and sat down to eat. The dining room was small but tidy. Outside the window, the morning glow painted the sky, while his sister-in-law turned on the TV where the morning news was broadcasting. Yesterday at 1944, a supernatural event occurred at Nanjing No. 2 High School, resulting in a terrifying ghost town in the urban area. The Ghost Slaying Bureau has taken this matter very seriously and has isolated the entire school. A supernatural event happened at school last night. The old fan buzzed while shaking its head as Ruan Lingji, adjusting her big waves blown by the wind, turned to ask. Yes, I heard many people died. Are you okay? Do I look like I'm in trouble? I climbed over the wall and spent the whole night online, not at school. Just keep making things up. Ruan Lingji shot him a glare, then asked, wasn't yesterday the day your school unified the awakening of the spirit coffins? Did you awaken? Jiang Chan raised his eyes with a smirk. Guess. TSK, little white-eyed wolf. If you won't say, forget it. Ruan Lingji rolled her eyes and sipped her porridge. You and your brother are both heartless. You call me sister-in-law sweetly, but you won't even tell me if you awaken the spirit coffin. Sister-in-law, if you tell me where you came from and my brother's whereabouts, I'll tell you what happened at school last night. The uncle and sister-in-law exchanged silent glances. After a full 10 seconds, Ruan Lingji put down her bowl and chopsticks. I'm full, you eat slowly. With that, she stood up and headed back to her room, stretching her arms as she walked, looking quite a sight. Waking me up so early, I need to catch up on my beauty sleep. Sister-in-law, wait. Jiang Chan quickly finished the porridge in his bowl and stood up contentedly, loosening his belt. What? I'd like to ask my sister-in-law for a favor. Seeing Jiang Chan's actions, Ruan Lingji crossed her arms, curiously glancing at his unbuckled belt. Sure. What do you want me to help with? Wash the bowl. Ruan Lingji? Before she could react, Jiang Chan dashed to the bathroom in a flash. Bang! The bathroom door locked. 2 seconds later, Jiang Chan heard his sister-in-law's high-pitched voice from outside. You little brat. Jiang Chan quickly took a shower and returned to his room, pulling the curtains shut. He kicked off his pants and threw himself onto the bed. After tossing and turning in the ghostly graveyard all night, he fell asleep as soon as he touched the bed. In a half-dream, he vaguely felt a cold, suffocating hand gripping the back of his neck. He turned over and unconsciously scratched at the spot, revealing a clear bite mark. Suddenly, a weak, ghostly figure floated out from behind him, and the temperature in the dimly lit bedroom dropped several degrees. A chilling aura quietly spread throughout the room. If Jiang Chan had opened his eyes at that moment, he would have gasped in shock. The ghost bride, dressed in a deep red wedding gown for the dead, with a veil embroidered with golden mandarin ducks, she stood motionless by the bed, staring at the sleeping Jiang Chan. A gust of gloomy wind stirred the tightly closed curtains, and a strange yet familiar whisper emerged from beneath the veil. My name is Su Xiaoqin. I have become the new puppet in the wedding gown. When I tried to escape from the ghostly graveyard, I attempted to lure Jiang Chan to become a substitute for the dead, but he saw through me. In the ghostly graveyard of the crying ghost, there's an even more terrifying ghost. In the end, I was pulled back into the graveyard by that ghost, leaving only a wisp of my remaining soul, attached to Jiang Chan to escape. I will soon, completely, disappear, but I have completed the task. Su Xiaoqin's voice was intermittent, and as the last syllable fell, the ghostly figure in the deep red wedding gown seemed to dissolve like a bubble in the dim bedroom. Flecks of red light floated towards the back of Jiang Chan's neck, and the gruesome bite marks slowly faded away, replaced by a vividly red flower tattoo that gradually sank beneath his skin. Meanwhile, in a terrifying forbidden place shrouded in ghostly mist beyond West City, a mournful sigh, reminiscent of an operatic tone, suddenly echoed. Jianglang. Chapter 30, Ghost Emperor. Blood Sovereign Dizong. Red. Jiang Chan had a red dream. The sky and earth were inverted and merged. An endless sea of red surged like a tidal wave. Moments later, consciousness refocused, and he found himself standing on a vast expanse of scarlet land. In front of him, a grand and pitch-black hall loomed. Was this the world inside a blood coffin? Jiang Chan felt a chill in his heart and strained his eyes. Behind that magnificent hall, there were 11 even more majestic and towering palaces suspended in the air, each one larger and taller than the last. The final 12th palace nearly obscured half the sky. A massive blood sun was slowly rising from behind those towering 12 halls. Boom! The thundering tremor snapped Jiang Chan back to reality, and he looked forward with a puzzled expression at the first hall. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward. The scarlet ground was vast and boundless, with no visible end. The dark hall loomed ahead, colossal like a giant troll. The blood sun hung in the air, as if in a forest of the dead. Jiang Chan stepped onto the wide steps and approached the hall steadily. The hall's door was tall and ancient. It was engraved with depictions of 100 evil spirits, exuding a chilling aura. On either side stood 2 massive statues, grotesque and terrifying. At the very top hung a blood-stained blue gold plaque. Dizong Palace. For ancient characters, powerful and domineering. The residence of the blood, sovereign Dizong. Boom! The drum-like tremor sounded again. The source was within this Dizong Palace. Jiang Chan took a deep breath. his expression serious. He raised his hand and pushed the door. Creak. Heavy, but not as immovable as he imagined. Immediately after, creak, creak, creak. The massive hall door had been sealed for countless years. Today it was reopened. The dull sound trembled the earth. The two evil giant statues quivered as if they were coming to life. Boom! The third drum's sound echoed as the hall door swung fully open, resonating throughout the entire Dizong Palace. His gaze fixed. Even Jiang Chan couldn't help but change his expression. That was not a drum sound at all, but a heartbeat. Thud. He stepped into the hall. A cold wind rose. Rows of blood-stained blue candles flickered. Chains covered in symbols crisscrossed within the hall, all converging in the center. There, a figure was imprisoned. A ghost king bodhisattva sitting in meditation. That was ding. A black-red panel popped up on its own. First Hall Master. SSS level blood, Sovereign Dizong, Ghost Emperor. Current unsealing progress, none. First stage, unlock condition, 10,000 ghost points. This was actually a... Jiang Chan's gaze fixated on the two characters following the first entry, and he couldn't help but hold his breath for a moment. Then, he looked through the crisscross chains covered in symbols at the silent figure sitting in the center of the hall. Ghost Emperor. The figure sat calmly in the center of the hall, blood-red tattoos covering its bare upper body, extending over its neck to reach its head. With thousands of chains converging from all directions onto it, it remained motionless, without a trace of ghostly aura. Looking at it, it resembled a slightly demonic handsome monk, lacking any semblance of a ghost emperor's might. This thought had just flashed through Jiang Chan's mind when, in the next second, boom! The heartbeat resonated. The quietly seated figure slowly raised its head, revealing a compassionate smile. Boom! Terrifying, ghostly energy suddenly surged like a hellish torrent, sending goosebumps all over Jiang Chan's body. Rows of blood-stained blue candles in the hall flickered wildly. Hundreds and thousands of chains burst forth with overwhelming, terrifying brilliance, illuminating the entire dark hall. Buzz! Jiang Chan suddenly opened his eyes and sat up in bed, gasping for breath, his back already soaked. This was the pressure of the Ghost Emperor. After catching his breath, he suddenly remembered that behind the first magnificent hall, there were still 11 even more grand palaces suspended. The first hall imprisoned a Ghost Emperor, blood Sovereign Dizong, and those 11 grand halls behind it. Jiang Chan's mind conjured up the vast world of the Blood Coffin he had just seen, the 12 majestic halls spanning across it, and that towering blood sun. He suddenly felt his throat dry. Could it be that I can unlock 12 Ghost Emperors? With this thought, Jiang Chan recalled his ghost system. Having spent an entire night in a hell-level startup and still not having taken a proper look at my golden finger. The next second, a black-red light panel emerged. Host, Jiang Chan, level, first level, Spirit Coffin, Forbidden level Blood Coffin. Blood Coffin Talent 1, Infinite Ghost Pet Space. Blood Coffin Talent 2, Ignore Ghost Fog, can freely enter and exit the ghost fog outside city barriers. Current Ghost Pets, 2. Ghost Pet 1, Blood Sovereign Dizong, Ghost Emperor. Quality, SSS level. Each SS level quality ghost is unique, and there is only one. Unsealing status, not unsealed. Consuming 10,000 ghost points to unseal will release it for battle and grant new ghost techniques. Ghost Technique 1, Eye of Dread. Certain chance to see through illusions can launch a mental shock, doubling effectiveness against ghostly entities. Ghost Technique 2, Hell Transformation. At the cost of its own blood. Randomly summons a demon from the Hell Transformation Manifest for 3 minutes. Ghost Pet 2, Scissor Ghost, Quality, level, 3rd level, current ghost points, 1130. Wow, Infinite Ghost Pet Space? Upon seeing these words, Jiang Chan couldn't help but praise it in his heart. Awesome. He had heard Wei Xinglu say that the Forbidden level Spirit Coffin he awakened was impressive, but he never expected it to be this impressive. Even a Legendary Jade Coffin quality, which is 1 in 10,000, can at most contract 20 ghost pets. Ling Qingxian, who was so praised this year with upper-grade Golden Coffin quality, can at most contract 12 ghost pets. In front of Jiang Chan's Blood Coffin, she was nothing. Infinite Ghost Pet Space. What could she use to compete with me? Black Silk? The second talent. Ignore Ghost Fog. Hu Shui was indeed right. This talent could also be considered divine. The current water blue star is covered by ghost fog, and the top spirit coffin masters rely on special, strange objects to establish barriers, building cities and high walls. The object supporting the barrier of South Jiang City is a mysterious royal tomb. Outside the city walls, the ghost fog envelopes everything. This fog can ghostify human bodies. The denser the fog, the stronger the effect, and over 70% of the population on Water Blue Star has perished within the ghost fog. Only a few countries and humans have survived, scattered into cities, abandoned towns, and lonely villages. Wherever humans struggle to survive, they cannot escape the protection of strange objects. Spirit coffin masters without corpse incense will be eroded by ghost fog. And ordinary people rashly stepping out of the city into the ghost fog are sure to meet their end. In Jiang Chan's second talent, ignore ghost fog. In other words, the ghost fog enveloping the world has no effect on him. This point he had already deeply experienced last night in the Weeping Ghost as shadowy ruins. Assuming he didn't consider other dangers outside the city, he could freely enter and exit the ghost fog without any restrictions. This is too abnormal. Even someone as abnormal as me thinks it's abnormal. Aside from the two god-level talents, a note below the SSS-level Blood Sovereign Dizong also caught Jiang Chan's attention. SSS-level ghosts possess uniqueness, meaning there's only one of each. In other words, I'm the only one in this world who has this Blood Sovereign Dizong. Although I can't unleash it for battle yet, the two ghost techniques it grants me can be used. Generally speaking, only ghost pets with a quality of A or above have a certain chance of possessing ghost techniques. This Blood Sovereign Dizong directly grants Jiang Chan 2. Although the second ghost technique seems a bit resource-intensive at the moment. Both ghost techniques are marked with, and even my own level has a. This means that these entries can be upgraded. Glancing at the current ghost points, 1130, what else is there to say? Let's invest it all. Chapter 31. Gathering in the west of the city, Ghost Village Training. Ding. Consume 200 Ghost God Points. Ghost Skill 1. I, the True King, has been upgraded to its complete form. True King SI. Consumed 500 Ghost God Points. Ghost Skill 2. Hell Transformation has been upgraded to its complete form. Wrath of the Black Sun. Ding. Consumed 430 Ghost God Points. Continuing to enhance cultivation. Detected that you are practicing the most basic D-level introductory technique. Mastery is barely at the entry level. Your cultivation speed has barely increased by 10. Although far inferior to a genius like Ling Qingxian, it is enough to crush the likes of Jia Zhengjing and Su Shaoqin. Accelerating cultivation. Cultivation ended. Your bloodline, physique, and internal spiritual energy have significantly improved. Current level. First layer, third layer. Comment. Relying on the good character of diligent practice, you have effortlessly taken the first step in your cultivation journey and completely mastered the two ghost skills provided by Blood Sovereign Xidigarba. This gain is equivalent to 2.5 years of hard work and diligent practice. This enhancement consumed 1130 Ghost God Points. Remaining Ghost God Points, 0. Switching to a high-quality cultivation method where using other cultivation resources can enhance cultivation speed. The black light screen flickered. Red subtitles flowed like a stream. Hiss, a powerful warmth surged through his body. Jiang Chan sprang up from the bed like a carp. In an instant, the blood-red taboo spirit coffin floated in the room. Buzz. The internal spiritual energy surged sharply, and every cell in his body felt an extreme sense of comfort. Last night was truly a nightmare. This is what a proper start should feel like. Awesome. Looking at the upgraded two ghost skills, they have also undergone earth-shattering changes. Ghost Skill 1, True King SI, can see through illusions, disguises, target levels, etc. Can launch mental intimidation with a 300 effect against ghost entities. Ghost Skill 2, Wrath of the Black Sun, can activate the Blood Sovereign Xidigarba's Dharma body. Duration 3 minutes. Clap. Clenching his fist, a strong power surged like a river through his meridians. Jiang Chan felt that in his current state. He could slap the crying ghost against the wall so hard that it wouldn't even be able to fall down. Ghost God Points are truly a great thing. In the blink of an eye, he leveled up twice. Leveling up is just one aspect. Jiang Chan has now greatly improved in every way. Slapping the crying ghost against the wall is impossible, but experiencing last night's event again in my current state would at least be much easier. Looking at the remaining ghost god points. 0. Jiang Chan began to ponder. This world is too terrifying. I need to gather more ghost god points quickly to enhance my self-defense ability. Leveling up is just one aspect. Contracting ghost pets and cultivating them cannot be neglected. With this in mind, Jiang Chan turned his gaze back to the unsealing conditions of the Blood Sovereign Xitigarbha. 10,000 Ghost God Points. After unsealing, not only can he summon a Ghost Emperor to fight alongside him, but he can also obtain a new ghost skill, which made Jiang Chan's heart itch. But where to get these 10,000 Ghost God Points? Last night, in the school, Essene ruins, he dealt with dozens of rotting corpses and only earned a little over 200 points, plus the remaining new player gift points totaling 1130 after repairing the Scissor Ghost's broken leg, and he just spent them all in a slight upgrade. In summary, Ghost God Points are a great thing, but they are not easy to come by. I need to find a safe and painless way to farm them in bulk. Just as Jiang Chan was quietly murmuring, his phone suddenly vibrated on the bedside table. He picked it up to unlock it, and a message popped up immediately. Out of the city. Training? Among the 6 who survived from number 2 high school, plus 4 young masters who were not at school at the time, a total of 10 people were assigned to the other 5 high schools in South Jiang City based on their qualifications, continuing to prepare for next month's Spirit Coffin examination. Jiang Chan was assigned to number 1 high school and was added to a class group for a special class. At this moment, the homeroom teacher tagged everyone in the group, gathering in the west of the city tonight at 7 p.m., Ghost Village training. Jiang Chan's eyes lit up. Good. This is indeed a timely opportunity. Glancing at the time, it was already past 6 p.m. He rushed into the bathroom for a quick shower, put on his clothes, and prepared to head out. Little rascal, dinner will be ready soon. Where do you think you're going? His sister-in-law poked her head out from the kitchen, her plump figure half visible, holding a spatula. Going online. Jiang Chan replied without looking back, quickly changed his shoes, and dashed out, running down the stairs. Kids, it's about to start. Bang! The old man making popcorn kicked open the evening curtain of the old city. The red evening glow floated in the western sky, painting the old city, filled with the smoke of the marketplace, a brilliant red. A few elementary school students covering their ears ran away after hearing the boiler sound, but soon swarmed back to grab the popcorn that flew out. Workers returning home cursed as they rang their bicycles, oil splattering from the frying pan at the pancake stall. Bargaining aunties and fish vendors were at a standstill, and several barbecue stalls vied to release smoke and spicy aromas. Jiang Chan spent 3 yuan to buy 2 roasted sweet potatoes, then quickly passed through this evening scene, heading straight for the west of the city. A bike brushed past him. Squeak! The newly replaced brake pads emitted a sharp screech, and a middle-aged man with an honest face turned into a shady alley on his bike. Old Sue, I just saw a boy who seems to be from our Shaoqing's school. A woman with a sharp face sat behind the bike, holding 2 pounds of potatoes she had just bought and a few green onions she casually picked. You must have seen it wrong. The news reported that such a terrifying supernatural incident happened at the school. How could anyone have survived? Even if someone did come out, they would definitely be a ghost. Su Weigua's plump face showed a trace of sorrow, and Miao Xiao Feng in the back seat sniffled and said nothing. Her eyes were red and swollen. Her sickly pale face looked haggard. They had scrimped and saved to raise their 2 children, and just yesterday, one of them had finally awakened as a spirit Coffin Master. They were finally seeing hope, but who would have thought such a supernatural incident would happen at school? The bike made a couple of groans as it rolled over the sewer cover and soon stopped in front of a dark, shadowy building. Miao Xiao Feng wiped her wet eyes and prepared to go in with the vegetables when she suddenly spotted a familiar figure coming from the front of the alley. Old Sue, is that person in front the principal way for number 2 high school? Su Weigua, who had just stepped onto the stairs with a bike, looked in the direction Miao Xiao Feng pointed, and suddenly, a flicker of excitement appeared on his plump face. He dropped the bike with a clang and rushed towards that person. Miao Xiao Feng, holding 2 pounds of potatoes, immediately followed suit, running with anxious steps and calling out Principal Wei. Principal Wei, what on earth happened at school? Our Shaoqing hasn't come back since yesterday. Wei Xinglu seemed not to hear them, keeping his head down. his not tall figure walking stiffly like a zombie in the narrow alley. Su Weiguo ran over, panting, and grabbed his shirt at the chest. Principal Wei, where's our Xiaoqin? The alley was cluttered with tangled wires, blocking the already extremely narrow beam of light. A cold wind howled through the cramped alley. And after Su Weiguo grabbed Wei Shenglu's clothes, he froze in place. The feeling in his hands was only cold. That was the temperature of a corpse that had long been dead. A putrid smell of decay invaded the nostrils, and the excitement and anger on Su Weiguo's face were instantly replaced by fear. His calves trembled, and he hurriedly wanted to loosen his grip and step back, but Wei Shenglu, whose face had been buried deep, lifted it at that moment. His horrified gaze seemed to be rooted and was instantly captivated. What's wrong? Old Su, hurry up and let go of the principal. Let's talk calmly. Miao Xiaofeng held a bag of potatoes in one hand and covered her lower back with the other. She suffered from severe lumbar disease, but had never been willing to spend money to treat it. Running this short distance caused her intense pain, and beads of sweat rolled down her haggard face. A limping stray cat jumped onto the windowsill of a second-floor apartment, fixating on the sparrows resting on the power lines. Su Weiguo's pudgy back remained motionless, completely blocking Wei Shenglu. Old Su, can't you hear? Let go of him. Miao Xiaofeng, holding her lower back and gasping for breath, walked up. Speaking felt strenuous, and as she spoke, she reached out to separate Su Weiguo. At that moment, she finally saw a scene she would never forget for the rest of her life, and it was also the last scene she would ever witness. Wei Shenglu's face appeared like a puddle of melting wax, exuding a chilling and eerie aura. What terrified her even more was that Su Weiguo's features also began to deform, visibly collapsing like a puddle of wax. A flock of sparrows fluttered away from the power lines, and the limping orange cat on the second-floor windowsill followed the sparrows with its gaze towards the narrow line of sky until all the sparrows flew away and disappeared. It let out a deep meow from its throat, then lowered its head to look at the dim, narrow alley below. A bag of round potatoes fell from the woman's hand, rolling everywhere, and the old man, emanating the stench of decay, took stiff steps and continued walking forward. Chapter 32 Training Instructor. The evening glow spread across the majestic city gate like a giant beast lying in wait, atop which was mounted the heavenly cannon developed by the Joint Armed Forces of the Ghost Slaying Bureau, capable of annihilating ghost generals. The checkpoint was heavily guarded by the city guards wielding special firearms and weapons, and in addition, there was a fourth-tier spirit coffin general stationed there, serving as a solid barrier that had prevented the ghost tide from swallowing Nanjiang City until now. Attention! 61 awakened students stood ready at the checkpoint's exit. A burly instructor hired by the first high school spoke with authority. I am Wang Meng, a frontline member of the Candle Dragon Army, just returned from the Ghost Abyss. For the next month, I will be your instructor for the special class. I will train you with the strictest standards. And I hope that in the Ghost Coffin exam a month from now, you will not only be able to contend with those ghosts, but also take down the guys from other schools. Standing in a line, Jiang Chan looked at the fierce-looking instructor and silently commented, Wang Meng. True to his name, he looks quite fierce. I know some of you think that now that you have awakened the spirit coffin and contracted ghost pets, you're invincible and no longer regard ghosts as a threat. Power can inflate one's ego, huh? I was once your age, and today's training is to let you feel what it truly means to face a ghost. Wang Meng sneered coldly. There are 1008 common ghost types in your textbooks, so I won't waste time on that. Now, listen carefully as I distribute these items. First, the Corpse Luo Incense. This cyan-quality incense will allow you to move for 5 hours in the ghost fog. The training will have a limit of 5 hours. Note, it is not to use up these 5 hours in the ghost fog. You must ensure it lasts until you return to the city, or you can expect to be eroded by the ghost fog. Second, the Ghost Monitor. It comes with positioning and can detect ghosts within a 200-meter radius, providing alerts based on the danger level of the ghosts. For example, below first tier is green, indicating a relatively low danger level. In addition, it has a function to record your ghost slaying count and quality, and it will provide a real-time leaderboard. The person with the highest score in this training will receive cultivation methods and resources. The third item, which is also crucial, is the 30-minute bracelet. In an emergency, Pressing the button on the bracelet will instantly generate a protective pod at your location, but it can only last for 30 minutes, hence the name. Wang Ming continued. Once you activate this, it means your training session ends early, and the city guards will come to retrieve you based on your location. So, a special reminder, it's best not to run too far. In principle, do not exceed the ghost village's boundaries. Otherwise, even if you encounter danger, we may not be able to reach you in time. The 61 students lined up to receive their items. The first item was a small, cyan hollow sphere. Infusing it with spiritual energy would produce a faint cyan mist, like a veil protecting the body from the ghost fog. Last night, Wei Xinglu had given Jiang Chan a black quality one that looked similar to this one, but the craftsmanship of the cyan one was clearly of a higher grade, with much more exquisite hollow patterns. Jiang Chan's own spirit coffin talent could immunize him from the ghost fog, but he wasn't foolish enough to discard it. Based on market value, a cyan quartz luo incense was worth at least 50,000. He could take it back and exchange it for some money to buy meat for his sister-in-law. All right, you've all received your items, and I've said what needs to be said, so now let's see how you perform. Wang Ming's voice dropped. I announced the ghost slaying training begins. As Wang Ming's words fell, the 61 students immediately scattered like birds and beasts, rushing out of the city gate. Jiang Chan put away the corpse luo incense and donned the ghost monitor and the bracelet on one hand, preparing to exit the city. Foster father, Yang Yi. At that moment, a familiar voice called out. Hu Shuai joyfully chased up from behind. You really transferred to the first high school, Jiang. I knew coming here was the right choice. Weren't you transferred over? Jiang Chan asked directly. With my qualifications, how could I get in? Hu Shuai chuckled. But I have an online girlfriend in the Ghost Slaying Bureau. Transferring to any school is just a formality. Have you resolved the ghostification issue on you? How hard could that be? That day, I directly took Wu Yifan and the others to the Ghost Slaying Bureau to greet my girlfriend, and she personally arranged for a specialist with a healing ghost pet to help us. Hee, just say it, I'm impressive. Jiang Chan glanced at Hu Shuai, and indeed, the indigo ghostly patterns on him had all disappeared, but on his exposed neck and face, some dark marks were still visible. I'm suddenly curious. How old is your girlfriend from the Ghost Slaying Bureau? She must be E, a genuine 38 E. I meant her age. Oh, she is exactly 48. Jiang Chan couldn't help but roll his eyes. I can't compete with your luck. He then asked, do you know where Tan Jing and Wu Yifan went? I know about Wu Yifan. He and Tian Qian are the 4th high school. Liu Yang's qualifications are similar to mine. He's at the 3rd high school. As for Tan Jing, as soon as she arrived at the Ghost Slaying Bureau yesterday, she threw her head back and howled, and was immediately isolated by the Ghost Slaying Bureau. Hu Shuai shuddered as he said this. Has she turned into a ghost slave? Jiang Chan asked. I can't explain it. Hu Shuai scratched his head, reminiscing. My 48-year-old girlfriend told me, with her professional experience, that Tan Jing's ghostification was too deep. She should have turned into a ghost slave long ago. But she still retains a trace of awareness, and they can't figure out what the issue is. Anyway, she's currently cooperating with the Ghost Slaying Bureau for research. The red setting sun cast its glow over the Black City Gate like a giant python lying in wait. The two of them had already reached the city gate exit while speaking, where people were lining up in 2 columns for routine checks. At the exit, there were wanted posters from the Ghost Slaying Bureau for several core members of the Worship Ghost sect, with the top red wanted poster reading, 3rd Ghost Officer of the Worship Ghost sect, the 10 Temptress. As Jiang Chan followed the people in front, he asked Hu Shuai, from the 6 who made it out of the 2nd high school, only you and I transferred to the 1st high school. Who else is there? Those few aristocratic kids. Like Goddess Ling, apart from you, Jiang, she's the most dazzling elite in this session. Hu Shuai said, gazing with admiration at the front. Wherever she goes, she's top-notch. Jiang Chan looked over and saw a stunning girl being checked, her back radiating an air of beauty. Just from her silhouette, it was clear she was gorgeous, with an impeccable figure and demeanor. Beside her was a skinny guy with a side fringe, constantly trying to curry favor with her. The guy next to Goddess Ling, Zhao Lin, also from our 2nd high school, has medium purple coffin qualifications. He has a cousin named Su Kuan who reportedly transferred to Qianluo City overnight. Hu Shuai suddenly pointed ahead. Look, the last one, Meng Xia. That big-chested girl at 9 o'clock, with a chopstick in her hair. That's called a hairpin, Jiang Chan retorted, glancing over briefly. He understood who the 5 who transferred were and had a rough idea about Tan Jing and Wu Yifun's whereabouts. In short, these were the few remaining from the second high school. Whether it was because they heard Hu Shuai's shouting or sensed their gaze, Meng Xia turned her head and gave a generous smile. Soon, it was Jiang Chan and Hu Shuai's turn for inspection. After a strict process, they were finally allowed to pass. Jiang Chan walked through the heavily guarded gate and stepped out of the checkpoint. A chilling breath immediately rushed from his ankles up his spine. The red sunset had vanished. Even the lingering evening glow at the horizon had disappeared. As far as the eye could see, there was only fog. Murky, cold fog, grayish-white, dim, lifeless, shrouding the desolate and dilapidated wilderness. Is this the world beyond the high walls? Chapter 33. Leaving the city, starting wait for me, Jiang Hu Shuai, accompanied by a girl, chased after Jiang Chan from behind. A blue smoke rose from the corpse incense each of them wore around their waists, enveloping their bodies in a thin layer of green gauze, isolating them from the corrosive ghost mist. The others who gradually walked out of the city gates had also donned their corpse incense, but Jiang Chan did not wear any. A faint red glow subtly covered his body, as the innate ability of his spirit coffin automatically activated, granting immunity to the ghost mist, occasionally attracting sideways glances from some people. Take us along, Jiang. Look, I even brought a big beauty for you. Hu Shuai intentionally prolonged the big sound, and after catching up, he made a series of exaggerated facial expressions toward Jiang Chan. If his intention could be interpreted, Daddy, sister, please take us along. Yeah, Jiang Chan. Take me too. I heard from Hu Shuai that you're really powerful. He said he could only make it out alive from the crying ghost's shadowy ruins because of you. I wasn't in school for evening self-study yesterday. Otherwise, I might have turned into a ghost slave too. Jiang Chan glanced in surprise at the girl beside Hu Shuai, who was Meng Xia, the one who had just smiled at them a moment ago. She spoke with a friendly demeanor and acted quite gracefully, overall giving a good impression. Jiang Chan couldn't help but glance at Hu Shuai, thinking, what a guy. While I turned my back for a moment, you managed to hit it off with a girl. Don't worry, Jiang, I won't hold you back. My girlfriend. A female friend of mine has contracted a gargoyle. I could be the most solid meat shield for our team. Hu Shuai almost slipped his tongue, losing a wave of potential dating rights right there. The ghost pet I contracted is a Zhaojing ghost. It doesn't have much offensive capability, but can serve as control. Meng Xia hadn't finished speaking when Hu Shuai excitedly clapped his hands. Wonderful. Mengda, Mei Z controls. I take the hits. Jiang, your scissor ghost just needs to reap the rewards. Our little team will be perfect. Wang Meng didn't explicitly state that teams couldn't be formed during the training, so it was implicitly accepted. The students around began to group in 3s and 2s. And Hu Shuai and Meng Xia looked at Jiang Chan with anticipation. However, Jiang Chan directly refused. You go team up with them. I have some of my own business. After saying that, he summoned his scissor ghost and strode into the ghost mist ahead. What a joke. I'm here to farm ghost points, not to babysit or take little brothers along. Jiang, adoptive father, I can't do without you. Hu Shuai suddenly lunged forward, hugging Jiang Chan's thigh and starting to wail. Meng Xia followed, looking somewhat helpless. We're all from number 2 high school. The folks from No. 1 have always looked down on us. To be more precise, in their eyes, besides number 1, all other schools in Nanjiang City are trash, let alone teaming up with us, unless it's someone as pretty and strong as Ling Qingxian. Jiang Chan observed his surroundings, and a doubt in his heart was suddenly cleared. No wonder. I was wondering why people from number 1 kept staring over here like they had problems with their eyes. Turns out they're just a bunch of snobs. Relaxing his tone, he added, if you can keep up, then come along. But let me make it clear. If we run into trouble, I want to have the extra energy to take care of you. As long as I can follow you, Jiang. My gargoyle is as tough as rebar. If trouble arises, I'll take it on. Hu Shuai immediately got up from the ground, looking delighted, and turned to Meng Xia. Mengda Mei Z, let me tell you, Jiang is all bark and no bite. As long as we stick behind him, this training will be secure. Thank you. Jiang Chan didn't say anything more, directly leading with the scissor ghost as he turned left onto a decayed, desolate dirt road. Hu Shuai and Meng Xia follow behind him. There are also other students forming small teams around. And at the end of this dirt road lay a ghostly village, only vaguely visible under the cover of ghost mist. That was their training location, Luogang Ghost Village. Jiang Chan led Hu Shuai and Meng Xia downhill along the dirt road, their backs gradually receding into the murky ghost mist until they vanished from sight. What they didn't see was a sleek, three-colored cat, stepping gracefully, perched on the towering city wall behind them. It was the kid who awakened the forbidden spirit coffin yesterday. The three-color cat had a left eye like amber and a right eye like jade. It watched Jiang Chan's figure disappear into the mist, speaking in a feminine voice. His name is Jiang Chan. Next to it sat a scruffy middle-aged man, gnawing on a greasy roasted chicken while dressed in a filthy janitor's uniform, his tattered cap failing to cover his hair that was messier than weeds. He ignored the three-colored cat's words. You don't need to pretend not to care. You've seen him already. You carry his scent. You waited for him outside the crying ghost's shadowy ruins yesterday. You know he's that guy's brother. The janitor didn't rebut. After a while, he swallowed the food in his mouth and spoke in a low, hoarse voice. Friends should help each other. Friends? The three-colored cat's unique eyes narrowed sharply. Look at your current ghostly state, and then open your eyes wide to look at me. It's all thanks to this friend. The janitor's emotions were as calm as a pile of ruins. Saying this, he remarked, but you've been following this kid all the way too? You're worried about the ghost worship cult approaching him. The three-colored cat huffed and turned its head away. I'm not helping him. I just fear this kid falling into the hands of the ghost worship cult. A forbidden-level spirit coffin, if controlled by those madmen, would be a catastrophic disaster not only for Nanjiang City, but for all of Great Xia. Indeed, a forbidden-level spirit coffin. I can't believe such a thing truly exists. The janitor muttered the phrase, knowing better than anyone in the city what kind of terrifying power these words carried. I always thought that guy's talent was unprecedented. His existence was enough to protect Great Xia from worry for 100 years. I didn't expect his brother's talent to be even more perverse. As the janitor spoke, his gaze fell on the drifting ghost mist outside the city, a complex expression emerging on his unkempt face, followed by a surge of suppressed anger. The ghost worship cult is truly insane. They actually dared to bring a crying ghost of that level into the city. It's been too long since they learned their lesson. They've already reached this lawless point. The three-colored cat's unique eyes showed a hint of human-like suspicion. Do you suspect that last night's supernatural incident at number 2 high school was the doing of the ghost worship cult? How could their movements be so quick? This kid awakens a spirit coffin and causes such a stir. It's hard not to draw attention. But how could the ghost worship cult grasp the rules of the crying ghost? The three-colored cat was puzzled. The janitor calmed the anger in his heart and spoke steadily. A month ago, the crying ghost first appeared in Liangjia village. I dispatched 8 specialists to resolve it, and the leader was even a 3rd-tier spirit coffin officer. But none of those 8 came back. The entire village turned into that ghost's shadowy ruins. Later, I brought a second batch of people there and only found a phone outside the village, which recorded a segment of footage from the village. I thought this footage was brought back at the cost of the lives of the first 8 specialists, intending to use it for data collection on the crying ghost. However, on the way back, we were suddenly attacked by the crying ghost. Chapter 34. The ghost village of Luogang. That phone was a trap set by it. As long as the video inside was played, it would appear. The crying sound in the footage was the condition for its spread. At this point, the cleaner's tone revealed a hint of fear. Once I realized this, I immediately destroyed that phone and the original video. However, the followers of the ghost worship sect infiltrated the Demon Extermination Bureau and secretly copied the footage. After the awakening ceremony yesterday, they presented it to the principal of No. 2 High School, Wei Xinglu, as material on ghost entities. The ghost worship sect's hands can reach the Demon Extermination Bureau. You've really regressed over the years. The three-colored cat mocked. But she quickly realized something even more terrifying. Wait, if, as you said, someone secretly copied that video, and it has already caused such horrific casualties at number 2 high school, if they spread this footage, the consequences. I was worried about this too. The cleaner paused and then spoke with a slightly speculative tone, saying now, apart from Jiang Chan and the 5 who escaped, we can basically declare all the others inside number 2 high school dead, but the crying ghost still hasn't left. It seems like something inside no. 2 is attracting it? Are we just going to let it roam freely in the city? The 3-colored cat's tone became urgent. Who can manage it? The cleaner spat out a bone, and seeing the 3-colored cat silent, he continued to chew on the remaining roast chicken, mumbling. This ghost was at the level of a ghost general in Liangjia village, and now that it has killed so many people, it's probably close to the level of a ghost king. If I were at my peak, I might have tried to enter the Yin ruins to meet it. But now both our strengths are barely a third of what they used to be. Going in would be a death sentence. Besides you and me, who else in this city has the ability to deal with it? The cleaner sighed and added, I reported it to the headquarters of the Demon Extermination Bureau in Kueihuang City, but those guys can't even manage the supernatural events in their own city. Ultimately, it's still because there are too few top-tier spirit coffin masters. If only Jiang Chan were still around, it would be easier. The red sun gradually sank below the horizon, and the myriad rays of light cast the last glow over the massive city walls. On top of the towering city wall, a man and a cat fell into a brief silence. A gust of wind stirred the ghostly mist, rolling it gray-white and blocking the entrance to the city. The 3-colored cat suddenly spoke again. Its delicate tone seemed to carry a layer of fog. Can he come back? That kind of place. There is no chance of survival. The cleaner's low voice escaped, but after finishing his sentence, he quickly added, but he is different. He can't let go of this kid. Even in the underworld, he would fight his way back. Before that, we need to keep a close watch on this kid. There can't be any slip-ups, or no one will be able to bear his wrath. As he spoke, he got up from the ground, moving like a sluggish water buffalo. Here, this is for you. This is specially saved for you. Don't be polite. The man sincerely offered a bag of leftover chicken bones. The 3-colored cat held back its disgust and rolled its eyes in a very human-like manner. Get lost. It coldly spat, then turned and leaped off the city wall, chasing after Jiang Chan's distant figure disappearing into the ghost mist. The red sun sank below the horizon, casting the last rays of twilight. The man stood on the city wall, watching the swift figure rush into the ghost mist, stuffing a chicken bone into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, gulp. A look of realization crossed his unkempt face. Oh, dogs love to eat bones. Next time, I'll bring her a rat. Ding, you have slain 2 first-tier wandering corpse ghosts. Ghost points, 41. The gray-white ghost mist twisted and rolled. The gloomy wind felt like a dead man's hand pushing from behind. Jiang Chan was accompanied by Hu Shuai and Meng Xia, and the 3 continued along a country road. Your scissor ghost is the principal's pet ghost from before, right? Jiang Chan? So impressive. Meng Xia's eyes showed a hint of admiration. After entering the ghost village, some wandering low-level ghosts began to appear. But they hadn't needed to take action. Jiang Chan's scissor ghost directly solved them with a snap. I told you, Meng Demeizi, as long as we follow Jiang, we could just relax. Hu Shuai said with a proud smile. We're about to enter the ghost village, so don't let your guard down. Jiang Chan reminded. And this ISNTA dungeon. It's a practical training to assess ghost slaying results. If the score is too low, I'm afraid that Officer Wang Meng will deal with you. You two should try to cooperate and kill a few ghosts to earn some points. Everything in the ghost mist was eroded, even the ground showing a dark brown color. The sound of stepping on decayed branches and fallen leaves was crisp. The ghost mist was dense, blurring their vision. Ahead, the village houses were dilapidated and shadowy, with occasional dead trees standing by the roadside, like claws of a ghost reaching out. Jiang Chan activated a ghost technique. True King's eye. His double pupils flashed with a faint light. His vision immediately became clear. He saw 2 long-necked ghosts crouching by a black, foul-smelling pond, each stretching their long necks and making bubbling sounds in the water. Beside them was a dilapidated grave, half covered by overgrown grass, with a pair of bony ghost hands wriggling inside, eager to move. There are 2 long-necked ghosts ahead. I'll handle them. There's a grave ghost in the overgrown grass next to it. That one is for you guys. Jiang Chan said and directly commanded the scissor ghost to attack. Snip, snip. Its deformed legs opened and closed like a black pair of scissors, and with two sounds. It directly cut the two long-necked ghosts in half. Ding! You have slain two second-tier, long-necked ghosts. Ghost points, 57. In just one encounter, Hu Shuai and Meng Xia were left dumbfounded. What are you still standing there for? Get moving, Jiang Chan urged again. And only then did Hu Shuai and Meng Xia react, rushing toward the pile of graves, their natural fear of ghosts making them hesitant to get too close. Meng Demazy, you control it first, and then I'll send my pet ghost to finish it off. Okay. A gust of cold wind blew by, and Jiang Chan saw Meng Xia's controlling ghost. A purple spirit coffin floated behind Meng Xia, followed by an old, square moss-covered well appearing next to the dilapidated grave. A pair of pale woman's arms reached out from the dark well, directly restraining the ghost in the grave. I'm coming, big sister, Hu Shuai shouted loudly, and behind him, a green spirit coffin emerged with a ghost made of stones squeezing out. Thumping heavily as it charged forward, swinging its fist to pound the bony grave ghost, smashing it to pieces with several blows. Roar! I gained a point. Hu Shuai exclaimed in surprise. What great teamwork, big sister. Next time, I'll have my stone golem hold it down while you kill it. Sound good? Meng Xia replied happily. All right, Hu Shuai, they've already run ahead of us. Let us hurry into the village. Jiang Chan confirmed that Hu Shuai and Meng Xia had the ability to cooperate and led the way forward. The abandoned village was already visible ahead, with farmhouse after farmhouse nestled within the ghost mist, exuding a chilling and terrifying aura. Chapter 35. The Ghost King Strikes. Luogang Village was once a village left behind by the protection of strange objects, but it is said that later the strange objects were stolen, and the entire village became a ghost village. Meng Xia followed Jiang Chan and said that most of the ghosts lurking inside were low-level ghosts, making this place the default beginner trial area for Nanjing City in recent years. As they officially stepped into the village, the ghostly mist immediately thickened, and the number of ghosts increased. Jiang Chan glanced at the ghost meter, which displayed green dots around them, indicating that these ghosts were all below the first level. He also looked at the ranking. He was currently in 46th place with 14 points, while the first place, Ling Qingxian, had already earned 118 points. A significant lead over the second place, Luo Shan, by half. Damn, did Ling Qingxian bring a machine gun, or what? So fast. Hu Shuai was also looking at the rankings and let out a gasp. He had only 1 point. Tied for 53rd place with several others who also had just 1 point, while Meng Xia had 0 points, tied for last place with several others. Ling Qingxuan's strength is on a different level from ours. She awakened half a year ago and is said to have already contracted 2 ghost pets. The second place, Luo Shan, also comes from an old family of spirit coffins with substantial background resources. It seems he also contracted a second ghost pet recently. Meng Xia, coming from a family of spirit coffins, clearly knew more than Jiang Chan and Hu Shuai. As for the third place, Zhuang Baifan, he was a bully in high school before awakening and has since gathered a few underlings in class, most likely working together to hunt ghosts with him delivering the final blow. This person doesn't have a notable background, but there are rumors that he is a dog under Luo Shan. Just got online and already encountering a show-off? Hu Shuai complained, then turned to Jiang Chan, saying sorry. Jiang Gu, if it weren't for us dragging you down, your ranking would have left that Zhuang Baifan behind long ago. A hint of guilt rose on Meng Xia's face as well. Yeah, Jiang Chan, it's all our fault for holding you back. Although you can't compete for the top 3 with Ling Qingxian and Luo Shan, with your strength, 4th place is definitely not a problem. The higher your training ranking, the deeper impression you leave on the instructor, which will greatly benefit your training in the coming month. Seeing Hu Shuai and Meng Xia's self-reproach, Jiang Chan just waved his hand, saying, "Why are you two so anxious? The training has just begun. Let the bullets fly for a while." His main purpose for coming out this time was to earn ghost points. The ranking was just a secondary matter. Besides, with the ghost god system as his advantage, as long as he accumulated enough ghost points, he could enhance his abilities. There were still over 4 hours left, so there might still be opportunities to overtake them. Let's go into the village. The 3 turned their attention back to the ghost village. The ghostly mist was thick and shadowy. They were moving relatively slowly, and ahead, Several groups had already started to kill their way in. Scattered ghostly figures crawled out of the graves, aimlessly wandering in the mist, making hoarse sounds from their throats. These creatures were once buried dead, transformed into the lowest level of ghosts by the erosion of the ghostly mist. Scattered reaping ghosts wielded rusty sickles, bending over to repeat the motion of cutting rice in the rotting fields. Grinding ghosts with stiff steps pushed stone mills, rumbling as they ground out thick blood and flesh. Even flail ghosts raised flails made of broken bones, each strike against the ground echoing with a dull sound. There were also child ghosts flickering in and out of the mist-covered village, their eerie laughter sometimes reaching ears. As the training students entered, these ghosts all turned their attention and attacked. However, their threat level was pitifully low, as long as the students overcame their initial fear and cooperated. Dealing with them was not a difficult task. You two stay on the outskirts of the village and play for a while, don't wander off. I'll go in and farm some points. Jiang Chan tossed a line to Hu Shuai and Meng Xia, then directly led the scissor ghost into the inner area of the village. This ghost village was called the beginner trial area, with ghost levels generally below 5. Jiang Chan's current level was 3, not high, but with the scissor ghost, a B-rank harvesting type ghost pet, plus the talent bonus that immunized him from the ghost mist. As long as he didn't venture too deep into the mist, he could basically walk through the outer areas with ease. Moreover, having faced the terrifying wailing ghost last night, dealing with these low-level ghosts now felt like child-esque play. The scissor ghost could easily slay them with one encounter. As he made his way deeper into the village, he began to sweep through the ghosts, without having to worry about Hu Shuai and Meng Xia. His training points and ghost points started to increase rapidly. Jiang Chan felt more energized as he continued. Just as he planned to allocate some points and then push further into the village's core area, suddenly a series of melodramatic tones drifted through the ghost mist. A faint green glow approaching from afar, laying in the heart of the fragrant place. In a moment of heartbreak, my grievances are known to the moon. Looking up, he saw 1, 2, dozens of ghastly green lanterns floating through the mist. Lantern ghosts? The ghost records state, the Wenchang Ghost King covers his face with talisman paper. Candidates seeking fame must swallow the incantation. On the day of passing the exam, they transform into human skin lanterns, illuminating the underworld examination ground. These lantern ghosts came from this origin. The dozens of lantern ghosts in front were all first or second level. If he could take them down, he would immediately gain thousands of ghost points. But at that moment, his ghost meter on his right wrist suddenly shook violently. To be precise, every person's ghost meter in the ghost village shook violently at the same time. Then, the little green dots that were originally displayed on the ghost meters suddenly surged into a shocking blood-red color. Super high danger, someone exclaimed. What the hell? What's going on? Could it be the Ghost King? As his voice fell, the scene that followed made everyone gasp in shock and scatter in panic. After those dozens of low-level lantern ghosts passed by, a massive wave of lantern ghosts followed, even larger in scale. There were at least 1,000 of them, their ghostly green light saturating the mist and sky. Among them, the most eye-catching were 4 blood-red lanterns. Each was held by a severed pale woman's arm, 2 in front and 2 behind, surrounding a large red wedding sedan. Reunion is rare, parting is easy. The abandoned wife now regrets too late. The melodramatic tones were mournful, like a thread that strangled a dead person's neck, soaked in blood, slowly drilling into the ears, a chilling aura penetrating the marrow. Thousands of green lantern ghosts surrounded the red wedding sedan, drifting westward, the terrifying sense of oppression making it hard to breathe. Jiang Chan pressed his body against a crumbling brick wall, not daring to breathe. Thoughts flashed in his mind, recalling the information he had just captured with the eye of the true king. Ghost name, Lantern Ghost General, quality, rank, level, 4th stage, 3rd level. His heart skipped a beat, and Jiang Chan's expression changed to one of surprise. 4 red lanterns were actually 4 ghost generals. How could ghost generals appear in a place like this? What level of ghost was sitting inside that wedding sedan? A series of thoughts exploded in his mind, and before he could make sense of it, the large red wedding sedan that floated by suddenly stopped, and the mournful melodrama also came to a halt. Jiang Chan felt a jolt in his heart, his scalp tingling. No way. The murky ghost mist swirled. The entire ghost village fell into a dead silence. A cold wind blew. The curtain of the wedding sedan fluttered, revealing it to be empty. In front of the sedan, a white severed arm slowly turned its head, holding a red lantern, swaying and aiming in this direction. A chilling operatic voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Jiang Lang felt a cold shiver run down his neck. His body covered in goosebumps, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Chapter 36. Are there more experts? At the Western City checkpoint, in a temporarily commandeered command room, Wang Ming stared intently at the 61 green dots on the 3D projection and the constantly changing names on the leaderboard. His resolute face and sturdy body were tensed like a statue. You're just standing there for half an hour. Don't be so tense, old Wang. With my city guards backing you up, what trouble can those little brats cause? A middle-aged man, fat as a ball, chuckled while lounging in a recliner, barely able to contain his bulk in the largest city guard uniform. A golden nameplate on his chest indicated his identity, Town West Officer, Liang Da. He had been stationed at this checkpoint for years. It's rare to see you still alive after retreating from the Ghost Abyss frontline. It's been over a decade since we last met. Come on, let us have a couple of drinks. Liang Da had a tray beside him with a bottle of strong liquor and 2 stainless steel cups, along with a pack of hand-tiered beef jerky. He poured 2 cups and enthusiastically invited the statue to join him. Drink it yourself, Wang Ming replied without turning his head. Seeing Wang Ming still unmoved, Liang Da personally brought the 2 cups over, saying, "Hey, I've been guarding this western city for so many years. I can tell you the sizes of a few female ghosts outside. It's just a little extracurricular activity to scare those little brats. Don't take it so seriously." Upon hearing this, Wang Ming immediately scoffed coldly. "Fat Liang, you had this bad habit back in training camp. You'd rather sit than stand, and lie down rather than sit. You and T put in an extra effort, even if you could barely cross the line. You've been holed up here for over a decade. Just look at what you've turned into." Faced with Wang Ming's sharp words, Liang Da wasn't angry. He chuckled and downed both cups of liquor, smacking his lips in enjoyment. "You were just as stubborn back in the training camp, and after all these years, you haven't changed. Yeah, I've been rotting here for over a decade, living day by day. But you went to the front lines and came back with injuries. What have you gained? To put it bluntly, if I don't agree to let you use this place and those things, what can you, as an instructor, give to those little brats?" Wang Ming suddenly turned his head, his gaze fixed on Liang Da's drunken, plump face, resembling an enraged beast. "Just a little liquor talk after drinking too much. Why are you getting worked up?" Liang Da laughed, burping slightly, and shifted his gaze back to the 3D projection. "But old Wang, this batch of recruits you have is really impressive. That girl from the Ling family. In half an hour, she took down 57 ghosts, including 11 advanced ones. She's at least at the 1st rank level, right? At her age, she'd be a top talent back in our training camp. 1st rank, 9th layer," Wang Ming replied in a heavy tone, shifting his gaze away from Liang Da and focusing on the brightest green that had already entered the hanging corpses forest after passing through the ghost village. A deep appreciation surfaced on his stern face. Ling Qingxian was the most outstanding newcomer I had ever seen in terms of talent, aptitude, and character. Looks like you're already convinced that this girl can win the 1st place in this practical training? Liang Da asked with a smile. Is there any suspense left? Ling Qingxuan's strength is on a completely different level compared to the others. Wang Ming retorted. The 2nd-ranked Luo Shan is only at the 1st rank 5th layer, and just contracted his 2nd ghost pet, which he still can't handle skillfully. But Ling Qingxian has fully mastered her 2nd ghost, and she is just one suitable opportunity away from contracting her 3rd ghost. I said you went to great lengths to prepare an A-rank ghost in that ghost forest. Just for this girl, huh? Liang Da said, then shifted his tone with a smile. But in my opinion, the outcome is still uncertain, old Wang. How about we make a bet? If I win, you put away that sour face of yours and happily drink with me all night. Are you up for it? Wang Ming directly ignored Liang Da's trivial betting proposal and asked, "Are there more experts? You just came back yesterday, so you might not be aware that Nanjiang now. Tu Middle School has produced a remarkable talent this year. The scene, Even I was intimidated just watching from this checkpoint. Liang chuckled. Nanjiang no. To middle school. Didn't they have that wailing ghost incident? Wang Ming asked, puzzled. Exactly. This kid somehow brought a few classmates out alive from that wailing ghost lair, and now he's in your class. Or did you think all the transfers were just from prestigious families? Which kid? What's his name? Wang Ming immediately pressed for details. You'll find out in a moment. Liang chuckled, withholding the information, but if you dare to agree to the bet, I can tell you what kind of spirit coffin he awakened. Stop with the mysterious talk. I don't believe any spirit coffin can be better than Ling Qingshuan's top-grade golden coffin. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Ming's expression changed again. Could it be the legendary Jade Coffin? Agree to the bet first, and I'll tell you. Fine. If I win, what do I get? If you win, I'll add a little something extra to this practical training. I'll personally fund a prize for the champion. How's that sound? Liang Da's round face was filled with confidence. It was unclear whether he was sure Wang Ming wouldn't refuse, or if he was just confident he couldn't lose. Looks like you have high hopes for him. Huh? Fat Liang? Wang Ming gasped at the mention of prize. But since they are my students, I'm happy as long as you give it to whoever. I'll take your bet. Worst case, I'll just drink with you. A meal's worth of liquor for a prize? I'm definitely coming out ahead. Now you can tell me what kind of aptitude this kid has. Liang Da's smile turned sly as he focused on a name on the leaderboard, slowly uttering. He awakened the legendary Forbidden Spirit Coffin. Boom! As Liang Da's words fell, it was as if a bolt of thunder struck Wang Ming's mind. He abruptly turned to look outside, where alarms monitoring ghost energy began to blare, and the warning lights of the entire city checkpoint turned blood red in an instant. What is going on? Wang Ming suddenly felt a sense of crisis, only to see the drunkenness vanish from Liang Da's face, replaced by a terror that made his entire body tremble. Ghost King, Chapter 37. Leveling up is the way to go. A cold and eerie theatrical voice echoed behind Jiang Chan, making his scalp tingle, and he immediately signaled for the scissor ghost to take action. However, another figure reacted even faster, darting out from the side with a whoosh, running away at an incredible speed. It was a ghost resembling an ancient scholar. The chilling presence that had been clinging to him immediately dissipated as a terrifying aura surged toward the scholar ghost like a tidal wave. Jiang Chan hadn't even figured out when the scholar ghost had started following him when he saw the red wedding sedan in midair being engulfed by a gust of cold wind. In the next moment, the scholar ghost had already appeared inside the sedan. As the cold wind retreated, the sedan curtains fluttered. Thousands of Green Lantern ghosts began to drift again. 4 Blood Red Lantern Ghost Kings surrounded the red wedding sedan, slowly drifting away. His heart felt both joy and panic. How fortunate it is to have my lord tonight. But what if my lord indulges too much? My life is short. The sorrowful, ghostly theatrical voice grew fainter. That was close. Once the eerie scene had completely vanished, Jiang Chan's tense nerves relaxed, and he let out a sigh of relief. Indeed. A sudden response echoed beside him. Jiang Chan jumped back like a spring, glancing over. Under the collapsed wall, a white-skinned scholar ghost was panting with fear, clutching its chest. So terrifying. It truly scared me to death. A ghost scholar. A shiver ran down Jiang Chan's spine. He had just seen this guy being carried away by the ghostly wedding sedan, and now, in the blink of an eye, a series of thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. Without any hesitation, he directly commanded the scissor ghost to attack. Crack! The enormous scissors opened and closed in the air. The mud wall collapsed, and dirt and stones flew everywhere. Moments later, the dust settled. The already dilapidated half of the farmhouse was flattened, and the ghost scholar had vanished without a trace. Jiang Chan, however, did not receive any notification about points being added to his account. This ghost is suspicious. Activating the true king's eye, he surveyed the surroundings. The ghost mist was thick, enveloping the ruined village. Each of his fellow trainees found places to hide, and the entire ghost village fell into silence. With only ghosts wandering around, something must have happened here. Even a ghost king appeared. Should we withdraw first? Looking at the green dots on the ghost tracker that had reappeared, Jiang Chan hesitated for a moment. A place this close to the city wouldn't go unnoticed by the city guards if something truly happened. Perhaps it was just passing by? He glanced at the training rankings. The scores of the top few were rapidly changing, and he himself held the 27th position with 56 points. The first place was still Ling Xian, whose score had reached an astonishing 306 points, while the second place, Luo Shan, had 111 points, and the third place, Zhuang Baifan, had 93 points. Combined, the two of them still couldn't reach Ling Qingshuan's score. The training had not been halted, and no one else had reported casualties. It was a rare opportunity to earn ghost points. Forget it, I'll level up a bit first, gaining a couple of points for self-protection. Temporarily setting aside the ghostly wedding sedan and the ghost scholar, Jiang Chan immediately pulled up the system panel. Current level, third layer, current ghost points, 638 points. The earnings were quite good. Let us go, level up completely. Ding, consuming 200 ghost points. Beginning cultivation. Detected that you are in a ghost mist environment. Gaining negative buff. Cultivation speed reduced by 10. The entry-level cultivation method you are practicing is of low quality. Conversion efficiency in the ghost mist environment reduced by 40. The dual negative buff stack. Cultivation speed reduced by 50. A feeling of restlessness quietly arises within you. The black light screen displayed red information scrolling like a stream. Watching the continuously rolling text, a hint of irritation truly arose in Jiang Chan's heart. However, this did not have any substantial impact on him. The only effect was that the cultivation speed slowed down a bit, and the consumption of ghost points increased. After consuming 400 ghost points, you successfully advanced to the 5th layer. Continuing cultivation. The mere negative buff did not deter you. Instead, it inspired your unyielding character. Cultivation is inherently like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you retreat, gaining a positive buff. Cultivation speed increased by 30. It's like you built a semi-finished 4-cylinder engine. Just as you got on the Ba'in Buluku, 2 cylinders blew out. Now you're completely relying on the thousands of rehearsals in your mind and your absolute mastery of each turn to continue racing against the other contestants. After consuming 600 ghost points, you successfully advanced to the 6th layer. Your speed, strength, reaction ability, and physique have all significantly improved. Insufficient remaining ghost points. Cultivation ended. Comment. This cultivation consumed a total of 600 ghost points, equivalent to the result of 3 years of closed-door cultivation. Current level, 6th layer. Remaining ghost points, 38. A pure spiritual energy surged from within, flowing to his limbs and bones, making him feel completely relaxed. The speed of this upgrade was like riding a rocket. Jiang Chan felt the blood and energy surging in his body like a python, and the muscles and bones crackled like popping beans. Even his height increased by 2 inches. In just a few breaths, he had risen 3 more levels. This kind of advancement speed would be hard to believe if he told anyone. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within him, Jiang Chan was deeply shaken. The 6th layer level was considered average among students who had awakened their spiritual coffins, but compared to those from well-off families who had accumulated resources, he was far behind. Those guys had been showered with resources from a young age, provided with foundational cultivation methods and medicinal baths. They often broke through several levels immediately upon awakening, and some even broke through to the 1st stage outright. There were even prodigies who awakened their spiritual coffins before turning 16. Ling Qingshian had awakened her spiritual coffin half a year ago, but no one knew what her aptitude was until yesterday's awakening ceremony, when she finally revealed it. I wonder what level she is at now. Curiosity flickered in his mind, but was soon cast aside by Jiang Chan's background and resources. I truly cannot compare. But I have a cheat. As long as I have enough ghost points, let alone suppressing a Ling Qingshian. Even a 4th stage, general, or 5th stage king would be a matter of time. What kind of serious transmigrator would practice? Leveling up is the way to go. Glancing at the remaining ghost points, 38. Unlocking the Blood Sovereign Xidagarba requires 10,000 points, so that will have to wait. Tonight, I aim to break through to the 1st stage and conveniently grab the top spot. The reward for the training champion includes cultivation methods and resources, all of which I lack. Putting away the panel, Jiang Chan immediately set out to sweep through the village again with the scissor ghost. Other hiding classmates gradually revealed themselves. Although they still felt lingering fear from the earlier high-risk warning, the training continued, and they began to cooperate again to slay ghosts in small groups. Snap! The scissor ghost sliced through a second-layer dung ghost, and Jiang Chan, unfazed, prepared to charge at the next ghost when an urgent and joyous voice suddenly came from a nearby, dilapidated courtyard. Jiang Chan, turning to look, Meng Xia was about to burst into tears of joy. She rushed over, saying, Jiang Chan, it's so good to see you here. Meng Xia? Jiang Chan stopped and looked at her, asking, where's Hu Shuai? Meng Xia's expression immediately turned anxious. Just a moment ago, for some unknown reason, all our ghost detectors issued high-risk warnings. In a hurry, Hu Shuai and I hid in this courtyard, but then he vanished. I was just about to look for you. Before Meng Xia could finish her words, Jiang Chan's expression had already turned serious. His gaze was fixed on the dilapidated courtyard ahead. As a thick white mist began to spread, the mist seemed to thicken. Meng Xia also sensed the change and, feeling frightened, moved closer to Jiang Chan, tightly clutching one of his arms, completely unaware that her ample form was pressing against his arm. The ghostly mist had become thick and lifeless at some unknown time. The distant, desolate houses were no longer visible, and the nearby collapsed cottages and courtyards were also covered by the dense mist. The well, dead trees, farming tools, and even the decaying rural path beneath their feet, along with the wandering ghosts in the village and the classmates training there, all vanished from sight. Soon, in Jiang Chan and Meng Xia's view, there was only a thick expanse of white left. Unlike the murkiness and grayness of the ghost mist, the white before them was more akin to a flowing, changing white, carrying a chilling and eerie dead air. It was like the strange smoke rising from a corpse just dragged out of freezer, and a bone-chilling sense of danger silently approached within this thick white mist. Chapter 38, Ghost Technique. The Wrath of the Black Sun. Is this Deng Yinxia? Jiang Chan became fully alert, relevant information automatically surfacing in his mind. The new compilation of Ghost Classics records. In a certain area west of the ancient country of Yixiu, when an elder of the clan passes away, the children gather firewood to burn the body, and if the smoke rises, it symbolizes the deceased ascending to immortality. This is called Deng Yinxia. After the ghost, disaster struck. This custom gave rise to a special type of ghost, resembling smoke and mist, obscuring the eyes of the living and the sight of other ghosts, causing them to lose their way and become trapped. Suddenly, a sharp blade wind attacked without warning. Be careful. Jiang Chan's brow twitched, and he quickly pulled Meng Xia down to the ground, narrowly avoiding a slash of the blade, but a thin line of blood appeared on the side of his neck. Meng Xia was heavily pressed under him and let out a muffled groan. She was extremely frightened but did not scream. She knew that the only thing she could do at this moment was not to cause trouble for Jiang Chan. Stay still. Jiang Chan quickly rolled over and got up, directly activating the eye of the true king. Swish! The thick smoke instantly parted like a curtain in front of him. The decayed well railing, rusted plow nails, the dilapidated farmhouse, and Meng Xia, curled up on the ground trembling, all came into view. In the thick fog stood a tall headless corpse, recently deceased, with blood still not dried on its neck, covered in corpse spots, emanating a chilling stench of decay. In the hand of this headless corpse was a gleaming tang knife, and behind it stood a mighty and robust Dao Lao ghost. The smoke shifted. All the images returned to Jiang Chan's sight, and he quickly processed the information in his mind. Judging by the attire of this headless corpse, it was likely a ghost hunter, but unfortunately encountered this Deng Yinxia, becoming trapped in the smoke until the incense burned out and being assimilated by the ghost mist. That Dao Lao ghost should have been its ghost pet in life, and after it became a ghost, the contract was automatically dissolved, resulting in its head being severed. And then both became trapped in this smoke. Glancing at a head with corpse spots by the well railing, Jiang Chan secretly took note. With the eye of the true king activated, he looked back at the headless corpse, and inside its hollow chest cavity resided a three-eyed blood crow. No wonder this ghost hunter could still move after having its head chopped off. It turned out to be made into a corpse puppet by this thing. Under the deliberate guidance of Deng Yinxia, Both the headless corpse and the Dao Lao ghost had their attention fixed on Jiang Chan and Meng Xia behind him. Fortunately, the information from the Eye of the True King indicated that both of these ghost entities were not very high in level. Headless corpse, level 5, Dao Lao ghost. Level 3. Just when I was worried about not having enough ghost points, you two just delivered yourselves to my door. With that thought, a suppressive, ghostly energy began to brew. The two ghost entities lunged at the same time. I can only settle this quickly. It's just right to test the effects of my upgraded second ghost technique on you. Glancing at Meng Xia behind him, a terrifying aura immediately radiated from Jiang Chan, centered around him, and surged outward. Then, a violent, ghostly energy erupted, as if a black sun rose from behind him. The wrath of the black sun. Boom! His clothes exploded instantly, and snake-like black tattoos spread across his swollen upper body. A ghostly and sinister Buddha statue tattoo gathered on his back. Blood god Xitigarbha. In the next moment, Jiang Chan shot out like a high-pressure cannonball, his entire body bursting with fierce, ghostly energy, crashing into the headless corpse that had swung its knife. Boom! The thick white smoke rolled apart, and the decayed ground was carved out into a deep trench, with a momentary vacuum appearing in the center of the thick white smoke. The fear on Meng Xia's face was directly replaced by shock. She widened her eyes, watching Jiang Chan, who had activated the Xitigarbha, seeming like a mad beast. He slammed down a fist onto the towering, headless corpse. Boom! It directly exploded its chest cavity, along with the three-eyed blood crow inside. The thick white smoke quickly closed in, her vision filled once again with the dense fog, but that incredibly impactful scene was deeply imprinted in her mind. Especially the terrifying punch Jiang Chan threw down, causing her heart to tremble. This is a ghost technique? He definitely has more than one scissor ghost. Roar! At that moment, another Dao Lao ghost let out a low growl and suddenly slashed toward Meng Xia's back. Intimidation. Two deep syllables whispered like ancient demons, and Jiang Chan's pupils erupted with a dignified golden light. Buzz. It shot straight into the eyes of the Dao Lao ghost. 300 mental shock activated. Its robust body immediately froze in place. Then, a massive pitch-black pair of scissors opened and closed in midair. Snap! The Dao Lao ghost's roar abruptly ceased, and it fell to the ground beside Meng Xia with a heavy thud, the dull sound and the cold stench of decay directly startling her into a shiver. Ding! You have slain the parasitic spirit Coffin Master, level 5, ghost points 81. You have slain one Dao Lao ghost, level 3, ghost points 39. The rolling smoke gradually calmed down. Jiang Chan's eyes brightened. The rewards from this headless corpse were quite good, enough to equal 2 Dao Lao ghosts. Looking at the text on the panel, he pondered and came to a conclusion. The lower the level of the ghost compared to me, the fewer ghost points I receive. To gain high ghost points, I must kill ghosts of a higher level than mine. At least I need to face those of the same level. Understanding the rules, Jiang Chan put away the panel, walked forward, and picked up the tang knife that had fallen from the headless corpse. The handle was dark red, and the blade shimmered with a hint of blue gold. Special materials were added during forging, enabling it to slay ghosts. He swung it a few times. It felt quite comfortable. The headless corpse's chest was shattered. On the decayed ground, besides the ghost-slaying knife, there was also a golden bottle. Jiang Chan approached, brushed aside the dry branches, and picked up the bottle, weighing it in his hand. It was heavy, with an ancient appearance, and overall, it was about twice the size of a palm. Wow, pure gold. Relevant information immediately surfaced in Jiang Chan's mind. Gold dust bottle. The record of strange object states, after death, the people of Dongnu Kingdom use bottle burial. Their relatives will place the deceased's bones and flesh in a gold bottle, sprinkled with gold dust to prevent corpse transformation. After the ghost disaster swept through, some discovered the secret that gold could resist ghostly invasions based on this record, leading to the creation of the gold dust bottle, a man-made strange object mostly used to capture, imprison, and trade ghost pets. Truly a ghost hunter. Trading ghost pets has always had a price, but no market. Some heirs awaken their spirit coffins and need to contract ghost pets, but are unwilling to venture out of the city. So they prepare gold dust bottles at home, and spend a fortune to commission ghost hunters to help capture them outside the city. With a cultivation level of level 5, plus a Dao Lao ghost as a primary offensive ghost pet, one could basically walk sideways in a ghost village. But encountering a special ghost like Deng Yinxia was indeed bad luck. However, since I've taken this job, I must be prepared to lose my life at any moment. Pulling out the bottle stopper to take a look, it was empty, not yet containing any ghostly entities. Jiang Chan wrapped the gold dust bottle in his torn clothes and tied it to his back. Aside from its use in containing ghostly entities, this golden bottle itself could be worth over 2 million xia coins. Now it's time to deal with you. He raised his gaze, looking back at the Deng Yinxia that enveloped the surroundings. The dead white smoke drifted and spread, almost merging with the ghost mist, denser than the ghost mist itself. Deng Yinxia has no offensive capability. Its uniqueness lies in its ability to obscure the vision of the living and even trap some ghost entities. However, with the enhancement of the eye of the true king, Jiang Chan's eyes were as deep as stars. The shifting smoke before him seemed non-existent. He could easily leave freely with Meng Xia. However, such a special ghost is rare. Just leaving like this, I can't bear to do it. Besides, that kid Hu Shuai is probably still trapped in here. Chapter 39, Contracting the Second Ghost Pet. The ghost contracting technique must be performed on the original body of the ghost to take effect. To contracting Yin Sha as a ghost pet, Jiang Chan must find its original body and locate the source of the smoke. This is by no means an easy task for other spirit coffin masters. But for Jiang Chan, it's not difficult. He moved his feet, searching the surroundings. With a true king's eye activated, Jiang Chan was completely unaffected by the thick smoke. His glowing pupils quickly locked onto a target. In front of him, in the open space at the door of a farmhouse, 3 rough large pottery jars were placed, 2 of which were broken, leaving only 1 large jar covered with a piece of tattered wood. At this moment, the wood was gently trembling. Found you. Jiang Chan directly commanded the scissor ghost to move forward. With a clang, the pottery jar shattered, and suddenly a shadow sprang up from inside. Good ghost. I was hiding in here, and you found me. I'll fight you. Hu-ha-hey, take my invincible iron fist. Looking at the figure that suddenly jumped out of the broken jar and wildly gestured at the air in front of it. Not only did a question mark slowly form on Jiang Chan's forehead, but even the scissor ghost that broke the jar was momentarily stunned. Hu Shuai? Upon hearing this voice, Meng Xia immediately showed a hint of joy. Are you okay, Hu Shuai? Meng Xia? Hu Shuai, with his claws waving, paused for a moment, then immediately resumed his vigorous gestures. Don't be afraid, Meng Xia. Your Hu Ge has trained, and ordinary ghosts can't get close at all. Hu-ha-hey. Wait for me to rescue you. Foolish bird, the ghost is behind you. Jiang Chan scoffed and let this foolish bird play by itself, turning to continue searching for the hidden Deng Yinxia. Hearing the voice, Hu Shuai immediately turned to gesture at another section of air, and after a few moves, he suddenly realized and exclaimed, Jiang Ge? Is that you, Jiang Ge? Are you stuck in here and can't see? Don't panic. I'll use my invincible iron fist to handle this ghost and save you from the merciless water and fire. Hu-ha-hey-hee-hee. Jiang Chan walked away directly. Getting too close to the foolish bird was likely to be infectious. On the other side, Meng Xia also sighed and rubbed her forehead. Activating the true king's eye and searching the entire courtyard, Jiang Chan's gaze finally fell on a stone well near the roadside. Surrounding it were 3 dilapidated farmhouses, and in the middle of the open space stood a short, dead tree, its bare branches resembling an open hand reaching desperately towards the silent sky. A stone well was built a short distance away. The well's railing was gray and dull, stained with mottled blood. A head covered in corpse spots was tilted at the edge of the railing. Wisps of smoke were rising from the open mouth of the well. This time, I can't be wrong. Jiang Chan stepped forward with his ghost-slaying knife. He leaned closer to the well railing and peered down. Whoosh! A chilling wind immediately rushed to his face. He saw a desiccated corpse dressed in a black shroud standing at the bottom of the dark well. White smoke was rising from its body. Jiang Chan's heart leaped with joy as he released his forbidden blood coffin and performed the ghost contracting technique on the corpse below. Buzz! The massive and terrifying blood coffin trembled slightly. Ancient runes on the coffin glowed, and chains slithered like live snakes. The coffin lid slowly opened. It hung above the well opening, as if it had opened an ancient, dust-covered door. A viscous bloodlight poured down from the door. Whoosh! The cold wind stirred the smoke. The dry branches and fallen leaves on the ground rustled. Under Jiang Chan's unblinking gaze, the corpse in the shroud began to slowly rise. It emitted strands of white smoke and gradually floated up to the well opening. Following that pull, it slowly drifted into the open blood coffin, entering through that open door. Ding! You have successfully contracted the ghost pet Deng Yin Sha. Quality, B grade, can be upgraded in quality by fusing with specific ghost entities. Level, 6-fold. Comment. As you can see, this is a ghost pet with considerable growth potential. With its current abilities, it can create a 10-meter range of obscuring smoke. Don't underestimate this 10 meters. Within the obscuring area it creates, both humans and ghosts are like blind people, making it perfect for touching female classmates' pencil cases. This comment. Jiang Chan's expression was strange. Who would seriously go and touch a female classmate's pencil case? However, a 10-meter obscuring range that obscures vision and blinds ghosts does make him a bit excited about the upcoming school exchange competition. Ghost quality is divided into 9 levels from low to high. F, E, D, C, B, AS, SS, and SSS. F grade includes all subpar ghosts that have no cultivation value. The majority of spirit coffin masters contract ghost pets of E and D grades. Successfully contracting a C-grade ghost pet is considered excellent. B grade is rare, and contracting a ghost pet of this quality comes with certain risks. As for A-grade ghost pets, one must be prepared for backlash. Ordinary spirit coffin masters simply cannot handle it. When it comes to S-grade quality, not only is it rare, but the will of the fierce ghost is also something that ordinary people cannot contend with. Not to mention SS and SSS grade ghost pets. To contract ghost pets of this level, the spirit coffin master's own strength, innate talent, and luck must all be considered. The higher the ghost quality, the stronger the fierce ghost's will, and the more difficult it is to contract. This Deng Yin Sha B-grade quality should have a strong resistance will. But why do I feel like I contracted it without much effort? Could it be that my forbidden blood coffin has a natural suppression effect on fierce ghost wills? Jiang Chan couldn't think of any other possibilities. Continuing to read, there was a recommendation route at the end of the panel for upgrading Deng Yin Sha to A grade. Fusing with a poison-type ghost can give the obscuring smoke poison attributes, such as hallucination, corrosion, dizziness, etc. Fusing with a shadow-type ghost can allow the smoke within the obscuring area to take on various forms, confuse, and even possess certain attack power. Fusing with a second Deng Yin Sha can directly upgrade to A grading. Long Yuan has a chance to obtain ghost skills. It can be upgraded and cultivated. Like Pokemon, after reading the text information on the panel, a smile crept onto Jiang Chan's face. This was getting interesting. The thick white smoke surrounding him began to dissipate, and the unclear ghost mist floated away, gradually restoring visibility. The mist has cleared. Hu Shuai, who was wildly gesturing, suddenly saw a decapitated corpse with a large hole in its chest on the ground, gasping in shock. Looking at his 2 fists, a look of realization and the loneliness of being unmatched in the world appeared on his face. Am I really the Iron Fist King that is rarely seen in 100 years? That was defeated by Jiang Chan. Meng Xia got up from the ground and said somewhat speechlessly, if Jiang Chan hadn't happened to be nearby, we would have been stuck here to die. After saying that, she walked directly toward Jiang Chan. Seeing Jiang Chan, Hu Shuai hurriedly ran over, and when he saw the ghost-slaying knife in Jiang Chan's hand, his eyes lit up. Damn, Jiangge, where did you get that knife? It's just as cool as mine. Picked it up from the ground, Jiang Chan casually replied, his gaze shifting to the head at the edge of the well railing. Its eyes were wide open, unable to close even in death. A gray necklace hung around its neck, with a silver tag dangling below. Who is this dead ghost? Hu Shuai walked over and picked up the tag, which had a ghost-hunting emblem engraved on it. Turning it over, there was a name, Wang Yuan. Whispering these 2 words, he immediately added, not powerful enough. Not even half as nice as my Hu Shuai. Jiang Chan took a glance at the sign from Hu Shuai's hand and then his gaze returned to the head by the well, its dead gray eyes wide open. I took your knife and bottle. After saying this, he wanted to help those gray, desolate eyes close, but he halted as he reached out, turned to look, and then hung the gray necklace engraved with a name on a branch that was hanging down. Rest in peace on your journey. He shook off the blood from the blade. Jiang Chan turned around and strode away. Wait for me, Jiang Ge. Hu Shuai and Meng Xia quickly followed. Yuo, Yang Yi. What did you go to rob? Why are you carrying such a big golden bottle? Is it pure gold? Hey, Jiang Ge, walk slower. Let me play with that knife. Jiang Ge was my invincible iron fist cool just now. The ghost mist swirled, and the chattering Hu Shuai and the exasperated Meng Xia gradually walked further behind Jiang Chan. The chain pendant that Jiang Chan had hung on the branch swayed in the wind. With a clatter, the head by the well, covered in corpse spots, moved its eyeballs. Then the movement increased in frequency, as if something inside the skull was eager to break out. At that moment, a clear ding rang out. A cat's paw stepped on that head. With a thud, a muffled sound. It was like a watermelon bursting open, and the surroundings fell back into silence. The ghost mist was murky. The calico cat looked at the retreating figures of Jiang Chan and the others, and a hint of human-like hesitation appeared in its heterochromatic pupils. Soon, it made a decision. It turned around and chased in the opposite direction. That was the direction where the ghostly flower sedan had left a few minutes ago. Chapter 40 starts soloing for the rankings. City West checkpoint. The sharp alarm came suddenly and went just as abruptly, stopping almost in the blink of an eye. The blood-red hue quickly fading away. Wang Meng and Liang Yun both relaxed their tense nerves, a layer of cold sweat soaking their backs. How could a ghost king appear so close to the city? Wang Meng asked with a serious expression. I don't know either. I've been guarding this city wall for over 10 years and have never encountered this situation. The red alert has never sounded even once. Why did it suddenly go off today? Liang Yun wiped the beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, feeling uneasy, wondering if the system malfunctioned after being in place for too long. You better find out what's going on, Liang Fatty. This is no joke. Wang Meng said. I'll have someone check the alarm system immediately. No, I'll go myself, Liang said, his chubby body moving, his actions showing no signs of clumsiness. If you're really worried, just terminate this training session and call all the kids back. But Wang Meng's gaze was fixed on the large projection in front of him, where green dots were distributed around the Luogang ghost village, centered on it. All 61 members were present, and their scores and rankings were fluctuating. He hesitated for a moment, then made up his mind. The training continues. But Liang Fatty, you pick a few good hands from the city guards for me. I'm going out of the city to escort these kids, just in case. Ding. You have slain a level 1 grave ghost. Ghost points, 3. You have slain a level 5 flying head ghost. Ghost points, 67. As expected, my level is rising, but killing lower-level ghosts will greatly reduce the ghost points I earn. Looking at the 3 ghost points provided by the grave ghost, Jiang Chan felt a toothache. At this rate, how long would it take to level up? Not to mention unsealing Blood Lord Xidagarba. It's time to leave the novice village and explore. In the area of Ghost Village, the ghost levels were mostly below level 5. Beyond the ghost village to the west, there was a forest of hanging corpses where most ghost levels range between level 5 and level 1. Ling Qingxian and the group of aristocrats didn't waste time in the ghost village. They headed straight for the ghost forest, which is why their scores increased so rapidly. The higher the quality or level of the ghost killed, the more points one could earn, which is the same principle as farming ghost points. Glancing at the ranking list, Ling Qingxian still led the pack with a significant gap, having already amassed 507 points, while I only had 87 points, nearly 6 times less. An hour had passed in the training session, and I needed to step up my game. Now the ghost village was bustling again, with other classmates grouping up, gradually starting to coordinate better, leaving Jiang Chan with little space to farm ghost points. He immediately said to Hu Shuai and Meng Xia, I'm planning to go to the ghost forest to farm a bit. You guys stay here and coordinate. Hu Shuai and Meng Xia knew they had already slowed down Jiang Chan's efficiency in slaying ghosts. If they followed him to the ghost forest, they would only become a burden. All right, we want to follow you and hold you back. Jiang Ge, be careful on your own. Hu Shuai readily agreed. Meng Xia also reminded him with some concern that while training results were important, safety was even more crucial. If he encountered danger, he shouldn't push himself, and they would wait for him here. After bidding farewell to Hu Shuai and Meng Xia, Jiang Chan oriented himself and immediately picked up his ghost-slaying knife to head toward the forest of hanging corpses. Along the way, he encountered a few low-level ghosts that posed no threat. Following the principle that even a mosquito's leg is meat, he swiftly dealt with them. After about 10 minutes, he came across a small river. The water was murky and flowed slowly. A decayed wooden bridge led to the other side. To reach the ghost forest, he had to cross the river. Jiang Chan slowed his steps. From a distance, the ghost fog was thick and murky. On the decayed wooden bridge knelt a figure in mourning clothes, sobbing. Jiang Chan suddenly shivered. Upon closer inspection, it was a small ghost in mourning clothes, resembling a 7- or 8-year-old child. It knelt in the middle of the brown-stained wooden bridge, facing the murky river, crying and throwing round-hole paper money into the water. Ghost name, Child Ghost. Damn, it scared me. I thought that crying ghost had given birth to a child. The ghostly information appeared before Jiang Chan, and he immediately recalled the relevant entries in the ghost compendium. When a child of the Zhuang clan loses a relative, they will cry by the riverside, throwing coins into the river to buy water to wash the corpse. In the past, there was a tribe called the Zhuang. When their relatives died, the youngest child would carry a bucket to the riverside, crying while throwing coins into the water as payment for the water, then bring it back to cleanse the deceased. If it didn't do this, they would be considered unfilial. The child ghost originated from this practice. This type of ghost itself had no destructive power, but its crying could attract water ghosts. Jiang Chan glanced at its level 6. He gripped his knife, charging forward. As Jiang Chan quickly approached, the child ghost cries became sharper. 3 whirlpools appeared on the black, murky surface of the river. Then 3 wet heads emerged from the whirlpools, their bodies following suit. They crawled ashore, dragging stinking water behind them, twisting as they approached Jiang Chan. 2 were level 3, and 1 was level 5. Jiang Chan's speed didn't decrease as he charged, and with a swift motion, he severed the heads of the 2 level 3 water ghosts, while the scissor ghost swooped in, neatly dispatching the remaining level 5 water ghost. With his combat skills and experience being quite subpar, Jiang Chan didn't bother with finesse. He brutally eliminated the 3 water ghosts, then rushed onto the wooden bridge and dealt a fatal blow to the sobbing child ghost. Ding! You have slain 2 level 3 water ghosts and 1 level 5 water ghost. Ghost points, 103. You have slain 1 level 6 child ghost. Ghost points, 97. Jiang Chan considered contracting the child ghost, but you cry too terribly. He tucked away the panel and crossed the bridge. Just as he made it across, he heard a series of dull thuds. Thump, thump. Following the sound, 2 fire bucket ghosts bounced towards him from the ghost fog, leaving patches of fire in their wake. Jiang Chan raised an eyebrow and charged towards them with his knife. These ghosts were born from an old custom of sitting in a fire bucket, which contained a bench and a stove. The top was half closed, with a person sitting inside, exposing their head and part of their upper body. The fire bucket ghosts inherited this image, their bodies seeming to merge with the fire buckets beneath them, round and fiery, moving clumsily. However, one needed to be cautious. They could explode. 2 level 5 fire bucket ghosts had an explosive power comparable to 2 kilograms of TNT. Jiang Chan quickly closed the distance to the 2 fire bucket ghosts until he was within 10 meters. Thick white smoke suddenly spread out. Confusion. Misty smoke. The 2 fire bucket ghosts immediately lost their targets and direction. Only the dull thuds of their hopping could be heard. In the confusion, Jiang Chan approached one of the fire bucket ghosts. Like a ghost, a massive blood coffin floating behind him. Contracting ghost technique activated. Buzz. The blood coffin trembled, chains retracting. The ancient patterns on it erupted with red light, and the heavy lid slowly opened. An invisible pull and faint red light enveloped the fire bucket ghost, which immediately began to struggle. But the strong pull emitted by the blood coffin was like a black hole. It couldn't break free and could only be obediently drawn in. Contract successful. But Jiang Chan didn't stop there. Taking advantage of the mist from ascending to the clouds, he quickly approached another fire barrel ghost. The contract spirit technique was activated again. Ding! The system notification popped up promptly. You have successfully contracted 2 D-grade fire barrel ghosts. Can be fused and transformed to upgrade quality. Do you want to fuse? Is there even a question? Of course, it's fusion time. Chapter 41. Entering the Corpse Forest. Fusion. Jiang Chan acted without hesitation. This fusion requires 400 Ghost God points. Current Ghost God points, 627, starting fusion. D-grade Corpse Ghost 2 fusing. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a new Ghost Pet Explosive Flame Ghost. Quality, C-grade, level, 6-fold. Comment. Undoubtedly, the upgraded Explosive Flame Ghost has significantly enhanced explosive power. Although it retains the basic image of the Corpse Ghost, unlike the self-destructive explosion ability of the Corpse Ghost, it has gained the ability to throw fireballs, causing wide area damage. At the same time, it grants you low-level fire manipulation, sufficient to singe a bit of hair. Remaining Ghost God points, 227. Ignore the last line about burning hair. With a thought, a burst of orange-red flames erupted from Jiang Chan's hand, quickly spreading along the ghost-slaying blade like a fire serpent, covering the entire blade in an instant. With a swing of the blade, a burst of intense firelight was instantly unleashed. Not bad. It felt a bit like that blind man from a movie Jiang Chan had seen. Turning to the end of the panel, there were also recommendations for upgrading Explosive Flame Ghost to B-grade. Fusing with a wind attribute, Ghost grants simple straight-line flight ability. Fusing with a shadow attribute, Ghost grants 2 false clones, which do not possess real damage. Fusing with a second Explosive Flame Ghost allows directed upgrade to B-grade Netherfire Ghost, giving you a chance to control Netherfire. The combination of the Explosive Flame Ghost with a wind attribute Ghost sounds good. It could serve as an aerial bomb and could have great effects if used well. The second combination is also a decent choice, turning 1 bomb into 3, though only 1 will actually explode. Who wouldn't panic if they saw 3 thrown at them? Controlling Netherfire is even rarer. The 3 routes recommended by the system were all good, but they didn't quite match Jiang Chan's expectations. Both the Corpse Ghost and the Explosive Flame Ghost had a critical flaw. They were too heavy and could only explode once, equivalent to self-destruction. If Jiang Chan were to raise this Explosive Flame Ghost, he would prefer to fill the gap in speed or have it recharge after exploding, rather than losing this ghost pet completely after 1 blast. However, these were not things to consider right now. Perhaps there were even better options ahead? Putting away the panel, he continued forward. After crossing the bridge, the ghost mist grew thicker, and the level of ghostly beings encountered was higher. The number of classmates coming here to slay ghosts significantly decreased. At this moment, Jiang Chan gazed through the ghost mist into the distance. In the gray, hazy fog, the corpse forest was already visible, a dark mass resembling an impenetrable wall. Jiang Chan quickened his pace, moving along the decaying mountain path. Along the way, he could see some white bones half buried in the ground, some human, some animal. There were dead trees and gray-brown rocks by the roadside, and tall wild grass concealed half-collapsed graves, with scattered ghostly flames emitting a green, eerie glow in the gray mist. In the completely abandoned farmland, some dilapidated agricultural tools could still be seen, and occasionally, a couple of low-level ghosts would wander by, emitting spine-chilling howls. Jiang Chan didn't waste time on those low-level ghosts. If they happened to wander into his path, he wouldn't mind taking them down. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Chan finally arrived under that wall. The bizarrely shaped trees formed a pitch-black sea, all of them long dead. Only bare trunks and branches remained, clawing at the air like ghosts waiting to devour the living. The concentration of ghost mist here was almost double that of Ghost Village. Jiang Chan looked at the entrance to the corpse forest before him, his heart tightening slightly, feeling as if a dark, gaping mouth of a ghost was waiting for him to step inside, but the ghostly interface did not warn of any dangerous ghosts nearby. Just as he was about to step in, a hoarse, strange roar suddenly reached his ears. Meat! Meat! Jiang Chan immediately became alert. Then he saw a bloated ghost running out of the corpse forest as if fleeing for its life. Its body was made up of pieced-together rotting flesh, and as it ran, chunks of flesh fell off. When it spotted Jiang Chan, it stopped in its tracks. Ghost name, Chu Hai Ghost. Quality, degrade. Level, 6-fold. The information about this ghost appeared before Jiang Chan, and he recalled the records from the new compilation of ghosts. In the ancient south of Chu, there was a great drought one year, and there was no food. After the locals died, their relatives would strip the flesh from the deceased to eat, leaving only the bones for burial. The Chu Hai ghost came about because of this. They typically emerge from the ground in the form of skeletons, continuously repeating the syllable meat. Their obsession with meat drives them to wander everywhere, stripping flesh from anything they see and attaching it to themselves. This ghost was injured. The rotting flesh at its feet had fallen all over the ground, and its right arm was severed, leaving only its left arm clutching a rusted bone knife. Jiang Chan raised an eyebrow, casting his gaze toward the dark corpse forest behind the Chu Hai ghost. What was inside? Meat. A low growl snapped Jiang Chan's attention back. The foul-smelling Chu Hai ghost started running again, with its pieced-together chunks of flesh hitting the ground with a thud, and it charged at Jiang Chan with a bone knife aimed at his stomach. Jiang Chan didn't want to get those disgusting, rotten pieces of flesh on him. Dread. 2 low-pitched syllables emerged, and his eyes suddenly burst forth with golden light, striking directly at the Chu Hai ghost's eyes. Mental shock. Effective. The approaching Chu Hai ghost froze for a moment. The next second, flames engulfed the blade, rising into the air. Crackle. Jiang Chan landed and swung his blade to extinguish the flames. The frozen Chu Hai ghost collapsed with a crash, its bloated body crumbling like a mountain of flesh, bursting into flames. Ding! You have slain a 6-fold Chu Hai ghost. Ghost God points 113. A single Chu Hai ghost yielded over 100 points. Jiang Chan felt a surge of joy. As expected, the rewards here were higher. He looked at his current Ghost God points, 340. He also checked his practical training points, 101, which had already pushed him into the top 15, currently sitting in 13th place. The first place, Ling Qingxian, had already surpassed 601, a full 5 times more than Jiang Chan. The second place, Luo Shan, had 347. The third place, Zhuang Baifan, had 263. Fourth, there were still 3.5 hours left in the practical training. Jiang Chan looked back at the terrifying entrance of the corpse forest, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. Time to climb the rankings. By the side of the mountain path stood a withered tree, and from its branches swooped down a ghostly crow that feasted on rotting corpses. It picked up a piece of flesh that the Chu Hai ghost had dropped. Tilting its head, it watched Jiang Chan enter the corpse forest alone with its 3 blood-red eyes. Chapter 42. This wave takes off. The cold, gray mist enveloped everything. As Jiang Chan entered the forest, his vision immediately darkened. Aside from the sound of his own footsteps crunching on the dry branches and leaves, there was no other sound. The ghostly mist rolled and billowed, with shadowy figures of gnarled tree branches looming around. The thick layer of decomposed leaves, accumulated over countless years, emitted a foul odor, and each step he took echoed with the sound of breaking rotten branches. Jiang Chan felt a sense of caution rising within him as he slowed his pace and ventured deeper into the corpse forest. After walking for a while, he sensed something was off. According to geography lessons, this ghostly forest should be filled with hanging corpses. Scanning his surroundings, he found only shadowy dead trees in the dim mist. Not only were there no hanging corpses, but he didn't even see a single body. The ghostly detector showed that there were no spirits within a 200-meter radius. Something was definitely amiss. Recalling the panicked Chu Hai ghost that had hurriedly fled the corpse forest earlier, Jiang Chan couldn't afford to let his guard down. He walked another 200 meters without finding anything and decided to retreat. After walking about 50 more meters, he came across a mountain stream. The water was murkier than the river he had passed earlier, dark as ink and littered with dead branches and leaves. Then, Jiang Chan froze, quickly hiding behind a tree as he witnessed an astonishing sight. Hundreds or even thousands of paper boats drifting silently on the water surface. The once empty, ghostly detector screen immediately lit up with a dense cluster of green light dots. Each paper boat was made from old paper money, quietly floating in the murky mountain stream. The ghostly mist hung thick and heavy, and the corpse forest lay silent. Hundreds of white paper boats floated in the dark stream, swaying gently as they drifted toward the deepest part of the corpse forest, completely shrouded in ghostly mist. These were all ghost paper boats. According to the new compilation of ghost classics, in ancient times, in the Jingxi area, where the land was wild and life was hard, women would go to the water to give birth after 7 months of pregnancy. They would place the newborns in the water, keeping those that floated and discarding those that sank. However, they would place a paper boat on the water to guide the discarded ones to the afterlife. The ghost paper boats originated from this practice, and each boat contained a dead infant. Thus, they also had an official name, July infants. July infants are known for using the guise of small paper boats to deceive. If you get too close, they will immediately drag you into the water to drown you. But typically, only 3 or 4 of these spirits appear near the water's edge. How could there be so many here? Just as Jiang Chan was taken aback, the ghost detector on his wrist suddenly shook violently, illuminating a shocking deep red. Among the hundreds of white ghost paper boats, a streak of blood slowly drifted into his view. His breath caught in his throat, and an icy chill shot up from his feet to the top of his head. Ghost name, Infant Spirit Ghost King. Quality, S-Class, level. 5th stage, 7th layer. Another Ghost King. The terrifying ghostly aura spread invisibly, weighing down on Jiang Chan like an iceberg, while inside, he was churning with waves of panic. He had encountered 2 Ghost Kings tonight. It's known that spirits of this level usually stay in their own forbidden zones, as long as you don't provoke them. They typically want to show themselves easily, let alone appear in waves so close to human settlements. Something must have happened here. Jiang Chan's mind flashed back to the flickering lantern ghosts that had drifted through the ghostly mist earlier, along with the 4 lantern ghosts and the bridal sedan chair that sang ghostly songs. Looking again at the hundreds of ghost paper boats swaying in the mountain stream, especially the shocking streak of blood, he felt frozen as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. A horrifying guess began to surface in his mind: the ghost tide. This year's ghost tide is going to come early. The ghost mist thickened, feeling as if it had solidified. Jiang Chan was pinned in place by the ghostly energy emanating from the infant spirit Ghost King. The only silver lining was that it didn't linger. Surrounded by the hundreds of ghost paper boats, it drifted down the mountain stream towards the depths of the corpse forest. Only when that streak of blood completely vanished did the invisible pressure dissipate, and the ghostly mist covering the corpse forest began to swirl again. Jiang Chan almost collapsed, bracing himself against a tree trunk as he exhaled heavily, his back soaked in cold sweat. Such a terrifying sense of oppression. It could probably crush some low-level spirit Coffin Masters with its ghostly energy. If it truly targeted me, even activating the 30-second hand ring wouldn't be of any use. Regaining his composure, he resolved to hurry back to the city to inform the city guards. With determination, Jiang Chan grabbed his ghost-slaying knife and immediately began to retreat. As he turned around, he realized that in the brief moment he had taken to catch his breath, the tree trunks around him had silently become entwined with hair, and the blood-red color on the ghost detector faded, revealing dense green light dots again. So many hair ghosts. The ghost mist remained gray and murky, and the corpse forest lay silent. The gnarled, clawing dead trees stood like evil spirits in the mist, while strands of foul, black hair slithered down from the branches like living snakes, wrapping around Jiang Chan's legs, waist, and ghost-slaying knife. He remained unperturbed, letting the ghost-slaying knife sink down and stab straight into the rotten ground. A burst of orange-red fire erupted from his hand, quickly enveloping the entire blade. Then, the orange flames roared and spread along the strands of hair, like serpentine flames rapidly igniting a large area within the corpse forest, piercing through the gray, ghostly mist. Ding! You burned to death 7 double hair ghosts. Ghost points, 136. You burned to death 5 triple hair ghosts. Ghost points, 108. You burned to death. A series of notifications sounded in Jiang Chan's mind like cannon fire, and he looked on in delight as his ghost points began to rapidly increase, while his training points and ranking also surged upward. So this is what burning hair means. Jiang Chan suddenly recalled the System S evaluation of his flammability. This wave is really a windfall. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the ghost mist. Jiang Chan grabbed his ghost-slaying knife and charged directly toward the source of the sound without hesitation. Moments later, he found himself in front of a grove filled with human heads hanging from the trees. The thick, blackened, decayed trunks stretched out their withered branches into the mist, and each branch was adorned with human heads. Every head sprouted dense, black hair, entwining around the surrounding trees like vines, weaving them into hair cages. Some of the cages even contained dried corpses, appearing like spider cocoons through the murky ghost mist. As Jiang Chan intruded, the dense, foul-smelling strands of hair began to grow from the human heads, surging like waves of black tide, rushing towards him from all directions. Good. Jiang Chan's eyes lit up, and the blood coffin behind him manifested, unleashing its explosive flame ghost. Boom! I declare this wave takes off. Chapter 43. Rankings soar. The troublemakers have arrived. The ghostly mist flowed like thick tar between the dead branches, as several henchmen exerted all their strength to control their ghost pets, pinning a 6-tier stone skin ghost firmly to the ground. A boy with a blue-haired wolf tail stepped forward to reap the rewards, then spat with a grimace. Damn, is this stone skin ghost made of lead? It took 5 of us beating on it for ages to finally take it down. I'm thinking of switching to a defensive ghost pet now. This stone skin ghost is just an E-grade ghost. It's only tough-skinned. It can't compare to Brother Zhuang's Silverhorn Ghost, which is a genuine A-grade ghost pet. One blonde henchman flattered. Yeah, Brother Zhuang, you should check how many points this stone skin ghost has given you. A girl with green-dyed hair and a revealing outfit approached and affectionately linked her arm with Zhuang Baifan's. Ling Qingxian is just one person fighting alone. No matter how good she is at killing ghosts, she'll eventually tire out. With our 5 helping Brother Zhuang, it's only a matter of time before we surpass her. Brother Zhuang, if we help you take down Ling Qingxian and claim first place in this training. Don't forget to share some of the rewards from the instructor with the brothers. You're so chatty. When has Brother Zhuang ever forgotten us when there's a benefit? The green-haired girl shot a strange look at the blonde guy and continued, this isn't just some trivial matter. If Brother Zhuang can secure first place in the training, he'll definitely attract the instructor's attention. Since he retired from the Zhulong army, he must have some connections in the military. Who knows? He might recommend Brother Zhuang for either joining the Zhulong army or being admitted to a top-tier academy. If we follow Brother Zhuang, won't we all rise to great heights together? Exactly. Sister Yin, you're spot on. We must ensure Brother Zhuang takes the first place in the training today. You really understand, Xiaoyan. After tonight's training ends, invite your girlfriends to my place for a meal. Zhuang Baifan proudly wrapped his arms around Lin Yaoyan's curvy waist, his hands shamelessly caressing her. This woman was as enticing as her name suggested. And what Zhuang Baifan liked most was that she understood how to manage his reputation and status well. Sure, Brother Zhuang, I love the noodles you make. Zhuang Baifan opened a ranking page on the ghost monitor with a smug grin. But the moment he glanced at it, his expression of pride and sinister smile froze instantly. What's wrong, Brother Zhuang? Lin Yaoyan immediately asked. Damn it, I've dropped out of the top 3. I'm being overtaken by some guy named Jiang Chan. Hearing this, the others quickly checked their own rankings on the ghost monitor. Sure enough, Zhuang Baifan's score of 274 had fallen to 4th place, while Jiang Chan surged into 3rd place with a score of 313, and that score was rapidly climbing, closing in on Luo Shan's 358, showing a strong trend of overtaking the 2nd place. Damn it, who is this Jiang Chan? I've never heard of him, the blonde guy exclaimed. Is this some kind of malfunction? Or is this guy cheating? He transferred from the 2nd high school. Lin Yaoyan looked at the exaggerated increase in astonishment. I have a friend from the 2nd high school, and Jiang Chan was her devoted follower. He was one of the few who escaped from the ghost crying incident yesterday. What's so impressive about escaping from a ghost lair? A guy who just runs away is nothing to be proud of. If I encountered that ghost, I could take it down easily. A surge of anger welled up in Zhuang Baifan's heart. He had gathered this group of people to help hunt ghosts to secure a good ranking and attract the instructor's attention. He had looked into it each year. There were only a few spots for direct admission to top-tier academies in South River City, allowing students to bypass the Spirit Coffin examination. This was a chance for a bright future, and the importance of this training was clear. Many people were desperate to push their way to the front. As for Ling Qingxian and Luo Shan, they both came from powerful Spirit Coffin families, and Zhuang Baifan didn't feel ashamed to be surpassed by them. His goal had always been to secure third place. However, but why the hell is this Jiang Chan so special? Brother, I heard Jiang Chan has awakened a taboo-level Spirit Coffin. A blonde guy whispered. Who cares about that crap? If he dares to step on my head, he's asking for death. Zhuang Baifan said with murderous intent in his eyes. Brother Zhuang is right. The quality of the Spirit Coffin only reflects the Spirit Coffin Master's qualifications and talent. The strength of the ghost pet is the true measure of a Spirit Coffin Master's power. Lin Yaoyan released Zhuang Baifan and crossed her arms, continuing coldly. Brother Zhuang's ghost pet is an A-grade Silverhorn ghost. This ghost has given Brother Zhuang a blink ghost skill. I dare say that even that bitch Ling Qingxian won't stand a chance against Brother Zhuang's ghost skill, let alone Jiang Chan, who has neither background nor resources. No matter how good his qualifications are, if he can't contract a good ghost pet, it won't matter. As long as he dares to cross paths with us. He's dead meat today. Just as Lin Yaoyan finished speaking, a fierce blaze suddenly erupted from the ghostly mist ahead, accompanied by chilling screams that sent shivers down their spines. What a terrifying ghost aura. What is that? The blonde and green-haired henchman felt a sudden sense of dread, and Lin Yaoyan turned pale, quickly hiding behind Zhuang Baifan. Look at all of you acting like cowards. With me, Zhuang Baifan, here, what are you afraid of? Come on, let's go take a look. Maybe we can catch a few stragglers. Boom! With a heavy thud, the explosive flame ghost immediately began to bounce around Jiang Chan, clumsily throwing fireballs as it did. Boom, boom, boom. The frequency at which the explosive flame ghost threw fireballs was as low as its movement speed, launching a fireball approximately every 15 seconds. But the explosive range of those fireballs was impressive, especially in the environment filled with dead trees and rotting leaves, quickly igniting large areas. The thick, twisted hair of the ghost ignited upon contact, and the orange flames rapidly spread to the heads hanging from the branches, quickly igniting them as well. In no time, the entire ghostly forest was ablaze, the roaring flames piercing through the ghostly mist, casting a red glow over the land. Jiang Chan covered his mouth and nose, retreating as the smoke from the burning hair billowed up into the overcast sky, mixing the acrid smell with the stench of decaying corpses, causing him to tear up. The hundreds of heads hanging from the branches all screamed as they turned into fireballs, falling like overripe fruit from the branches, some even making popping sounds. Ding! You burned to death 168 first-tier hair ghosts, earning 880 ghost points. You burned to death 126 second-tier hair ghosts, earning 1630 ghost points. You burned to death 103 third-tier hair ghosts, earning 2,460 ghost points. You burned to death. A series of notifications about ghost points flew up quickly, and the training points skyrocketed, breaking through 500 points in just a few breaths, directly ranking Jiang Chan in second place, and he was quickly closing in on Ling Qingxian, who was in first. Awesome. Jiang Chan felt a surge of joy in his heart. I was about to retreat, but I didn't expect to receive such a bountiful, unexpected reward. Before he could finish his thought, a loud crash echoed. The thickest tree ahead burst into flames and cracked, from which a scarlet head shot out, lunging at Jiang Chan's neck with its mouth wide open. Ghost name, Bloodthirsty Hair Demon, quality, B grade, level, 7 tier. Ghost information popped up in his peripheral vision. Jiang Chan's reaction was not slow. His eyes suddenly burst with a golden light. Salt! Hit! Stun effect activated. The ghost-slaying blade pierced straight into the mouth of the approaching creature. With a forceful thrust, crack, the blade directly penetrated the mouth and pierced through the back of the head, forcefully nailing the skull to the ground. Huh! Huh! The bloodthirsty hair demon let out a sound from its mouth as scarlet hair began to grow wildly from its head, densely protruding like needle tips. Jiang Chan did not hesitate to unleash flames. Boom! The orange-red fire surged down the blade, igniting instantly in the mouth of the bloodthirsty hair demon. Bursting out from its 7 orifices, its hair had a stronger resistance to the flames than those ordinary hair demons, but that was all. The protruding scarlet hair was instantly burned away, and the fire raging in its mouth penetrated through its entire cranial cavity, causing its strong, ghostly aura to immediately wilt. As long as Jiang Chan wanted, he could crush it with a single step. However, he did not do that. Instead, he summoned his blood-colored spirit coffin. B-grade quality control-type ghost pet is quite rare. Contract, ghost technique, activate. Buzz. The large blood coffin trembled slightly. Ancient runes lit up, and thick chains moved. The vertically suspended coffin lid opened like a sealed portal, and a pulling red light poured out. At that moment, a series of hurried footsteps quickly approached, and the one leading was Zhuang Baifan, with a blue-haired wolf tail. Lin Yaoyan, who was beside him, immediately pointed excitedly at the person ahead and shouted, "Zhuanggu, look, it's Jiang Chan." Chapter 44, New Ghost Pet, directly controls the scene. Lin Yaoyan and Su Xiaoqin have been good friends since middle school. The two not only compete over how many quality rich boys they can attract, but also compare who has more obedient dogs. Occasionally, they would throw a party to exchange tips on their skills. So, Lin Yaoyan not only recognizes Jiang Chan, but also knows he is Su Xiaoqin's loyal dog. She has been envious of Su Xiaoqin's luck in landing such a handsome quality dog, although Jiang Chan is a bit poor. His looks and figure are very much to Lin Yaoyan's taste. Once, she privately approached Jiang Chan, offering herself to him, as long as he would kick Su Xiaoqin to the curb and come to her instead. But Jiang Chan, that stupid dog, not only didn't he appreciate it, but also forwarded their chat history to Su Xiaoqin, causing Lin Yaoyan to be mocked by her for a long time. Just thinking about it made Lin Yaoyan clench her teeth in anger, and she immediately turned to Zhuang Baifan, growling, "Brother Zhuang, that's Jiang Chan. He has a contract with a ghost pet. Hurry up and stop him." As soon as Lin Yaoyan finished speaking, a nearby punk with yellow hair immediately shouted excitedly, "Brother Zhuang, look, that guy has a golden fragment bottle behind him." Several other punks turned their gaze to Jiang Chan's back, where they saw his bare upper body was well-proportioned, and a damaged piece of clothing was tied up behind him, revealing a flash of eye-catching gold in the heavy gaps. "Hee, so you're Jiang Chan? I just lost a golden fragment bottle, and my friends here can testify to it. Now, I suspect that what you have on your back is stolen from me." Zhuang Baifan, like a greedy wolf, fixed his gaze on Jiang Chan and took 2 steps forward, a purple coffin materializing behind him. A fully silver ghost pet stepped out and stood beside him. "Don't say I'm bullying you with numbers. Now, you take that B-grade ghost in your hands and put it into that bottle on your back. Then crawl over here on your knees to present it to me. I might consider leaving you a hand and a leg to crawl back." After Zhuang Baifan arrogantly finished speaking, the thugs beside him all released their own spirit coffins and ghost pets, forming a trend of encirclement, all with malicious intent staring at the lone Jiang Chan. A group of idiots. Jiang Chan coldly snorted in his heart, completely ignoring these fools as if they were air. Behind him, the massive blood coffin trembled, releasing a thick, viscous bloodlight that enveloped the bloodthirsty ghost maiden in front of him. This ghost's fierce awareness was very strong and was still resisting the power of the contract. He was focusing intensely on securing this ghost. "Are we still talking to you? Brother Zhuang? Are you deaf? Damn, this kid is a bit sinister. That blood coffin behind him makes me feel uneasy. Why waste words with him, Brother Zhuang? While he can't focus, let us charge at him with so many of us, snatch him up, strip his pants, and break all his legs, so he has to crawl back." Lin Yaoyan's vicious suggestion immediately gained unanimous approval from the other thugs, and they laughed arrogantly. "A few stupid dogs are barking there. If you want to bite, just come," Jiang Chan said irritably. "Arrogant. No one dares to act tough in front of me." In the midst of his words, Zhuang Baifan charged out with his ghost pet, a fierce expression on his face. "I hope you can still talk to me like that later. Brother Zhuang is finally making a move." The expressions of the thugs behind him were filled with anticipation. They had all seen Zhuang Baifan's ghost pet, which was a genuine A-grade assassination-type ghost, Silver Ghost. Especially the flicker ability that this Silver Ghost granted Zhuang Baifan was nothing short of miraculous. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such arrogant confidence. Never seen an A-grade ghost pet, kid? Today, let me show you the difference between my A-grade ghost pet and your trash ghost. Jiang Chan quickly closed in on Jiang Chan, now within 10 meters. Seeing Jiang Chan still motionless, contracting the bloodthirsty ghost maiden, a cruel smile spread across Jiang Chan's face. With Jiang Chan's roar, the onlooking thugs were all prepared to see Jiang Chan begging for mercy on the ground. But the next scene made every one of them freeze in shock. Suddenly, a thick white mist spread out from Jiang Chan like a tidal wave, and the fierce Jiang Chan and his A-grade silver ghost rushed into that dense white mist, disappearing from sight. Illusion. Misty clouds. The white mist almost merged with the ghost fog, but was even denser, obscuring vision. Damn, what did you do? Why can't I see? Jiang Chan was shocked, hurriedly trying to flicker back, but 2 strands of crimson hair had quietly wrapped around his ankles. Flicker. Immobilized. What's going on? Didn't you want to show me your A-grade ghost, idiot? Just in time, I also want to show you my newly contracted ghost. Jiang Chan's voice came from within the white mist, now distant and indistinct, making it hard to pinpoint his exact location. How could you contract the bloodthirsty ghost maiden so quickly? This is impossible. As more strands of hair emerged from the mist, slithering around Jiang Chan's body like snakes, he panicked and quickly summoned back the silver ghost to protect himself. But the ghost immediately sent back a signal of being restrained. The next moment, a crisp crack echoed. It was as if a large pair of scissors was opening and closing within the dense white mist, and he immediately lost contact with his ghost. A backlash from his life spirit coffin struck his soul, and he groaned, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Chan, if you dare to kill my ghost, I will never let you go. Before he could finish his sentence, a foot kicked him hard in the face. Bang! Crack! His jaw dislocated, and several teeth flew out with blood as he fell to the ground, starting to scream incoherently. You dare to hit me? You're dead, Jiang Chan. I hate barking dogs the most. Immediately after, fierce kicks came down like a storm. Jiang Chan tried to roll away to dodge, but strands of crimson hair emerged from the mist, tightly wrapping around him, leaving him nowhere to hide, only able to endure the blows raining down on him. Jiang Chan, you better think it through. Bang. If you don't kill me today, bang. I beg you stop hitting. Bang. Bang, 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 bang. Ah, help me. Jiang Chan's fierce words quickly turned into pleas for mercy, and finally, even those pleas faded, leaving only cries of pain. The outside thugs finally dumbfoundedly rushed in with their ghost pets to support, but without exception, as soon as they stepped into the mist, they immediately lost their sight. With only a thick white haze in front of them, strands of cold crimson hair, like snakes, slithered from all directions, wrapping around their bodies, including them and their ghost pets. After a series of crackling sounds, they lost contact with their ghost pets, all while suffering the backlash from their life spirit coffins. Moments later, the thick white mist slowly dissipated, revealing the once invincible Jiang Chan and his thugs, all with swollen faces and bruised bodies lying on the ground. Their earlier arrogance replaced by groans and cries of pain. This was Jiang Chan holding back. If he hadn't used his feet to kick but instead used the ghost-slaying knife, there would be a pile of corpses lying around. Brother Jiang, are you okay? Lin Yaoyan, who had been hiding behind earlier, cautiously approached, but upon smelling the foul stench, quickly covered her mouth and nose. Looking around again, there were no traces of the cicadas. Instead, there was a rustling noise, faintly visible in the ghostly mist shrouding the forest of corpses. Something was being drawn in by the raging fire over here, rushing toward this direction like a tidal wave. Not good. It's a spider's curse. Lin Yaoyan's face instantly turned as pale as if her father had died. Quickly activate the protective chamber. Chapter 45, Power Boost. The new compilation of Ghost Classics records. In the Eastern Ji tribe's marriage customs, the bride must sever one of her legs as a dowry. The more she loves the groom, the more of her body she sacrifices, and in turn, the groom treasures her even more. The groom often carries the severed leg or hand of the bride with him, never leaving it behind during meals, sleep, or even when using the restroom, keeping it until he is buried. The spider grudge arises from this peculiar custom. These ghosts typically take on a female form, retaining the upper half of a human torso while sprouting numerous disordered human legs below the waist. Their movements are exceptionally swift, and they can detach the legs of living people to add to their own. Jiang Chan recalled the information on the spider grudge as he sped along like the wind. The once silent corpse forest came alive, with ghostly mists swirling between the gnarled trees. Countless pale spider grudges surged forth like a white tide, quickly overwhelming the gray, silent forest of corpses. The spider grudge is a pack-hunting type of ghost. All these ghosts are ranked above 5. There are too many. He cannot afford to get entangled. Jiang Chan could no longer discern the direction. He fled toward any gap he could find. Thanks to the bloodthirsty hairpin's confinement and the fireballs from the exploding flame ghost, he occasionally allowed the scissor ghost to reap some isolated spirits. The ghost points were continuously increasing, and the fire in the corpse forest was spreading wildly. The blazing flames ignited along his escape route, illuminating the ghost mist and casting a red glow over the morose forest. This resulted in him zigzagging through the corpse forest for over 10 minutes. Not only had he failed to shake off the pursuing spider grudges, but the scale of the chase was growing even more formidable. Endless. Jiang Chan frowned, fully aware that if he continued running endlessly like this, he would eventually be exhausted. The ghost mist swirled around him. Ahead, a narrow fissure appeared in his line of sight. Jiang Chan's eyes lit up as he dashed toward the split in the ground. Swish! Swish! The blade light flashed, and the two spider grudges lunging at him were cleaved apart. Jiang Chan did not slow down, smoothly sliding into the fissure. Bang! 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 The pursuing spider grudges collided with the fissure's entrance, producing muffled thuds. The narrow gap did not allow them to enter. They could only lie on top of the fissure, extending their necks and hissing. Finally, a chance to catch my breath. The fissure was about 3 meters deep and barely wide enough for Jiang Chan to hide. He retracted a few ghost pets and pressed his front and back tightly against the uneven stone wall. Looking up, he saw that the sliver of daylight above was completely obscured, densely packed with spider grudges. Ugly heads tore open their mandibles, pushing and shoving to try and get in. The foul-smelling drool dripped from their mouths, making him nauseous. Jiang Chan did not want to be splattered with this stinking saliva, so he turned sideways and began to move in the narrow fissure. The ghost mist was stirred by the wind within the crack. The only sliver of daylight was blocked by the stacked heads above, making the light in the fissure even dimmer. Jiang Chan escaped from the drooling area and opened the system panel. Ding! You have killed 1 first-tier spider grudge, earning 30 ghost points. You have killed 1 third-tier spider grudge, earning 80 ghost points. You have killed 1 fourth-tier spider grudge. The highest single gain was from killing Zhuang Baifin's silver ghost, which contributed 210 ghost points to Jiang Chan. Moreover, burning those hundreds of ghosts contributed nearly 6,000 ghost points, making it feel like a windfall. After fleeing and taking down another wave of spider grudges, Jiang Chan's current ghost points had reached 7,310. Looking at this unprecedented sum made him feel a surge of excitement. Over 7,000 points. This should be enough for me to break through to the first tier. He glanced at his current level, 6th tier. Jiang Chan's gaze fell on the number behind the level. Without hesitation, he began to allocate points. Ding! Consuming 300 ghost points. Beginning to enhance cultivation. You are still in a ghost mist environment, continuing to receive negative buff. Cultivation speed reduced by 20. You at the 6th tier are now a mature spirit Coffin Master, increasingly aware of the importance of cultivation methods. Unable to find high-quality cultivation methods. Your spiritual energy conversion efficiency is very low, and your cultivation progress is very slow. After consuming 800 ghost points, you successfully advance to the 9th tier. Continuing cultivation. You have stagnated at the 9th tier for many years. Years of immersion have deepened your understanding of the foundational stage. And your longing for the first tier makes you eagerly anticipate further progress. And you can feel that step is not far off. After consuming 900 ghost points, you still haven't taken that step, but you have thoroughly mastered the foundational stage. If cultivation is viewed as building a high-rise, it is not an exaggeration to say that no one has a foundation as solid as yours. After consuming 1,000 ghost points, you can feel the boundary of the first tier becoming clearer, almost within reach, yet still separated by an impenetrable veil or rather, a door. After consuming 1,100 ghost points, you nearly fell into a state of madness, but you stopped your reckless exploration in time. Fortunately, your foundation is solid enough, leaving no hidden dangers. At this moment, you finally realize that you need a key, and this key is called the first-tier cultivation method. Cultivation complete. Comment: this cultivation session consumed 1,100 ghost points, equivalent to the results of your 20 years of closed-door training. Don't doubt it. Even some legitimate first-tier cultivators would be unable to withstand your 20 years of power. Anyone below the first tier is easy to deal with. Current level, 9th tier, limit. Current ghost points, 6,210. Cultivation methods. Jiang Chan was frustrated. He had thought that with over 7,000 ghost points, he could at least break through to the first tier, but he didn't expect to be stuck at the 9th tier due to the cultivation method. It felt like working hard for half an hour, only to be forced to hold back at the last moment. I must secure the first place in this practical training. The rewards for cultivation methods and resources must be obtained. He glanced at the current training rankings. Ling Qingxian was still firmly in first place. Her ghost killing points had reached 937, while Jiang Chan was in second place with 893 points. The gap had narrowed significantly. With just over an hour left, he had to push hard to surpass her. With over 6,000 ghost points remaining, unable to level up for now, Jiang Chan turned his attention to his 5 ghost pets. Except for the SSS grade Blood Sovereign Dizong, which could not be leveled up, the other 4 ghost pets all showed a number behind them. Unsealing the Blood Sovereign Dizong required 10,000 points. Right now, I need abilities that I can use immediately to ensure more self-preservation in this forest of corpses. Making a quick decision, Jiang Chan immediately began to allocate points to his ghost pets. Ding! Beginning to enhance ghost pet levels. Ghost pet, Deng Yinxia, quality, B grade, current level, 6th tier, leveling up. After consuming 200 ghost points, your ghost pet Deng Yinxia successfully breaks through to the 7th tier, expanding the range of its illusion to 13 meters. After consuming 500 ghost points, your ghost pet Deng Yinxia successfully breaks through to the 8th tier, expanding the range of its illusion to 15 meters. After consuming 700 ghost points, your ghost pet Deng Yinxia successfully breaks through to the 9th tier, expanding the range of its illusion to 19 meters. Ding! Ghost pet attributes cannot exceed those of the Spirit Coffin Master. This enhancement has ended. A total of 700 ghost points were consumed. Deng Yinxia's current level, 9-fold. Remaining ghost points, 5,519 meters. The range of the illusion has expanded by nearly twice. Jiang Chan is very satisfied with the attribute gains from Deng Yinxia this time. Continue. Next. Chapter 46. Entering the hidden map of the Hanging Corpse Ghost Forest, Beep. Starting to level up Ghost Pet. Ghost Pet, Explosive Flame Ghost, quality, C grade, current level, 6-fold, leveling up. After consuming 600 Ghost God points, your Ghost Pet Explosive Flame Ghost successfully breaks through to 9-fold. The power and damage range of fireballs increase, and the interval for throwing fireballs is shortened. This upgrade has ended. A total of 600 Ghost God points consumed. Current level of Explosive Flame Ghost, 9-fold. Remaining Ghost God points, 4,910. As expected, the movement speed did not increase, but that was anticipated. Shortening the interval is also good. Jiang Chan's gaze fell on the panel where another ghost pet was located. During the contract, he was disturbed by Zhuan Baifin's stupid dog and didn't have time to check the information of the newly contracted ghost pet. Ghost pet, Bloodthirsty Hair Princess, quality, B grade, level, 7-fold. Hair possesses entangling, binding, and simple piercing abilities, can absorb blood from living targets. Recommended promotion route. Fuse with a fire attribute Ghost to enhance fire immunity. Fuse with a metal attribute Ghost to enhance toughness. If necessary, each hair can rival a steel needle. Fuse a second Bloodthirsty Hair Princess for a directed promotion to a Grade Scarlet Blaze Princess, with a chance to gain ghost skills. This ghost leans towards control type, which might be more useful to me in combat than the Explosive Flame Ghost, so I could consider advancing its training. The Bloodthirsty Hair Princess is already at level 7. Jiang Chan consumed 300 Ghost God points to elevate it to 9-fold. and then spent another 1,000 ghost god points to elevate the scissor ghost to ninefold as well. But the panel showed that the upgrades for these two ghost pets were not significant. He just didn't know how effective they would be in practice. With all four ghost pets leveled up, Jiang Chan's overall strength received a significant boost. Remaining ghost god points. 3610. These ghost god points are as quickly used up as the balance on a card. It was just 7,000 points. And in the blink of an eye, only a bit over 3,000 remained. Jiang Chan sighed and put away the panel. Looking up, the spider grudge gathering above the fissure still had not dissipated, and it seemed the number had increased. Jiang Chan had no choice but to abandon the idea of returning the same way. He turned his gaze to the fissure before him. This fissure went downwards. He wondered where it led. The ghost mist was gray and desolate. Jiang Chan looked at the fissure extending downwards and quickly made a decision, immediately shifting his body to move. The narrow fissure was not straight but twisted and turned, even making sudden right angles. The ground had a certain slope and steps, and the deeper he walked, the deeper the fissure became, the farther from the ground he was, and the ghost mist grew thicker. After walking down for nearly 20 minutes, he finally reached the end of the fissure, which led to a naturally formed cave. The cave, truly, is a cave. 3 ancient characters were carved above the cave entrance. Whether it was an illusion or not, Jiang Chan vaguely smelled a scent of incense. And there were fresh footprints at the entrance. Someone entered before me. A chilling wind blew out from the cave, sending a shiver down his spine. With the wind, it should be connected inside. Jiang Chan shivered, staring at the low and flat entrance of the cave, which was dark inside. At his height, he had to lower his head to enter, but he did not rush in. Hiss! Orange-red flames spread from his hand, quickly covering the entire blade. Leaning slightly, he peered into the cave with the firelight, and he couldn't help but hold his breath. Corpse curtain worms. The shape of the cave inside was consistent with the entrance, wide and flat, with a low ceiling covered in shiny objects. Strands of them hung down from the ceiling. The long ones were as long as an adult's palm, and the short ones were about the length of a pinky finger. They were semi-transparent, but in the light of the flames, they looked like a dreamlike curtain, swaying slightly in the ghost mist, silently. According to the records in the Strange Objects Chronicle, these things usually exist in cool, ventilated caves. Their saliva can make one sink into a dream, and those bitten would have no awareness until they were drained of their essence and died. They have an even more famous name, a curtain of dream. Jiang Chan extended his ghost-slaying knife, the flames on it flickering with the wind. An extraordinary scene appeared. As the flames approached the curtain, the hanging corpse curtain worms began a twist. They retracted their long antennae, their semi-transparent bodies curling up, huddling against the cave walls. What the book said was correct. These things are afraid of fire. Jiang Chan directly released the explosive flame ghost, ordering it to go in and throw fireballs. Boom! The blazing flames instantly illuminated the entrance of the cave, and the corpse curtain worms hanging from the ceiling began to burn and fall. Beep! You burned to death 17 corpse curtain worms. Ghost God points 17. You burned to death 32 corpse curtain worms. Ghost God points 32. You burned to death 55 corpse curtain worms. As expected, my thinking was correct. Jiang Chan was instantly thrilled. He had released the explosive flame ghost just to test it, not expecting to actually earn Ghost God points. Although each corpse curtain worm only gave 1 Ghost God point, there were certainly thousands of them in this cave. Burn, burn, burn. Clean them all out for me. Jiang Chan was overjoyed, bending down to follow the explosive flame ghost into the cave entrance. Boom! Boom! The explosive flame ghost moved clumsily, each step making a dull thud, echoing together with the explosion of the fireballs in the vast cave like a natural amplifier as the blazing flames turned the corpse curtain worms into rain-like drops, all transforming into Ghost God points. While Jiang Chan happily followed the explosive flame ghost to burn, he also surveyed this natural cavity. This true cave is quite large. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would have thought there was such a massive rock cavity beneath the hanging corpse ghost forest? Inside the cave lay some decaying coffins arranged haphazardly, some with half-damaged yellow talismans still remaining, and some with half a snake body protruding from inside, its cold eyes flicking its tongue. After taking a few steps, he saw a corpse drained of blood by the corpse curtain worms, one after another. Some corpses gnawed down to mere remnants. The blazing fire illuminated the densely packed corpse curtain worms on the ceiling, shining brightly like a dream. And at this moment, Jiang Chan, inside this cave, truly experienced what it meant to be a curtain of dream. As long as one gets bitten by these things, they will dream. And the key is that they remain completely unaware. It is truly beautiful, yet deadly. Fortunately, I am here as a warm-hearted exterminator. The cave was low and wide. Jiang Chan kept his head down, following the explosive flame ghost, as they burned worms and moved deeper into the cave. The faint scent of incense grew clearer. After following the explosive flame ghost deep into the cave for about 100 meters and burning all the corpse curtain worms clean, 3 branching tunnels appeared ahead. Current ghost god points, 8603. What a good number. It looks very auspicious. If I save up a bit more tonight, I can unlock the Blood Sovereignty Zone. Thinking of that SSS grade Ghost Emperor's charisma, Jiang Chan felt a wave of excitement in his heart. He stopped to take a look at the Ghost God Points earnings. And then he surveyed the 3 tunnels ahead with satisfaction. The firelight emitted from the explosive flame ghost illuminated several fresh footprints imprinted in the gray dirt on the ground. Shall I go left? Jiang Chan then chose the left tunnel. After walking about 30 meters inside, he finally arrived at a tall and spacious cave hall. Jiang Chan was able to straighten his back, but his heart was shaken by the cave hall before him. It was truly a hidden paradise. The broad dome of the cave hall loomed above, with a square platform piled up in the center. 8 thick, black chains as large as pythons extended down from the jagged cave walls to that high platform. 81 chiseled stone steps spanned before him like a heavenly ladder, and Jiang Chan stepped up, holding the ghost-slaying blade. Swish, swish. The stone-carved lamp pillars on both sides ignited with green flames, illuminating the rough and ancient stone steps. He felt as if he were ascending a celestial staircase eroded by the bizarre. Upon reaching the high platform, a heavy shrine came into view. The source of the incense he had smelled along the way was this shrine. Behind the shrine, there stood a vermilion Taoist temple. Han, Zhen, Guan. No wonder the cave outside was called Han Zhen Cave. This Taoist temple had undoubtedly endured countless years. The columns were decayed, the vermilion paint flaked off. The main door collapsed, and it looked quite dilapidated, with only the crooked plaque bearing 3 ancient characters still barely recognizable. But the entrance of this temple, the more he looked at it, the more it resembled the head of a coffin painted in vermilion. Jiang Chan felt suspicious. Moreover, someone had entered before him. Chapter 47. Stop being so narcissistic. Sister, you're blocking my monster hunting. The murky ghost fog was stirred by the cold wind. A strong aura of ghosts filled the Taoist temple. 8 thick chains descended from the jagged cave walls, resembling 8 black pythons biting down on the 8 directions of the temple. It felt like something was being locked away. At the entrance of the temple lay a corpse, its head rolling to the side, still emitting waves of ghostly energy. The strangest thing was that the body was human, but the head was that of a fox. The neck was cut cleanly, as if it had been severed by a weapon-class ghost pet in a single strike. Someone had entered before me. Jiang Chan stepped over the corpse and entered the temple. The cold wind shook a copper bell hanging from the eaves, producing a crisp sound. Inside the temple, the ghostly energy was chilling, and there were 7 or 8 more dead bodies on the ground, all like the one at the entrance. Human bodies with fox heads. Without exception, they had all been beheaded in one strike. Not knowing if it was just an illusion, Jiang Chan felt that as soon as he stepped into the temple, he was being watched by a pair of eyes. A faint orange dot lit up on the ghostly chart, indicating that there was a ghost inside that could threaten him, at least a first-tier ghost. He surveyed the temple's furnishings. The offering table was overturned, and the candlestick had collapsed. The walls were painted with murals of Fox Bride, but they were severely dilapidated. Besides that, there were many clumps of dirt on the ground. His gaze fell on a clay statue standing at the back. Human body, fox head. Could it be? A guess was forming in Jiang Chan's mind when the clay statue suddenly emitted a rustling sound. Under Jiang Chan's watch, the clumps of dirt on it quickly cracked and fell away. Something inside suddenly pounced out, exuding a chilling, ghostly energy. It really was this thing. Ghost name, Fox Xiaoling, quality, degrade, level, first tier 1-weight shock. Jiang Chan reacted swiftly. 2 beams of majestic golden light erupted from his eyes, hitting the Fox Xiaoling directly. Stiffness. Effective. He raised his knife for a quick strike. Whoosh. The fox head rolled off, all in one smooth motion. Ding. You have slain a first-tier, 1-weight Fox Xiaoling. Ghost God points 138. Wow. The explosion point is so high. It seems I've encountered a legendary elite monster. Not only did the Ghost God points explode, but even the monster-slaying points directly increased by 11. Jiang Chan couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart as he looked at the corpses lying haphazardly on the ground, surrounded by ghostly energy. Including the one he just killed, there were a total of 9 Fox Xiaoling corpses, all first-tier 1-weight. If I kill them all, I'll become rich. Jiang Chan hated himself for not coming here sooner and secretly cursed whoever got to the monsters so quickly. He glanced at the ghostly chart. The only yellow that had vanished, showing that the temple was now empty of ghosts. But Jiang Chan narrowed his eyes, realizing that this place was not simple. With the platform and chains outside, such a large setup couldn't just be to lock up these few Fox Xiaoling. He began to search the temple again, hoping to find a few more that had slipped through the net. Sure enough, as his gaze shifted, he spotted an entrance to a downward tunnel revealed behind the overturned offering table. Now, that's more like it. Jiang Chan's eyes lit up, and he immediately crawled in. The steps carved out of the mountain were quite rough, winding downward. Green fire basins hung on both walls, with a lamp every so often. The green flames flickered in the chilly wind, illuminating only the area around the fire basins. Jiang Chan quickly passed through the alternating light and dark sections, and along the way, he saw some long-dead corpses that had been dead for who knows how many years. Under the eerie green light, they appeared even more ghostly. Soon, he reached the second level, where a dark and spacious underground palace emerged, and Jiang Chan immediately spotted a familiar figure. Why is it her, that unlucky thing? City West checkpoint. Liangda, after checking all the alarms of the city gate, immediately strengthened the city guard's defenses. Now he had returned to his office, which was also the command room temporarily lent to Wang Ming. Seeing the name that had just appeared in second place on the training leaderboard, a smug smile crept onto Liang Da's round face. The training was in its final stages. If this momentum continued, he could push Ling Qingxian down in no more than half an hour. Old Wang, just wait and see how I knock you down. Outside Luogang Ghost Village, Wang Ming had 7 or 8 city guards scattered in the dark, and he had been keeping an eye on the situation and point changes of these training kids. When he saw Jiang Chan's points soaring at rocket speed, his first reaction was that there must be a bug. It had to be a bug. But then he recalled Liang Da's mysterious tone and his confident demeanor. Could it be the big surprise, Fat Liang? Jiang Chan. The name slipped from Wang Ming's lips, but suddenly several orange dots flickered on his display screen. Beep, beep. He immediately zoomed in on the locations of those dots and found that all these people were gathered in the same place within the suspended corpse ghost forest. 5 people activated the emergency buttons on their 30 rings at the same time. Was the ghost prepared for Ling Qingxian having a problem? Or was it encountering a small ghost tide? Wang Ming's expression darkened as he looked toward the direction of the corpse forest shrouded in ghost fog behind the village. Time was of the essence. He immediately ordered 2 city guards to stay behind in the ghost village while the others rushed with him to the suspended corpse ghost forest for rescue. Han Xian Temple, second level underground palace. The green fire lamps were held in the hands of stone ghost statues, faintly illuminating the murals of tigers on the front wall. Dim and eerie, the stone walls on both sides were carved with niches, all filled with evil spirit statues with human bodies and tiger heads. At this moment, the niches began to crack, and stone fragments fell, with the statues inside roaring as they transformed into Tiger Xiaoling and burst out. A cold figure, exuding a repellent aura, twirled among these Tiger Xiaoling while wielding 2 long swords. She was enveloped in a faint green mist, as if draped in a layer of hazy green gauze, looking increasingly ethereal and untouchable. Ling Qingxian. Jiang Chan raised an eyebrow as 5 or 6 yellow dots jumped out on the ghostly chart again. The one surrounded by the yellow dots was none other than the legendary Ling goddess, the famous Ice Mountain Schoolflower of number 2 high, whose beauty and figure were exceptional. And her prestigious family background and talent in the spirit coffin were beyond reach. I never expected to find her here. At this moment, her aura was stable at first tier, 9 weights, seemingly just one step away from second tier. In her left hand was green candle, and in her right hand was purple E. The two long swords danced with an impenetrable defense. The two sword-class ghost pets formed a combined attack with her, frequently beheading one massive tiger Shaoling head after another. No wonder her points were increasing so quickly. It turned out she was hiding here, farming elite monsters. SKR, move aside. This isn't your place to be. Ling Qingxuan's voice was like dropping an ice cube into a glass, just taken from the freezer. Crisp and melodious, yet distant and unapproachable. But that accent. Two thick black question marks appeared on Jiang Chan's forehead as he suddenly seemed to understand why this Ice Mountain Schoolflower usually didn't tea-talk much at school. As Ling Qingxian spoke, the sword light swept across, severing a tiger Shaoling, its legs in front of her, just as she prepared to deliver a finishing blow. A pitch-black giant pair of scissors suddenly opened and closed. Crack! Thud! The massive tiger head rolled to the ground, surrounded by swirling black energy. Looking at the fallen tiger Shaoling in front of her, Ling Qingxuan's cold face showed a hint of displeasure. I don't need your help. I can handle him myself. Jiang Chan was too lazy to pay attention to her, as the reminder of ghost god points entering his account echoed in his mind. Ding! You have slain a first-tier double tiger demon spirit, gaining 169 ghost points. He licked his lips, looking at the remaining few tiger demon spirits, his eyes sparkling. As the second school beauty, Ling Qingxian certainly knew about Jiang Chan, the school hunk, and had heard of some of his exploits. For example, he was very good at flattering. At this moment, seeing him actually ignoring her and rushing ahead, her brows furrowed. These tiger demon spirits were all first-tier double, barely at the 9th-tier cultivation level. I don't have the extra energy to protect you. So much unnecessary talk. After forcefully cutting down a tiger demon spirit, Jiang Chan shot her an annoyed glance, as if to say, "Am I begging you to protect me?" Saying this, he swung his knife to finish off the tiger demon spirit in front of him and immediately sent the scissor ghost towards the next one. Ling Qingxian felt a tightness in her chest, and her speech quickened. I know you want to show off in front of me, trying to get my attention, but I must tell you, it's useless, really useless, and it's really dangerous here. You should hurry and get out. Stop causing trouble. 3 question marks slowly appeared above Jiang Chan's head. Why don't you just keep your mouth shut? Stop being so narcissistic. You're blocking my way to kill the monsters. Chapter 48 Boss. Guida. Stop being narcissistic, big sister. You're blocking my way to kill the monsters. Throwing a dumbfounded glance, Jiang Chan was too lazy to waste more words with Ling Qingxian and directly commanded the Scissor Ghost and Bloodthirsty Hair Princess to start quickly harvesting the remaining tiger demon spirits. Trust me. The fullness on Ling Qingxuan's chest rose and fell violently. In her eyes, Jiang Chan was clearly trying to lure her in. He wanted to attract her attention, but pretended to be indifferent. She had seen too many guys like this. I better not help him for free. Suppressing her frustration, Ling Qingxian commanded her 2 sword ghosts to rejoin the battle. But something outrageous happened. Every time she knocked down a tiger demon spirit, Jiang Chan would immediately rush over to claim the kill for himself. Every time, he would just take the kill and leave without saying a word, which undoubtedly reinforced her suspicion. Luring in a catch. Oomph. Scheming boy. I want to see how long you can keep this up. Ding. You have killed 1 first-order second stage tiger demon spirit. Ghost God points 158. You have killed 1 first-order second stage tiger demon spirit. Ghost God points 169. You have killed 1 first-order second stage. The second layer was filled with tiger demon spirits, with tiger heads and human bodies. The number doubled compared to the first layer, totaling 18. These tiger demon spirits were 1 level higher than the fox demon spirits in the first layer, contributing even more ghost god points and demon slaying points to Jiang Chan. By the time he descended to the second layer, there were still 6 tiger demon spirits left, all of which were killed by his blade without exception. After the last system notification rang, his ghost god points had accumulated to a whole new level. Current Ghost God Points, 9,527. Looking at the number on the panel, Jiang Chan felt a surge of excitement. Just 3 more Tiger Demon Spirits, and he could reach 10,000 Ghost God Points. His original plan was to level up to First Order tonight, and then slowly accumulate Ghost God Points to unlock Blood Sovereignty Zong. But now it seemed that unlocking Blood Sovereignty Zong would be even smoother. He was curious about what kind of ghost technique he would obtain after unlocking it. This SSS-level Ghost Emperor Jiang Chan was full of anticipation. Once unlocked, he would gain an incredibly powerful combat ability. But unfortunately, all the Tiger Demon Spirits on this layer had already been killed. Only 400 points were still needed. He decided to look for the third layer. Jiang Chan put away the system panel and began to search through the corpses of the demon spirits exuding black gas. Meanwhile, Ling Qingxian, who had been left aside like air, felt a stir in her heart. She had initially thought that Jiang Chan's 9th-tier cultivation would surely struggle against these First-Order Second Stage Tiger Demon Spirits, and she was prepared to step in and help at any moment. Of course, not because she wanted to see him fail, not at all. However, Jiang Chan's performance surprised her greatly. With the help of Bloodthirsty Hair Princess to control the situation, he would let Scissor Ghost reap the rewards whenever the opportunity arose. Moreover, he always managed to come over and cover her whenever it was crucial. Ling Qingxuan's evaluation of Jiang Chan skyrocketed, especially his mastery over his 2 ghost pets, which left her secretly astonished. Among all the spirit coffin masters in this cohort, there were very few who could control 2 ghost pets to such an extent at this stage. I count as one, and he counts as another. Thinking of this, Ling Qingxian opened the ghost ranking. She had scrolled through it without a second thought, as she believed no one could surpass her score. With her strength, participating in the practical training was simply a dimensional crushing defeat for others. However, one glance made her breath quicken. She was in first place with 989 points, but this Jiang Chan was only 1 point behind her. 988? Ling Qingxian refreshed the page again to ensure she hadn't misread, and 1,000 question marks popped up in her mind. She had earned her score through her own strength. But this Jiang Chan was only at the 9th level and hadn't even reached First Order. 988 points? Excuse me? Her complex gaze fell back on Jiang Chan, who was rummaging through the corpses, and she took a deep breath to calm her emotions, taking the initiative to speak. You're not too bad. I have to admit that you've made me a bit curious. Hearing her voice, Jiang Chan turned around, looking at Ling Qingxian as she approached, and a question mark slowly formed on his forehead. What's wrong with this person? You don't need to deny it. Ling Qingxian confidently said. You must be feeling quite proud right now. You were the first guy to successfully attract my attention like this. Jiang Chan immediately lost the desire to communicate. Could you please move aside? Still pretending. Ling Qingxian felt a pang of annoyance. However, seeing that Jiang Chan completely ignored her, showing no signs of pretending, her suspicion began to waver. Could it be that he really didn't come here, following me? After thinking for a moment, she asked again, Did you come here looking for that? Raiza Guida, too? What Guida? I don't know. Just an A-level ghost. Raiza Guida. Ling Qingxian quickly followed Jiang Chan. Its ability isn't very suitable for me, but it's quite rare, and I plan to contract it as my 3rd ghost pet. I chased after it all the way from the Hanging Corpse Ghost Forest and ended up here. Didn't you come here, following its trail? Why aren't you talking? Seeing Jiang Chan completely ignoring her, without any intention of answering her question, she became anxious. Hey, I've shared my whole experience. Don't you plan to tell me how you found your way here? Did I ask you? Jiang Chan retorted, leaving Ling Qingxian speechless. Jiang Chan genuinely couldn't figure out who spread the word about Ling Qingxian being an ice goddess. This person was just a total chatterbox, and it seemed like her brain wasn't working too well. Don't block the way. Go play by yourself. Trust me. Ling Qingxian tightened her jaw, clenching her teeth. If only she could stomp him to death. Jiang Chan had no time to play any flirting games with the young lady. After flipping over a corpse of a demon spirit in the corner, he finally found a movable stone slab. When the slab was lifted, sure enough, it led to a hidden passage to the 3rd layer. Jiang Chan recalled his ghost pets and jumped in directly. Ling Qingxian called out, Hey! As she saw Jiang Chan disappear into the hidden passage, she gritted her teeth and followed him in. The rough stone steps spiraled downward, and Jiang Chan and Ling Qingxian descended to the third layer one after the other. However, upon seeing the scene before them, both of their expressions darkened. That thing is what you call Rise Aguida? A chilling wind blew, and the green, eerie fire lantern swayed, illuminating the dim and eerie third layer tomb. The crumbling front wall depicted a scene of black snake hell, with peeling oil paint, mottled and faded. The niches on the left and right walls had collapsed, and snake-shaped statues emerged from within, exuding an eerie aura. Snake demon spirits. They had snake heads, human torsos, and thick python tails below the waist. The number was exactly double that of the second layer. 36. First order, third stage. At this moment, all 36 niches collapsed. 36 snake demon spirits hissed and swarmed, with ghostly energy thickening, and each one was accompanied by faint arcs of electricity. Jiang Chan's expression grew serious, and his ghost panel lit up again with a patch of orange-yellow light, deeper in color than the previous two layers. What truly made him feel danger was the ill-level ghost, Rise Guida, that Ling Qingxian mentioned, which was now frantically devouring the snake demon spirits, bursting forth with fierce lightning. And its terrifying ghostly energy was rapidly rising. The glowing dot representing it appeared as a pulsing purple on the ghost meter, indicating that the creature was at least of second-tier level, highly dangerous. No wonder this brat came here. These snake spirits have a hint of C-class thunder evil ghost traits. It wants to advance by devouring these snake spirits. Ling Qingxuan's cold eyes darkened. We must stop it. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Chan had already charged out with his knife. Boom! The exploding flame ghost landed with a muffled sound, and the burning fireball was thrown directly at the thunder evil ghost. Meanwhile, the ghost-slaying knife in Jiang Chan's hand burst into fierce flames. Does he actually have a third ghost pet? A look of astonishment flashed quickly across Ling Qingxuan's cold and beautiful face, and her pretty eyes reflected a burst of flames. Boom! Waves of snake spirits with arcs of electricity surged forward, hissing threateningly. Jiang Chan's speed increased rather than decreased, and the bloodthirsty hair princess floated out from behind him, her dense scarlet hair spreading like a tide, quickly entangling the two leading snake spirits. Swish! 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 The flame-imbued ghost-slaying knife swept out 3 fiery blade lights in succession, and the bound, towering snake body was severed into 3 sections. At the same time, the scissors ghost deformed legs opened and closed in midair. Crack! Ding! You have slain a first-tier 3-fold snake spirit, gaining 201 ghost points. You have slain a first-tier 3-fold snake spirit, gaining 189 ghost points. Chapter 49, Limit Release. The Ghost Emperor descends. 2 consecutive system notifications echoed in his mind, but at this moment, Jiang Chan's gaze was firmly fixed on the Thunder Ghost. Just a little bit more, and it would successfully ascend. Ling Qingxian didn't lag behind either. As her Qingzhu and Zi sword spirits charged at the attacking snake evil spirit, she herself held 2 swords and directly rushed toward the Thunder Ghost. It was devouring the 23rd snake evil spirit. Its body was completely enveloped in terrifying thunder light, and the pitch-black ghostly aura concealed the dark purple lightning, looking incredibly formidable. Just a step away from S-rank, Jiang Chan, wielding his fiery ghost-slaying blade, and Ling Qingxian with a dual purple-green swords both attacked. Just as the beheading was about to happen, the Thunder Ghost finally completely devoured the 23rd snake evil spirit. In the next moment, an extremely intense, ghostly aura erupted from it. Boom! It was as if a dark purple thunderball exploded in this third layer of the underground palace. The enclosed dark space seemed to freeze for a moment, with only that intensely strong thunder light rapidly expanding, illuminating Jiang Chan and Ling Qingxuan's faces in bright purple. And then both of their bodies were violently thrown away by that raging force. Ghost, Thunder Yin Rakshasa, quality, S rank, level, second stage. First layer, the information of the ascended ghost popped up in Jiang Chan's peripheral vision, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, making him look somewhat disheveled. In contrast, Ling Qingxuan's clothes were also torn in multiple places, revealing a layer of old clothing emitting a strange aura inside, which helped her withstand the impact just now. Wonder, garment of the dead, the eye of the true king captured the information of that garment, and a hint of envy emerged in Jiang Chan's eyes. However, before he could say anything, a bright purple lightning suddenly illuminated the front, resembling a purple crescent moon, slashing toward him, prompting him to quickly dodge. Following that, wave after wave of thunder moon poured out like there was no cost, continually striking the crumbling stone walls. Boom, 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 boom. Stones flew, niches shattered, braziers toppled, dust swirled, and the entire layer of the underground palace trembled violently. The newly ascended Thunder Yin Rakshasa unleashed Thunder Moon while devouring the remaining snake evil spirits, and its aura continued to rise. Oh my god! Ling Qingxian decisively recalled her two ghost pets. Let's go. Quickly retreat. She kicked off her original shoes, revealing a pair of old cloth shoes that also emitted a strange aura. In Jiang Chan's astonished gaze, she directly ignored the terrain, stepping on the walls and sprinting toward the tunnel. Wonder, red embroidered shoes, damn it. Another wonder. Ling Qingxian easily slipped through the gaps of those thunder moon slashes, while Jiang Chan could only struggle on the ground, jumping around in a desperate situation. After finally reaching the tunnel entrance and just about to dive in, he felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively dodged to the side. Boom! Crash! A thunder moon accurately destroyed the tunnel leading to the second layer. At this time, returning to the second layer, Ling Qingxian noticed that Jiang Chan had not followed and gritted her teeth, wanting to rush down to save him. But with a loud rumble, a flash of thunder erupted, and she watched helplessly as the tunnel to the third layer collapsed before her eyes. Even more terrifying, the second layer of the underground palace began to shake. The stone walls cracked, and stones of all sizes began to fall. It's really going to collapse. At this moment in the third layer of the underground palace, the tunnel to the second layer had collapsed, cutting off Jiang Chan's escape route. The Thunder Yin Rakshasa continued to leisurely devour the snake evil spirits. Its aura had reached the second stage, third layer. Seeing that Jiang Chan had nowhere to go, a hint of human-like mockery appeared on its terrifying face. It was like watching a rat trapped in a cage. Damn it, this place is going to collapse. The ground shook and stones fell. Jiang Chan steadied himself, dodging the thunder moon while calling up the system panel. Now, he could only place all his hopes on the system. Current Ghost God points, 9,917. Looking at the unsealing condition for the Blood Sovereign Kayadagarba, 10,000 Ghost God points. Still short by 83 points. Killing one more snake evil spirit would be enough. Now, there were only 3 snake evil spirits left in the entire third layer, 2 of which were in the hands of the Thunder Yin Rakshasa, and one was frantically fleeing, wanting to escape this collapsing place. After devouring the 2 snake evil spirits in hand, the Thunder Yin Rakshasa directly leveled up to the second stage, 5th layer. As long as it devoured the last snake evil spirit, it would break through to the second stage, 6th layer. The higher its level, the smaller my chances of winning. That was my last opportunity to unseal the Blood Sovereign Kayadagarba. Realizing this, Jiang Chan decisively charged forward, a thick white mist spreading from beneath his feet. Illusion. Ascend into smoke and mist. The 19-meter diameter illusion range could not completely cover the entire third layer of the underground palace, but it immediately enveloped that snake evil spirit, along with the second stage, 5th layer, Thunder Yin Rakshasa. The thick white mist instantly obscured all vision. The Thunder Yin Rakshasa was just a step away from the last snake evil spirit, but it could only watch it disappear before its eyes. Roar! It let out an angry roar, and waves of thunder moon were unleashed wildly. Boom! 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 The thick white mist of the illusion rolled violently, as if it were about to be blown away. At this moment, Jiang Chan was racing against time, his figure like a ghost hidden in the illusion, silently approaching the last restless snake evil spirit. Bloodthirsty hair demon emerged from behind him, and strands of crimson hair surged forth like a tide, instantly binding the massive snake body in place. Then, the blade light burst forth, sharp and cold. Thud! The massive snake head rolled to the ground. Hearing the commotion, The Thunder Yin Rakshasa immediately directed several Thunder Moon slashes toward this direction, and the headless serpent corpse was directly blasted into pieces. However, this had nothing to do with Jiang Chan anymore. Ding! You have slain one, second stage, third layer snake, evil spirit, ghost god points 203. With a successful strike, the system notification immediately echoed in his mind. Current ghost god points, 10,120. Ghost god points sufficient. Do you want to immediately unseal the Blood Sovereign K. Itagarba? Unseal it for me now. Ding! Consuming 10,000 ghost god points. SSS rank Ghost Emperor Blood Sovereign K. Itagarba unsealing begins. Boom! An overwhelming aura surged within Jiang Chan, and an enormous blood-colored spirit coffin floated behind him. The terrifying, ghostly aura rapidly climbed, as if an ancient existence was awakening from that wide-open, forbidden spirit coffin. Ding! Unsealing complete. Congratulations, host, for lifting the seal of the K. Itagarba Palace. You can now release the SSS rank Blood Sovereign K. Itagarba to fight alongside you. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a new ghost technique, 100-armed Celestial Strike. This skill will briefly grant you the 8-armed form of the Blood Sovereign K. Itagarba, allowing you to strike your target with 100 heavy punches in a very short time. Second stage, unsealing conditions, 30,000 ghost god points. A terrifying pressure descended upon the third layer, causing the already trembling underground palace to sway even more precariously. The thick white mist of the illusion slowly dissipated, revealing Jiang Chan's sturdy figure. He was bare-chested, holding a knife in his left hand, his eyes like torches fixed straight on Yin Rakshasa. A blood-red forbidden spirit coffin loomed large behind him, emanating a suffocating, terrifying pressure. At this moment, Yin Rakshasa was at the peak of the second stage, 5th level, yet as it looked at the mere 9th level human in front of it, a hint of wariness surfaced on its grotesque face, especially towards the massive blood coffin standing behind him. Damn it, I'll let you have your fun, just now. Now it's my turn. The cold voice fell softly. The forbidden blood coffin behind Jiang Chan began to tremble. Buzz! Ancient symbols lit up with a blood-red glow, and thick chains slithered like living snakes. Whoosh, 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 grind, grind, grind. The tall, heavy coffin lid slowly opened, like the opening of a gate to the underworld. As that gate slowly opened, an extremely terrifying majesty began to rise. Then, a figure, shackled with chains, stepped out from the open blood coffin. SSS Class Ghost Emperor, Blood Sovereign Xidagarba. Chapter 50, 8-armed Xidagarba Dharma Body. You finally came to save us. Instructor Wang. I thought we were going to die here, sob sob. Zhuang Baifan and the others were rescued from the protective pod, each of them looking traumatized and crying. When a spider grievance attacked earlier, they didn't have time to escape, and in desperation, they activated the emergency protection of the 30-0 wristbands on the spot. However, they could only watch as time ticked away, the energy of the wristbands gradually depleting, while the remaining few spider grievances lingered outside, refusing to leave and occasionally attacking their pod. Heaven knows how they endured during that time, but fortunately, Wang Meng arrived just before the energy of their protective pod was completely exhausted. What have you all encountered? Why do you all look like this? Wang Meng and the city guards quickly eliminated the remaining spider grievances around them. Upon seeing Zhuang Baifan and the others' bruised and battered appearances, he couldn't help but ask. It was all Jiang Chan's doing. Lin Yaoyan immediately squeezed out a few tears from the corner of her eyes and began to twist the truth, saying, Brother Zhuang lost a golden fragment bottle that Jiang Chan happened to pick up. Our brother Zhuang politely asked him to return it. But Jiang Chan not only refused to return it, but also maliciously provoked us and beat us all up. As Lin Yaoyan finished speaking, the other few quickly followed suit, lamenting, yes, Instructor Wang, this Jiang Chan is truly detestable. He not only beat us up, but even blew up our ghost pets and deliberately attracted a large group of spider grievances to try to kill us. For the sake of being classmates, we spoke to him nicely, even thinking it was dangerous for him alone in this ghost forest, and kindly asking if he wanted to team up with us. But he, without saying a word, attacked us unexpectedly. If it weren't for the emergency wristbands you gave us in advance, we would surely have been killed by him. Exactly. Brother Zhuang's A-grade ghost pet. Silver Ghost was blown up by him. That is a genuine A-grade ghost pet, a very rare assassination type, worth at least $3 million in the market for high-quality ghost pets. He must be acting out of jealousy. A few of them, with their colorful hair and bruised faces, surrounded Wang Meng, clamoring to complain one after another. But what kind of person is Wang Meng? When these kids were still in diapers, he was already cutting down ghosts on the front lines. If he couldn't see through this little trick, he would truly be a useless instructor. He immediately dropped his expression and coldly snorted. Did you all not even discuss the script before making up stories? It's simply incoherent. She said, Jiang Chan maliciously provoked you before attacking. You said Jiang Chan didn't say anything and directly ambushed you. And then you said Jiang Chan attracted a large group of spider grievances to put you in danger. I just want to ask, how could Jiang Chan alone beat you 5 into this state? He even blew up your Silver Ghost, which has the ability to blink. If he truly wanted to kill you, do you think you would still have the chance to come here and slander him? Or do you think I, Wang Meng, am too foolish to see through this? With just 2 cold rhetorical questions, Zhuang Baifan and the others were immediately silenced, each not daring to look at Wang Meng's cold face, especially his sharp eyes, which seemed to pierce through their chests and see into their hearts. At this moment, even if they were dull, they could feel Wang Meng's anger. But this anger was not directed at Jiang Chan, but at them. 5 of you teamed up to bully one person, and in the end, you hit a snag and got beaten up by him. I don't even want to talk about you. You still have the face to come to me and complain about the villain. Also, what are you all doing with your heads dyed in all sorts of colors like dog fur? What kind of appearance is that? I now declare that your practical training results are all void. Go back and run 100 laps as punishment. Don't think about cheating. I will have someone keep an eye on you. After running, go clean up your hair, tattoos, earrings, all that messy stuff on you. After this practical training ends, I will come back to check, and we will discuss your 0 scores for practical training and the account for bullying classmates and slandering others. After Wang Meng finished speaking, suppressing his anger, Zhuang Baifan and the others were left dumbfounded. What do you mean we bully classmates? We were clearly the victims who got beaten up, even though they had grievances in their hearts. No one dared to refute a word when they looked at Wang Meng's stern and tough face. Only Lin Yaoyan weakly sniffled and leaned in, pretending to be innocent, and tearfully said, Instructor Wang, actually, I didn't participate. I even advised them not to touch classmate Jiang Chan. You see, Jiang Chan didn't even hit me. Wang Meng coldly laughed from his nose. He had noticed that this girl was the one who yelled the loudest just now, and she was the one who first twisted the truth, with others following her example. Now she was trying to feign innocence while rubbing her arm with her 2 ounces of flesh. Such a young age. Really shameless. Wang Meng's face instantly darkened, and he directly shook off Lin Yaoyan, who was clinging to his arm, and coldly said, Since you didn't get beaten, then you can run 150 laps alone. What? 150 laps. Lin Yaoyan immediately felt as if the sky had fallen, her face turning as white as if her father had just died. She usually even pretended to be sick during physical tests. Running 150 laps would surely kill her. Her lips trembled, and she hurriedly wanted to admit her mistake and beg for mercy. But at that moment, a strong ghostly aura suddenly erupted from the depths of the hanging corpse ghost, and grayish ghost mist surged in all directions. Wang Meng's expression changed drastically. He quickly checked the positions of the 2 remaining people, who were right in the direction the wave was coming from. He didn't even spare Lin Yaoyan another glance, and immediately ordered the 2 city guards to escort Lin Yaoyan and Zhuang Baifan back to the city, while the remaining 2 city guards followed him straight to the direction of the wave. Hanxian Temple, 3rd layer underground palace. Jiang Chan stood with his knife. Behind him, a deep red blood-like forbidden spirit coffin towered. The Blood Lord Xidagarba, that emerged from the blood coffin, still maintained the appearance of a monk, with his exposed upper body covered in strange blood-colored tattoos. His hands and feet were bound by black chains inscribed with symbols, dragging along the stone bricks of the underground palace with a clanking sound. With each step he took, the terrifying ghostly aura around him surged. The expression on Thunder Een Rakshasa S face changed completely. Its burly body now appeared several times larger than that of Blood Lord Xidagarba, but at this moment, It was actually trembling under that pressure. This was a complete suppression from a higher tier. It felt as if it was facing an unparalleled ghost emperor. Fortunately, the opponent's strength was sealed, allowing it to exert at most 1 or 2%. Realizing this, Thunder Yin Rakshasa forced itself to suppress its fear. And with its second-tier five-fold cultivation bursting forth, intense lightning erupted from its entire body as it charged towards Jiang Chan. First, eliminate this human. However, in the face of this scene, Jiang Chan remained completely calm and directly commanded, Bloodlord Xitigarbha, go. Let me see what an SSS grade can do that drives all Coffin Masters crazy. As Jiang Chan's voice fell, the strange blood-colored tattoos on Bloodlord Xitigarbha surged up, and his monk-like body rapidly inflated as if it were being pumped up. In the blink of an eye, he expanded to 10 feet tall, towering far above Thunder Yin Rakshasa. His body was copper red, and the blood-colored tattoos pulsed like veins, with 6 thick, fierce arms sprouting from behind. 8-armed, Xitigarbha Dharma Body. Chapter 51 Contract. S-Class Thunder Shadow Demon. Facing the full-on assault of the Thunder Shadow Demon, Blood Sovereign Xitigarbha directly extended a large hand, firmly grasping its face and forcefully slamming its head down onto the ground. Bang! The stone bricks of the ground shook violently and cracked, ignoring the layers of lightning erupting from the Thunder Shadow Demon. Blood Sovereign Xitigarbha's 8 thick and ferocious arms transformed into 8 merciless pile drivers, wildly pounding down with fists. Boom, 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 boom. Jiang Chan was utterly dumbfounded, still thinking about whether the 10,000 ghost points he just spent were worth it. The result was so fierce, directly slamming it to the ground. The S-Class Thunder Shadow Demon had no ability to fight back in front of Blood Sovereign Xitigarbha. It was a complete and utter crushing. Gulp. Jiang Chan swallowed hard. This was still the first stage. How twisted would the second stage be? The third stage? The fourth stage? Hissing. The only drawback was the consumption of spiritual energy was too fast. Feeling the rapid depletion of spiritual energy within him, Jiang Chan's expression of joy dimmed slightly. With my current level, supporting its descent for even 3 minutes would be a struggle. After obtaining the cultivation method, I must quickly raise my cultivation level. Before that, Blood Sovereign Xitigarbha could only be used as a means of survival, just as he was lost in thought. Half of the Thunder Shadow Demon, his body was blown apart, and its second stage, 5th layer aura rapidly weakened. Stop! Jiang Chan quickly called out, I still have use for it. Don't kill it. Blood Sovereign Xitigarbha reluctantly stopped, very reluctantly, to the point that he threw in one last punch after stopping. Jiang Chan hurriedly stepped forward and immediately used the contract ghost technique on the barely breathing Thunder Shadow Demon, fearing that it might die any second. Buzz! The enormous blood-colored spirit coffin descended once again. Chains moved and runes lit up. The tall coffin lid opened like a portal. A splash of blood-red light emanated from the blood coffin, showering down on the Thunder Shadow Demon. His broken body. To Jiang Chan's surprise, something unexpected happened. Friends with ghosts at home know that the higher the quality of a ghost pet, the stronger its resistance will be. In this world where fierce ghosts roam, it is very difficult for ordinary people to contract high-quality ghost pets, even if they awaken a spirit coffin. High-quality ghosts are hard to come by, and their fierce ghost will is far stronger than that of ordinary ghost entities. The stronger the will, the harder it is to succeed in the contract. And a slight mistake can even lead to backlash. Every year, many spirit coffin masters die due to ghost pet backlash. Therefore, some weak spirit coffin masters can only bypass rare, high-quality ghost pets even when they encounter them, or choose to join powerful families and organizations for assistance. For example, on the surface, Zhuang Baifan is a bully in Class 1, but in reality, he is a dog under the Luo family, contracting an A-class ghost pet, Silver Monster, with their help. The Thunder Shadow Demon, in front of Jiang Chan, not only had an S-class quality, but was also at the second stage, 5th layer, 2 major stages higher than his level. So Jiang Chan was prepared for a fierce battle with its fierce ghost will. If that didn't work, he was ready to give up on the contract. But who would have thought that this guy showed no resistance at all? obediently diving into the blood coffin along with the pole. Why do I get the feeling it's a bit eager? Jiang Chan looked awkwardly at the still transformed, blood sovereign Xitigarbha, whose chains on the wrists and ankles were not stretched open, but rather clanged against his massive body. Those 8 fists, the size of sandbags, kept opening and closing, looking like they weren't satisfied at all. I get it. Jiang Chan immediately understood. I'll keep it for later use. Next time there's an opportunity like this, I promise you'll enjoy it enough. Before Jiang Chan could finish his thought, a huge falling rock crashed down from above, shattered by blood sovereign Xitigarbha's punch. But immediately after, more and more stones began to fall, shaking the ground. Oh no! The ceiling is about to collapse. The already precarious underground palace completely crumbled after blood sovereign Xitigarbha hammered the thunder shadow demon. Large chunks of stone fell down, and Jiang Chan steadied himself, looking around. The black snake hell mural on the front wall was falling apart, and light was faintly seeping through the cracks in the stone walls. Feeling the little spiritual energy he had left, Jiang Chan immediately ordered, "Blood sovereign Xitigarbha, you said you didn't take it enough? Over there, break through it." Blood sovereign Xitigarbha let out a displeased low growl and immediately dragged its thick chains over, swinging those 8 sandbag-sized fists, charging a powerful punch directly against that stone wall. Boom, krek, krek, krek. Cracks spread in the wake of that dull sound, and more light streamed in from outside. After that crisp shock, the upper 2 layers of the underground palace, mixed with large amounts of stone, completely collapsed. Just at the last moment, blood sovereign Xitigarbha scooped up Jiang Chan and smashed through the thick stone wall in front of them, jumping out directly. Whoosh! The cold wind rushed in, swirling with ghost mist, and the intense feeling of weightlessness quickly descended. Bang! The 8-armed form of blood sovereign Xitigarbha smashed into the ground, creating a considerable pit, with cracked patterns spreading like a spiderweb. Jiang Chan was safely placed on the ground, but at this moment, the last bit of spiritual energy within him was completely exhausted, and blood sovereign Xitigarbha let out a low growl of complaint, returning to the blood coffin space. After catching his breath, Jiang Chan finally saw his situation. He was in a desolate valley. The ghost mist was murky, and ancient temples and stone towers stood like a forest, many of which had bizarre stone sculptures in ruins. The Taoist temple he had just escaped from was not a Taoist temple at all, but rather an unlayered ghost temple carved out of the mountainside. The upper 3 layers had collapsed, and the lower 6 layers seemed to have also been affected, with the ghosts suppressed inside, letting out roars. There were definitely not few ghosts being suppressed inside, and there was an ominous feeling that they were about to break free. Jiang Chan's heart trembled, and he quickly ran through the valley with his ghost-slaying knife. As he ran, he discovered that there were actually many ancient temple buildings in this valley, many of which were directly carved in the mountain walls. The valley was filled with towering pillars, and the steep cliffs on both sides had broken stone statues revealing numerous dark caves, with at least thousands of them. It seemed that the collapse from the 9-layer ghost temple had caused the mountain walls to awaken in patches, and terrifying ghostly energy surged out from them. Jiang Chan's eyelids twitched, and what he couldn't see was that a dripping red flower tattoo slowly emerged beneath the skin on the back of his neck. Chapter 52. The Fortune Ghost Heavenly Official Appears. The new compilation of ghost classics explains that structures like pagodas and temples typically serve 2 purposes. One is to serve as a grave, and the other is to suppress malevolent entities. Those built near water are meant to suppress water ghosts and river monsters, while those on mountains are for suppressing the spirits and demons within. The valley before me is shrouded in ghostly mist, with ancient temples and stone pagodas rising like a forest, numbering in the hundreds or thousands. Terrifyingly, these ancient temples and stone pagodas are all subtly trembling, releasing streams of ghostly energy that collide throughout the valley. What forbidden place have I stumbled into? Jiang Chan is instantly drenched in cold sweat. What makes matters worse is that the direction he has been running towards is the deepest part of the valley. The mountain walls tremble, and the ghostly mist churns. Jiang Chan's footsteps come to an abrupt halt. There is no path ahead, only the largest cave-like opening carved into the mountain wall. A terrifying aura, even more powerful than that of Ghost King, is gradually awakening from the depths of that cave. and Jiang Chan feels a heat rising at the back of his neck. Damn it, what kind of ghostly thing is in there? Jiang Chan dares not linger and turns to run back. But something bizarre happens. No matter how he runs, he keeps circling within the valley. Even opening the true King's Eye does not help. Only the ancient temples and stone pagodas are surrounded by ghostly energy, and the swirling mist grows denser, with roars echoing from the various cave openings in the mountain walls, sending chills down his spine. This is bad. These stone pagodas are problematic. Like a giant maze of confusion. No matter how I run, I always end up back at the bottom of the largest cave. Moreover, the thing inside that cave seems to be calling me in, growing more impatient. The heat at the back of Jiang Chan's neck intensifies. He reaches back to touch it, but finds nothing. He can only force himself to calm down and quickly find the true exit of the valley. However, looking around, the entire valley is filled with stone temples and pagodas, engulfed in murky, ghostly mist, making it impossible to discern direction. Just as he feels utterly helpless, a familiar white figure suddenly darts out from the stone pagoda thicket ahead. The ghost scholar, Jiang Chan, is taken aback. How did it end up here? This ghost had vanished into thin air in the ghost village, and now it reappears in this valley's forbidden area. Instinctively, he uses the true King's Eye, but the information he gathers about the ghost is astonishing. Ghost name? Quality? Level? Oh, unknown. This is the first time Jiang Chan has encountered such a situation, leaving him shocked. He quickly realizes that he has no other choice. The appearance of this ghost scholar is the only variable. He makes a quick decision in his mind and immediately grabs the ghost-slaying blade to chase after it. The valley rumbles with tremors, and the ghostly mist swirls violently. The ghost scholar swiftly weaves through the towering stone pagodas, and Jiang Chan's gaze is fixed on that white figure, closely pursuing it. Strangely enough, the valley he couldn't escape from after so long. He manages to exit in no time following the ghost scholar. After about 10 minutes, he finds himself back in the hanging corpses ghost forest. Looking back, the valley's forbidden area has vanished. The grayish, ghostly mist is blown away by the cold wind, as if what he just experienced was merely a dream. Searching for the ghost scholar yields no results. It has completely disappeared. How strange. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Chan carefully recalls his encounters with this ghost scholar. The first time it appeared unexpectedly in the ghost village, helping him divert the ghostly wedding procession. Now it has appeared a second time, leading him out of that forbidden area. With this thought, an incredible hypothesis suddenly arises in Jiang Chan's mind. Could it be that this ghost is the new compilation of ghost classics documents a rare type of ghost, whose rarity and preciousness surpass even that of SSS-grade ghost pets, and the most renowned among them is the 5 ghosts heavenly officials of fortune, prosperity, longevity, happiness, and wealth. Ordinary spirit coffin masters cannot contract these 5 ghosts unless they are chosen by them. Jiang Chan connects his experiences and suddenly feels that this ghost scholar resembles the fortune ghost heavenly official. It is said that anyone who can contract this ghost will receive boundless blessings. The new compilation of ghost classics records that the last ordinary person chosen by the fortune ghost heavenly official not only survived the initial chaos of ghostly disasters, but miraculously became a spirit coffin master, achieving the rank of 5th-tier coffin king in just 3 years, and within 10 years, became the first coffin emperor in the history of the Great Xia's ghost disasters. He also established the first barrier city of the Great Xia Kingdom, officially beginning the era of full resistance against ghostly entities, protecting ordinary people from ghostly disasters. He has since been revered as the Fortune Heavenly Coffin Emperor. After his death, the Fortune Ghost Heavenly Official also vanished, and despite many spirit coffin masters searching for this ghost pet over the past 200 years, its whereabouts remain unknown. Watching the direction in which the ghost scholar disappeared, Jiang Chan feels a surge of emotions. If the Fortune Ghost Heavenly Official has truly appeared, it would undoubtedly create a tremendous stir. With a sigh of amazement, Jiang Chan retracts his gaze to look at his ghost tracker. Within 200 meters, there are only a few scattered green light points, indicating that the danger has been completely lifted. He glances at the training rankings and sees that he has officially surpassed Ling Qingxian, rising to first place with 1,016 points. Ling Qingxian is in second place with 1,003 points. The third place is plummeted to 681 points, held by Luo Shan. Jiang Chan briefly scans the others, noticing that Hu Shuai and Meng Xia have surprisingly made it into the top 30, while Zhuang Baifan and Lin Yaoyan have mysteriously dropped to 0. Everyone's points have stopped moving. The training time has ended. Fortunately, he managed to take down that snake spirit, giving him just enough points to surpass Ling Qingxian. He narrowly claims the top spot, securing his cultivation path. Jiang Chan breathes a sigh of relief, then picks up the ghost-slaying blade and sets off on his way back to the city, eager to obtain the cultivation method and rush back to advance to the first tier. Ling Qingxian, wearing her red embroidered shoes, swiftly navigates through the Hanjin cave, ignoring the terrain. Ling Qingxian. Just as she emerges from a fork in the path, she encounters Wang Ming and 2 city guards who have come following her location. Upon seeing her disheveled appearance, Wang Ming immediately asks, "Are you hurt? What about your classmates?" "Instructor Wang, you guys came just in time." Without waiting for Wang Ming to finish, Ling Qingxian hurriedly says, "Jiang Chan is still inside. He needs help. You have to go in and save him." "The one with you is Jiang Chan?" Wang Ming's heart skips a beat, and without wasting any more time, he quickly follows Ling Qingxian into the fork. However, when Ling Qingxian leads them back to the largest hall, the scene before them causes everyone's expressions to tighten. 8 thick chains lie on the ground, and the altar that resembled a coffin lid has completely collapsed. All that remains is a deep, bottomless pit, from which a strong, ghostly aura bursts forth, accompanied by howls echoing throughout the vast hall. "Dongji." Ling Qingxian instinctively wants to rush forward, but is held back by a city guard. There's a terrifying aura down there, possibly even more powerful than a ghost king. Wang Ming says seriously, "We need to leave this place immediately." But Jiang Chan is still down there. Ling Qingxian's breath quickens. Yet Wang Ming's next words cause her tense heart to relax slightly. "He's still alive." Wang Ming glanced at the ghostly positions of all the students. Apart from the 5 who had exited early, including Zhuang Baifan, there were still 56 small green dots remaining. At this moment, in the vast, ghostly hanging forest, besides Ling Qingshuan's position next to him, there is only one last small green dot rapidly making its way through the forest towards the city. "Let's go. I really can't wait to meet our leader." Chapter 53. The Unbelievable First Place. The silver moon cast a thin veil over the black city gate, and bright beams of light gathered into rays from the towering city walls, illuminating the practical training students who were returning to the city in small groups and being checked at the gate. Having returned from their first trip outside the city to slay ghosts, these students were all chattering excitedly. After overcoming their initial fears, they discovered that these low-level specters were not as terrifying or invincible as they had imagined. After learning to coordinate simply, they even began to actively seek out those small ghosts to kill. In a sense, after tonight's training, these individuals could be considered truly awakened. Some even broke through their mental barriers, achieving a new level. The only shocking event was that Jiang Chan had claimed the top spot in this training session. As more and more students returned to the city gate, discussions and noisy chatter gradually rose. "Over 1,000 points? That's too exaggerated. It's even more than double my score. I could accept Ling Qingxian getting 1,000 points, but how did Jiang Chan surpass her? It's obvious he must have cheated. If Jiang Chan didn't cheat to get this score, I will go home tonight and lick every toilet stall in the women's restroom clean." "Dude, you've been wanting to do that for a while. Haven to you? Everyone, please don't reward him. I heard that a few people survived the ghost incident at the second high school, and Jiang Chan brought them out. Maybe he really is a godly figure. Remember that blood coffin that appeared over Nanjing yesterday afternoon? It said that it was the commotion Jiang Chan caused when he awakened. And he awakened an unprecedented forbidden-level spirit coffin. Damn, hearing you say this, I'm getting more and more curious about Jiang Chan. But to be honest, we really embarrassed ourselves in this training session. The top 2 spots went to students transferred from the second high school. And thankfully the 3rd spot was secured by Luo Shan, but the points he earned are far behind the top 2. Not just that, bro. Besides Jiang Chan and Ling Qingxian taking the top 2 spots, there's also Zhao Lin who made it into the top 20, and the other 2, Hu Shuai and Meng Xia, both made it into the top 30. It's not an exaggeration to say that these 5 students transferred from the second high school are literally slapping us in the face. Damn, I think these people must have colluded to cheat. The first place should have been Luo Shan's. I recognize no one else. The third place is barely mine. And the second place should go to my brother Zhuang. Huh, why does my brother Zhuang have 0 points? I don't know. Lin Yaoyan and Jiang Chan all got reset to 0. Could it be that Jiang Chan and his group set them up? Bro, think about it. Isn't it more likely that Zhuang Baifeng and his group tried to set him up and ended up getting dealt with by the instructors? Everyone was chattering away, and among them stood Luo Shan with his golden buzz cut, silent and sullen in the crowd. The oppressive aura he emanated kept people from approaching him. His eyes filled with hostility, he fixed his gaze on the entrance of the city gate, staring at Ling Qingxian, who was walking beside Wang Meng, with a look that seemed to say stay away. As Wang Meng's figure appeared, the chatter among the crowd began to diminish considerably. Instructor Wang is back. Why haven't we seen Jiang yet? Hu Shuai craned his neck to look towards the entrance of the city gate. But to be fair, Jiang is really impressive. He actually managed to surpass the goddess Ling and claim first place. He truly is my adoptive father. Standing next to Hu Shuai, Meng Xia was still in shock. She had watched the training rankings no less than 20 times and couldn't believe that Jiang Chan had actually claimed the top spot. In her view, no matter how strong Jiang Chan was, he shouldn't be on the same level as Ling Qingxian and Luo Shan. At most, he could compete for the top 5. But she never expected that Jiang Chan would actually surpass Zhuang Baifeng and Luo Shan with a significant advantage, even overtaking Ling Qingxian in the end. This completely turned her understanding upside down. 1,016 points. When we parted, he was only around 100 points, and in just over 3 short hours. How did he manage to do that? Just as Meng Xia was murmuring to herself, that tall figure finally appeared at the edge of her sight. Her breath caught. Jiang Chan. The imposing city gate loomed like a python, and the high walls were illuminated by bright beams of light, slicing through the nearby ghost fog. One of those beams fell directly on the tall figure beneath the city gate. The noisy discussions within the city gradually came to a halt at that moment, and everyone's gaze instinctively turned towards the outside of the city, watching the stern young man with a well-proportioned upper body wielding a blue gold blade for slaying ghosts, striding towards the entrance of the gate. Damn! Hu Shuai's eyes lit up, and he excitedly clenched his fist. My Jiang is really handsome. Not just Hu Shuai. Many girls present felt a ripple in their hearts at this scene. Even Ling Qingxuan's gaze was drawn over. Come on, show what you've got, she muttered. But seeing Jiang Chan return safely, she clearly breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Luo Shan's hostile gaze shifted from Ling Qingxian to the figure at the gate, squeezing out 2 syllables through his gritted teeth that expressed his desire to crush him. Jiang Chan. Moments later, Jiang Chan passed the entrance inspection and entered the city gate. Thus, all 56 practical training students returned, except for Zhuang Baifeng and his 4 companions, who lined up neatly. However, some were still glancing towards Jiang Chan, while others were whispering about not seeing Zhuang Baifeng and the others. Let me say something first. Wang Meng spoke directly, and the 56 people present immediately fell silent. Zhuang Baifeng, Lin Yaoyan, Xiang Chang, Niefeng, Yipeng, and the other 5 were found to be maliciously pressuring their classmates in the suspended corpse forest and even twisted the facts in front of me. I have nullified their training results and imposed severe penalties. I hope everyone can take this as a warning. Today, your classmates and partners are your future comrades, those you will entrust your lives to. I do not want to see any more incidents like that of Zhuang Baifeng and his group. Anyone who commits such acts again will be expelled. Wang Meng's voice was firm, immediately causing a stir among the crowd. Everyone buzzing and murmuring about what Zhuang Baifeng and the others had done to provoke Wang Meng's wrath. But Wang Meng had no intention of elaborating. From the moment Jiang Chan entered the city gate, his gaze was fixed on that tall young man, and this stern opening statement seemed to be aimed specifically at him. Was he seeking revenge for me? Jiang Chan genuinely didn't expect this. His heart was slightly surprised, and through the surrounding chatter and whispers, his calm gaze finally met Wang Meng's direct gaze that fell upon him. Chapter 54, Leader's Reward. It's here. The second point. Wang Meng's voice rang out again, and the crowd, who had been whispering to each other, quickly fell silent. I'm very glad to see all of you back. In the past, there have been casualties during training, but this year you all did very well. Of course, this is also thanks to the support and protection provided by the city guard throughout the process, and to all of you, to your families, and to this city, which has been silently guarding for over a decade. Now, please turn around and give the highest military salute to the city defenders behind you. As Wang Meng's words fell, he took the lead in giving a solemn and firm military salute. The 56 trainees lined up below the city gate turned in unison, stepping forward half a pace, standing tall and proud towards the towering city gate, clenching their right fists and pressing them firmly against their left chests. Several searchlights on the city wall focused directly on this group of youths, and the expressions on their faces became serious. The soldiers at the entrance of the city and on the wall also uniformly lowered their weapons, raising their fists to their hearts in response. Liang Dafei's hefty figure stood atop the towering city wall, hand behind his back, looking down at the group of youths and the tall figures standing behind them. Unable to help but chuckle, this old guy is putting on a show for me. After a full minute, Wang Meng spoke again, asking everyone to turn back around. Very well, I announce that this training session is now concluded. Now, please let the leader come up to receive the training reward. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Jiang Chan, watching him stride confidently forward to Wang Meng's side. The cultivation method, finally in hand, looking at the two boxes, one large and one small, that Wang Meng handed over, Jiang Chan's heart raced, but just as he reached out to take them, a voice suddenly erupted from the ranks. I refuse to accept. The crowd turned their gazes to Luo Shan in unison. I refuse to accept it. Instructor Wang, I believe that measuring training results by the demon-slaying points is unfair. Each person's contracted demon pet is different. Some demon pets focus on offense, some on defense, and others on control or defense. Don't you think using demon kills as the only criterion for scoring is too unfair? Luo Shan's words immediately garnered quiet support from many, but some were secretly alarmed. Instructor Wang had just announced the consequences for Zhuang Baifan and others. Clearly not someone to mess with. Luo Shan dared to confront him publicly. How bold. But I think Luo Shan is right. It's inherently unfair. My defensive-type demon pet is at a disadvantage compared to Ling Qingxuan's offensive-type demon pet when it comes to killing demons. Exactly. It's not fair at all. If you have the ability, come challenge my basketball demon to a solo on the court. Not to brag, but I can dribble while singing and dancing to rap. Am I proud or what? Unfair. Jiang Chan doesn't deserve to be first. The voices in the crowd gradually grew louder. Facing this sudden turn of events, Meng Xia couldn't help but start to worry for Jiang Chan, her palms beginning to sweat. Hu Shuai even started arguing with the person next to him, and the scene grew increasingly chaotic, which was precisely the effect Luo Shan wanted to achieve. He looked at Jiang Chan's profile and snorted coldly, then said to Wang Meng, Instructor Wang, it seems I'm not the only one who thinks your scoring method is biased. In my opinion, the leader of this training session should be determined by a fair method. In response to Luo Shan's questioning and strong hostility, Jiang Chan furrowed his brow. But Wang Meng replied coolly, those of you who just said you refuse to accept, stand up and let me see. With that one sentence, the noisy crowd quieted down immediately, but they merely closed their mouths. No one dared to stand with Luo Shan. Yet they were all unhappy with how Wang Meng was using his authority to pressure them. Wang Meng continued, when did I say that demon-slaying points are the only standard for determining the leader of this training session? By throwing out a rhetorical question, he left the restless crowd confused. Could it be not? Wang Meng sneered. Some say their demon pets are not offensive types and are at a disadvantage in killing demons. So let me ask, is there anyone among you who acted alone? Besides Ling Qingxian, who else? After a 2-second pause, Wang Meng continued. No one answered, so that means no one acted alone. Before the training began, I didn't say you couldn't team up. You all found partners when you left the city. In fact, teamwork itself is a criterion for evaluation in this training session. Demon-slaying points are just one aspect. Your demon pets are of different types. What I hope to see is that when facing demons, you can play your roles based on the characteristics of your demon pets. But how did you all perform? You coordinated like a mess, and to fight for points, you all rushed to deal the final blow to the demons, giving them opportunities to counterattack. Some teams even had internal conflicts over points or fought with other teams. Did you think I didn't see all of this? Even more so, several of you collaborated to hunt demons to pile up points for one person, only to find that you collectively killed fewer than what Ling Qingxian and Jiang Chan achieved alone. Huh. And now you have the nerve to tell me it's unfair, as Wang Meng's cold words were spoken one after another. The previously boisterous crowd lowered their heads in shame. The louder they had shouted, the more painful it was to be slapped in the face now. Only Luo Shan remained furious, his fists clenched tightly, believing that Wang Meng was openly shielding Jiang Chan. I know that some of you still feel dissatisfied. That is fine. Go home and rest well tonight. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., come to school, and I will give you a chance to choose a class leader and a vice class leader through practical combat. Without considering the opinions of the crowd, Wang Meng directly handed the 2 boxes to Jiang Chan, adding, the class leader and vice class leader will receive additional training resources every week, so prepare well. Dismissed. With the word dismissed falling, the orderly ranks immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Luo Shan shot Jiang Chan a provocative gesture and turned to leave at the crowd. If his meaning were to be interpreted, it would be, go home and clean your neck for me. Jiang Chan couldn't be bothered with this fool. After working hard for half the night, he finally obtained the cultivation method. He only had one thought now, which was to hurry home and allocate his points. He hadn't been late on purpose. He had wanted to ensure he could smoothly allocate points to break through the first tier. On the way back to the city, he had also slain some demons to accumulate demon points. Now that he had the demon points and the cultivation method, it was time to get to work at home. Chapter 55, S-Class Cultivation Method. The towering city gate, the high walls. Next to Liang Fatty, there was a box of old white liquor, a plate of chewy dried beef, and a bag of peanuts. Talp. Wang Meng's footsteps stopped beside him. You really have everything prepared, huh? Liang chuckled and replied, with a smug look on his plump face, how about it, old Wang? I told you the world isn't settled yet. You won against Liang Fatty. But to come across such a good seed, I lost happily. Wang Meng directly picked up a bottle of old white liquor, opened the cap, and took a small sip, then coughed a bit, his face showing some nostalgia as he said, huff, it's been a few years since I drank this stuff. The searchlights on the city wall swept across the streets after curfew. Liang peeled a peanut and tossed it into his mouth, his chubby face squinting. But his gaze fell on the gradually receding figure of a young boy on the street. But Liang Fatty, the ghostly disturbances outside the city are frequent. You'll probably be busy holding down this city gate, Wang Meng said. Liang Da's red face froze for a moment, but quickly passed, and he casually chewed the peanut as he said, the ghost tide. Is it coming? I'm afraid so. It should be coming. Why does it sound like you're looking forward to it? Liang took a sip of liquor, his expression a bit reminiscent as he said, since the day I was transferred to this city gate, I've been waiting for this day. It hasn't come, and I've always felt a thorn in my heart. You know, old Wang, it's been over a decade. I don't even know how many times I've been scared awake from dreams at night. Now, suddenly learning it's coming, I actually feel relieved. The large moon cast silver light on the towering city walls. After Liang finished speaking, he fell into a momentary silence. The two watched as the trainees walked away in groups of 3 or 5, becoming empty, looking at the faint lights still shining through the windows in the city. They both remained silent, just quietly drinking, under the silver moonlight, only the sound of peanut shells being cracked and the rich aroma of liquor wafting away. They couldn't even remember the last time they drank like this. After a while, Liang took out a box wrapped in gold foil from behind him and pushed it toward Wang Meng on the city wall. What is this for? Wang Meng was taken aback, then shifted his gaze and said, Useless Liang Fatty, my injuries are completely beyond help. Otherwise, how could I have retreated from the ghostly front line? Don't waste things. Who the hell said it was for you? Don't get too sentimental. Old Wang. Liang Fatty shot back directly. Wang Meng suddenly realized something. The light in his eyes suddenly gathered. Could it be? You really are generous, Liang Fatty? Besides, didn't you win this bet? Whether it's love or not. Liang Fatty spat out the peanut shell from his mouth, reaching out to take back the gold foil box, but Wang Meng immediately grabbed it with lightning speed. Who said I didn't want it? I'll thank you on behalf of that kid first. Liang Fatty snorted, retracted his hand, and said slowly, "This thing has been gathering dust with me for nearly 10 years. I originally planned to use it to escape in case the ghost tide came. But you know, old Wong? Today, when that group of kids saluted the city gate, I suddenly wanted to rush down and give you 2 slaps. Then give myself 2 big slaps. I'm really not a decent person," Liang said as he grabbed the liquor bottle and took a big swig. Wang Ming's expression darkened, and in the end, he didn't say anything, just grabbed his own liquor bottle and took a drink. After that sip, Liang Da's chubby face immediately turned rosy. He wiped the liquor that spilled from his chin, and with a breath of liquor, turned to Wang Ming and said, "Dare to bet with me again, old Wang? Bet again? Let us bet on your kids' sparring match tomorrow." "What? You still think Jiang Chan can win the final victory?" Wang Ming paused for a moment and then shook his head. "I admit he did surprise me greatly today. But the sparring of Spirit Coffin Masters is different from ghost slaying. Ling Qingxian's strength at the 9th level of the first stage is right there. Not to mention she has completely mastered 2 sword-type ghost pets. To say something that might make you laugh, in my current state, I don't even have a full chance against her. Jiang Chan is only at the 9th level, even if he obtained the cultivation method tonight. It's impossible for him to comprehend it and to directly advance in just one night. Entering a stage and not entering a stage are completely different concepts. I don't believe you don't know this. Don't mention Ling Qingxian, even against Luo Shan at the 5th level of the first stage. I think Jiang Chan would have a hard time. After all, it's the gap in starting point between ordinary backgrounds and those from noble families. It's too big. Regarding Wang Ming's long spiel, Liang just calmly took a sip of liquor and said, "Why are you telling me all this? Just tell me whether you want to bet or not. I think you're overly confident in that kid Jiang Chan." Wang Ming teased, "Fine. What are we betting on this time? If that kid wins, you'll give him the thing I just gave you. If he loses, then you'll take the thing back and return it to me." "Damn, Liang Fatty, do you believe I'll kick you off the city wall?" "Just kidding. Why so serious? If he loses, you'll give this thing to the winning kid, but I'm really optimistic about him." Liang laughed and said, "As for our bet, if that kid wins, you'll honestly go meet the Spirit Coffin Master I arranged for you. Damn, she's a big beauty. But when it comes to cutting people, she's really ruthless." Wang Ming's expression slightly changed. Then his tone became somewhat serious. "All right. If Jiang Chan wins tomorrow, I'll go meet the person you mentioned. If Jiang Chan doesn't win the final victory, then don't ever mention this matter in front of me again." Liang directly grabbed his liquor bottle and extended it out. Wang Ming immediately took his liquor bottle and extended it out to clink with his. Ding. Deal. A suspicious voice sounded in the sister-in-law's room. The lights were off, and the curtains were tightly drawn. Ruan Lingji was completely limp. A few strands of hair were stuck to her face from sweat. She gritted her teeth. "Damn Jiang Chong, I don't believe I can't break your damn seal." Click. A faint sound came from the living room. Ruan Lingji's fatigue vanished in an instant. In an instant, she was pressed against the door. "Sister-in-law, if you really can't hold it in, you can tell me. I'll come back and buy you a toy." A teasing voice came from outside the door. Ruan Lingji's sweat-soaked cheeks immediately flushed with a charming redness. "Go away. Sister-in-law still wants to ask me to come in and roll around? Another day, today, is just too tiring." Ruan Lingji gritted her silver teeth. Her face filled with shame and anger, and she pulled open the door, only to see Jiang Chan seemingly prepared, directly rushing into the bathroom. With a click, he locked it in one go. "Little brat." Jiang Chan quickly finished showering and poked his head out first. Seeing that his sister-in-law was outside blocking the door, he hurriedly dashed back to his room. Locked. Eagerly jumping onto the bed, he opened the 2 boxes on the bedside table, one containing a thin booklet titled Lin Yuan Ju, and the other containing an ice blue pill called Calming Pill. This was the reward Wang Ming gave him for being the top of this training session. An S-class cultivation method. Jiang Chan narrowed his eyes, decided to take a deep breath. This Lin Yin Ju is considered a top-tier cultivation method, even among first-tier practices, with a market price starting at least 800,000. This tranquility pill is definitely worth over 10,000. Wang Ming is really willing to spend money. He reached out to pick up the thread-bound book and flipped to the first page. The abyss is the vast sea. Stepping on the abyss, observing the sea, Listening to the waves, Tai E transforms water, cycling endlessly. Ding! A black and red system panel suddenly popped up with subtitles. Lin Yinju, not yet initiated. Would you like to allocate points to learn it immediately? Using cultivation resources can enhance comprehension and accelerate the cultivation process, reducing the consumption of ghost and god points. Jiang Chan's eyes lit up, and he grabbed the tranquility pill and tilted his neck to gulp it down. Add it for me. Chapter 56. Entering the rank. Opening the second hall. Ding. Current ghost points. 1880. Consume 500 ghost points to begin comprehending the S-rank cultivation method, the Lin Yuan Ju. Upon first opening this high-quality first-tier cultivation method, you find yourself momentarily bewildered, akin to a primary school student who hasn't even graduated, yet is eagerly sitting in a higher mathematics exam, not to mention understanding the exam questions. You can't even recognize all the characters on the paper. A small doubt arises in your big brain. Is this really meant for people to read? Fortunately, you timely consume a tranquil heart pill, and suddenly you feel as if the principles of the universe are slowly unfolding before you. You patiently flip through the pages, attempting to adopt some of the postures illustrated in the images to comprehend. This brave attempt finally allows you to grasp a glimmer of inspiration. After consuming 800 ghost points, you successfully understand the meaning of the two characters Lin Yuan and Lin Yuan Ju. You begin to consciously visualize the imagery of the vast Kanglan abyss in your mind, breathing in and out like the ebb and flow of tides, drawing the thin spiritual energy from the air into your body. Lin Yuan, treading lightly, observing the sea and listening to the waves, so this is what it means. After consuming 1,000 ghost points, you have entered the threshold of understanding the Lin Yuan Ju and sincerely exclaim in your heart, "Oh, the sea has so much water," officially achieving the beginner-level accomplishment of gazing at the ocean with sighs of admiration. The effects of the Tranquil Heart pill continue to take effect, and after your initial glimpse of the path, you quickly grasp the correct direction. The originally obscure characters in the technique now seem to clear up in your mind. From the anger of Gong touching Mount Buzhou to you controlling the waters and calming the nine abysses, the vast changes of countless eras surge in your mind, the Tai Chi water circulating endlessly. After consuming 1,600 ghost points, your comprehension of the Lin Yuan Ju breaks through to a major achievement, officially attaining the master-level accomplishment of Song Hai Yuming. Insufficient ghost points remain. Comprehension ends. Remaining ghost points, 280. Jiang Chan finds that many profound things have appeared in his mind. He no longer looks at the thread-bound booklet in his hand, as the content has already been fully presented in his mind, and he understands it thoroughly, word by word. In just a few minutes, he is transformed from a primary school student who just obtained this S-rank cultivation method into a Lin Yuan Master. It's no wonder it's an S-rank cultivation method. Consuming 1,600 ghost points just to reach the major achievement level is quite something. I wonder how many points are needed to reach the perfect realm? Glancing at the remaining ghost points, Jiang Chan immediately gives the command, spend the rest to level up. Ding! Consuming remaining ghost points, beginning to enhance cultivation. Your major level understanding and mastery of the Lin Yuan Ju, combined with the effects of the Tranquil Heart pill, increase your enhancement speed by 60. At this moment, you're like sitting in that legendary E86, stepping on the gas and racing up the Akinishan. Even a genius girl like Ling Qingxian can only lie on the ground, inhaling exhaust fumes. After exhausting the remaining 280 ghost points, you seamlessly break through to the first tier, first level, and the foundational strength you've built up begins to explode, propelling you forward with a mighty force, causing your level to break through to the first tier, third level. Ding! Insufficient ghost points, this enhancement ends. Comment: this cultivation session consumed a total of 1880 ghost points, equivalent to the benefits you'd gain from 30 years of hard training in seclusion. After 30 years of painstaking comprehension, you've managed to chew through more than half of the tough S-rank Lin Yuan Ju and successfully stepped into the gateway of the first tier. Don't be fooled by your young age. With your current level of understanding of the Lin Yuan Ju, it wouldn't be an exaggeration for Instructor Wang to call you old closed door. Current level, first tier, third level, remaining ghost points, 0. A pure and surging spiritual energy flows out from your inner palace like the waters of the abyss, spreading throughout your limbs and bones. Along with it comes an unprecedented surge of powerful strength, enhancing your bloodline, bones, skin, and 5 senses. A leap in every aspect. You have entered the rank. Jiang Chan's face brightens with joy. Cultivation below the first tier is referred to as Coffin Man, merely a quasi-spiritual Coffin Master. Only when one breaks through the first tier does one officially become a respected spiritual Coffin Master. The difference between being in the rank and not is like heaven and earth. It's only now that I can say I've taken a true step on the path of spiritual coffin cultivation. Continuing onward. The second tier Grand Spiritual Coffin Master. The third tier Spiritual Coffin Officer. The fourth tier Spiritual Coffin General, also known as the Bai Jiang, requires achieving the fourth tier to be qualified to serve as the City Guard Commander. The fifth tier, conferred as Spiritual Coffin King. Each sub-city has a Spiritual Coffin King presiding over it. I wonder who the Spiritual Coffin King in Nanjing City is? Just as this thought arises in Jiang Chan's mind, suddenly his forbidden blood coffin appears in the room. Buzz. The heavy coffin lid vibrates and slowly opens, like unlocking an ancient, dust-covered portal. An irresistible force spills forth from the open blood coffin, pulling his consciousness directly inside. Bang! Heaven and earth invert and converge. An endless sea of red rushes in. Moments later, Jiang Chan's vision refocuses, and he finds himself in a vast expanse of blood-red land. Or rather, the blood coffin space. How'd I get in here again? In front of his view, a grand dark hall stands majestically. It is that familiar Dizong Wang Palace. Scissor Ghost, Explosive Flame Ghost, Bloodthirsty Hair Princess, and Ascending Smoke and Haze are all present, but they are all far away from the Dizong Wang Palace. Lying on the ground is a huge creature half paralyzed, as if it fell into an ink tank and pickled thoroughly. Its robust upper body is dark blue, flickering with faint arcs of electricity, while its lower body is a thick serpent, only it has been smashed to bits. This is the new ghost pet that Jiang Chan contracted on the third level of the Hanjin View. Ghost pet, Thunder Yin Rakshasa, severely injured. Quality, S rank, level. First tier. Fifth level, ghost technique. Thunder Moon Slash. Concentrates the power of Yin Thunder to form a cutting blade, hitting targets with a thunder invasion effect, causing paralysis and massive damage. Comment. First of all, congratulations, this is an absolutely rare S-rank ghost pet. It controls the Yin Thunder of the underworld that possesses destructive power and can also conjure the terrifying Thunder Moon Slash. As your ghost pet, it grants you equal Yin Thunder power and the Thunder Moon Slash skill. Your brave Fireblade skin can finally be transformed into the epic Thunderblade skin. Are you excited? I know you're excited, but don't get too excited just yet. Your precious Thunder Yin Rakshasa has been severely injured by your perverse blood Lord Dizong. Dropping from second tier, 5th level to first tier, 5th level, and in its current half-paralyzed, near-death state, it clearly can't assist you in battle anymore. Repairing the remnant body can self-heal by devouring Thunder attribute ghost entities, or spend 1,200 ghost point for system restoration. Using rare items can reduce ghost point consumption. Thunder Yin Rakshasa, as an extremely rare S-rank ghost pet. Even if it encountered an accident, it still brought Jiang Chan a powerful ghost technique. Thunder Moon Slash. Mastering the power of Yin Thunder. A small cluster of dark purple electricity flickers between Jiang Chan's fingers. The violent energy contained within makes his heart race. Truly an S-rank ghost pet. This Thunder Yin Rakshasa is one of my biggest gains from leaving the city last night. But this severe injury? 1,200 ghost points for repair. Jiang Chan glances at his remaining ghost points. 0. Suddenly, he feels overwhelmed. He couldn't help but cast a resentful gaze towards the Xitigarbha Palace ahead. But as he looked, his eyes suddenly focused. What was that sound? Behind the Xitigarbha Palace, there were actually 11 even more magnificent and towering palaces suspended in mid-air, a blood-red sun hanging fiercely behind the last palace. And at this moment, a strong wave was surging out from the second palace. The second palace seems to be opening. Jiang Chan's pupils constricted. Floating stone steps began to extend down from the second palace, gradually reaching his feet. Is it because I have broken through to the next level? His expression shifted slightly as Jiang Chan stepped onto the stairs. The first palace had released an SS-level Ghost Emperor, Blood Lord Xidigarba. I wonder what kind of existence is suppressed within this second palace. Chapter 57. The second SS class Ghost Emperor. The cold wind howled, and the ghostly mist was murky. In the hanging corpse forest, there was a rustling sound as hundreds of thousands of spider vengeances moved through the shadowy forest of corpses, resembling a tide of pale white washing over the dark and desolate woods. They continued to surge toward the deepest part of the inverted corpse forest, not just the spider vengeances, including the ghost paper boats in the mountain stream and many other ghostly entities. All of them were converging toward the deepest part of the corpse forest, flowing from all directions into that forbidden valley. Thousand caves, forbidden land, the towering pagodas and stone statues trembled, and large patches of temple caves on the mountain walls erupted with fierce ghostly energy. As the tide of ghostly beings surged in, the entire forbidden land began to shake. Deep within the forbidden land, the largest cave entrance resembled the mouth of a terrifying giant creature. Countless ghostly beings poured into its mouth, revealing a hidden world. The towering cave walls were covered with statues of Buddha in various poses, some lying down, some reclining, some standing, some sitting, some with eyes lowered in meditation, hands clasped, or with fierce expressions, holding magical artifacts. The dense carvings of Buddha numbered in the tens of thousands. Among them, 108 statues were especially large, each extending a black, serpent-like chain from their hands, connecting to the center of this grand cave hall. At that position stood a gigantic Buddha tower, like a pillar reaching the sky. A total of 108 thick chains connected to the upturned corners of each level of the Buddha tower, and each upturned stone corner had a rusty copper bell hanging from it. If Jiang Chan were here at this moment, he would discover the vanished corpse ghosts in the hanging corpse forest were now all kneeling around the base of this Buddha tower. They knelt on the ground like pilgrims, their foreheads pressed against the earth, numbering well over 1,000. The ghostly beings that surged in behind also knelt down, all pressing their heads to the ground facing the central Buddha tower, expanding outward in circles. In an instant, the number of ghostly beings in this cave chamber exceeded 10,000. Among them were even the figures of ghost kings, laying in the heart of the fragrant concubine in the moment of heartbreak. The grievances of the heart are known only to the moon. The faint, melancholic sounds of a play echoed in the vast cave, becoming clearer and resonating ethereally. 4 blood-colored, lantern ghost generals, each carrying a pale woman's severed arm, flanked a red wedding sedan chair, floating down from the top of the cave chamber. The chilling wind howled, the ghostly play murmured, and behind the wedding sedan chair followed over 1,000 white lantern ghosts. This dimly lit expanse of ghostly light slowly descending around the giant Buddha tower. Meeting is hard. Parting is easy. The abandoned wife now regrets too late. With a thud, the red wedding sedan chair landed steadily at the foot of the Buddha tower steps. The 4 pale woman's arms, 2 in front and 2 behind, each carried a blood-red lantern, swaying gently. The chilling wind subtly stirred the curtains of the wedding sedan, as if waiting for someone to enter. Then, with a click, the large door at the base of the Buddha tower made a soft sound. The wooden door, sealed for who knows how many years, creaked open slowly. From the dark doorway, a jade-like foot stepped out delicately. Dingling, dingling, dingling. As it took half a step out, the 108 copper bells hanging from the upper part of the Buddha tower suddenly rang out wildly. The 108 thick chains connected to the cave walls erupted with intense radiance at the same time. Buzz! The dense carvings of Buddha on the cave walls seemed to come alive, and the grand cave hall gradually resonated with a magnificent and solemn chant. Like 10,000 bells ringing in unison, the tens of thousands of ghostly beings kneeling beneath the Buddha tower were instantly suppressed by this terrifying force. The circles of ghostly beings all lay trembling on the ground. Only a few ghost kings could still barely resist. A sigh of melancholic play echoed softly. The jade foot that had stepped out of the Buddha tower withdrew back inside. The 108 blazing chains immediately returned to calm. and the frantically ringing copper bells fell silent one by one. Only the sound of that melancholic play lingered, gently dissipating amidst the gradually calming chant. Jiang Lang, why won't you come in and see me? In the blood coffin space, the blood sun hung in the air. Jiang Chan stepped onto the floating stone steps, arriving at the front of the suspended second hall's door. Looking up, he saw an ancient and weathered black plaque above the hall door, covered in sword marks, some of which had rusted like blood, yet still concealed an air of sharpness. Sword, tomb, he whispered the two large characters inscribed with silver hooks and iron strokes, and Jiang Chan's pupils couldn't help but constrict. He felt that every sword mark on the plaque exuded a piercing sharpness, especially the two robust, bold characters in the center. Just a glance made him feel a stabbing pain, as if his eyes were about to be blinded. Such sharp words. Jiang Chan couldn't help but gasp, and he steadied his mind and extended his palm to the cold hall door, gradually gathering strength. Creak, 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 creak. The heavy, ancient hall door slowly opened with a muffled sound, the door hinges grinding away the dust and rust accumulated over countless years. The violent tremors caused the plaque above to shake and emit a buzzing sound, as if all the sword marks above were unleashing a chilling, murderous intent. Swish! At the moment he pushed the door open, a piercing wind seemed to carry 1,000 sword energies, erupting with a continuous tremor reminiscent of a dragon's long howl. Jiang Chan felt as if his skin would be sliced apart, as if he would be dismembered into pieces. After a moment, the wind calmed. Jiang Chan took a deep breath and stepped into the sword tomb hall. What met his eyes were all swords. Hundreds of thousands of sword blades hung upside down from the dome of the hall. The cold blade light merged into a sea of blue swords, while the hall's floor was filled with clusters of broken swords, some rusted blades still oozing eerie blood mist. In the center of the hall stood a tall throne made up of thousands of swords, and a pale, emaciated figure stood atop it. Rather than saying he stood there, it was more accurate to say he was nailed to it. His head was bowed, arms outstretched. Both arms and palms were pierced by cold, gleaming long swords, including his chest, knees, and the tops of his feet. Each sharp, cold long sword pinned him to that high throne of sword thorns. Every sword was a legendary blade known throughout the world, such as Yuchang, Qingping, Qingying, Zhanluti, and Juk. Additionally, 12 thick chains extended from 12 positions in the hall, piercing through his collarbone, peepa bone, and even his cervical vertebrae. His pale skin bulged with veins like red serpents, and his every inch of exposed skin was covered with blood-colored sword patterns. Clink! Jiang Chan's gaze landed on it, and a black-red information panel popped up automatically. Second Hall Master. Sword Prison Ghost Lord Ghost Emperor. Quality SSS Class. Unseal status. Not unsealed. Unseal conditions. 10,000 Ghost God Points. After unsealing, can release the Blood Coffin space for cooperative combat, and gain new Ghost Techniques. Ghost Technique 1. Infinite Sword Ruins. Use one's body as a gate to summon weapons and items at any time, and exert natural suppression over all weapon-type ghosts and ghost pets. Ghost Technique 2. Extreme Kill. Cranes soaring to the sky. Nothing else. One sword breaks 10,000 laws. Hiss. Even though he was somewhat prepared, Jiang Chan still felt a sudden jolt in his heart as he looked at the information displayed on the panel, his heart pounding fiercely. Another SSS class, Ghost Emperor. Chapter 58. The Fury of Luoshan. Jiang Chan raised his eyes and looked across the great hall filled with hundreds of thousands of sword blades. His burning gaze fell straight upon the pale, thin figure in the center. Just looking at it, how could there be any trace of the Ghost Emperor's might? It looked more like a death row inmate trapped in this sword grave. Buzz! Just as this thought emerged in Jiang Chan's mind, the 12 thick chains suddenly trembled. Immediately after, that pale, thin figure opened its eyes. Boom! The ancient swords spanning the entire hall, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, erupted into a frenzied, buzzing the moment it opened its eyes. At that instant, when it looked over, Jiang Chan felt a chilling sword intent rush toward him, along with a hell filled with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and then the entire hall, along with the vast, boundless space of the blood coffin, was split apart by that sword. Boom! Jiang Chan suddenly opened his eyes and sprang up from the bed, but his mind was still lingering on that earth-shattering sword strike, unaware that his back was already soaked with cold sweat. This is my second SSS-level Ghost Emperor. After a while, Jiang Chan's eyes finally refocused, and his heavy breathing gradually calmed down. He continued to open the system panel. Unlocking this sword prison ghost required 10,000 ghost points, while unlocking the second stage of the Blood Lord Dizong required 30,000 ghost points, and repairing the Thunder Een Rakshasa also needed 200. Besides that, upgrading other ghost pets also required a considerable amount of ghost points. With this calculation, the joy in Jiang Chan's heart was immediately diluted. Ding! At that moment, the text on the system panel suddenly changed. You have 18 silver 2A fragments in your warehouse, which can be used as materials for ghost pet quality upgrades. Silver 2A? Jiang Chan was taken aback, then remembered that A-level ghost pet he blew up in the Hanging Corpse Ghost Forest, which could drop fragment materials. Is there such good luck? He quickly clicked to check, and two options immediately popped up. Upgrade option 1. Consume 200 ghost points. Your scissor ghost can immediately fuse with the silver 2A fragments. Upgrade option 2. Consume 280 ghost points. Your explosive flame ghost can immediately fuse with the silver 2A fragments. Why does this also require ghost points? Jiang Chan was stunned. Compared to the earlier unlocking, this fusion upgrade wasn't too expensive, but the key was that he currently didn't have a single ghost point. A penny can make a hero stumble. He could only go earn some at the class competition tomorrow. Originally, Jiang Chan didn't pay much attention to this matter. Being class leader meant nothing to him. But now, it seemed he had to consider blowing up a few ghost pets, especially after knowing that blowing up high-quality ghost pets could also yield training materials. He suddenly started to look forward to Luo Shan's provocation. Don't let me down too much, Shan Zai. In the hospital, the smell of disinfectant filled the entire ward. I was careless and didn't dodge. This Jiang Chan came to deceive and ambush me, this honest man at the 6th level, and he just beat me up. You must avenge me, Brother Shan. Zhuang Baifan, wrapped in bandages, lay in a hospital bed, crying miserably while staring at his phone. He had already been beaten half to death by Jiang Chan, and then Wang Meng arranged a punishment for him. He barely ran half of the 100 laps before he was sent to the hospital, and even his wolf tail that he had been growing for a long time was directly shaved off by Wang Meng. Useless. The furious voice of Luo Shan came from the phone. What was the purpose of the silver 2A you contracted? You 5 brought an A-level assassination type, ghost pet. Yet let that kid kill you all alone, you bunch of useless trash. You don't understand, Brother Shan, that kid's level is the same as mine, 6th level. But he has a ghost that's incredibly tricky, like a smoke bomb. When we charged in, we couldn't see anything, and he hid in the smoke, picking us off one by one. Zhuang Baifan said bitterly. Smoke. Luo Shan paused for a few seconds, then asked, is it the ascending smoke? Ascending. What is ascending smoke? Useless. What good are you? Luo Shan was infuriated. If Zhuang Baifan were in front of him now, he would definitely kick him. Let me ask you again, how many ghosts does Jiang Chan have? 2, no. It's very likely 3. How many exactly? Speak clearly. When we ran into him, he was just contracting a hair ghost. This hair ghost pairs up with his smoke ghost to be really nasty. In his smoke, we couldn't see anything, and he hid in the dark, commanding the hair ghost to come and tie us all up, beating us one by one. And we couldn't break free. Zhuang Baifan started lamenting again, and Luo Shan, losing patience, directly asked, what is his 3rd ghost? I didn't see the 3rd one. Zhuang Baifan's voice was hesitant, but when we got there, that area was burning red. I guess he very likely is a fire ghost. He's already contracted 3 ghosts. Luo Shan's voice grew grim. The talent of the forbidden-level spiritual coffin was displaying itself so quickly. Brother Shan, you must avenge me. No need for your nonsense. Tomorrow I will personally deal with him, Luo Shan said, and was about to hang up the phone, but Zhuang Baifan hurriedly called out, Brother Shan, wait. What else is there to say? Luo Shan said impatiently. Zhuang Baifan swallowed hard and cautiously said, Brother Shan, my silver 2A was blown up by Jiang Chan. Can you, when you have time, help me contract another one? Damn, Mentioning this made Luo Shan even angrier, but Zhuang Baifan was still somewhat obedient, usually doing things cleanly, only having fallen into Jiang Chan's hands this time. Now is not the time to kick him out. Come find me after class competition tomorrow. Thank you, Brother Shan. Thank you, Brother Shan. Zhuang Baifan immediately beamed with joy, repeatedly thanking him. Then he brought up a new request. This time I want a defensive ghost pet, like yours, Brother Shan. Beep. Luo Shan directly hung up the phone and threw it aside, looking at the large silver moon hanging high outside the window. A cruel and ruthless expression appeared on his angry face. Number 1 high school has always been the best school among the 6 high schools in Nanjing City, whether in terms of teaching staff or student quality, and Luo Shan was the one with the best talent among this year's awakened students at number 1 high school. He had been looked up to by his peers since childhood, being the hope of his family. But today's practical training made him feel extremely embarrassed. He had never been this humiliated. The top 2 spots in the practical training were taken by students transferred from number 2 high school, and he barely managed to secure 3rd place, with his ghost-slaying points barely half of theirs. How had he, the second Luo Shan, ever suffered such humiliation? Especially Jiang Chan, just a mere 6th level, yet he managed to take 1st place in practical training? This was not just an insult to Luo Shan. It was akin to riding on top of him and pulling the history. Let you be arrogant today, Jiang Chan, even if you've contracted 3 trash ghosts, so what? Without leveling up, you're just an ant. Tomorrow I can crush you with a single finger. And Ling Qing Xian, 2 sword ghosts, huh? I want to see whose sword ghost is sharper, or whose defensive ghost is tougher. Chapter 59, Reward Oddity. The next morning, at 8:30, the red sun rose in the east, and the trees lining the shaded road swayed their leaves in the gentle breeze. Except for Zhuang Baifan, who was still in the hospital, 60 students from Nanjing, number 1 middle school who had awakened their spirit coffins gathered on the playground one after another. They whispered to each other, discussing the recent haunting incidents, who had made breakthroughs in their levels, and who was most likely to win the final victory today. Many people began to point and whisper when they saw Jiang Chan appear, leaving him somewhat baffled. Brother Jiang, Zhuang Baifan and his gang are tarnishing your reputation. Hu Shuai squeezed his way to Jiang Chan's side, his face filled with righteous indignation. What has he done now? Jiang Chan asked. Don't you usually check your phone? Jiang Chan? Meng Xiao walked over from the other side, also looking aggrieved. Zhuang Baifan and Lin Yaoyan have almost blown you up on the school wall. She then took out her phone, opened a pinned post on the campus wall, and clicked on a video of a bruised Zhuang Baifan lying in a hospital bed. This Jiang Chan came to deceive, to ambush. Ambushing me, a 6th-tier, honest person. Is this okay? This is not okay. I advise. This Jiang Chan, rat's tail juice. Think carefully about your meals. Don't be so clever. Classmates should value harmony and talk about martial ethics. Don't engage in infighting. Thank you, friends. Below the video, a bunch of comments asked what had happened, and Lin Yaoyan and Xiang Chan began to fan the flames, exaggerating and describing how Jiang Chan had targeted Zhuang Baifan's golden fragment bottle during last night's practical training in the corpse-hanging ghost forest and conducted a sneak attack. Not only did they get backstabbed, but the B-class ghost bloodthirsty fairy they had worked so hard to capture was also snatched away, which ultimately attracted a horde of vengeful spiders that nearly killed them. Goodness, this caused an uproar. A bunch of mindless people immediately jumped on the bandwagon to hurl insults, while those with a bit more sense chuckled. Not to mention Zhuang Baifan's usual behavior. Just the fact that Instructor Wang was so furious last night shows who was right and who was wrong. However, Jiang Chan was an outsider who had transferred in, and last night's practical training had embarrassed the usually lofty Nanjing number 1 middle school, making the current facts irrelevant. In such matters of stance and face, of course, they would unhesitatingly side with Zhuang Baifan. Especially after learning from Zhuang Baifan that Jiang Chan was only at the 6th-tier level, many people immediately felt emboldened, shouting that they would definitely beat Jiang Chan down today. What forbidden spirit coffins were all talk. I thought he was some big deal, only find out he's just at the 6th-tier level. Let us see if I can crush him later. Damn Jiang Chan. I heard from my goddess Lin Yaoyan that this bastard has a ghost that can throw smoke bombs and another hair ghost that can tie people up. He used the smoke ghost for cover in the ghost forest, and then tied my goddess up and groped her all over. If I don't personally tear this bastard apart today, I, Wang Xijia, will quit. Dude, I suspect you call everyone, but you definitely don't call Wang Xijia. The sun gradually became hotter, and the noisy crowd on the playground split into a clear divide, with over 50 people from Nanjing No. 1 Middle School grouping together, clearly pushing Jiang Chan and the other transfer students from No. 2 Middle School to one side. Damn, these dogs are being too obvious about their targeting. Hu Shuai was so pent up he was about to burst. If Meng Xia hadn't held him back, he would have lunged at them. In contrast, Jiang Chan not only didn't feel angry, but seemed a bit expectant, until the big clock in the teaching building pointed to 9 o'clock. Wang Meng finally made his grand entrance, striding in with confidence. The noisy crowd immediately recognized the situation and quieted down, standing in line. Let me say one thing first. Wang Meng stood at the front of the line, his voice serious. Last night, a new ghost abyss opened in Baimang Pass, and the Candle Dragon Army deployed to the front line immediately. It is expected that within the next week, all high-level ghost entities will be cleared, and the ghost abyss will be sealed. After that, all awakened spirit coffin masters from the 5 schools in Nanjing City will head to Baimang Pass for unprecedented special training. As Wang Meng's heavy voice fell, the playground immediately stirred. Wasn't Baimang Pass swallowed by the ghost tide 16 years ago? It has long become a ghost city. This can't be right. We're just a bunch of students. How is this any different from sending us to the front line of the ghost abyss? Wow, does that mean that we can meet the Candle Dragon Army? That legendary female commander has been my idol since I was a child. I'm so excited. Nanjing City has never had a precedent for joint training of 5 schools. I heard this year's ghost tide seems to be coming early, and this time, following the Candle Dragon Army to clear Baimang Pass is probably to help us adapt to the battlefield in advance. Mom, I want to go home. Silence. Wang Meng's booming voice suddenly rose a couple of notches, and the deliberately exuded aura instantly silenced everyone. Anyone who doesn't want to participate can transfer to the liberal arts class right now. You can write a note to apply, and I'll approve it immediately. Wang Meng's face was stern, and his severe gaze swept over the crowd like a hawk. The heavy atmosphere froze for a while, and seeing no one stepping forward, he retracted his aura. All right, since no one wants to back out, I don't want to hear any more noise. Now, let us talk about today's arrangements. You completed your first ghost-slaying practical training last night. Some students have objections to the practical training rankings. I know some of you have higher and lower talents. Strengths vary. Some Haven T even mastered a single ghost pet, while others have already contracted 2. Today, I'm giving you this opportunity. Each of you will showcase your strength and select a class leader and a vice class leader through practical combat to be responsible for class affairs during the upcoming special training at Baimang Pass. Is there anyone who doesn't understand? Wang Meng paused for a few seconds. When no one asked questions, he waved his hand and tossed out a palm-sized box wrapped in a layer of gold foil. This is an additional reward for today's ultimate winner. A piece of oddity. I'll place the item right here. Those who want it, show me your true abilities. Hiss. Oddity. The moment those 2 words escaped Wang Meng's mouth, they caused a stir on the playground. Everyone's attention was drawn to the gold-foiled box, and excitement surged in their hearts. Aside from individuals like Ling Qingxian from extraordinary backgrounds, ordinary students had no chance to come into contact with such things. But no one was unaware that it was a treasure. The ghost mist enveloped the world. All cities were built relying on oddities, and there were certain surviving villages and towns in remote areas that were also protected by oddities. Some oddities emitted mysterious energy that could form a barrier resembling a boundary. This barrier could isolate the ghost mist, protecting the living within from being ghostified. Oddities also varied in strength. Some could support the barrier of an entire city, like the royal tomb beneath Nanjing City. Others could only protect an individual, like Ling Qingshuan's garment of the dead revealed last night. The effects of oddities also varied. For example, Jiang Chan's golden fragment bottle could imprison ghost entities, while Ling Qingshuan's red embroidered shoes could ignore terrain. Some oddities could even be artificially created. For instance, corpse incense is the most widely used man-made oddity, using the secretion of corpse curtain worms in medicine to achieve remarkable results. Jiang Chan also knew of a harmless ghost called Vomit Silk Ghost, whose silk could be made into clothing that was impervious to fire and water. Ordinary swords and knives couldn't break through its defenses. The value of oddities is immeasurable, especially those formed naturally. Wang Ming is actually willing to take out an oddity as a reward. Even Jiang Chan couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Sensing the excitement and enthusiasm of all the students being ignited, a trace of determination appeared in his eyes. It seemed that today he had no choice but to reveal a couple of trump cards. Chapter 60, Southscar Giant Demon. After Wang Ming finished speaking, he stepped aside to give the space to everyone. I'll go. Immediately, a square-faced boy stepped forward from the crowd, directly challenging Jiang Chan and the others. From his second high, is there anyone brave enough to fight me? Fang Ming? Although the words were directed at the people from the second high, his provocative gaze clearly fell on Jiang Chan. As soon as he finished speaking, a green spiritual coffin floated out from behind Fang Ming, large and upright. An upper-grade green coffin, 9th level cultivation. So soon, someone without eyes shows up. Jiang Chan felt more pleased than angry. Just as he was preparing to step forward to claim today's first ghost point, a feminine boy beside him took a step forward first. A mere 9th level dares to bark. Let me have a go at you. Zhao Lin, 1 to 5 from the second high. Jiang Chan had no particular interaction with this person, and his only impression was of seeing him crowding around Ling Qingxian like a sycophant when leaving the city yesterday. At this moment, however, a purple spiritual coffin suddenly appeared behind him. A mid-grade purple coffin, 1st level. Immediately, someone nearby gasped in surprise. I admit your talent is slightly better than mine, but that doesn't mean your ghost pet is stronger than mine. Fang Ming's expression darkened as he shouted, Come out. Headless ghost. Buzz. The green coffin behind him trembled, and with a loud bang, the coffin lid opened. A headless ghost soldier stepped out. This ghost's body was made of burnt clay, adorned with armor patterns, dragging a heavy clay sword in its hands. Derang ghost paix et les soldiers. Go. When take him down. With Fang Ming's command, the headless soldier immediately charged toward Zhao Lin, dragging the clay sword with a thud, dirt falling off it. Facing this aggressive, headless soldier, a sneer appeared on Zhao Lin's feminine face. Heh, you know nothing about the realm after entering the ranks. As he spoke, the large purple coffin behind him also trembled with a buzz, even emitting an eerie purple light that captured everyone's attention. The emotions of the spectators immediately became energetic, spontaneously cheering for Fang Ming, the noise quickly escalating. However, Jiang Chan gently shook his head, no suspense. Standing next to Jiang Chan, Ling Qingxian looked at him in surprise. Then she heard a loud crash. She quickly turned back to see that the aggressive, headless soldier had collapsed with a thud even before reaching Zhao Lin. What the hell? What's going on? Not only was Ling Qingxian stunned, but the surrounding crowd, who had been cheering, were also completely bewildered. Seeing a ghost in broad daylight? Dude, isn't that just nonsense? Which of us here doesn't have a ghost? No. I want to know what that sissy from the second high did. Why did the headless ghost just fall down? A barrage of bewildered gazes converged on Zhao Lin, no one understanding what he had done, not even seeing his ghost pet anywhere. Standing in the middle of the playground, Zhao Lin didn't move a muscle. He simply stepped out from the crowd and opened his mid-grade purple coffin, and suddenly Fang Ming collapsed. This scene was more shocking than seeing a ghost. Look at Fang Ming. Someone shouted in surprise, and all eyes turned to Fang Ming. They saw the square-faced boy enveloped in an unsettling, sinister aura. His sturdy body visibly withered, skin breaking out in sores of various sizes, oozing disgusting pus. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a robust youth into a gravely ill patient. He let out a hoarse I concede. The 3 syllables seemed to exhaust all his strength, and his body swayed twice before crashing to the ground with a thud. That's enough. Wang Ming reminded in a deep voice, his brow furrowed. Zhao Lin chuckled coldly, retracting the sinister aura enveloping Fang Ming. And the prearranged medical personnel immediately rushed forward to carry him to the infirmary. Sorry, my ghost pet is a bit special, and I'm still not very skilled at using it. Zhao Lin's cold gaze swept over the first high crowd, a bloodthirsty curve forming at the corner of his mouth. As he looked down and hissed like a snake, Is there anyone else who wants to try? Being swept by his gaze felt like being pricked by a poisonous needle, and several girls in front instinctively took a half step back. Zhao Lin had a rather feminine appearance, and of the 5 from the second high, he was the one with the least presence. No one expected him to contract such a strange ghost pet, which inexplicably took Fangming away at the start. So was that ghost. At that moment, Ling Qingxian vaguely sensed something was off. She suddenly recalled Jiang Chan's sight earlier and turned to ask, "Did you already see what Zhao Lin's ghost is?" Jiang Chan's gaze remained fixated on the faint purple plague aura spreading beneath Zhao Lin's feet, which had gone unnoticed by the crowd. B rank, plague ghost. As the clock struck 9, the morning sun cast shadows of the crowd on the spacious playground. But few noticed the very faint circle of purple plague aura opening beneath Zhao Lin's feet. Does no one dare to step up? It turns out the arrogant first high is merely a bunch of worthless fools. Zhao Lin exuded an eerie aura, making even the bright sunlight feel cold. He chuckled ominously. "Then this peculiar item is mine." Saying this, he began to walk towards the box wrapped in gold foil. "Contracting a plague ghost makes you so arrogant?" A mocking voice rang out, and Zhao Lin's steps halted, his expression slightly changing. The crowd turned to look, and Luo Shan, sporting a golden buzz cut and dressed in designer clothes, arrogantly stepped forward. "Your plague ghost has an ability similar to a plague range. As long as I don't step into this range, what can you do to me?" Luo Shan revealed the truth scornfully, and the spectators suddenly realized the faint circle of plague aura beneath Zhao Lin's feet, centered on his standing position. It covered a circular area with a radius of about 5 meters, and Fangming had just happened to stand on the edge of this circle. The crowd instantly understood, gasping in astonishment. In contrast, Zhao Lin's face turned ugly. His sinister eyes fixed on Luo Shan's face like a stimulated snake staring fiercely at an intruder. "I initially thought to give everyone a chance to shine, but I didn't expect you to be so useless. The other side is already stepping on the face of the first high, yet you can't even see through this little trick. Truly as foolish as pigs." Luo Shan shook his head, feigning disappointment in the crowd, then sneered, "But it's okay. Dealing with these trash from the second high is easy enough for me." Luo Shan with just one hand. A deep purple spiritual coffin slowly materialized behind him, radiating a pressure far beyond Zhao Lin's mid-grade purple coffin, showcasing strength that astonished the crowd. First level, 5th stage. 2 ghost pets. Buzz. The large upper-grade purple coffin trembled and opened, and 2 tall and robust figures stepped out. A-rank ghost pet, South Scar giant demon. B-rank ghost pet, giant axe ghost. Information about the 2 ghost beings popped up in Jiang Chan's eyes, and records from the new compilation of ghosts automatically surfaced in his mind. The South Scar tribe especially reveres physical strength. From a young age, they use a potent plant called scab grass for medicinal baths, causing their bodies to be covered in thick scars, greatly enhancing their defense. The bravest among them can even wrestle with rhinoceroses. The Southern Scar Giant Ghost is a descendant of this tribe that has vanished in the long river of history. This ghost is known for its abnormal physique and defensive capabilities, impervious to swords and guns, and resistant to water and fire. Zhao Lin is in danger. Chapter 61. As you wish, your father has arrived. Bang! A dull sound echoed in the arena as Luo Shan's body swelled up like it was inflated, his thick and rugged muscles bulging with scar-like layers. This was the ghostly technique granted to him by the A-rank ghost pet, Southband Giant Ghost. Southband Ghost Transformation. The other B-rank ghost pet, Giant Axe Ghost, also provided him with an exaggerated bone axe weapon. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Luo Shan, transformed into the Southband Ghost, dragged the huge bone axe and charged straight into Zhao Lin's plague ghost range with 2 thunderous steps. With a swing of the axe, bang! Zhao Lin's eyes widened in horror, completely unable to react, and was sent flying like a cannonball. Unable to withstand a single blow, Luo Shan's imposing ghostly body rose up, and with a thud, his scarred foot brutally stomped on Zhao Lin's face, looking down at him as if he were garbage while Zhao Lin lay bloodied and helpless. "Even my 3/10 of power is too much for you." I really don't know what kind of trash you think you are." The spectators on the playground fell silent. Everyone witnessed the strangeness of Zhao Lin's plague ghost. Just moments ago, Fong Ming had been at the edge of the plague's range, and in the blink of an eye, he was rendered bedridden. Yet Luo Shan had charged directly into the plague ghost's range, completely ignoring its abilities, and with one axe blow, sent Zhao Lin flying. The entire process being as simple and brutal as throwing away a trash bin. This made everyone have a clearer and deeper understanding of the abnormal defensive capabilities of the South Band Giant Ghost, and immediately the morale of the first high school surged, with some even excitedly clapping and cheering. Wang Ming, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but think to himself, no wonder he is a direct descendant from the three great spirit coffin families of Nanjiang City. These two ghost pets were clearly specially matched for him by the Luo family. The medical staff carried Zhao Lin away, as if they were disposing of a dead dog. Luo Shan grinned cruelly, provocatively beckoning to Jiang Chan and the others. He hoisted the exaggerated bone axe with one hand, standing in the middle of the playground in the form of the South Band Ghost, thoroughly enjoying the shock and focused gazes from the crowd. He could have easily sent a ghost pet to handle Zhao Lin without stepping into the plague ghost range. But where's the fun in that when he could enjoy the thrill of stepping on these trash beneath his feet? That sissy just yelled so fiercely. I thought the second high school was something special. Turns out it's just this. A bunch of trash thinks they can come to the first high school. What are you barking about? I've endured you for so long. Hu Shuai suddenly stepped forward, a low-grade green coffin floating up behind him, as if everyone had a defensive ghost. Eat my invincible iron fist. A C-rank gargoyle stepped out from the green coffin and charged at Luo Shan, delivering a punch to the gray-brown South Band ghost body. Bang! The towering Luo Shan didn't even budge. Hu Shuai's heart raced, and he immediately wanted to withdraw his gargoyle, but Luo Shan's fierce face suddenly revealed an excited smile. Haven't eaten? You've got no strength at all. Saying that, his massive hand grabbed the gargoyle's neck and slammed it down to the ground. Boom! Then, bang! The exaggerated bone axe was raised high and came crashing down onto the gargoyle, shattering its rough stone body into pieces. Unable to withstand a single blow, a backlash from the ghost pet contract instantly hit Hu Shuai, causing him to cough up blood and kneel on the ground, his face pale. But Luo Shan continued to smash the gargoyle down several times, bang, 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 completely reducing it to rubble. Then he grinned and took a big step forward, aiming to smash down on Hu Shuai's painfully arched back. At that moment, a chilling wind suddenly blew through under the sun, making everyone on the playground feel a chill down their necks and backs. Looking back at the scene, a square ancient stone wall suddenly opened beneath Luo Shan's feet, and a pair of slender, dark, ghostly hands reached out, grabbing his legs and pulling him towards the well. Meng Xia, who had been standing beside Jiang Chan, stepped forward with a fierce look in her eyes without saying a word. A low-grade purple coffin appeared behind her, and the ghost that just appeared was her C-rank ghost pet, Algal Ghost. Luo Shan let out a disdainful sneer from his nose, swinging his giant axe down. Boom! The gray, ancient algal well shattered into pieces. The terrifying, ghostly hands immediately withdrew and disappeared, and a mournful wail could still be faintly heard. Meng Xia let out a muffled groan, a trickle of dark red blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. And then she was directly knocked over by the South Band Giant Ghost with a single slap. Unable to withstand a single blow, Luo Shan excitedly licked his ugly lips, panting heavily, and placed his large foot heavily on Meng Xia's heaving chest, looking down at her with a predatory gaze as if he wanted to devour her. It's really substantial. You must have come up here just to please me. Get your stinky foot off me. On the other side, Hu Shuai suddenly let out an angry roar, his eyes bloodshot as he struggled to rise, charging at the ghostly Luo Shan with his own body, and then, bang, he was kicked away several dozen meters, crashing down and losing consciousness, unable to withstand a single blow, truly unable to withstand a single blow. I can't even defeat you with one hand. What kind of trash do you think you are to challenge me? You'd be better off going home to eat shit. In just a few breaths. Both Hu Shuai and Meng Xia had their ghost pets smashed. At this point, Hu Shuai was unconscious, quickly carried away by the medical staff. while Meng Xia remained under Luo Shan's foot, biting her bloodied lip as tears of humiliation and anger streamed down her face. In contrast, Luo Shan's arrogance grew even more. His own strength at the 5th level of the first tier already made him one of the best in the first high school. And with the A-rank ghost pet, South Band Giant Ghost, boasting extraordinary defensive capabilities, others couldn't even break through his defenses. Let alone considering he also had a high-quality giant axe ghost providing him with a giant axe weapon. At this moment, he stood in the middle of the playground with that bone axe, his towering South Band ghost body with one foot on Meng Xia's chest, provocatively looking at the last 2 remaining students from his second high school. I said you were trash, and you still don't admit it. Not a single one can withstand a slap from me. In my opinion, you might as well roll back to the second high school. Oh wait, the second high school is completely finished. Every single one of you is so useless. No wonder you're all going to die out, haha. Otherwise, you should go study liberal arts, or else you'll embarrass the first high school in the big exam. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Even the other first high school students watching felt that Luo Shan was too arrogant. But now was the time for unity against a common enemy. They not only didn't think Luo Shan's actions were inappropriate, but as they watched him take down the second high school students, they felt a sense of superiority as if they were also flaunting their might. That's right. Brother Shan beat them to death. Damn, that sissy just yelled so loudly. Let him come out and keep barking. Brother Shan, quickly take care of Jiang Chan too. I've never liked that bastard. The first in practical training is just a name. There were also a few who looked worried and whispered, "We're classmates. Is this too much?" Watching the chaotic scene, Wang Ming's stern face was almost dripping with water, especially seeing that foot of Luo Shan on Meng Xia's chest. It was simply outrageous. He temporarily held back his anger and signaled the medical staff to quickly enter and carry Meng Xia away. Luo Shan glanced at Wang Ming outside the arena with some displeasure, then shifted his gaze back to Ling Qingxian and Jiang Chan, focusing particularly on Jiang Chan. Jiang Chan, didn't you think it was impressive that you awakened the forbidden spirit coffin? Your underlings are almost beaten to death by me, and you're still hiding behind a woman. I see that your so-called forbidden spirit coffin is nothing special, he said mockingly, then changed his tone. Last night you blew up Zhuang Baifan and their ghost pets. Unfortunately, those people are my subordinates, and as their big brother, I have to show some presence. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. I'll let you have one ghost pet, and I only need the Nanfan giant ghost. You dare to fight me? I'll fight you. Ling Qingxian, with a cold expression, was about to step forward. She couldn't stand it any longer. It was truly too much. But just as she was about to advance, a hand gently pressed down on her shoulder. She turned to look at the calm-faced youth and coldly advised, "Don't let him provoke you. He's at the 5th level of the first rank, while you're only at the 9th level. Fighting across ranks among spirit coffin masters isn't that simple. Not to mention he has the Nanfan giant ghost, an extraordinary A-class ghost pet." In response to Ling Qingxuan's kind advice, Jiang Chan simply pressed down gently on the hand resting on her shoulder and said in a low voice, "Who told you I'm only at the 9th level?" His quiet words seemed to inject a sense of reassurance into Ling Qingxian. She looked into Jiang Chan's cold, terrifying eyes and inexplicably nodded obediently, stepping back. Then, amidst the varied expressions of the crowd, Jiang Chan confidently strode toward the menacing Luo Shan in the center of the playground. As you wish, your father has arrived. Chapter 62. SSS class appears, shocking the entire venue. Brother Shan's South Scar giant demon has a defense that's as tough as a turtle shell. The few demons in the second group simply can't break through his defense, unless Ling Qingxian steps in. Then there might be a slim chance. I really want to see Ling Qingxian make a move. If she could step on my face with those legs and crush me to death, I would be willing. I really don't understand what Jiang Chan is trying to prove. Even Ling Qingxian has said it, yet he insists on showing off. Does he really think that by scheming against Zhuang Baifan, he can battle with a master like Luo Ershi? Wang Long will say this. If Jiang Chan can knock Luo Shan down, I will go lick the bathroom again. Don't believe him. He.s. just here to trick us into feeding him. On the playground, all eyes followed Jiang Chan as he walked out, and discussions erupted. Some were puzzled as to why he was showing off and not letting Ling Qingxian take action. Some mocked him for being overconfident and insisting on getting beaten. And others were worried that if such a handsome guy went up and got beaten, he might end up disfigured. In short, most people were just waiting to see the spectacle, and no one thought he could win. Even Ling Qingxian, after calming down, secretly prepared to step in and save him at any moment. You really dared to come up, Jiang Chan? I thought you would only hide behind a woman. Maintaining the form of the South Scar giant demon, Luo Shan looked down at Jiang Chan, who was walking towards him like a straight spear, and a cruel arc formed at the corner of his ugly mouth. Don't worry, I will keep my word and only use the South Scar giant demon to fight you. I advise you not to do this. Jiang Chan stopped 5 zhong away from Luo Shan, calmly taking off his school uniform jacket. Use whatever means you want, because I'm afraid I might kill you. The calm face of the young man was bathed in the blazing sun, and the blood-red tear mole at the corner of his eye was particularly eye-catching. However, very few could sense the anger hidden beneath this calmness. He didn't have a deep friendship with his Shuai or Meng Xia, but he was just unhappy and wanted to use his fist to punch that arrogant face of Luo Shan. Hearing Jiang Chan's words, Luo Shan immediately threw his head back and laughed wildly, as if he had heard the biggest joke. Then he contorted his face into a terrifying ghoul-like expression and howled. You ignorant fool, since you asked for it, don't blame me. As the roar fell, the 2-meter-tall ghoul body of Luo Shan suddenly charged out. His scarred, hulking body resembling a rampaging rhinoceros, each step echoing thunderously on the ground. The giant axe he dragged along exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. Everyone's hearts on the playground tightened, especially when they saw Luo Shan's 2 ghoul pets charging up alongside him. The momentum was terrifying. Even Wang Meng's eyelids twitched, ready to intervene at any moment. Don't really let that kid Jiang Chan get beaten to death. However, just when everyone thought Jiang Chan was doomed, a terrifying oppressive force suddenly erupted from his body. Sonic, red, a wave of deep crimson, like a tidal wave, descended magnificently behind him, making everyone's pupils tremble. That was a deep red spirit coffin, ancient and vast, enormous beyond comparison. A surging aura completely erupted from Jiang Chan. Boom! Luo Shan's heart suddenly rang with alarms. This aura? No way. ISN T Zhuang Baifan only at the 6th level? This is definitely not just the 6th level. The aura erupting from Jiang Chan was clearly at the 1st level 3rd stage. Moreover, his 1st level 3rd stage was much more solid than Luo Shan's 1st level 5th stage, surging like a roiling sea. What about the smoke demon and the hair demon that Zhuang Baifan mentioned? Luo Shan's heart raced, as he didn't TC either. He only felt an overwhelming and terrifying pressure that made him want to kneel and submit, rapidly rising from the enormous blood coffin behind Jiang Chan. Damn, what the hell has he contracted? Not only Luo Shan was startled, but the crowd who had just been shouting moments ago all fell into a daze. No, what happened to the 6th level? How did it turn into the 1st level 3rd stage? What happened to the trash demon? Why does it suddenly feel like the atmosphere is getting a bit hard to breathe? Is this the commotion a trash demon should have when it appears? Those hiding behind, like Lin Yaoyan and a few others, suddenly felt a surge of relief in their hearts, glad that they hadn't rushed forward to provoke Jiang Chan. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they would be beaten to death. That is, the Lin Yuan formula. At that moment, Wang Meng outside the field, feeling the tidal wave-like spiritual energy within Jiang Chan, felt his eyes nearly pop out of their sockets, disbelief written all over his tough face. He had just received the cultivation method last night, and he had advanced in just one night. The Lin Yuan formula was an S-class cultivation method that Wang Meng had exchanged for with significant military merit during his youth on the Ghost Abyss frontline. No one knew better than him how profound and complex this method was, to the point where he spent 3 whole years just to barely get started. But Jiang Chan accomplished it in just one night. Moreover, judging by the aura he was emitting, he had clearly reached the perfected realm of Canghai Yuming. What kind of freak is this? Wang Meng had seen many geniuses and freaks on the Ghost Abyss frontline over the years, But comparing Jiang Chan to those geniuses was like a dimensional strike. Perhaps only the talent of that military leader could compare. Moreover, Jiang Chan was still so young. With this level of talent, he might not be unable to grow into the second army leader. Wait, that rising pressure from the Blood Coffin behind him, this is likely. Wang Ming's eyes widened in horror as he watched the terrifying Blood Coffin behind Jiang Chan tremble and open. A speculation popped into his mind that he couldn't believe. Jiang Chan had no idea that merely opening a spirit coffin would provoke so much speculation from the crowd. Right now, he only wanted to do one thing, which was to smash the brat in front of him. Watching the charging ghoul body of Luo Shan and those two ghoul pets, he directly activated the first ghost technique of Blood Sovereignty Zong. True King Si. Salt. Two deep syllables whispered like ancient demons in his ears. As Luo Shan met Jiang Chan's dazzling golden eyes, he suddenly felt a void in his mind, as if a nine-hell palace had smashed down onto his head. After unlocking the first stage of Blood Sovereignty Zong, the shock effect of the True King's eye against ghostly beings had increased to 500, and the effect against spirit coffin masters was similarly enhanced. Luo Shan let out a painful groan, and his consciousness fell into utter chaos, as if his soul was being torn apart by a mental shock. Only the crowd on the playground saw a tall and robust 8-armed ghoul pet stepping out from the Blood Coffin behind Jiang Chan, dragging chains and exuding terrifying ghastly energy. Fiercely confronting Luo Shan's South Scar, Giant Demon, and Giant Axe. And then, it directly slammed them into the ground and pounded them. Boom, 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 boom. Everyone's breath stopped. That is, an SSS-class ghoul pet. Ling Qingxian, who was prepared to step in to help, came to a sudden halt, her gaze fixed on that tall and towering figure, her voice trembling. Last night in the Hanjin Temple, she had already witnessed Jiang Chan's 3 ghoul pets, but she never dared to imagine that this still wasn't all of his strength. He actually had a unique SSS-class ghoul pet. Thinking of this, Ling Qingxian couldn't help but hold her breath. Even with the extraordinary background of the Ling family, they couldn't contract a ghoul pet of such quality. How did Jiang Chan manage to contract it? Sonic. In the middle of the playground, Jiang Chan's figure suddenly surged like a mountain. A terrifying, ghostly aura rising into the sky from him, as if a black sun was slowly ascending from behind him. Ghost technique. Wrath of the Black Sun. Ripping sound. His short sleeves instantly tore apart as his swelling body surpassed a height of over 10 feet in the blink of an eye. Far taller and more robust than the Southern Scar ghost body of Luo Shan. The black and red intertwined tattoo patterns surged across his upper body like a python, and 6 thick and fierce arms sprouted from his back. Blood Lord Dizong. 8-armed Dharma body. Boom. He slammed a massive fist into Luo Shan's rigid face, and his enormous ghostly body was actually sent flying over 10 feet away. In the next moment, Jiang Chan, having activated his 8-armed Dharma body, erupted with a roar, cracking the cement floor and creating 2 pits. He charged up as if Blood Lord Dizong was violently beating Luo Shan's 2 ghost pets, suppressing the ghost body of Luo Shan. His 8 thick and fierce arms crackled with lightning, and 8 gigantic fists fell like a torrential storm. Ghost technique. 100 arms sky charge. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Chapter 63. Supreme Golden Coffin versus Forbidden Blood Coffin. Boom, 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 boom. The blazing sun rose high into the sky, and the only sound left on the vast playground was this one. The ground of the playground and the nearby teaching buildings trembled with this sound. Jiang Chan at the first stage, 3rd level, was violently beating Luo Shan at the first stage, 5th level, while Jiang Chan's SS level ghost pet was thrashing Luo Shan's 2 ghost pets. Jiang Chan's enormous blood-red spirit coffin stood silently in the middle of the playground. Everyone on the playground was frozen like a chicken, as if every heavy punch echoed in their hearts with a boom, boom, boom. All eyes were focused on the figure in the middle of the playground, on the giant blood-red coffin suspended behind him. That was the Forbidden Level Spirit Coffin. Before this, They couldn't even say they had seen such a spirit coffin. The vast majority hadn't even heard of it. Even the textbooks only mentioned the Legendary Jade Coffin as the highest quality. Forbidden Blood Coffin. Forbidden Blood Coffin. This existence, which had only appeared in fragments in the secret records of ghost slaying, was now presented before everyone in its colossal form. And no one was not shocked by the terrifying pressure it emitted. Although rumors had spread, and everyone knew Jiang Chan had awakened the Forbidden Blood Coffin, seeing it right in front of them now, along with an SSS-level terrifying ghost pet stepping out of it, was an entirely different experience from the rumors. Each person's mind was filled with the image of that towering blood coffin that suddenly stood above Nanjing City that afternoon. This was his forbidden spirit coffin. Boom, 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 boom. The violent tremors continued. Jiang Chan couldn't remember how many punches he had thrown. The sounds of Luo Shan's ghost pet smashing Hu Shui earlier echoed in his ears, along with every heavy strike that knocked Hu Shui unconscious. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sounds overlapped with the sounds he was making now. Before his eyes, the image of Meng Xia, who had been trampled under Luo Shan's feet, appeared again, her helpless and embarrassed look, and the tears that flowed out of her eyes in a mix of shame and anger. Boom, 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 boom. In his mind, the arrogant expressions of Luo Shan flashed by, and the suppressed anger in his heart all erupted in this moment, until he smashed the Southern Scar giant ghost, known for its physique and defense, to pieces. Ding! You have killed the B-level ghost pet giant axe ghost. First stage, third level. Ghost God points 138. You have killed the A-level ghost pet Southern Scar giant ghost. First stage, fifth level. Ghost God points 162. You have obtained Southern Scar giant ghost fragments 18. The cement playground cracked, forming two huge sinkholes, with rough cracks spreading like spiderwebs. Luo Shan lay in the deepest sinkhole, his ghost body dissipated, revealing his original form. His entire left shoulder was shattered and bloody. His body was broken with no intact part, lying like a dead dog at the bottom of the pit, with only a faint breath remaining. Jiang Chan didn't even look at him again, stood up, and walked over to pick up his jacket. The scorching sunlight bathed his strong and proportionate upper body. As he turned his back to the two cracked sinkholes, gently brushing off the dust from his school uniform. No match at all. The vast playground fell silent. Even the sound of falling feather could be heard. Luo Shan, first stage, fifth level. The highest potential seed player of this class, just in a way he easily knocked Zhao Lin and Hu Shui away earlier. It was clear that his strength was definitely not weak, especially with the combination of the Southern Scar Giant Ghost and Giant Axe Ghost, which was extraordinarily tough. Hu Shui and the others had gone up one after another, and hadn't even broken its skin. But now he was smashed to pieces by Jiang Chan with bare hands. Gulp. Someone unknowingly swallowed, and the sound of their throat moving was clearly heard by everyone. They all looked at the boy in the middle of the playground as if he were a monster. The ones who had boasted before the class competition about wanting to crush Jiang Chan now dared not even breathe, especially Lin Yaoyan and Xiang Chong. The ones who had stirred up rumors now shrank their necks behind others, fearing Jiang Chan might suddenly come after them for revenge. Is there anyone else who wants to spar with me? Jiang Chan turned his head and looked expectantly at the people from Class 1, especially at those who had been shouting fiercely at the beginning. When these people saw Jiang Chan's gaze sweep over, they shivered all over, wishing they could find a place to bury their heads. If even Luo Shan's Southern Scar Giant Ghost could be smashed, what could they do? Offer their lives? Scanning the entire area, no one dared to step forward, and Jiang Chan let out a disappointed sigh. He thought he could rack up some more Ghost God points. If no one comes up, then this strange item is mine. Tap, tap. Jiang Chan draped his jacket over his shoulder, standing tall as he walked directly toward the box wrapped in gold foil. At that moment, a clear voice suddenly rang out. Jiang Chan. Everyone turned their heads to see Ling Qingxian stepping forward. As she walked, a sharp and commanding aura began to emanate from her, rising like a sword soaring into the clouds. Even the wind around her became sharp. Among all the people present, no one felt more complicated than Ling Qingxian. She clearly remembered that yesterday, in that underground palace, Jiang Chan had summoned Explosive Flame Ghost, Scissor Ghost, and Bloodthirsty Princess, which meant that Jiang Chan had only used part of his strength against Luo Shan and had not gone all out. Especially when Jiang Chan exploded Luo Shan's Southern Scar Giant Ghost, the lightning that erupted from him. Others might not know what that lightning was, but Ling Qingxian was particularly familiar with it. That ghost. Had he also successfully contracted it? A disbelieving guess emerged in her heart, and she was eager to confirm it. Jiang Chan looked at Ling Qingxian, who stepped forward and was momentarily stunned. What are you doing here for the excitement? Big sister? If you want a class leader, I want to compete with you, but I must take that strange item. Instructor Wang said, each relying on their strength. Ling Qingxian firmly walked to a distance of about 5 meters from Jiang Chan, her sharp aura fully released. If you want that strange item, you must first defeat me. Swish! A powerful aura swept through, causing everyone left on the playground to step back, voluntarily making more space. As Ling Qingxuan's footsteps came to a halt, a splendid golden spirit coffin, adorned with beautiful runes, slowly floated out from behind her, spreading a terrifying aura. Second stage. First level. Someone immediately exclaimed. Before the sound had faded, 3 ghost pets emerged from the golden coffin behind Ling Qingxian, causing a wave of gasps. Wow! Ling Qingxian has already contracted 3 ghost pets. No wonder she dares to challenge Jiang Chan, SSS level ghost pet. This is going to be a good show. All 3 ghost pets were A-level, and all had sword attributes. The foundation of a super family is truly remarkable. Although it's hard to admit, our Class 1 really can't compare Class 2. Even someone as strong as Luo Shan seems insignificant in front of talents like Ling Qingxian and Jiang Chan. Ling Qingxian's Golden Coffin's quality may not match Jiang Chan's Forbidden Blood Coffin, but her level far surpassed Jiang Chan's, coupled with 3 A-level sword ghosts. I think Jiang Chan is in trouble. So what if there are 3 A-levels? Brother Jiang's ghost pets are SSS level. He just smashed Luo Shan's 2 ghost pets in one hit. Go, Brother Jiang. I cheer for you. Although Jiang Chan just brutally beat Luo Shan, which I find embarrassing, it's Goddess Ling we're talking about. This time, I support Jiang Chan. Don't forget, Ling Qingxian awakened 6 months ago, and her mastery of swordsmanship is not any worse than her spirit coffin talent. The spectators were all excitedly debating and choosing sides, with the ultimate golden coffin facing the forbidden blood coffin. Just looking at this setup, everyone's expectations were raised to the max. Jiang Chan looked at the 3 sword spirits behind Ling Qingxian, and his calm expression finally changed a bit. A-rank sword spirit pet, Qing Zhu. A-rank sword spirit pet, Zi. A-rank sword spirit pet, Bai Go. As Wei Xinglu said, contract-type ghost pets typically provide spirit coffin masters with a weapon, like the knife from the Dao Laoge or the axe from the Jusuge. All 3 of Ling Qingxuan's ghost pets are sword type, and she produced 2 long swords, 1 blue and 1 purple. Jiang Chan had already seen the power of these 2 swords last night, and now she had also summoned Bai Go, but he couldn't see where she had hidden the 3rd sword. In just one night, not only had Jiang Chan undergone a transformation, but Ling Qingxian had also contracted a 3rd ghost pet, and her level had broken through from the 1st stage, 9th layer, to the 2nd stage, 1st layer, which made Jiang Chan feel a sharp sense of threat. So you dislike him? You want him to beat you up too? Jiang Chan's words were like a bomb thrown into deep water, instantly causing an uproar on the playground. Arrogant. Ling Qingxuan's expression immediately turned displeased. Jiang Chan was definitely the first person to dare speak to her like that. Don't compare me to that trash. The medical staff carried the lifeless Luo Shan away, and Ling Qingxuan's cold gaze fell directly on Jiang Chan, her clear eyes filled with a fierce fighting spirit. Jiang Chan, I know you have more than 1 ghost pet. Next, I will use 70% of my strength. I hope you can show me your true level. Ling Qingxian said, and her aura surged violently. She seemed to transform into an unparalleled, sharp sword, ready to tear apart the heavens once drawn. The spectators had retreated to 100 meters away, yet even so, they could still feel the sharp pressure, making their hearts race. In contrast, Jiang Chan stood firm like a gun in the face of Ling Qingxuan's terrifying sword energy. He calmly looked at Ling Qingxian, felt the dwindling spirit energy within him, and simply put away the blood-sovereign Xidagarba, lightly saying, "Then come on. Let us settle this quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, a clear sword cry suddenly erupted on the playground. "Buzz!" Ling Qingxian, holding the two long swords Qing Zhu and Zi, shot forward like a fierce storm. The blue and purple sword energies intertwined and merged into one. Charging at Jiang Chan, starting off with a big move, it immediately pushed the emotions of everyone present to their peak. Yet only a few noticed that there was a fine strand of white between the purple and blue. The sword energy surged, the sun's shadow fleeting. Zing! This terrifying purple and blue sword energy reached Jiang Chan in an instant. Then, the white sword energy sandwiched in between surged violently, resembling a white python swallowing the sun. Sword technique. 3 extremes destruction. Buzz. The sound of the sword was deafening. The tricolored sword energies, purple, blue, and white, rushed towards Jiang Chan like 3 live pythons strangling the sun, with the overwhelming sword energy seemingly ready to crush the sun in the sky. Yet Jiang Chan remained unmoving, as if he had been stunned. At that moment, everyone's heartbeats raced to their throats. Wang Ming, standing at the edge of the playground, shivered all over and immediately released his ghost pet, ready to rush in and save him. But at his distance, it was clear that he wouldn't make it in time to rescue Jiang Chan before that terrifying sword energy tore him apart. Among everyone present, only Ling Qingxian noticed the faint curve at the corner of Jiang Chan's mouth. Then how? A loud crane cry suddenly resounded through the clouds, its immense penetrating power exploding in everyone's minds, breaking through their skulls in an instant, piercing the heavens. Just as Ling Qingxuan's sword energy was about to tear Jiang Chan apart, an overwhelming and terrifying sword intent erupted from Jiang Chan, and his silent figure suddenly shot up into the sky like a great crane chasing the sun. The dragon that lies dormant will eventually see the rain. Today, let the crane soar to the heavens. Sword style, crane soaring to the sky. Chapter 64. Does he have a second SSS level? This aura. Jiang Chan has a second SSS level ghost pet. The sunlight from Xiong Ji flickered for a moment, as if it were suddenly torn apart by a sword light that surged into the sky like a great crane. The onlookers in the playground were instantly stirred up. They knew very little about the forbidden blood coffin, but the rarity of SSS level ghost pets was enough to drive every spirit coffin master crazy. Each SSS level ghost pet is unique and immensely powerful. Any news regarding SSS level ghost pets could trigger a nuclear explosion of excitement in this world, where contract ghost pets are the core combat power. However, today Jiang Chan appeared with 2 SSS level ghost pets. What concept is this? It's like the entire world is fighting to get just one, and yet you have 2 on you? This unbelievable shock is no less than a high explosive bomb dropped into everyone's hearts. Wasn't it said that Jiang Chan only had 6 layers? Wasn't it said that he could only ambush using weak ghost pets? Which gossiping fool spread these rumors? Oh, it was those gossiping fools from Zhuang Baifan. All the slander was completely shattered by Jiang Chan's sword that suddenly soared into the sky, leaving everyone's minds blank aside from shock. Although Jiang Chan's second ghost pet was not released, the terrifying aura emitted by this ghost skill was in no way inferior to the previously released Blood Sovereignty Zone. It must be the second SSS level, without a doubt. How is this possible? At this moment, Ling Qingxian faced Jiang Chan's soaring sword directly, and her shock was beyond measure. She had seen Jiang Chan with 3 ghost pets aside from the recently revealed Blood Sovereignty Zone, and suspected that he had likely successfully contracted the S-level Thunder Yin Rakshasa from the Underground Palace. The reason she stepped forward to challenge him was not only to obtain that extraordinary item, but also to confirm her guess. However, she never expected that Jiang Chan would. He actually had another SSS level. She was utterly dumbfounded. When did SSS level ghost pets become as common as cabbages? And is this really all of Jiang Chan's strength? What terrified Ling Qingxian the most was that she had been linked with swords since childhood, and her development direction after awakening her spirit coffin was intentionally aimed at sword-type ghost pets. with her current level of mastery in swordsmanship. Even the old sword masters at the sword dojo would praise her and avoid her edge. But now, facing Jiang Chan's soaring sword, her hand were actually shaking. The sword was also trembling. A surge of fear wanting to kneel down and submit immediately flooded her heart, including her 3 sword ghosts. All were trembling. Facing the terrifying sword intent erupted from Jiang Chan. All 3 sword ghosts quaked in extreme fear, as if they were facing the highest king of weapon-type ghost entities. They could not muster any will to resist. At this moment, they trembled, wanting only to kneel down in submission. Swish! Ling Qingxuan's 3 extreme annihilation attacks were easily neutralized, and Jiang Chan's unmatched sword intent suddenly receded. His tall figure appeared behind Ling Qingxian, holding an ancient sword drawn from the sword-ruined space, its cold gleam stopping right at the side of Ling Qingxuan's neck. Silence. On the intensely hot playground, there was now a terrifying sword mark that extended a full 10 meters. Gulp! Someone swallowed hard, and after more than 10 seconds of silence, a weak voice broke the stillness. Is there a kind-hearted girl with 36D who can come over and give me a kiss? I think I might be hallucinating from heatstroke. Then, a chorus of exclamations erupted like a boiling pot. No way. Ling Qingxian actually lost to Jiang Chan, and lost at her strongest skill, the sword. This Jiang Chan is really such a good sword. The forbidden Blood Coffin and Blood Sovereignty Zong. I said from the start that Jiang Chan would definitely win, but I never expected he would have a second SSS level ghost pet. That really surprised me. Incredible. With Jiang Chan's strength, I, Wang Lichuan, acknowledge him as class leader. In fact, it mainly boils down to Ling Qingxian underestimating him. Her second-tier first-level rank is much higher than Jiang Chan's. If she had used her full strength from the start, Jiang Chan wouldn't have had a chance to react at all. What about that guy who said he would lick the toilet? Come out and eat. The noisy voices surged into Ling Qingxuan's ears, and she felt the coldness at her neck. Her pupils widened to their utmost, staring blankly at the terrifying sword mark on the ground that stretched for 10 meters. If Jiang Chan had struck her with that sword, although it might not directly kill her, since she did have protective extraordinary items on her, serious injury would be inevitable. Ling Qingxian indeed only performed at 70% of her level because she never thought she would lose. Furthermore, her third sword ghost had just been contracted last night, and she couldn't fully control it yet. She was worried that if she opened fire with full strength right away, she might accidentally eliminate Jiang Chan. But no matter how one looks at it, losing is losing, even if she still felt a bit unconvinced. If she were to backtrack and insist on another match with Jiang Chan now, it would only be more embarrassing. She could only find another opportunity later to teach this kid a lesson. With that thought, Ling Qingxian gritted her teeth and slightly raised her chin, declaring, "I lost." As soon as the words fell, a large foot came directly from behind her. Bang! Losing and still blocking away. Do you think you won? Jiang Chan kicked away the obstructing Ling Qingxian in annoyance and walked towards the box wrapped in gold foil. He had originally hoped that a few clueless fools would come up, so he could explode their ghost pets and earn some ghost points. Who would have thought that this foolish girl Ling Qingxian would jump in and mess things up? And it didn't make sense to blow up her ghost pet for no reason. It was like he had gone through so much effort for nothing, exhausting all his spiritual energy and ending up with nothing. The kick he gave was already quite light, completely ignoring the shocked faces of the audience. Damn, is that a werewolf? He even dared to kick Ling Goddess's butt? Damn, it felt so good. I want to kick her too. What should I do? What to do? Turn left at the entrance of the infirmary for orthopedics. The onlookers were excitedly chattering, and after this class competition, those who previously doubted Jiang Chan's first place in the practical training now genuinely recognized his strength. At this moment, no one dared to step forward to stop him. Only Ling Qingxian covering her, but her pretty face flushed with shame and anger, gritting her teeth and staring at his back. A blush rapidly spreading from her neck to behind her ears. Unbelievable. At this age, who isn't completely compliant with her? Jiang Chan is definitely the first person brave enough to kick her, and even dared to kick her, but unforgivable. But it seems a bit enjoyable, doesn't it? accompanied by an unprecedented experience flooding her brain. Ling Qingxian couldn't help but shiver and immediately clamp her thighs tightly. Chapter 65. The strange object is acquired. The paper doll. Huff. After a moment of false alarm, Wang Ming let out a heavy breath. Though his hand, wiping away sweat, still trembled slightly. He had been ready to rush over to rescue someone. But when the aura of the second SSS-level ghost pet burst forth from Jiang Chan, he nearly stumbled, his heart almost leaping out of his chest. 2 SSS-level ghost pets. With Wang Ming's insight and experience, he certainly wouldn't misjudge the situation. And he understood far better than the group of kids present what it meant to have a contract with 2 SSS-level ghost pets. Unprecedented. He originally thought Jiang Chan's talent was enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with that legendary commander of the Candle Dragon army. But now it seemed that even that female commander would pale in comparison to his talent. It was simply unimaginable how far he would grow in the future. The upcoming special training at Biming Pass was an opportunity. He had to make sure the Candle Dragon army paid attention to this kid. Quickly calming his shocked emotions, Wang Ming straightened his resolute face and stepped into the arena. A blazing fireball hovered above the playground, and the crowd quickly formed into rows. I am very disappointed with your performance in today's class competition. Wang Ming, hands clasped behind his back, exuded a strong and imposing aura, and his first words instantly silenced the crowd that had been whispering to each other. He scanned the neatly arranged formation with a stern gaze and continued with a powerful voice. The purpose of this class competition is for you students to spar with each other, to select 2 outstanding individuals who can take charge of class affairs. You what are you doing? Excluding others, bullying the weak, creating division. You all listen up. Jiang Chan and a few others who transferred here are your classmates from now on. They are your partners. They are your comrades. From today until the day you die. Your one and only common enemy is the ghosts. The blazing sun beat down on their heads, and many lowered their heads. After finishing his stern speech, Wang Ming began to comment on and correct the shortcomings that appeared during the class competition. No one noticed that on the 6th floor of the distant teaching building, 2 figures were hiding in the shaded corner. One of them, a disheveled cleaner, was slowly gnawing on a crispy duck, his belly like a black hole, seemingly never satisfied. Standing next to the cleaner was a woman who looked very heroic and domineering, clad in military uniform with a strong aura of iron-blooded ferocity. She leaned over the railing, exposing a magnificent view, and held an old, chipped military water bottle in her right hand. The forbidden blood coffin. Damn it, it really is the forbidden blood coffin. I fought on the front lines against the ghosts for most of my life, raising one batch of kids after another, and I've never seen any of them awaken this thing. That bastard Jiang Rongyuan really left behind something incredible. If Wang Ming were to come over now, he would immediately recognize that this woman was the most legendary and alcohol-dependent commander of the Candle Dragon army. Pei Yanling. Her left, I was covered by a golden eye patch, while her right, I was hidden among her flowing golden hair, exuding an oppressive aura like that of a lioness. I say, calling me back from fighting on the front lines of the Biming Pass for a B-level ghost rift just to train a bunch of kids who haven't even grown their fur? Are you planning to have me come back to help raise someone else's child? Pei Yanling said as she took a swig from the military water bottle, a rich aroma of alcohol wafting out. Gulp, gulp. After swallowing a satisfying mouthful, she sharply added 2 SSS-level ghost pets. What a good formation. The one in front is Blood's Sovereign Dizong, and the sword intent behind. Must be from that one on the cross throne, right? Damn it. If those madmen from the ghost worship cult find out. As she spoke, her voice suddenly halted. And then she seemed to realize something and turned to scold the cleaner. Damn it. So this is to have me take over a hot potato. Why don't you go yourself? Even if you can't recover your peak strength, you should at least be able to handle a Biming Pass, right? The cleaner kept his head down, gnawing on his crispy duck, and mumbled in response. Do you think I don't know why I've stayed in this city all these years? That filthy bunch from the ghost worship cult has been keeping an eye on that thing. I can't manage that. I'm busy with a pile of mess on the front lines. I can't help raise someone else's child. Unless that bastard comes back and kneels at my feet begging for help, then I might consider it. To be honest, aren't those kids down there all your soldiers? Just think of it as raising your own long-lost, illegitimate children. Cough, cough. Damn it, my illegitimate children. You think you can mock me, and I won't hear it. Pei Yinling fiercely sprayed the cleaner with a mouthful of alcohol, then directed her sharp gaze towards Wang Meng, who was in the middle of summarizing and lecturing the group of kids on the playground, wiping the wine stains from her mouth with the back of her hand. Over the years, he has indeed improved quite a bit, but I've raised many soldiers, and this is his own responsibility. It has nothing to do with me. The cleaner, not lifting his head, grunted, 20 jars of drunken 8 immortals. Only 20 jars? I won't do it for 250 jars. At least 80 jars. Deal. Damn it. Why do I feel like I fall into your pit every time? Pei Yinling cursed and took another swig from her military water bottle. But this time only a couple of drops came out. She smacked her lips. Damn it. I've run out again. Don't choke yourself. I'm going to get more alcohol. After taking 2 steps down the stairs, she turned back and fiercely emphasized again, don't forget my 80 jars of drunken 8 immortals. If you dare to shortchange me, I'll make sure to twist your head off and use it as a night pot. In the old town, in a tenement building, the floor fanned blue with a whooshing sound, shaking the curtain slits, and a beam of bright sunlight streamed into Jiang Chan's bedroom. A strange object. Jiang Chan returned from school and looked at the golden-wrapped box in front of him, murmuring, all this fuss for this thing, please don't disappoint me. He began to unwrap the golden foil, revealing a black wooden box inside, not much larger than a palm, from which a faintly eerie aura immediately emanated. No wonder it was wrapped in gold foil. It was to block the ghostly energy. Exhaling, Jiang Chan reached out to open the wooden box, and what appeared before his eyes was a strange, yellowed paper doll. Chapter 66, Fusion Promotion Bounty. The temperature in the room dropped, and the curtains swayed with a gust of ominous wind, sending a chill down Jiang Chan's spine. The paper doll in the box was stained with disturbing blood spots, emanating a smell only found on dead bodies, which was quite uncomfortable. The most bizarre part was its eyes, which seemed to be staring at him as if they were alive. How eerie! Jiang Chan shivered, and then system information popped up in his view. Ding! Rare item. Substitute paper doll. Single use. Usage. Simply drip your blood onto the paper doll, and it will transform into your form, acting according to your instructions. If undamaged by external forces, it can last for half an hour. A single-use item? After reading the information about the rare item, the system immediately prompted another notification. Ding! Using this rare item can repair part of your S-Class ghost pet, Lei Yin Luocha's injuries, reducing ghost points consumption. Would you like to use it now? It can only repair part of the injuries. Jiang Chan quickly assessed the information in his mind and then canceled the option to use the paper doll to repair Lei Yin Luocha. The first stage of the Bloodlord Dizong's unsealing is roughly equivalent to a second-tier spirit Coffin Master level, and with the ghost skills I have, I currently don't lack high combat ghost pets. I'll keep this substitute paper doll as a trump card for critical moments. He carefully put the paper doll back in a box and sealed the outer layer of gold foil as it was, silently thinking of putting it into the sword ruin space. This is the ability granted to him by the first ghost skill of Sword Prison Ghost Master, including that ghost-slaying sword and the gold dust bottle, all stored inside. This ghost skill has saved me a lot of trouble. Otherwise, carrying these things around would be inconvenient and draw attention. I also wouldn't feel safe leaving them at home. Then he looked back at the system panel. Current ghost points, 300. He thought he could get more ghost pets during today's class competition, but he only got those 2 ghosts from Luoshan in the morning. Just enough to reach 300 points. Besides that, the A-class ghost Nanban Zhugue seemed to have dropped material fragments. Glancing at the warehouse, he found that the 18 material fragments of Nanban Zhugue were quietly lying inside. However, none of his current ghost pets could fuse and promote with these fragments. There were also several silver Kuei fragments still lying in the warehouse. Seeing this, Jiang Chan immediately recalled the 2 promotion options from last night and chose to use the silver Kuei fragments. Ding! Promotion option 1. Consume 200 ghost points. Your scissor ghost can immediately fuse with the silver Kuei fragments. Promotion option 2. Consume 280 ghost points. Your explosive flame ghost can immediately fuse with the silver Kuei fragments. Jiang Chan carefully weighed his options and immediately made his choice. Fuse the explosive flame ghost. Currently, the scissor ghost is sufficient, and its future enhancement space won't be too large. In contrast, the explosive flame ghost drawbacks are too obvious, slow, and clumsy, and it can only explode once in a self-destructive manner. Hopefully, this fusion will yield a good attribute. Ding! This fusion requires 280 ghost points, current ghost points, 300, starting fusion. C-Class Explosive Flame Ghost 1 A-Class Silver QA Fragments 18 fusing. As the system information popped up, Jiang Chan's forbidden blood coffin buzzed loudly, floating up in the room, and then the coffin lid slowly opened, allowing the heavy explosive flame ghost to bounce out. Boom! The temperature in the room suddenly soared. Following that, a series of silver material fragments were drawn out from the blood coffin by an unnamed force, swirling rapidly around the explosive flame ghost. A thrilling energy began to oscillate, centered around the explosive flame ghost, as if the space itself was distorting, with oppressive ghostly energy gradually rising and spreading outward. This process was quick. About 10 seconds later, the system's crisp notification sound rang out again. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a new ghost pet. Suhua Gue Luo. Quality, A-Class, Level, First Tier, First Weight. Ghost Skill, Suhua Exchange. Comment: I must say, you really hit the jackpot today. A C-Class ghost pet plus a bunch of A-Class ghost fragments actually resulted in a brand new A-Class ghost pet for you. Besides hitting the jackpot, this system can't find another word to praise you. As you can see, the combination of the explosive flame ghost and the silver Kuei has brought you a very impressive new ghost pet. Just as you hoped, Su Huage Luo's explosive capability is no longer a one-time self-destruction. After exploding, it will enter a prolonged period of weakness, during which it will slowly accumulate fire energy. And once filled, you can use the explosive ability again. Additionally, it has granted you a miraculous ghost skill, Suhua Exchange. Simply put, within 30 meters, you can swap positions with Su Hua Gue Luo at will. Surprise the enemy when they least expect it. Have you thought about how to play the sixth wheel? Remaining ghost points, 20. The fluctuations on the explosive flame ghost gradually subsided, and more accurately, its current name should be Suhuo Gu Luo. The most obvious change in this new ghost pet that appeared before Jiang Chan was that its size was a full double that of the explosive flame ghost, making it feel somewhat cramped in the bedroom. Its lower body still retained a fire barrel, but the one in front of him was much larger, adorned with silver, symbol-like patterns. The human figure sitting atop the fire barrel became robust, with exposed muscles and a dark red chest, also featuring symbols and patterns, and both wrists adorned with burning bone chains. Its hair was very lush, burning fiercely and particularly striking. The most terrifying aspect was the necklace made of skulls around its neck, each skull ignited with vengeful flames. Not bad, the oppressive feeling is already there. Jiang Chan was satisfied as he assessed the ghostly aura emanating from Su Vei Luo. He wanted to command it to launch a fireball immediately, but that was clearly unrealistic in the room. He could only ignite flames in his own hands to feel it, which turned into a dark green color. The temperature was not as intense as before. Instead, it emitted a bone-chilling coldness, but the power contained within was at least 5 times more terrifying than before. The only dissatisfaction was that Su Huage Luo, his speed did not show any significant changes, and the sound it made while moving were even heavier, shaking the floor of the room as if it would collapse at any moment. Ghost skill activated. Suhua Exchange. Whoosh. Jiang Chan's figure instantly transformed into a ball of flames, dissipating from his original position, and in the blink of an eye, he swapped places with Su Hua Gue Luo. Boom! This ghost skill is indeed useful. Jiang Chan felt a surge of joy, although he didn't obtain the flicker of this silver ca. This exchange skill could definitely yield surprising effects, if used well. Zhuang Baifin's stupid dog brain might be a bit foolish, but the person is quite nice. Eagerly delivering such a big gift to me. How can this not be considered windfall? What the hell is that little brat doing in the middle of the afternoon? Is he not going to let anyone take a nap? Suddenly, his sister-in-law's angry voice came from outside. Jiang Chan jolted and hurriedly put Su Huage Luo back in the Blood Coffin, shouting back, I wasn't doing anything. I just accidentally knocked over the wardrobe. Are you scared? Do you want me to come over and keep you company? Get lost. 3. All right then. After sending away his sister-in-law, Jiang Chan looked back at the pitiful remaining ghost points on the panel. 20. According to Wang Ming, after the Candle Dragon Army sealed the Ghost Abyss at Baiming Pass, all the awakened spirit coffin masters from several high schools in Nanjiang City would head to Baiming Pass for special training. It's obvious that this special training would be extraordinarily difficult, so I'd better improve my abilities comprehensively before it starts. Right now, the Lingyuan Ju is ready. I just need ghost points to level up. The second stage of Blood Sovereign Dizong requires 30,000 ghost points. Unsealing the Sword Prison Ghost needs 10,000 points. Repairing the Thunder Een Rakshasa needs 1,200, and upgrading the other ghost pets to the first level will likely require a considerable amount as well. Adding it all up, Jiang Chan suddenly felt a headache. Where could he get so many ghost points? Go out of the city again? After a moment of thought, he took out his phone and opened the website dedicated to spirit coffin masters. The Ghost Slayer Bureau would post announcements and ghost-slaying bounties there. And spirit coffin masters could also post task bounties. Jiang Chan opened the bounties section. 2 stone coffins were excavated at the Phase 2 project site of the Four Seasons New City, releasing a pair of zombie couple. Danger assessment, D-level, bounty 300,000. An old employee at Anhua Food Processing Factory died of overwork and transformed into a vengeful ghost due to heavy resentment, harming people. Danger assessment, E-level, bounty 120,000. In Villa 44 of Nanhu, a mistress and the male owner drowned in the pool while having too much fun and transformed into a water ghost seeking revenge. Danger assessment, C-level, bounty 500,000. In the Old City area, more than 10 residents had their faces melted into pools of wax and became ghost slaves, forming the codename Wax Face Ghost. This ghost and its ghost slaves possess extremely strong spreading ability. Danger assessment, a level. Chapter 67. Tian Xian's request in the bounty column. Most of the reward tasks are released by the Ghost Slaying Bureau. Among them, the tasks with higher danger levels also have requirements for the number of people, and some even have requirements for the level of spirit coffin masters. For example, the Wax Face Ghost incident has a danger level of A, requiring at least 5 people to form a team, and each person's level must not be lower than the second rank. Upon successful resolution, each person can receive a reward of 500,000. Jiang Chan scrolled down 2 more pages, and most of the tasks were within the city. The bounties looked substantial, but considering the scarcity of cultivation resources, they weren't actually that high. Compared to the high bounties, Jiang Chan needed a lot of ghost points right now. His gaze swept around and finally landed on the Wax Face Ghost incident in the Old City. His level was far from the second rank, and taking on the task recklessly might not be a wise choice. Just as he was weighing the risks against the rewards, a phone call suddenly came in. It was a local number without any notes. Jiang Chan didn't hesitate too much and answered. Immediately, a familiar voice came through. Jiang Chan? Is that you, Jiang Chan? It's Tian Xian. It's me. Jiang Chan recognized Tian Xian's voice right away. She sounded very anxious, so he directly asked, "What do you need me for?" "I'm so glad I could reach you, Jiang Chan. I got a number from Hu Shuai. I really need your help." Jiang Chan didn't interrupt her immediately. He listened as Tian Xian's voice, a bit stammering from excitement, calmed down after a few moments. She continued, "I transferred to number 4 high school, and I want to change to a C-level intra-level cultivation method, which costs 120,000, but I don't have that much money, and I have no other way. A boy invited me to team up for a task, and he assured me multiple times that it was safe, plus the reward is very generous. Not only can I directly buy this cultivation method, but the remaining money would be enough for me to buy some cultivation resources. But now that the task is about to start, he just told me, we have to leave the city, and the place we're going to is Huangbai Pa. Jiang Chan recalled from geography class that this place was located north of Nanjiang City, about 2 hours' drive away, where the ghost levels range between the first and second ranks, which happened to be suitable for his current level. However, Jiang Chan didn't rush to agree and instead asked, What are we going to Huangbei for? I asked that boy, and he said the employer didn't tell him either. We have to go meet the employer first before he will say the specific task. Tian Qian's voice was filled with fear and anxiety. She only mentioned that they needed 3 people, with each person receiving 180,000 in reward, and the corpse incense for leaving the city would be provided by the employer. Jiang Chan, the ghosts in Huangbei Po are all above the 1st rank. I'm only at the 5th level now, and I only have an E-level healing ghost. I'm scared. I don't dare to go. That boy is very angry. This task requires at least 3 people to take it. I received a 30,000 advance, and he said I must go today, otherwise. As Tian Qian spoke, she began to sob. Jiang Chan, can I transfer all the money to you? I don't want a single cent. Can you come help me? I know it's unreasonable to ask this now, but I really have no other way. Among all the people I know, you are the strongest. If you don't help me, he will force me to Huangbei Pa, and I don't even know what we're going to do. I'm just very scared. Jiang Chan thought for a moment in his mind, didn't say anything else, and directly asked, when do we leave the city? We need to gather at the north gate of the city now. We have to leave in half an hour. So urgent? Jiang Chan, will you help me? If you agree to help me this time, I will do whatever you want in the future. Don't say useless things. I'll send you my card number. You transfer the advance to me, and also, the remaining payment will be mine. Okay. Tian Qian's voice immediately turned to tears of joy. I'll transfer it to you right away. I don't want a single cent, Jiang Chan. It's so great that you're willing to help me. I don't know how to thank you. Jiang Chan didn't bother with small talk and directly sent over the card number. Soon, he received a text notification that 30,000 had been credited. Wait for me at the north of the city. After saying this, he hung up the phone, checked the ghost-slaying knife, the gold dust bottle, the substitute doll, and the green-grade corpse incense he received before training. These items were all in the sword ruin space, and he didn't need to bring anything else. So he immediately set off toward the north of the city. On the way, he received a text from Tian Qian, who sent the names of the people joining the task and the basic information she knew. 30 minutes later, Jiang Chan arrived at the north gate of the city just in time. He saw a heavily mud-coated off-road vehicle from a distance, with 2 girls and a boy standing by the car, all wearing the uniforms of number 4 high school, one of whom was the anxious Tian Qian. Inside the car sat a middle-aged man with a swollen face, his hair disheveled like a mane, with bandages around his nose and back of his head, and his eyes resembling a pair of bulging fish eyes. He rested his elbow on the car window while scrolling on his phone, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, and a pile of cigarette butts scattered on the ground beside the car. Jiang Chan immediately identified the target, according to the message Tian Qian sent him. The man in the car was the employer for this task, Cheng Yi. The 2 number 4 students standing next to Tian Qian were named Jiang Hongyan and Yang Kai. You finally made it, Jiang Chan. Seeing Jiang Chan appear, Tian Qian immediately ran up excitedly. TCH, this is the helper you found, Xiao Qian? I thought someone impressive would come. After waiting for so long, this is what I get? What a waste of time. As soon as Jiang Chan appeared, the skinny Yang Kai next to the off-road vehicle began to complain. While speaking, he pretended to adjust his glasses, casting a sideways glance at Jiang Chan from head to toe. He then turned to Cheng Yi in the car and said, Hey, let us just leave. 3 of us are enough. We don't need this kid at all. Jiang Chan is very capable, Yang Kai. I survived the wailing ghost incident in no 2 high school thanks to him. Tian Qian hurriedly explained. Hearing wailing ghost incident, Cheng Yi in the car turned his bulging eyes toward Jiang Chan, his swollen face showing a hint of unexpected surprise. What is so great about a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse? I could do it too. Yang Kai, after hearing Tian Qian's explanation, became even more hostile toward Jiang Chan, mockingly saying, Besides, Cheng Yi is the one who took this task. I don't know him well, so why should I bring him along? Yang Kai, stop acting like you know everything. The girl named Jiang Hongyan, with clean features and a heroic air, her long hair flowing behind her, wearing a red headband on her right wrist, said with displeasure in a local dialect. Cheng Yi is the one footing the bill. He hasn't said anything yet, and you're here chattering away. Am I wrong? Cheng Yi only needs 3 people for this task, and we already have enough. What's this kid tagging along for? I bet he has no good intentions. Yang Kai had a long, thin face and a very slender figure, with a sharp mouth and thin cheeks, wearing a pair of black frame glasses, giving him a comical look like a monkey pretending to be human. Bringing him along might just complicate things. Jiang Chan, you'd be better off splitting your reward with me. I'll protect you, and I guarantee I'm much stronger than him. Enough. Jiang Ye, who was sitting in the off-road vehicle, sounded rather hoarse because of the bandages on his nose. He casually flicked the cigarette but out of the window and said impatiently, I've waited so long. Having one more person is no trouble. Get in the car already. Stop dragging your feet and wasting my time. After speaking, he spoke in a dialect similar to Jiang Hongyan's, then turned to Jiang Chan and declared in advance, if you want to follow me, I have no objections. But let me make it clear first, you are doing this voluntarily, okay? I won't pay you anything. At most I can provide you with a lump of corpse incense when we leave the city. Chapter 68. The Mission at Huangbei Slope. Start. Master Cheng I'm giving my entire bounty to Jiang Chan, Tian Qian said nervously. Master Cheng glanced between Tian Qian and Jiang Chan, then withdrew his gaze and started the engine, saying, That's your business, don't talk to me about it. At this moment, Jiang Hongyan noticed that Tian Qian was genuinely scared. So she stepped forward and said, Master Cheng, since Xiao Qian called someone, why not let her go back? We three are enough. Don't talk nonsense. That kid was called by this girl. It's her personal matter. But since she took my advance payment, she must follow along. I don't want any confusion later. Master Cheng flatly refused. Yang Kai immediately jumped into a pose. Are you confused? Hongyan, Xiao Qian has a healing ghost. What if we encounter an emergency? Otherwise, do you think I went through so much trouble to bring her? Cough, cough. Anyway, Xiao Qian must come with us. At this point, Master Cheng cleared his throat loudly, spat a thick phlegm out of the window, grabbed his phone and said, Don't waste my time here. As previously agreed, after we meet, you will pay a 50,000 deposit. You all check if it's received and get in the car. I don't have time to play around with you kids. The phones of Yang Kai, Jiang Hongyan, and Tian Qian chimed with text message alerts. They each took out their phones to check. Tian Qian then transferred the entire 50,000 to Jiang Chan without hesitation and whispered to him, Jiang Chan, I've transferred it to you. There is still 100,000 balance to be received after this mission ends. Jiang Chan also checked his phone and then asked Master Cheng, Now can we discuss what exactly we are supposed to do on this trip outside the city? Get in the car and we'll talk, Master Cheng said, throwing his phone onto the center console and shaking out a cigarette from the pack. Seeing that no one moved, he tilted his head and added, What are you all staring at? It's broad daylight. Do you really think I'm taking you to sell something? Yang Kai glared at Jiang Chan in annoyance, deliberately bumped his shoulder against him as he stepped forward and put on a cordial face for the two girls, saying, Hongyan, Xiao Qian, let me help you in. As he spoke, he opened the car door and pushed the reluctant Tian Qian into the back seat of the SUV. When it was Jiang Hongyan's turn, this strong-looking girl dodged his actions in disgust, stepped forward, and said to Jiang Chan, Sorry, classmate, Yang Kai is a bit silly, don't take it to heart. We'll get in first. No problem, I usually don't bother with silly dogs. Jiang Chan replied with a smile and swaggered into the back seat that Yang Kai had opened, leaving the latter dumbfounded. Jiang Hongyan followed him inside. But when Yang Kai tried to squeeze in again, Jiang Hongyan banged shut the car door, expressionless, and said, It's full in the back, you sit in the front. This SUV originally had 7 seats, but after modification, only 1 row remained, which made Yang Kai, who wanted to sit next to the two girls, unhappy. Especially seeing Jiang Chan sitting in the spot he had planned for himself, he immediately slammed the car door and shouted at Jiang Chan to get down. Virum! Master Cheng slammed on the gas. The roaring engine signaled that his patience had run out, saying, Get in or get lost. Yang Kai shrank his neck at the shout, giving Jiang Chan several resentful glares before reluctantly opening the car door and climbing into the passenger seat, moving cautiously as if he were afraid of Master Cheng. With the 4 of them seated, the heavily modified SUV sped toward the city checkpoint. The imposing city gate loomed like a beast ahead. Jiang Chan noticed that the city guard strength had at least doubled, and even the inspections were stricter than the night before. Remembering the ghost kings they encountered outside the city last night, and the large number of ghostly disturbances, he felt a sense of foreboding. This year's ghost tide might come earlier than expected. After a thorough inspection, the SUV was finally allowed to pass. Off we go, Huangbei Slope. Once outside the city, the scorching sun immediately disappeared, replaced by a dull, lifeless sky. Murky, cold ghost fog suddenly enveloped them, but a layer of faint black smoke kept it at bay outside the vehicle. Inside the car was a large block of black-grade corpse incense. Heading north after leaving the checkpoint, the road was already destroyed, with cracked ravines stretching endlessly, causing the vehicle to jolt violently. The sky and the road ahead remained an unchanging gray silence. Even with Master Cheng's headlights on, they could see only a 10-meter range ahead. Beyond that, everything was shrouded in a thick, ghostly mist. Outside the window, withering trees occasionally flashed by, along with collapsed, dilapidated houses and wandering low-level ghostly creatures. As the SUV rumbled past, they emitted low growls at the vehicle's rear. Master Cheng, Jiang Chan broke the silence in the car. Can you now tell us what we're doing at Huangbei Slope? The SUV's suspension squeaked with the bumps, and the smell of smoke mixed with a hint of decay wafted from front. Master Cheng, with half a cigarette in his mouth, turned his swollen, fish-like eyes in the rearview mirror and replied in a gruff voice, "Get something." "What are we getting?" Jiang Homian pressed. Master Cheng, however, stopped responding. A piece of ash fell from the end of his cigarette, and the atmosphere in the car grew subtly tense. Jiang Chan's hand unconsciously formed a knife-gripping position. "You have to tell us what this mission specifically requires and what kind of situations we might encounter, so we can prepare, right?" Yang Kai quickly took over the conversation. "Yeah, we're just following you blindly. What if you really sell us off?" At this point, Yang Kai's expression tightened, and he unconsciously clenched the seat beneath him. Jiang Chan showed no visible change, but he had sensed from the beginning that Master Cheng was being secretive. The four of them were just students who had just stepped onto the path of spirit coffin masters, and taking on bounty tasks within the city was manageable, thanks to the Ghost Slaying Bureau's presence. Once outside the city, things became uncertain, especially with Master Cheng's demeanor. It was clear he was someone who had spent years operating outside the city. Who could say for sure that the bounty task he issued wasn't a trap? The atmosphere in the car gradually grew heavy. The moment Master Cheng showed any sign of something wrong, Jiang Chan would act. With the cigarette but clenched in his mouth, Master Cheng glanced at the tense Jiang Chan and Jiang Homian in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Then at the nervous Tian Qian and the slightly trembling Yang Kai in the passenger seat. "You little brats," he said, turning to spit the cigarette but out the window, his throat producing a sound like bubbling from a swamp. "You really think I want to fight with you?" Bang! The SUV knocked over a wandering corpse ghost, the wheels rolling over it with a hollow sound. Master Cheng held the steering wheel with one hand, speaking in his deep voice while freeing a hand to light another cigarette. There was still a long road ahead. If you want to hear the story, then sit tight with me. A faint smoke rose from the cigarette, but floating inside the jostling vehicle and slowly dissipating. Jiang Chan and the others' tense nerves relaxed slightly as they listened to Master Cheng begin to narrate the details. Chapter 69. Cheng Ye's strange experience before the story begins. Let me briefly introduce myself. I love fishing, and as you might say, I am a seasoned fisherman. My acquaintances in the circle call me Cheng Ye. At the same time, I'm also a spirit coffin master, but my skills are rather mediocre. After more than 40 years, I am still stuck at the second level. It seems I will only achieve this level in this lifetime. I don't have any grand ambitions. I run a small aquatic business with a friend, making just enough money to get by. In my free time, I play cards, fish, and relax, just living life in a leisurely manner. What is the point of life if not for comfort? My business partner, whom everyone calls Lao Qin, is also a spirit coffin master and enjoys fishing just like me. We have known each other for over 20 years. In our business, I handle the internal matters while he manages the external operations, especially the logistics. Just last week, he went to Qianluo City for supplies, and when he returned, he told me he found an abandoned reservoir north of Nanjing City. He said there were a lot of fish in there, and, strangely, those fish hadn't been affected by the spirit mist. They were fat and large. He invited me to go fishing in the wild. You may have guessed it. The reservoir is located at Huangbei Slope. Changyi paused at this point, taking a deep drag from a cigarette, and a complex look of memories crossed his puffy face. How strange, Yang Kai said, stroking his chin with a questioning tone. The spirit mist affects all living things. If there really is a wild pond exposed outside the city, the fish inside couldn't possibly be unaffected. No, there is a possibility. Jiang Homian interjected, her tone serious as she uttered two words. Strange object. As mentioned earlier, the spirit mist envelopes the world. All cities are built upon strange objects, including the surviving villages and towns, all of which are protected by these strange objects. The mysterious energy emitted by these objects forms a barrier that isolates the spirit mist, protecting the living beings within from being affected. The only thing that could allow the fish in that reservoir to remain unaffected is indeed a strange object, Jiang Chan thought. At this moment, the four of them were completely captivated by Cheng Ye's tale. Yang Kai, in particular, urged him impatiently what happened next. Hurry up and tell us what happened next. Cheng Ye's fish bubble eyes darkened, seemingly annoyed by Yang Kai's attitude, or perhaps for another reason, and his voice became low, as if suppressing some emotion. When I heard Lao Qin say there was a wild fishing pond outside the city, my heart itched with excitement. I checked the map. Huangbei Slope was far from Nanjing City, only about 100 kilometers away. I thought, as a second-level 5-fold spirit Coffin Master, along with his second-level 3-fold skills, we should be able to handle the situation since the spirits there were only between the first and second levels. So I agreed to go with him and even bought a new fishing rod for the trip. We set off around 6 in the evening, with Lao Qin driving. Since he wasn't too familiar with the location, we circled around Huangbei Slope for more than 2 hours, and due to delays, we arrived at the site at 11 o'clock at night. The reservoir is located on top of a mountain, and to get there, we had to pass through a messy dead forest filled with many broken tombstones. The car couldn't go any further, so we took our tools and hiked up with our spirit incense. Looking back, I felt something was off as soon as we got out of the car. That hillside looked like a collapsed tomb. It gave me the creeps, but since we had come all this way, we couldn't just turn back at the foot of the mountain, so I followed Lao Qin up to the top, clearing out a few mindless wild spirits along the way. I had been out of the city to fish before, but those trips were always to villages that had survived the spirit disaster and were protected by strange objects, where the ponds or small rivers remained unpolluted. Fishermen like us often frequented those places, and some villages even established agritourism. I digress. To get back on track, this was the first time Lao Qin and I truly ventured out to fish in the wild. Upon reaching the mountaintop, we indeed found the reservoir Lao Qin mentioned, surrounded by lifeless trees. Apart from a few broken tombstones, there was no one else around. Cheng Yi's gaze grew deep, as if he was transported back to that night. He continued his story, his voice low and slow, carrying a hint of barely noticeable tension. The water level of the reservoir was quite high, with no good places to set foot. Lao Qin and I carried our gear along the edge of the reservoir. It must be noted that the spirit mist on Huangbei Slope became very thin near the reservoir. The wild spirits only wandered in the forest and didn't come near us, which was undoubtedly good news for us. After walking for about 10 minutes, we finally saw a backwater bay. The terrain at that bend was higher than other areas, so we decided to set up there. We took out all our gear, prepared everything, and started baiting with glow floats. We both brought collapsible stools and sat down to smoke while passing the time. Knowing there was no internet outside the city, I had downloaded a couple of movies in advance, while Lao Qin always pretended to be highbrow, bringing along a complete set of encyclopedias. We sat there for over an hour. I finished watching one of my movies, but the fishing float hadn't moved at all. I thought maybe I had put enough bait, so I added more. It was then that I realized whenever I lifted the rod, the hook was empty. I wondered if the bait I had used was bad and had dissolved right after I threw it in. I asked Lao Qin how he was doing. He had much better bait, a special feed he had brought back from Qinluo City, but it also dissolved in no time. Cheng Yi's voice grew increasingly low, and the atmosphere in the car became more oppressive. Apart from Cheng Yi's deep, resonant voice, the only sound was the tires crunching over the broken road. Another hour passed, and still nothing. At that point, I thought about packing up and leaving. The location was too far, at least over 100 kilometers from Nanjing City, and remembering the hillsides, tomb-like terrain, our fishing spot was practically on a grave. And that reservoir looked entirely black, increasingly resembling an open grave. Chapter 70. The Ruined Steel Slope, the Goddess Temple. I called out to old Qin, suggesting that we head back tonight, since there didn't seem to be any fish at the reservoir. But old Qin still wanted to fish. So he agreed to wait for another hour, and if there were no bites, we would leave. He had already finished his bait, said goodbye to me, and went back to the car to grab more. About 10 minutes later, he returned, holding a broken porcelain jar. I asked him what he had brought. It stank. He said he found that the bait in the car was running low, and he happened to see a small earthen temple by the roadside, which looked like some kind of goddess temple. There were offerings of steamed buns, incense, and pig's head meat placed at the entrance. So he took some to mix with the bait. I went over to take a look, and the broken porcelain jar indeed contained 2 foamy white steamed buns and a small chunk of rotten pig's head meat crawling with maggots, clearly left out for too long. I felt a bit nauseous, but thought about whether the fish would eat this stuff if we left it there. Old Qin tore the 2 buns and the rotten pig meat into pieces, mixed them with the bait, and threw some into the water to attract fish. I sat back down and started smoking while looking at my phone. Just as I hadn't finished my cigarette, there was movement on his side. I turned my head and saw him yanking on the rod. His fishing pole bent into a big curve. I quickly turned off my phone, got up, and ran to grab the net, but before I could reach him, his fishing line snapped, leaving only a short piece of line behind. This got me excited, thinking maybe old Qin's bait was actually working, attracting big fish. I hurriedly took some bait from him and started fishing myself. However, what happened next was truly bizarre. Cheng Yi said up to this point, only a stub of his cigarette remained. Outside the car window, the gray mist still enveloped the area. He turned the steering wheel right. The SUV brushed past a broken road marker and turned onto a mountain path. The dead branches on either side grew denser. Cheng Yi lit another cigarette for himself, exhaling smoke to calm his expression as he continued, after using old Qin's bait. Everything started to change. Once that bait was thrown into the water, within half a minute, there would be a black float, as if something in the water just swallowed a hole and then yanked it down. This situation lasted quite a long time, with both of us getting bites. Yet we couldn't pull anything up. The intervals between bites grew shorter. At first, we had to wait a bit after throwing in the bait. But soon it became throw and bite, as if something at the bottom was competing to eat, until old Qin ran out of bait. And we still hadn't caught a single fish. At this point, not only did old Qin not want to leave, but I was also fired up. I had been fishing for over 20 years and had never encountered such a situation. Old Qin grabbed the broken porcelain jar and walked down the slope. When he returned, he was carrying half a bag of bait, with the jar containing some rotten buns, incense, and a half-rotten pig brain. He brought all the leftover bait from the car and the offerings from the goddess temple. He mixed everything together and continued fishing. I took some of it, and before I could even sit down, old Qin cast his line and caught something. The splash was huge, and the sound was like something was struggling for its life in the water. I saw old Qin quickly stand up, gripping the fishing rod tightly and pulling back with all his strength. He bent like a bow, and I thought that fish must weigh over 100 pounds. I hurriedly grabbed the net and ran over to help. Cheng Yi's speech sped up involuntarily, and his breathing became rapid, capturing the attention of the 4 people in the car. Earlier, he mentioned that the spot we were fishing at was a dirt slope about half a person high. Old Qin was pulling the rod back from the top while I slid down the slope with the net. Amid the splashes, I seemed to see a hand, desperately gripping that fishing line. My mind went blank because the surface of the water was already covered in a layer of ghostly mist, and the water was churning and murky, making it hard to see clearly. At that moment, old Qin was struggling to hold on, and he stumbled forward, causing the porcelain jar to tip over, spilling all the remaining bait into the water. As soon as the bait fell, many hands surged up from the bottom of the water. My soul left my body. This time, I was sure I saw it clearly. They weren't fish, but hands. They were blue in color, and each hand was frantically trying to snatch the bait floating on the surface of the water. I was so scared that I quickly started to crawl back. Old Qin's fishing rod slipped from his grip and fell into the water. He saw me empty-handed climbing back up and questioned why I wasn't netting the fish. I didn't know if it was the cold or fear, but I couldn't say a word and just pointed shakily below. He took a couple of steps forward before noticing what was in the water, and his face turned pale. At this point, Jiang Chan and the other three could sense the lingering fear in Cheng Ye's tone, and his swollen face was as pale as Old Qin's during his description, although both Old Qin and I were second-tier spirit coffin masters. The number of ghostly hands in that water was overwhelming, densely packed to the point of making my head spin. Moreover, I could sense that there were even more terrifying things lurking at the bottom of the reservoir, far beyond what the two of us could handle. We didn't bother to collect anything and just turned around and started running back, but when we got into the woods, we realized we couldn't find the way back. As mentioned earlier, the area surrounding the reservoir was surrounded by a circle of dead trees. No matter how Old Qin and I walked, we were just circling within that forest. The ghostly mist grew thicker, but fortunately, the ghosts in the forest were scattered and not very powerful, so we managed to cope together. After turning for more than half an hour, we finally found a slope to climb up. However, once we reached the top, I don't know what happened, but Old Qin suddenly fell to the ground as if he had tripped over something. He knelt down, his back straight, but his head was bent back as if he were about to be beheaded. At that moment, I was walking in front, and when I heard the commotion, I turned back to pull him, but unexpectedly, something strange happened. I pulled him several times, but couldn't move him, as if his shoulders were pinned down by a ghost. Calling his name got no response. At that moment, I sensed something was off because the slope he was kneeling at was precisely where the goddess temple he spoke of was sitting. Chapter 71. Climbing the Slope. The wild ghosts are coming. At that moment, the surrounding forest was eerily silent, not a sound to be heard. Only my own gasping breaths and the pounding of my heart like a drum. Suddenly, Old Qin jerked his head up, and I was so startled that I let go. The off-road vehicle rolled over a rock, the modified body clattering loudly, and the ash from Cheng Ye's cigarette fell onto his pants. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his swollen face trembling slightly, and a hint of indescribable fear surfaced in his fish-like eyes. You must have twisted a towel before. At that moment, the face Old Qin lifted looked like a towel twisted into a knot, its color frighteningly blue. Then he stood up straight and stuffed all 10 of his fingers into his mouth, starting to suck. He made greedy, delicious sounds as he sucked. His fingers' flesh clean to the bone, the bloody finger bones stabbing into his mouth, but he still wasn't satisfied. I swear, I felt like he was going to bite me. I would lost my life if I hadn't run fast enough. The increasingly excited sound suddenly stopped, and just as Cheng Ye's cigarette burned down to the end, Jiang Chan noticed from the rearview mirror that a trickle of black blood was seeping from the bandaged part of his nose. The atmosphere in the car fell into a brief silence, with only the powerful engine of the off-road vehicle roaring and the sound of the body quickly rolling over the stones. So what exactly are we going to get from the Huangbei slope? Jiang Chan asked. Cheng Yi spat out the cigarette, but as if he were spitting out an iron nail, Old Qin's belongings. I've known Old Qin for over 20 years. This time he's in deep trouble, but I have to bring his things back. No matter what, I need to give his wife and child an explanation. The ghostly mist turned yellow. The off-road vehicle rolled over the last stretch of mountain road, and after a 2.5-hour journey, we were finally nearing our destination. Jiang Chan turned his head to look out the car window and accidentally caught a glimpse of a pleasing scenery. Beside him, Jiang Homian straightened up, bit the red hair tie on her wrist, raised her hands, and quickly tied her long, loose hair into a neat high ponytail with the red hair tie, securing it carefully. The ends of her hair brushed against Jiang Chan's face, tickling him with a fresh, pleasant fragrance. Her graceful posture, fair neck, and toned arms exuded a sense of youth and health with every movement. Gulp. In the front seat, Yang Kai secretly swallowed, his eyes wide as he watched this scene through the rearview mirror, especially fixated on Jiang Homian's. Screech. Cheng Yi suddenly slammed on the brakes, and everyone was jerked forward by inertia. Go. In the rearview mirror, Cheng Yi's fish-like eyes rolled as he opened a box beside him and took out exactly 4 black corpse incense sticks, tossing them to Yang Kai and Jiang Homian. Each person received one. If you break it, don't come looking for me. Among the 4 incense sticks, one was prepared for Cheng Yi himself. But after tossing one to Jiang Chan, he reached for the large incense stick in the car and strapped it around his waist. It looked somewhat absurd. But he didn't care at all as he kicked open the car door and jumped out first. The ghostly mist immediately rushed in through the open door, making Yang Kai shiver as he quickly activated the corpse incense in his hand. Jiang Homian and Tian Qian also cautiously put theirs on. Seeing Jiang Chan putting his away, Jiang Homian curiously asked, "Aren't you going to wear it?" Jiang Chan replied, "I'm not used to wearing it." Yang Kai. The front seat Yang Kai suddenly choked on his own saliva, his neck turning red as he coughed repeatedly. Jiang Homian shot him a glance as if he were crazy and then asked Jiang Chan again, "Aren't you afraid of being ghosted? My spiritual coffin talent can immunize against ghost mist." "Oh well." Jiang Homian looked at Jiang Chan in surprise, then pushed open the rear door and got out. Jiang Chan stowed the corpse incense in his sword space and followed, with Tian Qian fearfully trailing behind him. In the blink of an eye, only Yang Kai was left in the car, glaring at Jiang Chan's back with an annoyed expression, as if he wanted to shoot a hole through that figure with his gaze, until Cheng Yi impatiently urged from outside, prompting him to hurriedly respond and get out of the car. The moment he stepped out, the yellow-gray ghost mist immediately surged up, a chill and the stench of decay invading his nostrils. This is Huangbei Slope. What lay before Jiang Chan was a towering earthen slope, shrouded in yellow-gray ghost mist. He couldn't see how high it was, but Cheng Yi wasn't wrong in his description. Enveloped in a layer of yellow-gray ghost mist, it looked like a large, ominous grave that couldn't be fully seen. Disordered grave mounds dotted the slope, some long collapsed revealing dark, gaping graves, while others were overlapping, with white bones and yellowish ghost fires scattered under the yellow-gray mist, not particularly eye-catching. "Hurry up and help me get the stuff, and you can get the remaining money sooner." Bang! Cheng Yi kicked the car door shut, revealing a massive top-quality black coffin behind him. A tall, green-faced night demon stepped out from that black coffin. It held a wolf-tooth club in its hand, and Cheng Yi immediately produced a wolf-tooth club of his own, then directly commanded the green-faced night demon to lead the way as he began to walk up the slope with Jiang Chan and the others. "Stay close if anything happens. I want to take responsibility." Jiang Chan and the others followed closely. There were no paths on Huangbei Slope, only grave mounds stacked one upon another, and stone tombstones leaning every which way, broken and battered, not knowing how many years they had been eroded in this yellow-gray ghost mist. Some tombstone bases even sprouted dark, red, thorny bushes. Cheng Yi led Jiang Chan and the others carefully around those thorny bushes, the ground rotten with branches. Some places crunching underfoot with a brittle sound, broken gray and decayed branches, as well as weathered white bones. As everyone gradually ascended the slope, sparse dead trees began to appear in the ghost mist. Each tree was long dead, leaving only blackened trunks and branches resembling human figures. Gazing through the yellow-gray ghost mist, they looked like bizarre ghosts. "No, those are ghosts. Be careful, those wild ghosts are coming," Cheng Yi warned, as his heavy voice fell. For crooked trees nearby began to step towards them, their bodies twisted into human forms, appearing to move very slowly, but each stride was large. As they drew closer, it became clear that they were corpses fused with dead trees, presenting a shriveled and rotten appearance, with large, colorful flowers blooming from their shoulders or other parts of their bodies, bright and dripping, emitting a faintly sweet scent. Ghost name, Panhu Ghost. Quality, E-grade. Level, first stage, first layer. A reminder jumped into Jiang Chan's view, and information about the ghost appeared in his mind. New compilation of Ghost Classics records. The Panhu God died in a tree. His descendants used long bamboo poles to poke the corpses, and thus this custom has been passed down through generations. In some areas of the Middle Yangtze River, they still maintain this practice. Local people wrap the deceased in rags or palm leaves and place them in trees, believing it makes reincarnation easier. Thus, the Panhu ghost was born from this burial custom. Chapter 72, Jiang Homian's Ghost. Bang! Cheng Ye's green-faced Yasha stepped forward, and the thick wolf fawn club directly smashed one, Panhu ghost, to the ground, shattering half of its body. However, this Panhu ghost seemed unaffected, letting out a sound that made one's teeth ache before getting back up. The green-faced Yasha smashed it several more times before finally tearing it apart. Meanwhile, Changyi was not idle either. He rushed towards another Panu ghost, swinging his wolf fang club fiercely. At that moment, Jiang Chan's scissor ghost opened and closed, directly cutting off the head of this Panu ghost. But it could still move? The headless Panu ghost was not much affected, still twisting its corpse-like body fused with a tree trunk to counterattack, which surprised Jiang Chan. However, Changyi already knew it was useless and continued to swing his wolf fang club vigorously, saying loudly, "These wild ghosts are very stubborn. You have to smash them to bits to kill them." At this time, two more Panu ghosts approached. Yang Kai, seeing this, let out a strange scream in fear and hurriedly jumped behind a tombstone, while Tian Qin nervously grabbed Jiang Chan's clothes. "Don't pull me." Jiang Chan was about to release the fire ghost Luo to burn them, but another figure was faster than him. Suddenly, a series of rapid footsteps sounded. Jiang Hongyan's ponytail flew high behind her, and she held a bright red spear in her hand. Charging forward and piercing through the right shoulder and left lower abdomen of one Panu ghost with two thrusts, causing it to fall with a bang. At the same time, another Panu ghost was also dealt with in the same way by Jiang Hongyan's ghost pet. It was an ancient female general in armor wielding a spear, exuding a thick aura of blood and killing intent that dispersed the ghost fog around her. Gun Ghost, Surprise Salamander. Quality, A-Class. Level, First Stage, Second Layer. Jiang Chan looked at Jiang Hongyan and her ghost pet in surprise, immediately raising his evaluation of this girl. With a medium purple coffin, First Stage and Second Layer, plus an A-Class gun soldier ghost pet. This level of strength would be among the best, even in a first-tier school. Moreover, judging by her fierce and explosive spear attack just now, she must have practiced gun techniques diligently since childhood, her refinement level comparable to Ling Qingxuan's sword. In contrast, Yang Kai was only at the 7th layer, and his ghost pet was a D-Class Earth Statue Ghost. As soon as he saw the Panu Ghost approaching, he hurriedly jumped behind a tombstone, releasing his Earth Statue Ghost to tightly protect himself. Through this wave of ghost encounters, Jiang Chan gained a general understanding of everyone's ghost configurations and levels. Remembering Jiang Hongyan's attack position on the Panu Ghost, he proactively asked, "Are the weak points of these Panu Ghosts the strange flowers on their bodies?" "That's right." Jiang Hongyan nodded, saying she had encountered them during practical training and had tried it out by accident. On the other side, hearing the conversation, Changyi quickly swung his wolf fang club, smashing the last Panu Ghost as strange flower twice, and it immediately stopped moving. Seeing this, Changyi's fish bubble eyes turned towards Jiang Hongyan, both surprised and angry, saying, "Damn it, how could the weak points of these ghostly things be so obvious? I struggled hard to get through with Lao Qin before. Now that we know their weak points, it will be much easier to deal with." Changyi hoisted the thick wolf fang club and continued to lead his green-faced Yasha forward, and the 5 of them headed back up to the top of the desolate monument slope. Along the way, more Panu ghosts were attracted, but knowing their weak points made the response much easier. Whether it was Changyi's green-faced Yasha or Jiang Hongyan's gun ghost, Surprise Salamander, they deliberately targeted the strange flowers on them, resolving them with a single encounter. Jiang Chan also sent the scissor ghost to try, directly cutting off the strange flower along with the spot where it grew on the Panu ghost, and he immediately received a system notification. "Ding! You have killed a first stage, first layer Panu ghost. Ghost God points 103. These Panu ghosts were all below the first stage, third layer level, with an average of 1 ghost providing me with 100 ghost God points. If I kill enough of 12, I can repair the Thunder Yin Rakshasa." Thinking of this, Jiang Chan felt a surge of excitement and hurriedly urged the scissor ghost to harvest before Changyi and Jiang Hongyan, which made Yang Kai, who was behind, even more displeased with him. He sarcastically said, "Some people really have never received attention from girls, right? When they get a chance, their desire to show off is so strong." Jiang Chan couldn't be bothered to respond to this idiot, focusing on collecting ghost God points, which were the real benefits. Yang Kai barked twice, but no one paid him any attention. After feeling bored, He pouted and closed his mouth. But his right forearm began to itch inexplicably, and the more he scratched, the itchier it became. He raised his arm to look and found some not very obvious red patches developing. He guessed it was probably from accidentally rubbing against that tombstone while hiding earlier. Muttering a few complaints while scratching his arm and looking at the broken tombstones. The yellow-gray ghost fog covered the entire desolate monument slope, and the further up they went, the more Panhu ghosts appeared. However, with Jiang Chan, Jiang Hongyan, and Cheng Yi clearing the path, Yang Kai and Tian Qian had nothing to do with the back. He saw a relatively intact tombstone with inscriptions. The public name Wen Yuan. Character de Zhao, resident of He, born in the Jia Qingbing Chen year. Died in the Guang Su Jia Shun year. Raised under family teachings. Weak crown wandering. In the Wu Zi year. After reading for a while, Yang Kai's eyes became a bit dry. So he used the hand that had scratched the red patches on his forearm to push up his glasses, rubbed his eyes vigorously, and opened them again, only to find his vision slightly reddened and the inscriptions on the tombstone becoming even more blurry. The original name and death quietly changed. Yang Kai's tomb. Seeing the inscriptions reappearing on the tombstone, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed, and the subsequent inscriptions continued to change, with his personal information gradually replacing the original. The final year of death was today's date. The most terrifying thing was that a human face outline slowly emerged from the broken tombstone. It was Yang Kai's own face. Jiang Chan and Jiang Hongyan followed Cheng Yi up the slope, all three busy dealing with the increasing number of Panhu ghosts. And no one noticed that Yang Kai had fallen behind. Only Tian Qian, with a frightened expression, realized that someone was missing. Tian Qian searched around with a fearful gaze, and suddenly hearing a noise, she turned back to look, only to see a horrifying scene. The yellow-gray ghost fog enveloped the entire desolate monument slope, with disordered graves rising and falling, and broken tombstones leaning in all directions. Yang Kai was kneeling in front of a tombstone with vacant eyes, his head banging against the image of his own likeness on the tombstone. Bang! Tianqian, ah. Chapter 73. The Soul-Breaking Monument, Bloodthorn, ah. Tian Qian's terrified scream instantly drew everyone's attention. They saw a yellow-gray ghost mist enveloping the desolate monument slope, swirling murkily. Yang Kai was kneeling in front of a tombstone with a frozen expression, repeatedly banging his forehead against the portrait on the tombstone. Bang! Blood splattered out, forming a large dark red stain on the gray-brown, decayed tombstone. What was even more eerie was that the inscription on the tombstone continued to change, revealing more and more of Yang Kai's life information. The portrait of Yang Kai that emerged from the tombstone gradually twisted into a sinister smile. Yang Kai, Jiang Hongyan shouted, immediately rushing back to pull him away to stop him from continuing to bang his head against the tombstone. But she was grabbed by Jiang Chan, who held her wrist. Don't touch him. As the words fell, the slender, scissor ghost rushed forward and knocked Yang Kai, who was still numbly trying to bang his head, aside. At that moment, Jiang Hongyan noticed a cluster of dark red thorny vines silently growing at the base of the tombstone, crawling up Yang Kai's knees. Even after Yang Kai was kicked away, these strange thorns still reached for him, piercing through his skin and flesh, greedily sucking his blood. Looking at Yang Kai, his eyes were vacant, showing no signs of pain as he numbly turned over and crawled back to kneel on the ground, continuing to bang his forehead against the tombstone. This can't go on. Yang Kai must be possessed by a ghost. If we don't act now, he has done for. Jiang Hongyan said anxiously, grabbing the bright red spear in her hand, rushing forward in leaps and bounds, and struck down hard at the eerie tombstone, causing a loud bang as it shattered. Yang Kai's body jolted as if electrified, collapsing to the ground unconscious, while the dark red thorns surged out continuously from the collapsed tombstone, crawling toward him in a frenzy. At that moment, a flash of blade light appeared, as Jiang Chan, wielding the ghost-slaying blade, rushed over and directly severed most of the thorny vines, kicking Yang Kai to the side. What on earth are these things? Jiang Hongyan asked suspiciously. Boom! The ground suddenly trembled. The base of the tombstone Jiang Homian had just shattered began to shake, gradually revealing a kneeling stone statue without a head, or rather, the tombstone was its head and face. Not just this one, the entire desolate monument slope began to tremble like an earthquake, causing the yellow-gray ghost mist to swirl and roll. One after another, the broken tombstones trembled and emerged from the ground, each one beneath which was a kneeling stone figure, with the tombstone growing on their necks, serving as their heads and faces. As Jiang Chan and the others looked around in horror, they bizarrely discovered that the content on each tombstone was changing, with the originally incomplete inscriptions gradually piecing together each of their life information. At the same time, large clusters of thorns surged from the base of the stone figures, rapidly spreading into a dark red tide, making a rustling sound and overwhelming the crowd. "They're coming." Jiang Chan. Tianqian was so scared she was about to cry, and Jiang Homian, with a serious expression, tightened her grip on the spear. Just as she was gritting her teeth, preparing to charge through, a cold, bone-chilling aura suddenly descended. She immediately turned to look at Jiang Chan, only to see a burly figure sitting on a fire barrel, leaping out from the blood coffin behind Jiang Chan with a loud thud. "You actually contracted 2 ghosts," Jiang Homian exclaimed in surprise, followed by a dull sound shaking the ground. Jiang Chan didn't waste a word, directly ordering Shiwa Guluo to launch fireballs. Boom! Dark green flames immediately exploded in the dark red thorns, quickly spreading into a large area, clearing a space from the surging thorns and halting their momentum. What a domineering fire attribute ghost! Jiang Homian marveled. This aura is comparable to my Jing Yin. Must also be of A-grade quality, right? A-grade. Shiwa Gu Luo, Jiang Chan replied, feeling relieved that its fire had a restraining effect on these things. This Shiwa Gu Luo is an upgraded version of Baoyan Ghost, and its effectiveness was even stronger than Jiang Chan had expected. The dark green fireballs continued to explode, forcing the dark red thorns back, immediately resolving the crisis for everyone. Speaking of which, what exactly are these strange thorns? Jiang Homian asked in confusion, and what about those tombstones? As she spoke, she looked towards the stone figures, and her vision suddenly became a bit hazy. The fragmented letters on the tombstones vaguely pieced together characters like Jiang, Hong, and a human face outline gradually emerged on the gray-brown surface of the tombstone. "Don't look," Jiang Chan immediately warned, and Jiang Homian snapped back to her senses, a cold sweat breaking out on her back. These are all soul-breaking monuments. The new compilation of ghost classics, records, during the Ming Jiajing era, the Ministry of Justice engraved the crimes of 800 scholars on a monument, merging their flesh to cast statues, which eventually formed a forest of monuments to deter others. In the late Qing dynasty, villagers raised stone statues to ward off evil spirits, and those who touched the monuments all developed rashes, itching unbearably, and within 3 days they died by banging their heads against the monuments, with the names of the deceased added to the inscriptions. Seeing the full appearance of the figures on the tombstones, information about the soul-breaking monument immediately surfaced in Jiang Chan's mind, and he solemnly reminded, "Never touch these figures or look at the inscriptions. Those words are the life memories of the wrong dead. If you look at them, the content on the monument will be replaced with your information. Once your complete birth and death information is formed, it means your death is imminent." Jiang Chan's warning sent a chill down the spines of Jiang Homian and Tianqian. Logically, such important information should have been reminded by Cheng Yi from the beginning. Did he not know? Thinking of this, Jiang Homian turned her head to look, but her brows furrowed involuntarily. Where is Cheng Yi? Jiang Chan and Tianqian were stunned, looking around. They saw the yellow-gray ghost mist enveloping the desolate monument slope like a grave, the stone figures of sinners kneeling in disarray, each with a broken, decayed monument standing on their necks, while the dark red thorns gathered on the ground like a tide, blocked outside by the dark green flames of Shiwa Guluo. Where was Cheng Yi? When we returned to save Yang Kai earlier, it seemed Cheng Yi was nowhere to be seen. Tianqian said nervously. Did he get separated? Jiang Homian said uncertainly. Earlier, we all returned to save Yang Kai. Cheng Yi might have been scattered by those evil spirits alone? Jiang Chan did not answer this question, but instead looked behind the two women, a grave expression gradually appearing on his face. Jiang Hongmian and Tian Qian, realizing something was off, turned to look, and their pupils instantly constricted. The yellow-gray ghost mist was stirred by the sinister wind, and the Yang Kai, who had been lying on the ground, unconscious, was now sitting cross-legged in a posture resembling that of a bodhisattva, with sticky blood oozing down from his broken forehead. His eyes were tightly closed, his lips curled into a smile, his hands forming a gesture of holding flowers. And dark red pus flowed from the wounds inflicted by the thorns. On his scratched forearm, large patches of dark red moss were growing, vaguely resembling a woman's face. A strange and chilling aura suddenly enveloped the area. Chapter 74. The Yin Ruins. No entry. Jiang Chan, Yang Kai, what happened to him? Tian Qian stepped back in fear. She had experienced the crying ghost incident with Jiang Chan and had seen her classmates become strange, with others being assimilated just by touching them. At this moment, Yang Kai sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, like an evil bodhisattva, his fingers pinching a flower. Red blood flowed down from the wound on his forehead, covering his face, which was enough to make anyone shiver. There was even a smile at the corner of his mouth, making Tian Qian's heart race. It must be related to the thorns that were disturbed under the tombstone. Jiang Chan covered her mouth and nose, frowning slightly as she looked at Yang Kai with suspicion. She saw pus flowing from the holes in his body caused by the thorns, emitting a disgusting smell. In some larger, torn holes, dark red thicket grew, rooted in his flesh and sucking his essence. This guy is going to die here. Xiao Qian, don't you have a healing ghost? Try to see if you can save him, Jiang Hongmian hurriedly said to Tian Qian. Hearing this, Jiang Chan also turned her gaze to Tian Qian. Right. All the way here, Tian Qian had been hiding behind her and hadn't made a move. She almost forgot that she had a healing ghost. I'll try, but I can't guarantee anything, Tian Qian said nervously as she released her high-grade Black Coffin. This spiritual coffin was far less powerful than Jiang Hongmian's or Jiang Chan's spiritual coffins. From it emerged a dripping, wet, ghostly green corpse, as if it had been submerged at the bottom of a pool for 100 years, its body rotten and covered in moss and aquatic plants. Water ghost, Tian Qian's E-grade ghost pet. A strong, foul, damp smell hit her nose. Under Tian Qian's command, Water Ghost walked with wet footsteps to Yang Kai's side. It raised its hand and tore off a large piece of rotten flesh from its own body, directly stuffing it into Yang Kai's smiling mouth. Jiang Chan felt her stomach churn at the sight. Your healing ghost is really simple and brutal. Tian Qian blushed slightly and bit her lip. She felt embarrassed herself. But this ghost ability was just used like this. She suppressed her nausea and continued to command, Water Ghost, to pull off several more pieces of rotten flesh and stuff them into Yang Kai's mouth. A dim green began to spread from Yang Kai's face to his whole body. The blood wound on his forehead visibly healed slowly, and the pus-filled wounds on his body gradually darkened. The thicket rooted in his flesh seemed to have been poisoned, becoming soft and beginning to rot. It's working. Tian Qian's face brightened, and she hurriedly had Water Ghost continue feeding Yang Kai rotten flesh. However, when one piece was stuffed in, Yang Kai suddenly went and spat it out. Then he bent over and began to vomit violently. Oh, he woke up so quickly. Jiang Chan looked at Tian Qian's ghostly green, Water Ghost, in surprise. This thing, aside from looking hard to swallow, really had a powerful effect. It was way faster than Wan AI. After vomiting for a while, Yang Kai regained consciousness, but he still looked very listless. His mind had blanked out, completely forgetting what he had just experienced, and now he only felt a foul, fishy smell and tears in his mouth. What? Did you feed me? He asked angrily while vomiting. Tian Qian immediately lowered her head, a bit embarrassed as she recalled, Water Ghost, back into the spiritual coffin. Yang Kai, you idiot. If it weren't for Xiao Qian, you'd be done for already. Why are you blaming others for what you ate? That was something that saved your life. Jiang Hongmian turned her head away to avoid seeing him, then asked Jiang Chan, what should we do next? Go find Cheng Yi? Let us look for him first. It'll be a hassle to go back without him driving. This abandoned tombstone slope isn't small. Where should we look? The reservoir, Jiang Chan said quickly. Cheng Yi came to collect the belongings of his partner, so he must go to the place he stopped by before the reservoir. We'll keep going up. If he hasn't run into trouble, we should be able to meet him. All right, I'll follow your lead. After a quick discussion of their plan, Jiang Chan had Fire Ghost Luo lead the way as the four of them continued toward the top of the abandoned tombstone slope. The yellow-gray ghost mist floated around, and in the mist, the top of the abandoned tombstone slope was not visible. They could only see figures kneeling and bowing on the tombstones, scattered among the undulating piles of abandoned graves, the number possibly in the hundreds or thousands. To prevent Yang Kai from making a fool of himself again, Jiang Chan sternly warned him not to look at the words on those tombstones, let alone touch them. The latter, already listless, was startled by her fierce aura and hurriedly nodded like a chick pecking at rice to indicate he understood. Boom! The burly, fire ghost Luo moved forward to clear the way, and those dark red thorn thickets ignited upon contact with fire, quickly burning with large patches of dark green flames. This fire was not like ordinary flames. Instead, it burned fiercely, becoming even colder and more bone-chilling. Unfortunately, these strange thorn thickets did not yield ghost points. They were all over the abandoned tombstone slope. Even if they were like corpse curtain worms that provided just one ghost point each, it would still be enough for me to gain a lot. This truly made Jiang Chan feel regretful. They continued to walk up the abandoned tombstone slope, encountering few Pan-Hu ghosts, but they did see many corpses, whose strange flowers had been violently smashed to death. Looking at the wounds and methods, it was undoubtedly Cheng Ye's Wolf Fang Club. If they quicken their pace, they should be able to catch up to him. About 20 minutes later, a blurry forest appeared in the yellowish ghost mist ahead, and everyone's expressions tightened. Jiang Chan stopped to identify it, and then said, "It's not Pan-Hu ghosts, it's real trees." Almost scared me to death. Yang Kai immediately patted his thin chest, relieved. By now, his spirit had recovered a bit, and he had also asked Tian Qian about why Cheng Yi hadn't been seen and what had happened. Cheng Yi said that there's a forest around the reservoir. If we go through it, we'll likely see him. Jiang Homian said, "Don't let your guard down. We don't know what's inside." Jiang Chan reminded, still having Fire Ghost Luo lead the way while the other three followed behind him. Whoosh! A chilling wind blew out from the forest, sending shivers down their spines. Upon entering the forest, the figures on the tombstones became fewer, but the yellow-gray ghost mist grew thicker. Unlike the thick trunks and oddly shaped branches in the hanging corpse ghost forest, the trunks in this forest were slender and straight, with bark peeling away on the ground, exposing white, bare trunks that branched out at the top. Jiang Chan and the others walked on the thick layer of humus, continuing toward the higher slope. Once their figures were completely engulfed in the ghost mist of the forest, a heavy footstep emerged from the shadows, stopping at the entrance of the forest. He did not look at the strange and eerie blood words gradually seeping out from the stone tablets around him, resembling a curse. He only watched as Jiang Chan and the others' figures disappeared into the forest. Then he turned and walked toward a low slope on the other side. If Jiang Chan and the others were here, they would immediately recognize that the plump figure walking toward the low slope was Cheng Yi. Quack! A blind black crow swooped down from a branch, landing on a tombstone, its sharp beak like iron, pecking at the blood words seeping out from the stone. The Yin Ruins. No entry. Chapter 75. The abandoned temple in the reservoir center. Did you hear something? Tian Qian nervously asked as she leaned closer to Jiang Chan. Is someone calling for help? Jiang Homian tightened her grip on her long gun, her heroic face looking ahead. The yellow-gray ghost mist swirled murkily, filling the straight, thin forest, and a faint voice came from the ghost mist ahead, sounding somewhat familiar. It's Cheng Ye's voice. Yang Kai exclaimed with joy. He must be in some danger. Let's hurry and rescue him. At a time like this, if we offer him some extra reward, he will definitely agree. Without waiting, he rushed towards the direction of the cries for help. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Chan's eyes, and he quickly followed with Jiang Homian and Tian Qian. The soil in the forest was thick with humus, soft and foul-smelling, making a rustling sound as they walked. As they quickly approached, The voice calling for help grew louder and clearer. Without a doubt, it was Chang Ye's voice. After crossing a dirt ridge, they finally saw a massive black-blue clamshell, nearly 2 meters in diameter, lying in a pit filled with stagnant, decaying water and dead leaves, exuding a foul odor. A blue hand reached out from the clamshell, desperately trying to grab something, and the person inside was pleading for help. The moment Jiang Chan saw the clamshell, information popped up in his vision. However, seeing Yang Kai pretend to approach, he sneered coldly from his nose and did not rush to speak. "Oh, isn't this Changyi?" Yang Kai approached the clamshell, pretending to say, "How did you end up inside the clamshell? Collecting pearls? Help me. Please save me." "Oh, you really should be more careful. Luckily, we arrived in time." "Help me. Get me out." Chang Ye's voice grew more urgent, and the hand reaching out from the clamshell gripped harder. "Wait, don't panic. Let me see." Yang Kai leisurely squatted down in front of the clamshell, tilting his head to look into the gap. He was about to set the stage for a big demand when unexpectedly that hand suddenly reached out and grabbed his arm. And then the blue-black giant clam suddenly opened wide, directly pulling him inside. Bang! The clamshell closed. "Yang Kai!" Tian Qin screamed, frightened. "Help! Help me!" Yang Kai's terrified voice immediately drowned out Chang Ye's cries for help coming from within the clamshell. "Kid, it's really you." The crimson long gun dragged along the foul ground, gathering power, and then leaped high to strike down. Bang! The stagnant, foul water in the pit splashed everywhere, and the blue-black clamshell shattered, revealing a blue-skinned night demon that tightly gripped Yang Kai's throat. The gun tip struck like a serpent, instantly piercing the night demon's head, loosening its grip on Yang Kai, who immediately scrambled out of the clamshell, rolling and crawling. He stumbled into the dark, foul water, but didn't care, only desperately clawing his way back, terrified that the creature would pull him back in. After finally crawling back, he found Jiang Chan looking at him with a cold smile, which made him furious. He immediately shouted, "What are you laughing at? Are you happy to see me get grabbed by that ghost thing? You wish I would die, right? Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. Just don't drag me down," Jiang Chan coldly replied. As his words fell, Jiang Homian's angry voice followed. "Yang Kai, you are such an idiot. Who gets up in the middle of the night to put on lipstick? Do you think with your butt? In a place like this, how could a living person suddenly show up to ask for help? Look at the color and style of that hand. It's not right." And you excitedly ran up to offer help. You were the only one making a scene all this way. This outburst made Jiang Homian so angry she swore. Yang Kai's face turned red, unable to retort. At that moment, another cry for help came from the ghost mist ahead, but this time it was Yang Kai's voice. "Someone else needs you. Hurry up," Jiang Chan said with a cold smile at Yang Kai. Hearing the cry for help, Yang Kai shivered and instinctively shrank back behind the others. "That was to teach you a lesson. If you act recklessly again, just wish yourself good luck." Jiang Chan threw a comment at Yang Kai and directly walked towards the direction of the cries for help. Soon, a foul water pit appeared again in front of them, with a blue-black clamshell in the middle, and a blue hand desperately reaching out from the gap, with Yang Kai's urgent cries for help coming from within the shell. Without wasting time, Jiang Chan commanded Scissor Ghost to harvest. Snap! It was a bit difficult to cut open the clamshell, so he switched to Fire Ghost Luo and threw a fireball. Boom! Dark green flames immediately rose, and the cries for help inside became sharp and piercing. Ding! You burned to death one night demon in the clam. First stage. Third level. Ghost God points 133. Jiang Chan had already received a system alert when he first saw the giant clamshell. The new compilation of ghost classics recorded that during the late Ming dynasty in southern Fujian, there was a cruel custom of living sacrifices to clams, where debtors were bound and sacrificed to the clam god in exchange for giant pearls. Night demons and clams originated from this, mimicking the voices they hear to attract living people with cries for help, then dragging them into the clamshell to suffocate them. The ghost god points earned from this are higher than those from the Panu ghost, but the shell is a bit tough, and my scissor ghost is still below the first stage, making it hard to break open. Thinking of this, Jiang Chan felt a sense of urgency as his level rose. His ghost pet's levels needed to be raised in time, or else he would encounter such difficult situations. There were probably many such clam ghosts in this area. With current ghost god points at 1008, killing 2 more would be enough to restore the Thundering Rakshasa, just as he thought of that S-class ghost pet. Another urgent cry for help suddenly came from ahead, but this time it sounded like Jiang Hongyan's voice. Jiang Chan's eyes brightened, and he quickly rushed towards the direction of the next cry for help. Soon, the third night demon in clam appeared before them, but Jiang Chan's gaze sharpened, staring straight ahead. Including Jiang Hongyan and the other 2 who followed, their steps came to a halt in unison. That is what Changyi mentioned. The reservoir? By chance, they had directly arrived at the end of the forest, where the view suddenly opened up significantly, revealing a very dark water area quietly stretching out ahead, inexplicably making one's heart uneasy. A fireball from Fire Ghost Luo harvested the clam ghost, and Jiang Chan led Jiang Hongyan and the others towards the reservoir. Upon reaching the water's edge, the yellow-gray ghost mist indeed thinned out, becoming a darker green, hazily floating over the dark water surface. Under the cover of the ghost mist, it was impossible to see how wide this water area was. Looking into the water was just a pitch-black abyss, and a chilling cold breeze blew from the water's surface, making them shiver. "What is that?" Tian Qian suddenly asked, her voice trembling, pointing to a certain spot. In the eerie ghost mist, a dilapidated earthen temple could be vaguely seen, sitting alone on the water's surface. There was no path or bridge to reach it. It was only the size of a regular farmer's thatched hut, with 1 white and 1 red paper lantern hanging on either side. The lanterns on either side of the temple were not lit, but in the dark water below, their reflections, they were lit. Chapter 76. The strange object underwater, a withered and grayish-white dead forest, surrounded the deep, dark reservoir, where murky, drifting ghostly mist formed a boundary. Behind them, the forest was shrouded in yellowish-gray, while the water ahead was enveloped in a damp, ghostly green mist. The gloomy wind blew across the water surface, carrying a chilling, bone-soaking smell of fish. Jiang Chan and the others stood by the reservoir, watching the ghostly mist swirl on the water surface. In the hazy dimness, it was impossible to discern the true expanse of the reservoir. They could only vaguely see a small earthen shrine sitting in the water, hidden behind the ghostly mist. "Jiang Chan, look in the water." Tian Qian's fearful voice trembled. "Isn't there a woman's reflection?" 2 paper lanterns, 1 red and 1 white, hung on either side of the shrine, dimly hidden in the mist. Unlit, yet their reflections in the water clearly spread 2 faint glows, 1 white and 1 red. The 2 lanterns reflected in the water were glowing, and the shrine's door was eerily ajar, like a ghostly mouth lurking beneath the water. A vague silhouette of a woman was reflected in the water. It was possible to make out her ancient attire as she stepped slowly into the open door of the shrine, disappearing into the dark blue blackness. However, the door on the water's surface remained tightly shut, revealing nothing. An unsettling sense of eeriness silently spread through the dead silence. And what made Jiang Chan and the other scalps tingle even more was that after the woman's silhouette sank into the doorway, a soft, eerie humming floated over. On the water, panic. Beneath the water, desolation. "Please send my sorrowful song to my parents. Do not hang from the beam. Do not hang from the beam. Who knows my unresolved grievances? Most hate the heartless man." It was only when the eerie humming and the woman's silhouette in the water completely vanished that Yang Kai shivered, mustering his courage to say, "You all saw that, right? I wasn't seeing things. What the hell was that?" That eerie feeling, like threads pulled from a coffin, wove a web that enveloped them all. No one could answer Yang Kai's question, but each person instinctively distanced themselves from the water's edge. "Let's not linger here, since we're already at the reservoir. If we move a bit further ahead, we should be able to find what Changyi mentioned. Maybe he's already waiting for us," Jiang Hongyan urged. "But which way should we go?" Tian Qian asked, troubled. "The left side is higher," Jiang Chan said, glancing at both sides. "Let's search left first." Changyi said they were at a spot in a higher area of a backwater bay. The others had no objections and immediately headed left along the reservoir. But after seeing that eerie reflection in the water, everyone kept their distance from the water's edge. especially with the thought of the countless hands that Cheng Yi mentioned lurking beneath the water. Jiang Chan and Jiang Hongmian remained constantly on guard. After walking along the water's edge for over 10 minutes without hearing any cries for help or encountering any ghostly clams, they instead spotted several white, round eggs floating on the water surface. The pale, swollen eggs looked like the belly of a drowned pregnant woman, surfacing from the dark depths. Devoid of color, drifting silently in the ghostly mist. Floating egg ghost. Jiang Chan's mind flashed with information. It was similar to July infant, another type of water ghost. However, while July infant referred to a dead infant that had drowned after being born, floating egg ghost referred to a mother who had failed to give birth in the water, resulting in one corpse with 2 lives. According to Cheng Yi, they had found a backwater bay after walking for over 10 minutes, yet they had been walking for almost 20 minutes and still hadn't found the place. Yang Kai grumbled to Jiang Chan, "It's all your fault for insisting on going left. If we had gone right, we might have found it by now." "Shut up, Yang Kai. Hearing you talk irritates me," Jiang Hongmian retorted. "Right now, you're the most useless among us. Yet you still blame the one who's the most useful to the team. At least I won't lead the group astray when I'm unsure." Yang Kai stubbornly replied, "You're not leading us astray? I wouldn't even bother to mention you. You talk the most along the way." Jiang Hongmian's sharp words made Yang Kai's face flush. He hadn't gained any skills but still complained a lot from now on. "Don't ask me to team up with you again. I really don't fear a godlike opponent. I just fear a pig-like teammate." To this, Jiang Chan merely shot Yang Kai a look that could kill, saying nothing, yet it sent a chill down Yang Kai's spine. More effective than 100 scoldings from Jiang Hongmian. "Backwater Bay, do you see something ahead?" Tian Qin suddenly exclaimed with joy. "Isn't that where Cheng Yi and the others set up camp?" Jiang Chan looked over and indeed saw a backwater bay with several large and small climbing bags on the water's edge, but there was no sign of Cheng Yi. "Let's go take a look," he said quietly, leading everyone to quicken their pace. However, upon reaching the scene, Jiang Chan immediately sensed something was off. He surveyed the surroundings and said, "This backwater bay's terrain is not as Cheng Yi described. It's not a tall earthen slope, but rather lower than the surrounding area, which actually makes it easier to enter the water." Jiang Hongmian's gaze fell on 2 low wooden stakes deeply embedded in the ground, with broken grass ropes and several wooden planks dragged into the water. Was there once a wooden bridge here? Looking from this backwater bay toward the water surface, the earthen shrine hidden in the ghostly mist was closer, or rather, this was the nearest point to that shrine in the water. Strange. Even if this position is the closest, isn't it too low to set up bridge piles here? Jiang Hongmian wondered, unless it was originally built to connect to the underwater. "Hey, why are you all researching that broken bridge? While Cheng Yi hasn't arrived, let us quickly open his bags to see if there's anything good we can share." Yang Kai stepped forward, impatiently opening the several climbing bags on the ground. Swish! As the zipper of the first bag was pulled open, a flash of bright gold immediately caught everyone's attention. "Gold? A gold nugget bottle?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Inside the bag was a gold nugget bottle the size of a human head. He hurriedly opened the other bags. However, no second gold nugget bottle appeared. Only a chaotic assortment of diving gear and oxygen tanks. "Cheng Yi, didn't he say he came fishing with friends? Why isn't there a single fishing rod?" Tian Qian squatted down to rummage through the bags, a bad premonition rising in her heart. "We might have been tricked." Jiang Hongmian's gaze turned serious as she approached the water's edge. These muddy footprints definitely belonged to more than 2 people. 4. Jiang Chan spoke up, taking over the conversation. He squatted down to count the items in the bags. They prepared 4 sets of diving gear. As he spoke, he picked up an oxygen tank, his expression grave as he looked toward the dark waters ahead, where a dilapidated earthen shrine sat silently behind the ghostly green mist. Its entrance adorned with 2 dim lanterns, while the dark water reflected the glowing halos. "Do you remember?" Cheng Yi vaguely mentioned that there were strange objects beneath the water. Their real purpose was probably to get that strange object. Chapter 77. Old Cheng's scheme, why have these diving equipment never been used? Tian Qian asked in confusion, glancing around in fear. And where are they? Perhaps something unexpected happened during the process. Only old Chung escaped and survived, Jiang Chan speculated. Did he actually want us to help him retrieve this golden vial? Yang Kai suddenly interjected. He struggled to lift the human head-sized golden vial, greedily saying, "Then he's got all wrong. He wants me to return such a large piece of gold? He can dream on, haha." As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, a flash of blade light erupted, directly severing his left pinky finger. The heavy golden vial fell to the soft ground with a muffled thud. Bang! Yang Kai gasped sharply, stumbled back 2 steps, and then sat down hard on the ground, staring at his bleeding hand, suddenly letting out a pig-like scream. Jiang Chan indifferently put away the ghost-slaying blade, not giving Yang Kai a second glance, and stepped forward to pry open the cap of the golden vial. It was empty, meaning old Chung hadn't obtained that peculiar item yet, and he would definitely come back. "Are you crazy, Jiang Chan? How dare you?" Swish! Yang Kai's frantic roar was abruptly cut off. The sharp tip of the ghost-slaying blade was pressed against his throat, a trickle of blood slowly oozing out. His face turned pale, and he swallowed hard, a foul yellow fluid flowing out from his pants. "If you dare to bark again, I guarantee your head will relocate with the next strike. Understand?" Jiang Chan's indifferent words came out. Jiang Hongmian and Tian Qian watched this scene, but no one stepped forward to intervene. Yang Kai was frozen in place, not daring to breathe. Looking into Jiang Chan's cold and somewhat terrifying eyes, he shivered all over, too scared to utter a word, and quickly nodded several times to show he understood. In front of everyone, Jiang Chan put the golden vial into the sword ruin's space and withdrew the ghost-slaying blade from Yang Kai's throat, who immediately started wailing again, rolling on the ground in pain. "Jiang Chan, you just said old Chung will come back? You mean he wants to come here to retrieve the peculiar item under the water?" Jiang Hongmian approached Jiang Chan, not mentioning the golden vial. He must know that as soon as we discover this golden vial, we'll realize something is wrong. Why would he go to such lengths to lure us here? Jiang Chan had been pondering this question earlier, and in response to Jiang Hongmian's inquiry, he countered, "Have you considered why old Chung needed 3 people for this task? Even if he really wanted to find a few people to help him retrieve something, he wouldn't need someone like Yang Kai. In the face of danger, he becomes a burden." Jiang Hongmian quickly understood, reacting, "So you mean the reason for finding the item doesn't hold up at all? He simply wants to trick 3 low-level spirit coffin masters to come to the ruined monument slope, preferably all 3 within his control. But why specifically 3? What purpose does luring us serve?" Jiang Chan glanced at the 4 sets of diving equipment pulled from the bag, then looked towards the submerged earthen temple hidden behind the ghostly mist. The red and white lanterns on either side of the temple door were silent, but in the water, they cast dim halos. He steadied himself and spoke. "A peculiar item." "Odd item?" Jiang Hongmian asked. "I guess old Chung and his 3 companions came to seek that peculiar item underwater, and something unpredictable must have occurred. To obtain that peculiar item, perhaps at least 3 people are needed to meet the conditions. For example, a sacrifice? So, old Chung lured us here to use us as sacrifices for him to obtain the peculiar item." Tian Qian became even more scared upon hearing this, and as her voice fell, the corpse incense enveloping her suddenly began to dissipate, and the surrounding ghostly mist gradually encroached upon her body. Not only Tian Qian, but the corpse incense surrounding Jiang Hongmian and Yang Kai also rapidly dissipated, causing them to panic immediately. "What is going on?" Jiang Hongmian was unusually flustered. "The black-ray corpse incense lasts for 3 hours. We've only used it for a little over an hour. Why is it failing now?" The ruined monument slope is over 100 kilometers from South River City, and they do not have Jiang Chan's immunity to ghostly mist. If they lose the protection of the corpse incense in such a place, they would be helpless, merely waiting to be assimilated by the ghostly mist. Jiang Chan then took out the piece of corpse incense old Chung had given him from the sword ruin space, infused it with spiritual energy, but only emitted a foul-smelling smoke and showed no other reaction. "The corpse incense he gave us has been tampered with." Seeing the corpse incense on Jiang Hongmian and the others fail one after another, Jiang Chan did not hesitate and immediately took out another piece of blue-grade corpse incense from the sword ruin space. the one he received during his practical training in the ghost village. Infusing it with spiritual energy, a faint blue smoke immediately rose up, wrapping around his body with a thin layer of blue gauze, isolating him from the ghostly mist. You actually still have a piece of blue-quality corpse incense? Hope flickered in the eyes of Jiang Hongmian and the others. Even Yang Kai, who was rolling on the ground, hurriedly crawled over to him. Jiang Chan considered the 3 people who had gathered around him. He had come at Tian Qian's invitation and accepted her reward, so out of kindness and reason, he should offer her some protection. However, glancing at Yang Kai, who was eagerly seeking help, he ultimately handed the piece of corpse incense to Jiang Hongmian. I don't need this. Stick with her. This was clearly directed at Tian Qian. Tian Qian had no complaints. She was aware that even if Jiang Chan truly gave her the corpse incense, she might not have the ability to hold it. Let's quickly leave this cursed place before something major happens, and we end up being sacrificed by that old schemer, Jiang Chan urged. Jiang Hongmian sincerely thanked Jiang Chan, took the corpse incense, carefully wore it, and then they started to return the way they came. However, just as they returned to the forest, a loud sucking sound echoed from the ghostly mist ahead. HSSS. The yellow-gray, ghostly mist was stirred by a cold wind. The withered, gray-white dead forest stretched endlessly in the mist, with no visible boundary or end. Jiang Chan and the others stopped in their tracks, each cautiously staring ahead. Thud! Thud! A series of stiff footsteps drew closer, and then from the yellow-gray, ghostly mist emerged a tall, thin man. His entire face was twisted, like a towel that had been wrung tightly, dark and terrifying. As he walked closer to Jiang Chan and the others, he put all 10 fingers in his mouth and sucked greedily, making an incredibly delicious sound. The flesh on his hands had long been sucked dry, exposing the finger bones, which were bloodied from the injury, mixed with saliva that continuously dripped down his chin, looking both disgusting and horrifying. He was the one Old Cheng mentioned. Old Qin, Chapter 78, 3 offerings for sacrifice, 5 immortals summon souls. A yellow-gray, ghostly mist enveloped the forest, and Jiang Chan and his companions looked at the tall and thin man approaching them, immediately thinking of the business partner mentioned in Cheng Ye's story. Old Qin, his face twisted like a towel, dark blue and hideous, with 10 fingers bloodied and gnawed, he walked towards Jiang Chan and the others with stiff steps, emanating a chilling, decaying stench. The distance between them quickly closed to within 10 meters, and at that moment, Old Qin seemed to discover a fresh delicacy. He pulled his 10 bony fingers from his mouth, and his bloodied mouth gradually opened to a dislocated state, wide enough to fit a head inside. Then, he suddenly burst forth with terrifying speed towards Jiang Chan and his companions. The eerie sensation he brought made their scalps tingle, and Tian Qian screamed in terror. Second stage, triple level. Jiang Chan's heart trembled, and he immediately commanded Fire Ghost Luo to engage. But it was too heavy and couldn't keep up with Old Qin's speed, continuously launching fireballs at all missed, instead blowing up the surrounding dirt and dead trees, quickly igniting a large area of dark green flames. So fast, Jiang Chan was astonished and quickly retreated, the massive blood coffin vibrating, and without hesitation, he released Bloodthirsty Hair Princess and Scissor Ghost. Strands of crimson hair immediately intertwined in the forest, directly binding Old Qin in place, while the deformed legs opened like a pair of enormous black scissors. Crack! Several dead trees nearby snapped in response, but Old Qin dodged. All the crimson hair was severed. I'll take care of it. A series of hurried footsteps rushed past Jiang Chan, a blazing long spear dragging on the ground. Jiang Hongmian's ponytail flying high behind her. Then her agile figure leaped, the spear in her hand smashing down on Old Qin's left shoulder with the force of a mountain. Crack! A clear sound of bone fracturing echoed as Old Qin's left shoulder immediately collapsed. At the same time, a second spear pierced through his back, driving out through his chest. That was Jiang Hongmian's spear ghost, Shock Salamander. However, Old Qin remained unfazed, showing no signs of being affected at all. Jiang Hongmian's heart raced with alarm, and she hurriedly tried to thrust again, but was suddenly grabbed by the spear shaft, a great force slamming her forward. At this moment, a dark purple crescent moon sliced through the yellow-gray, ghostly mist, striking Old Chin's arm that was holding the spear at an awkward angle. Boom! A brilliant burst of purple lightning erupted, and that arm was severed. Gust technique. Thunder moon slash. The exploding lightning sent a small jolt through the spear, along with half of Jiang Homian's body, causing her to feel numb. Shocked, she turned to see Jiang Chan rushing towards them, wielding a long knife that sparked with fierce lightning. His tall figure suddenly soared like a crane skimming water, and in an instant, he pierced through Old Chin's body with a thunderous roar. Crane soars to the sky. Revised. Old Chin's body was instantly torn apart by the brilliant purple lightning, but it wasn't over yet. Fire Ghost Luo immediately threw a fireball boom. Dark green flames erupted instantly. Ding! You have slain a second stage. Triple level Ghost Servant. Ghost God Points, 380. Jiang Chan sheathed his knife, dissipating the lightning. Old Chin's level was second stage, triple level, a full realm higher than his. Fortunately, he had already become a Ghost Servant, leaving behind only some instinctive attack responses, and the Ghost Pets had lost their contract. Otherwise, facing a second stage Grand Spirit Coffin Master, he would have to reveal his trump card. However, the risk and reward were proportional. Slaying a second stage triple-level Ghost Servant across realms directly yielded 380 Ghost God points, which was unprecedentedly high for a single transaction. Jiang Chan's expression turned excited. Scissor Ghost, Bloodthirsty Hair Princess, and Ascend Smoke Fairy were all too low in rank and were difficult to be effective against someone like Old Chin, unless their levels were all raised, which would require a considerable amount of Ghost God points. Fire Ghost Luo had leveled up, but its movements were too clumsy. As for Blood Sovereign Xidigarp, it could only be used for self-preservation. It was time to utilize Thunder Shadow Rakshasa, the S-Class combat power, because he might have to engage with Chang'e later. Quickly calculating in his mind, Jiang Chan checked the repair conditions for Thunder Shadow Rakshasa, which required 1,200 Ghost God points. That was enough now. Immediately repair. Ding. Current Ghost God points, 1521, consuming 1,200 Ghost God points, starting to repair Thunder Shadow Rakshasa's injuries. Repairing. Jiang Homian took a while to suppress the numbness in her body, but her heart sank like a boulder. At first, she thought Jiang Chan had contracted 2 ghosts, which would make him an outstanding seed player in any high school in Nanjing City. But just now, facing that second stage, triple-level Ghost Servant, how many ghosts had Jiang Chan used? 1 B-Class Scissor Ghost, 1 A-Class Fire Ghost, 1 Hair Ghost that was at least B-Class quality, and the lightning attribute he unleashed just now. That level of aura was at least S-Class. Jiang Homian was stunned. In comparison, Jiang Chan being able to slay Old Chin, a second stage, triple-level Ghost Servant, was not as difficult for her to accept. Just a few days after the awakening ceremony, Jiang Chan had already contracted for Ghost Pets. Moreover, all 4 of his Ghost Pets were of high quality. None were subpar, and among them was a high-quality A-Class and a very rare S-Class. It was simply unbelievable. It should be noted that at this time, most people didn't even understand how to control 1 Ghost Pet, yet he had directly contracted for. Regardless of this generation or previous ones, Jiang Homian had never heard of any Spirit Coffin Master being able to contract 4 Ghost Pets before the Spirit Coffin Grand Examination. Even those so-called geniuses in the main city probably couldn't reach such a level. At this moment, Jiang Homian suddenly understood why Tian Qian had been so frightened at first, but then showed such trust in Jiang Chan after seeing him. No wonder Tian Qian said that in the crying ghost incident of Class 2, without Jiang Chan, she simply wouldn't have survived. Jiang Chan's strength was indeed convincing. In contrast, Yang Kai was simply. Jiang Homian's heart sank as she glanced back, only to see Yang Kai crouching behind a grave mound like a mangy dog, his head buried firmly in the ground, with his butt sticking out, trembling. It was infuriating to look at. Quack! Several blind black crows were startled by the footsteps, flapping away from the entrance of a dilapidated sacrificial gate, where a fox statue was kneeling, dressed in a judge's robe, its colorful paint peeling and mottled. It was kneeling at the entrance of the sacrificial gate, facing forward, hands clasped together as if paying homage to the murky heavens. The yellow-gray, ghostly mist was particularly thick in this area, and the heavy footsteps gradually approached the sacrificial gate. It was Chang Yi. He walked up to the fox judge statue, took out a sharp folding knife, and without hesitation, cut into the palm of his right hand. Plop! Red blood gushed out, dripping onto the fox judge's upturned face, and he began to mumble in a low voice, 3 offerings for sacrifice, 5 immortals summoned souls, devoutly offering blood tribute, respectfully praying for feasting. Thick, bloody plasma dripped down, flowing down the face of the fox judge statue, and as Cheng Ye's incantation continued to repeat, its eyes suddenly rolled, and an indescribable eerie aura gradually awakened from the ruined sacrificial site behind it. Then the entire dead forest seemed to come alive, the yellow-gray, ghostly mist roiling, and the mounds of graves, tombstones, and bizarre Buddhist statues began to rustle. Quack! The few blind black crows on the branch suddenly opened their wings in unison and let out a terrifying, piercing scream towards the ghostly mist-shrouded yellow-gray sky. Quack! Chapter 79, The Wild Shrine on the Desolate Slope, Fox Corpses Performing Ding. Thunder Shadow, Rakshasa, Repair Completed. Remaining Ghost Points, 321. Jiang Chan put away Scissor Ghost, Bloodthirsty Hair Princess, and Fire Ghost Rakshasa. Then, emerging from the blood coffin behind him was a towering figure entirely dark blue, like a ghostly demon. Its shattered upper body had been restored to a muscular Rakshasa form, and its broken lower body had regrown into a thick serpent-like body. It slithered out of the blood coffin, crackling with purple electric arcs, and its terrifying might pressed down, causing the surrounding ghost mist to boil and roll away. S-Class. Truly S-Class. Jiang Hongyan's gaze instantly sharpened, fixated on that imposing figure like a demon. Her breathing quickening as she couldn't help but feel a tremor, even though she had guessed that Jiang Chan had an S-Class ghost pet. Now seeing it right in front of her, her expression still couldn't help but show shock. Tian Qian's pale face was illuminated by flickering lightning, and under the terrifying pressure of the thunder shadow, Rakshasa, she instinctively staggered back 2 steps. Jiang Chan. When did he contract such a terrifying ghost pet? Yang Kai, hiding behind a grave mound, sat down exaggeratedly with a thud, his eyes wide as he stared at the imposing, thunderous figure, his mouth unconsciously opening wide enough to fit an egg, his finger trembling as he stuttered, unable to utter a complete sentence. Ghost pet, Thunder Shadow, Rakshasa. Quality, S-Class. Level, First Stage, 5th level. Ghost skill, Thunder Moon Slash. Jiang Chan looked at the big guy emerging from the blood coffin with satisfaction. The might of S-Class was no joke. However, after experiencing the oppressive presence of Blood Sovereign Ksitigarbha and Sword Prison Ghost Lord, looking at this Thunder Shadow Rakshasa now felt rather ordinary. Not even on the same level as SSS class. Turning to see Jiang Hongyan and the other shocked expressions, Jiang Chan's face changed, and a thought suddenly popped into his mind. If an S-Class can scare you this much, what if I let out an SSS class? Let's go. Old Chung might be hiding somewhere scheming. We must leave this ghostly place quickly. After Jiang Chan finished speaking, he immediately commanded the Thunder Shadow Rakshasa to lead the way, quickening their pace back along the original route. Jiang Hongyan and the others quickly calmed their racing hearts and hurried to catch up. They walked quickly for about 10 minutes. The yellow-gray ghost mist enveloped the forest, yet they still couldn't see the exit. At this moment, everyone sensed something was off. It took them about 10 minutes to walk from the entrance of the forest to the reservoir. At this speed, they should have been out by now. Jiang Hongyan tightly gripped her spear and said, "And have you noticed? The ghost mist seems to have thickened. It should be that old Cheng is up to something." Jiang Chan replied with a serious expression. The yellow-gray ghost mist thickened silently, severely obstructing their line of sight to less than 5 meters. Jiang Chan felt a familiar sense of unease rising in him, but it was definitely not a good feeling. Hopefully, he was just overthinking it. Jiang Chan, do you feel this forest is a bit like the second school? No matter how we walk, we can't get out? Tian Qian, frightened, moved closer to Jiang Hongyan, try to seek the protection of the corpse incense. Are we trapped in the Yin ruins again? Even Tian Qian could sense it. Jiang Chan's unease intensified. The Yin ruins, the land of ghosts. Jiang Homian's face turned pale as she said, if this forest really is the Yin ruins, then we are essentially trapped in a ghost domain, completely detached from reality. Don't panic. This Yin ruins is not as powerful as the one with the wailing ghosts. It might not be fully formed yet. Let us keep moving forward, Jiang Chan encouraged. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the dense ghost mist suddenly roiled, the yellow-gray murky fog boiling like a pot of soup, and a flurry of wing-flapping sounds echoed from within the mist, accompanied by a few chilling and piercing crow cries. Jiang Chan and Jiang Homian instantly tensed up, but at that moment, Tian Qian pointed ahead in fear, her voice trembling. What is that? Following the direction of her finger, they saw that the ghost mist was murky ahead, and a gentle slope had appeared in the forest, atop which stood a desolate and dilapidated wild shrine. Peering through the murky ghost mist, they saw a fox-headed judge statue kneeling at the entrance of shrine, its hands raised in a gesture of worship, facing them directly. Its upturned face let out a chilling and terrifying wail that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Damn! Jiang Chan was instinctively triggered by the cry, and Tian Qian, who had also experienced the wailing ghost incident, turned deathly pale. Is that the temple lady Chung mentioned? Jiang Homian felt a sense of impending danger, but was also a bit confused, as it looked more like some kind of wild god shrine. At this moment, they couldn't care less about what temple or shrine it was. There was definitely something wrong inside. They had to run. Jiang Chan let out a low shout and immediately led the way in the opposite direction. The thing in the wild shrine was definitely not less terrifying than the wailing ghosts, and they were not a match for it. Jiang Homian and the others quickly reacted, and they all started running for their lives behind Jiang Chan. The yellow murky ghost mist rolled and surged in the forest, and the dead trees around them began to tremble. Not only the trees were shaking, the mounds of graves and broken tombstones in the forest, as well as the bizarrely shaped statues of Buddha covered in moss. Everything visible within their sight was shaking. The withered tree trunks were shrouded in the yellow murky ghost mist, and a rustling noise filled the air as every tree was entwined with dark green snakes, flicking their cold tongues as they slithered down. The decaying forest was littered with collapsed grave mounds. In some sunken graves, white human bones and skulls were exposed. And now every abandoned grave was sprouting gray-white whiskers, followed by large gray rats emerging from them. As for the crooked tombstones and the bizarre Buddhist statues, they were all releasing round white hedgehogs from beneath, and every hole that opened up revealed nests made of sharp spines and human finger bones. These creatures slid down from the trees, emerged from the grave mounds and tombstones, quickly forming a dense tide in the forest. The yellow murky ghost mist boiled like a rolling soup, and these chilling little things formed a wave, all converging towards that wild shrine. What chilled Jiang Chan and the others even more was that after they had run a considerable distance, they suddenly saw the wild shrine reappear in the ghost mist ahead, sitting there desolate and silent on the earth slope. The fox judge statue kneeling at the entrance was gone, revealing a dark, broken doorway. And right in front of the doorway was a rotten, worm-eaten theater stage set up in a clearing in the forest. Oh dear! The silver pond first blooms with lotus. The lotus gives off a faint fragrance in the water palace. Young lady, it's not the fragrance of lotus, but a big plum tree. Oh dear, spring fragrance, I have a wish. You have a wish? What is it, young lady? A wish. After death. The green grave is covered by the beautiful plum. Oh dear, good fortune. Top. Top. Tap, 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 tap. A series of gongs and drums gradually became louder, and the tattered lanterns hanging on the theater stage ignited with scarlet flames. Two figures in oversized, faded theater robes hurriedly stepped onto the stage. They were two fox corpses, one with a lame leg and the other blind. Chapter 80. Ghostly hands lead the way. Coffins float as a bridge. The yellowish ghost mist flowed like sticky juice between the woods, with grayish-white, withered tree branches hanging down, adorned with faded and decayed prayer flags. Each flag was embroidered with upside-down theatrical lines, the characters long since eaten into a dense mass of holes by insects. Some flags dripped with a heavy, viscous liquid, the result of snakes coiling around and opening their mouths, dropping foul-smelling saliva from their fangs. Ah, the beautiful scenery is wasted on the heavens. Who enjoys the delightful moments in whose courtyard? When the swallows arrive, the flowers bloom bright. But when the flowers fall and spring fades, they fly far away. Oh dear miss, what's wrong? Why are you only reciting melancholic verses? Look, what a fine day it is. Sigh, seeing the scenery evokes emotions. How can it not stir one so? On the decayed stage, a limping fox corpse wore a water-blue theatrical robe, while a blind fox corpse donned a delicate pink robe. The robes were oversized, faded, and ill-fitting, dragging long sleeves as they imitated human movements, singing in a creaky voice. To the left of the stage, a group of large gray-haired rats vigorously beat on rat skin drums, while on the right, every beam and pillar was entwined with green snakes, using their decaying tails to strike the rotten wood, creating a clattering sound. What the hell are those things? Yang Kai exclaimed, his pupils contracting in terror, his lips quivering. The eerie sounds of the play echoed in their ears, sending chills down their spines, and Jiang Chan immediately changed direction, urging the others to run faster. His only thought was to escape this haunted place. But as they sprinted, panting heavily, they suddenly found themselves confronted with more ghostly mist ahead, revealing dirt mounds, abandoned shrines, and the stage once more. Damn it! This way! Jiang Chan changed directions several times, but to no avail. No matter where they ran, they would ultimately be blocked by the wild shrine. Do you feel like that broken temple is getting closer to us? Tian Qian said, nearly in tears from fear. The last time she experienced something so terrifying was back at school. Now she regretted taking on this mission. Had she known it would be so horrifying, she would never have believed Yang Kai's ghostly tales. Jiang Chan's face grew serious as he stopped. After running aimlessly through the woods with a few others, they found themselves closer to the dilapidated wild shrine. Earlier, they had only seen the ruined shrine from a distance through the yellowish ghost mist. But now they were close enough to see the mottled door frame and the painted figures of the judge with a fox head and snake body. On either side of the shrine entrance hung yellowish human skin lanterns, the roof tiles broken and decayed, while claw marks from small animals were scratched on the windows. The eerily opened door emitted a strong, foul odor and a terrifying aura. What is inside? Peering through the thick yellowish ghost mist, they could vaguely see several shadowy figures hanging inside the shrine, all dressed in ancient clothing, suspended from the beams. Below them was a pool of thick, foul blood, soaking in human eyeballs and pale snake eggs. Jiang Chan could barely make out with his true king's eye that deep inside the shrine sat a colorful, worn goddess statue, which seemed to gaze back at him with an eerie smile. A chilling sense of eeriness washed over him, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. In an instant, his heart almost leapt out of his chest, and every hair on his body stood on end. What the hell is that? A mass of dark green snakes, along with gray-haired rats and white hedgehogs, scurried from the misty woods, continuously gathering beneath the decaying stage, making sounds as if cheering for the performance of the two fox corpses on stage. Spring fragrance. Oh, spring fragrance. Oh dear, where has spring fragrance gone? Ah, my lady was born into a family of officials, raised in a prestigious household, never encountering a husband worthy of her. The more they lamented spring, the more lethargic they felt, as if drunk. The yellowish ghost mist drifted on the stage, and the limping fox corpse quietly exited, leaving only the blind fox corpse still on stage. It wore a theatrical crown, half of its face painted, while the flesh on its right side had rotted into a grotesque mass, revealing a white, bony skull on the left. From its black, hollow eye sockets emerged a cold, eerie snake tongue. Dragging its sleeves, it staggered, mimicking human movements, singing in a creaky voice. Underneath its faded robe, rotten paws were visible, each step leaving chilling, bloody footprints on the wooden stage. From the gaps in the wooden planks, clusters of gray-white rat whiskers emerged, as fat gray rats stretched out their tongues to lick the bloodstains. Suddenly, a sharp sound of suona, a traditional Chinese wind instrument, rang out, and the rat skin drum sounds on both sides of the stage quickened, followed by the appearance of 8 yellow rat werewolves, who together lifted a paper sedan chair onto the stage. As the curtain was lifted, the third fox corpse appeared, dressed in a light green theatrical robe, but this one lacked a foxtail. 3 lifetimes of promises. People sleep before the peony. Meeting at the Willow Pavilion. Miss, I salute you. Miss, I've already bowed before you. Why do you cover your face, turn your delicate body away, and not respond to me even once? Just as the blind fox corpse recited this, it was suddenly interrupted by a piercing scream filled with terror. This unexpected scream startled even Jiang Chan, who had been holding his breath. He turned sharply to see a snake with dark green patterns, which had somehow slithered into the back of Yang Kai's shirt, its head slowly emerging from the collar of his neck, flicking its tongue. Looking back at the stage, the performance had stopped, and the 2 fox corpses in theatrical robes were eerily gazing in this direction. The yellowish ghost mist swirled, the temperature dropped to freezing point, and the gray-white deadwoods fell into a moment of deathly silence, while Jiang Chan and the others felt their hearts pounding like drums, almost jumping out of their chests. Quack! The yellow-gray ghost mist spread to the end of the woods, beyond which lay a vast, dark water area, with ghostly green mist drifting over the surface, faintly revealing a dirt temple submerged in the water. The heavy footsteps stopped at the water's edge. Chang Yi glanced at the several overturned backpacks on the ground without paying them any mind, instead focusing on the reflection of the temple in the dark water. More specifically, the 2 lanterns, one red and one white, reflected in the water. The dead woods behind him became increasingly lively, while a hand slowly surfaced from the still, silent water. Black and grotesque. Following it were a second, a third. More and more dark hands emerged from the depths, each clawing desperately at the surface. Next, a narrow crimson child's coffin began to rise, followed by a second, a third. One after another, the small red coffins were being pulled up by the dark hand from the bottom of the murky water, extending from the water's edge towards the dirt temple behind the ghost mist. One by one, the grotesque, dark hands lifted the red coffins, each coffin covered in damp yellow talismans, gradually forming a swaying, crooked bridge of child coffins over the dark water. Chang Yi took a deep breath, then stepped forward, placing his foot on the first swaying crimson coffin, surrounded by the grasping dark arms. His expression hardened as he focused straight ahead, his fish-like eyes fixated on the dirt temple hidden behind the ghost mist, stepping cautiously across the coffin bridge. Chapter 81. Foxskin Bows. Yellow Immortal lifts the palanquin's swish. Jiang Hongyan flicked her spear, directly piercing through the snake that Yang Kai had unleashed, sending it flying aside. However, her expression turned extremely ugly, and Jiang Chan gripped his ghost-slaying blade tightly, wishing he could cleave Yang Kai in 2 right then and there. Yang Kai's earlier scream had interrupted the performance, and the singing abruptly stopped. The 2 fox corpses dressed in light green and pink opera robes on the decaying stage turned their heads simultaneously. They then emitted a piercing, shrill laughter, and the dense mass of snakes, rats, and hedgehogs below seemed to receive a command, frantically launching an attack towards Jiang Chan and the others. Damn it! Jiang Chan growled, and behind him, the blood coffin trembled. The Suhuge Luo sprang out with a loud thud, tossing a fireball. Boom! The dark green flames immediately ignited a large area within the snake swarm. The scent of burning flesh and their frenzied hissing sounds assaulted everyone's nerves. On the other side, the Lei Yin Luo Cha quickly unleashed a thundermoon slash. The bright purple lightning exploded among the gray-haired rats and white hedgehogs, taking out dozens with a single strike. Ding! You have slain 47 immortal snake puppets, gaining 47 ghost points. You have slain 38 immortal rat puppets, gaining 38 ghost points. You have slain... A series of notifications about ghost points echoed in Jiang Chan's mind, which was probably the only good news at the moment. Those rats, hedgehogs, and snakes were all 5 immortal puppets. Slaying one would yield 1 ghost point. In just a few breaths, Jiang Chan's ghost points had surged past 1,000. Looking around, the yellowish ghost mist rolled and surged. The crazed 5 immortal puppets were still coming from all directions, the numbers exceeding tens of thousands. But Jiang Chan couldn't bring himself to feel happy at this scene. Maintaining 1 A-rank ghost pet, Su Hua Gue Luo, and 1 S-rank ghost pet, Lei Yin Luo Cha, his spiritual energy was depleting at an alarming rate, while his ghost points were rising in inverse proportion. At this terrifying rate of consumption, his spiritual energy would be completely drained in no more than 10 minutes. Jiang Chan's expression grew heavier. Fortunately, Jiang Hongyan was directing her A-rank gun ghost, alleviating some pressure, while Tian Qian, suppressing her fear, unleashed her E-rank healing ghost to deal with some stragglers. In contrast, Yang Kai had released his Earth Image ghost, wrapping himself tightly in the middle. And he was still hiding behind everyone, trembling. Jiang Chan was furious just looking at him. Yang Kai, you fool. You should send your ghost pet to fight those snakes. I can't sustain 2 ghost pets alone for long. I've been afraid of snakes since I was little. Don't call me. Don't call me. Yang Kai desperately shook his head, stuttering. Damn it. Jiang Hongyan was thoroughly disappointed in Yang Kai, no longer wanted to waste words on him. She turned to Jiang Chan, asking urgently, What should we do, Jiang Chan? We can't just sit here. There are too many of them, and we can't kill them all. How about we rush out now before our spiritual energy runs out? It's useless, Tian Qian said, her face pale and voice trembling. This is the Yin ruins. We can't get out. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hongyan bit her lip indeed. No matter which direction they ran, they would ultimately be blocked by that ruined altar, and the more they ran, the closer they got to it. Running randomly might lead to a quicker death. The murky yellow ghost mist boiled like scalding soup, and from afar, they could vaguely see something moving inside the yawning entrance of the ruined altar. The stench and eerie aura gradually rose, rapidly expanding in all directions centered around the decaying altar. The ghost mist flowing between the branches and the hanging banners swayed violently, and the lanterns at the altar's entrance and on the stage flickered in and out, alternating between red and green. Suddenly, a yellow weasel blew a sharp swona, and the rat-skin drums and snake-bone clappers on either side of the stage began to play along. The 2 fox corpses dressed in large opera robes vanished. They appeared at the entrance of the ruined altar, kneeling down on either side in utmost reverence. 8 yellow weasels stood up, carrying the paper palanquin to the altar's entrance. The 3rd fox corpse respectfully bowed and extended its rotting claws from under its robe to lift the palanquin's curtain. Fox corpses bow. Yellow immortals lift the palanquin. The lady inside the ruined altar is about to come out. Think away, Jiang Chan, Tian Qian cried, her face filled with fear and despair. You managed to bring me out of the crying ghost scene ruins. You must have a way here too, right? I don't want to die here. Jiang Chan gritted his teeth, calculating the remaining spiritual energy in his body while sensing the terrifying aura rapidly rising from within the altar. The thick, bloody smell spread from the dim entrance. The bodies hanging from the beams swayed silently, and the foul-smelling lady was slowly approaching the entrance. Dam Chengye. From the very beginning, Jiang Chan had sensed Cheng Ye's secrecy and had always kept a sliver of wariness towards him, but he never expected to be outsmarted. They must not wait for her to come out. Immediate action is necessary. Jiang Chan's expression twisted, recalling the method he used to survive in the crying ghosts' Yin ruins. There are 2 women here, named Shanggung. Burn it. Damn, what am I thinking? That ghost bride really is sinister, as if she has implanted a mark in me. Whenever I encounter such situations, I can't help but think of her strange method. It's a good thing she didn't follow me out. Otherwise, I would eventually fall into her hands. Shaking off the ghost bride's sinister method, Jiang Chan's mind started to work again, and he quickly grasped a new idea. Urgently speaking, Cheng Yi was also trapped in this forest, but he managed to get out alive. He must have a way to leave. If we find him, we might be able to escape. But where are we supposed to find Cheng Yi? Tian Qian asked, her voice quivering. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Hongyan immediately blurted out, "The reservoir." Jiang Chan added without hesitation, he must have gone to the reservoir to retrieve that strange object underneath it. He went through all this trouble to sacrifice us to the lady inside, which must be the condition for him to obtain it. But we can't get out of this forest. Tian Qian suddenly turned pale and whimpered. All the problems returned to square one. Jiang Chan fell silent as well. To reach the reservoir, they must pass through this dead forest, yet they were trapped in this Yin ruins, and no matter which direction they went, they would ultimately return to the ruined altar. Negative emotions quickly infected everyone present. No one spoke. Only Jiang Chan was suppressing her sobs. And the ghost pets amid the murky yellow mist were resisting the surging 5 immortal puppets, producing a thunderous sound. Jiang Chan's spiritual energy was nearly depleted. He turned his head, fixing a fierce gaze on the altar, and caught sight of the lady who had already stepped halfway out of the entrance. The 5 immortal lady. She revealed a pale, rotting smile to Jiang Chan Chapter 82. Returning to the reservoir, ghost name. 5 immortal lady, ghost king. Quality, S grade. Level, 5th stage, 6th layer. The small half of a body squeezed out from the gate was surprisingly stitched together from numerous human and animal skeletons. The seams revealed red strings soaked in corpse fluid and rusted iron nails. In one decayed claw, it grasped a shamanic banner made from the skin of 5 immortal beasts, while other claws held different sacrificial artifacts. 5 terrifying faces were stitched onto her head, corresponding to the 5 immortal families of fox, willow, white, gray, and yellow. Below her neck, black snake scales grew, and 5 distinctly different tails sprouted from behind her. A snake tail, a rat tail, a fox tail, a hedgehog tail, and a yellow weasel tail. Her entire body was heavily decayed, emitting a horrific stench, with some areas directly exposing the bones and coarse iron nails inside. She awkwardly squeezed half her upper body out of the wild sacrificial gate, and the 5 faces grinned at Jiang Chan with a terrifying smile. Upon seeing the true form of the lady, Jiang Chan's mind immediately recalled her related information. The newly compiled Ghost Classic records. During the Ming Wanli era, the Liao Dong Jurchen Shaman Wichali used the blood burial method to stitch living 5 immortals with deceased warriors to create corpse soldiers to fight against the Han army. This is the earliest record regarding the origin of the 5 immortal lady. At that time, her name was Mao Lin Tai Sui. In the 42nd year of the Qing dynasty, the Ningguda local chronicles mentioned a woman draped in 5-colored silk, her face covered with animal skin, stepping on a rat's skull and emerging from the mist, bringing about rampant plagues. Known as the 5 calamities, those infected would first develop fox odor, fox immortal's grievance, then yellow spots, yellow immortal's curse. Their bodies would rot and ooze white pus, white immortal's report. Finally, they would emit rat sounds, their teeth would fall out, and their hair would wither, gray immortal's response. Their blood and flesh would turn into a pool of pus, and their skeletons would coil like snakes and die, willow immortal's hatred. During those years of natural disasters, the number of plague victims was countless. Only those who offered 5 animals and blood relatives could be spared. It was at this time that her name evolved into 5 immortal lady, or mother of human and animal sacrifice. As the 5 immortal lady gradually squeezed out from the wild sacrificial gate, a strong stench of decay and a terrifying aura surged in all directions. In the surrounding murky yellow ghost, mist churned violently. On the stage, a fox corpse sang loudly, while below, a gray rat beat a drum, and a blackened, decayed snake bones struck against the rotten stage beams, creating a sound like clapping. The murky yellow ghost mist in the dead forest became lively again. A standing yellow weasel blew a sharp swona, wild dogs and crows barked, and the nearby graves trembled as countless human and animal skeletons, clad in decayed armor, crawled out, along with bizarrely shaped Buddhist stone statues that began to twist eerily. The crisis quickly reached its peak, and even Jiang Hongyan could not help but show despair at this moment, feeling completely helpless. Tian Qin's face had long turned ashen, and she tightly gritted her teeth, unable to stop herself from sobbing. Yang Kai shivered and tried to hide behind everyone, thinking they were doomed. They were really doomed this time? No. There has to be a way. Jiang Chan watched as more and more decayed, armored corpses surrounded him, while the 5 immortal ladies' body continued to squeeze out of the gate. His eyes turned blood red as he quickly reviewed all his means and items in his mind. Ghost mist immunity, sword style, crane soars to the sky, 100 arms heaven rush, substitute doll, golden dust bottle, blood sovereign, earth store. Right now, while the spiritual energy had not completely depleted, He would release the SSS-grade Blood Sovereign Earth Store to fight her. Perhaps he could seize a slim chance? A mad thought leaped out of his mind, and Jiang Chan's fierce expression quickly transformed into one of determination. Damn it, let's fight. Better than waiting to die here. As Jiang Chan's back vibrated, just as the large blood coffin was about to float up, a swaying palanquin suddenly darted past the corner of his vision. Jiang Chan reflexively turned to look, only to see 4 paper figures with red blush on their faces and wearing melon hats, quickly bouncing past with a human-skin palanquin in the murky yellow ghost mist. The curtain of the palanquin was shaken, revealing a white-faced scholar, and this sudden scene made Jiang Chan's resolute face suddenly break into a strong sense of surprise and joy. A scholar ghost. The thick yellow ghost mist was as sticky as syrup, and the figure sitting in the bouncing human-skin palanquin was indeed that white-faced scholar, suspected to be the Fortune Ghost Heavenly official. He never expected to see it again at this moment. Heaven does not close off all paths. Quickly follow it. A surge of joy welled up in Jiang Chan's eyes, and without hesitation, he put away the heavy Suhua Ghost Luo, directly letting Lei Yin Luo Sha clear a path through the tide of 5 immortal corpses, and hurriedly chased after the human-skin palanquin that had entered the ghost mist. Jiang Hongyan and the others did not understand what Jiang Chan meant by the scholar ghost, nor why he suddenly rejoiced, but it was not the time to ask. They had no other choice now. If they continued to linger, they would soon face the 5 immortal lady who emerged from the wild sacrifice. The yellow-gray ghost mist rolled thickly, and Jiang Chan's gaze was fixed like a nail on the palanquin ahead, following it with all his might. Swiftly leaping through the dead forest shrouded in ghost mist, the snakes, rats, hedgehogs on the ground, and the approaching armored corpses were all forcefully blasted aside by Lei Yin Luo Sha. Jiang Hongyan and Tian Qin closely followed Jiang Chan, not daring to fall behind, while Yang Kai lagged behind at the end. Wait for me. Wait for me, you all. He cried out wildly, rolling and crawling desperately behind. Leaving Jiang Hongyan's side, he immediately lost the protection of the corpse incense, and the thick yellow ghost mist began to erode his body. The 4 of them quickly ran far away in the murky yellow ghost mist, disappearing from sight, while the 5 immortal lady finally stepped out of the wild sacrificial gate, her feet stepping on a rotten plaque reading 5 Skeleton Cave. She tilted her head back, and all 5 terrifying faces opened their mouths, letting out a chilling shriek. The thick, sticky yellow ghost mist rapidly churned away under her terrifying aura, and the dense corpses of snakes, rats, hedgehogs, and weasels in the forest all screamed madly in response. However, none of this had anything to do with Jiang Chan, following behind the human-skin palanquin in less than 10 minutes. He led Jiang Hongyan and the others out of the forest. However, they had not completely escaped this cursed place, but had returned to the reservoir. Sure enough, as it disappeared again, Jiang Chan stopped, gasping for breath, his heart pounding powerfully in his chest, quickly scanning the bank of the reservoir. But there was no sign of the palanquin or the scholar ghost. He had been saved once again. As Jiang Chan caught his breath, his gaze swept over the dark water surface ahead, and his expression suddenly froze, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. The yellow-gray ghost mist and the chilling shrieks were all left behind in the dead forest, and ahead on the dark water surface lay a layer of ghostly green heavy mist. A crimson child coffin, one after another. The crimson child coffins floated crookedly on the dark water surface, forming a floating bridge extending towards the lonely earthen shrine hidden behind the ghost mist. And supporting those crimson child coffins were rows of black, terrifying arms, and more arms were rising from the water on both sides, squeezing one after another, all desperately clawing, as if trying to pull everything down to the depths. Chapter 83. Treading on the Yin Coffins. Crossing the reservoir, how could there be so many small coffins and so many hands? Jiang Hongyan and the others were shocked by the scene in the water. Each bright red child-esque coffin had copper rivets nailed at the corners, and the coffin bodies were plastered with wet yellow talismans, as if to suppress some terrifying entity inside. However, after who knows how many years, the copper coffin nails had long since rusted, and most of the yellow talismans had been rotted by the water incomplete and tattered. A ghostly green mist enveloped the dark waters, and a series of blue-black, terrifying arms reached out from the surface, thrashing about desperately, sending chills down one's spine, making it impossible to dare approach even a step closer. So this is what Master Jiang sacrificed us for. Jiang Chan's gaze followed the line of child coffins on the water's surface until he looked towards the silent earthen temple behind the ghost mist, muttering a strange word. Bridge. That old turtle son. Jiang Homian angrily flipped her spear upside down and said, "He must have gone ahead. Let's directly go and catch him. You all go if you want. I won't go even if I die." Yang Kai stepped back 2 paces, his face filled with horror and resistance. But knowing he couldn't do without Jiang Homian's corpse incense protection, he turned pale and finished speaking, then immediately thickened his face and moved closer. Jiang Homian frowned with disdain and said, "Silly boy, you could do whatever you want. No one will care about you. Master Jiang likely knows how to leave this grave. We need to hurry and catch up to him. Once he gets the strange object and leaves, we will have no way out." Jiang Chan couldn't be bothered to even look at Yang Kai, directly putting away the Thunder In Rakshasa and walking closer to the water's edge, taking a deep breath, lifting a foot, and solemnly stepping onto the first narrow child's coffin, then placing the second foot on it as well. Splash! The bright red child as coffin sank under the weight. Icy black water surged up along the coffin, wetting his shoes and pant legs. The bone-chilling cold pressing against his skin, drilling straight into his pores, shooting up his spine. Jiang Chan spread his arms to stabilize himself, while blue-black arms thrashed around him, some hitting the coffin with dull thuds, causing the already swaying coffin to rock even more. The foul, damp mist stirred up by the blue-black arms chilled his nostrils with the stench of rotting corpses, making his breath feel like it was coated with ice, causing his blood to cool down. Jiang Chan shivered, steadied himself, and then stepped towards the second child as coffin. "We need to catch up quickly." Jiang Homian looked at Tian Qian with some concern. "Are you okay?" Tian Qian was terrified and wanted to back out, but she knew that her only chance to survive was to stick close to Jiang Chan. With a pale face, she shook her head and said, "I'm fine. Stick close to me," Jiang Homian said as she lightly stepped onto the first child as coffin, her movements agile and steady. Only the corpse incense hanging at her waist swayed slightly. She turned around and reached out to Tian Qian. "Come." "Thank you, Homian." Encouraged by Jiang Homian, Tian Qian cautiously stepped onto the first child as coffin, but she obviously still couldn't completely overcome her fear, especially when seeing the terrifying arms reaching out from both sides. The step she finally managed to take wobbled, and the floating coffin was already unstable. Her slight sway caused the coffin beneath her feet to shake violently, and she tilted and was about to fall into the water. "Ah!" A strong force immediately transmitted from Jiang Homian's hand, forcibly pulling her back and stabilizing the floating coffin. She supported Tian Qian with one hand and lightly leaped onto the second floating coffin. "Come, lean on me." Tian Qian's heart was still racing, cold sweat beating on her pale cheeks. She was amazed at Jiang Homian's agile movements. "When I was young, my old man would have me squat in horse stance every day. After squatting on the post, I would squat by the water tank, then squat by the winnowing basket. Finally, I had to stand on the edge of the winnowing basket to practice my marksmanship. It's nothing, just follow my steps, and I'll take you across." Jiang Homian intentionally said something to distract Tian Qian from her fear, and the latter obediently avoided looking at the terrifying arms in the water. Focusing her eyes solely on Jiang Homian's nimble steps, moving forward in time with her pace. Though still clumsy, Jiang Homian was always able to steady her in time. This scene caught Jiang Chan's attention, and he couldn't help but be surprised by Jiang Homian. He was struggling to walk alone, swaying dangerously, yet Jiang Homian was able to carry someone and still move so effortlessly, quickly catching up to him. "Don't leave me alone." Yang Kai watched as Jiang Chan and the others gradually moved away, and no one paid him any mind. He panicked, completely panicked. The dead woods behind him rolled with yellow mist, occasionally emitting sharp sounds that stimulated his tense nerves. He was very afraid of the coffins floating on the water. Just looking at the hands of the dead reaching up from the water made him tremble. But the most crucial thing right now was the corpse incense. Jiang Homian took the corpse incense and moved further away. Yang Kai stood in place, gradually being invaded by the ghost mist. If Jiang Chan and the others found a way to leave, he would undoubtedly die if he stayed here alone. Wait for me. You all wait for me. In the end, Yang Kai gritted his teeth and chose to follow. His movements were even more clumsy than Tian Qian's, and with the fear in his heart. He hurriedly stepped onto the first floating coffin, only for his foot to wobble and nearly fall into the water. Ah, help me. Come help me. Please. Yang Kai crashed down onto the bright red floating coffin, his left hand pressing down on something sticky. A half-soaked yellow talisman paper tangled with a few strands of fetal hair. In the gap of the broken child's coffin curled a child's corpse, its eye sockets and skull punctured by copper nails, scaring him so much that his eyes widened and his whole body shivered. Unknowingly, a rusty copper nail cut a gash in his palm, blood seeping out and dripping into the dark water, causing the surrounding blue-black arms to go mad, all rushing toward his coffin, clawing, slapping, and crashing. He felt like he was lying on a plank in a tsunami, about to be flipped over at any moment. In a panic, he crawled forward towards the second floating coffin. Splash! The bright red child's coffin suddenly sank. Yang Kai lowered his body, clinging tightly to the coffin, and before he could stabilize himself, the blue-black arms reached over again. Terrified, he rolled and crawled in this manner to catch up with the others ahead. Jiang Chan and Jiang Homian did not care about Yang Kai, nor did they have any intention of stopping to wait for him. The ghostly green mist floated chaotically, enveloping the dark reservoir without boundaries, and the depth was unseen. Only one bright red child's coffin after another floated on the water, slanting as they extended towards the dead and desolate earthen temple submerged in the water. After crossing 7 or 8 child coffins, Jiang Chan gradually gained a sense of balance. Though not as light as Jiang Homian, at least he was no longer as clumsy as at the beginning. He walked steadily at the front, ignoring the terrifying blue-black arms thrashing around him. With Jiang Homian's help, Tian Qian also gradually adapted to her pace and the swaying of the floating coffins, the two of them moving slowly behind Jiang Chan. Yang Kai, soaked through, lagged behind significantly, crawling and scrambling with hands and feet. The cut in his palm bled continuously, attracting the blue-black arms that kept reaching for him. Whether from the cold or fear, his face turned pale, trembling uncontrollably, and he didn't dare to stop and catch his breath. The four of them, each in their own way, gradually traversed half the distance of the floating coffin bridge, and the earthen temple and the ghost mist ahead became increasingly clear, with a faint burnt scent of incense wafting over, mixed with the foul, damp mist and the stench of rotting corpses. It was about to pass. Just as Jiang Chan was secretly encouraging himself, suddenly a sobbing child's voice faintly entered his ears. "Daddy, it hurts so much, Daddy." At the moment the voice sounded, a pair of heavy, cold little hands wrapped around one of Jiang Chan's calves from behind, and in an instant, he felt the hair on his back stand on end. Chapter 84. Enter the locked Yin Temple. "Daddy, it hurts so much." A pair of cold little hands suddenly hugged Jiang Chan's calf, causing him to shudder and nearly lose his composure. He quickly steadied the floating coffin and looked down, seeing nothing on his calf, but that heavy, binding touch was undeniably real, sinking into his skin and bones. "Jiang Chan, why did you stop?" Jiang Homian sensed something was off. Jiang Chan didn't answer or turn around immediately to look, knowing from his experience with the ghost-hugging lantern that looking back at such a moment usually triggered some kind of trouble. He forced himself to stay calm and glanced into the water. Dark, bluish arms were thrashing about, stirring up the murky water, and in the blurred reflection, he saw a pale child hugging his calf. Hiss! He took a deep breath, steeling himself to ignore it, and cautiously continued to move forward. "Daddy, why won't you pay attention to me? You don't want me anymore." Whimper. The cold sensation hugging his calf grew heavier and colder, and the pitiful child's voice cried out more sorrowfully. However, that was all. Nothing else happened. Jiang Chan breathed a sigh of relief, inwardly sneering. He had no wife. So where would such a big daughter come from? "If you want a dad, go find the one behind me." After confirming that this ghostly child's spirit only had this little trick, Jiang Chan simply chose to ignore the mournful crying and continued walking forward with the heavy coldness clinging to his leg. The eerie green ghost mist floated slowly, and a damp, fishy breeze blew across the water's surface, with crimson children's coffins swaying, tilted on the dark, icy water, while dark arms clawed and collided within. Jiang Chan gathered his courage and continued forward, crossing 3 or 4 floating coffins. The mournful crying in his ears gradually faded, and the icy touch on his calf also dissipated on its own. Just as he was feeling relieved, suddenly, he heard Jiang Chan's terrified voice behind him, closing her eyes in horror and shouting, "There's a ghost! It's hugging my leg. Don't look back." Jiang Chan immediately reminded her, "And don't respond. Just pretend nothing happened and keep walking forward. It will let go by itself after a while." Jiang Chan tightly gripped Jiang Homian's hand, her pale face streaming with tears from the fear, trembling all over as she felt the icy, chilling touch on her leg. It called me mommy." At this moment, Jiang Homian realized why Jiang Chan had suddenly stopped. She comforted Jiang Chan, saying, "Don't be afraid. Just listen to Jiang Chan and ignore it. Come with me and keep moving. We'll be there soon." MMM. Jiang Chan held onto Jiang Homian's hand tightly, shakily following her forward. The rhythm she had finally adapted to became wildly unstable due to fear and tension. Fortunately, Jiang Homian was there to protect her. But the tears on her face flowed even more, not knowing if it was from the ghostly child on her leg or from feeling like a burden to others. After walking for a while, the chilling cold on her leg and the crying in her ears finally faded away. She almost cried out of joy, feeling weak against Jiang Homian. However, Yang Kai behind them suddenly let out a frightened scream. "Don't grab me. I'm not your dad. Help! Jiang Chan. You guys, hurry and save me. There's a little ghost that insists on hugging me and calling me dad. I don't want to be her dad. Help!" No one paid attention to Yang Kai's foolishness as they safely passed the last few floating coffins and finally arrived at the earthen temple in the middle of the reservoir. What came into view were brick walls, curved eaves, lanterns, and door panels. The eerie green ghost mist, thick with a foul smell, covered the stone platform in front of the temple, making it damp and sticky. Jiang Chan stepped up and immediately felt a heavy, damp ghost mist soaking into him, as if he were advancing through a quagmire. Climbing the steps revealed that the temple door was made of 2 simple wooden boards, worn and crooked over the years, with a chilly wind blowing through the cracks, carrying the scent of burnt incense and paper money, making one's heart uneasy. Above the door hung a dilapidated wooden plaque, painted green, with a damp and moldy yellow silk hanging down. The plaque read locked Yin Temple in characters, the ink blurred and distorted by the foul-smelling ghost mist, while the edges of the yellow silk dripped with tiny water beads that looked somewhat red like bloodstains. "What kind of old tortoise son is this, Master Chung?" Jiang Homian stepped forward, sweeping her spear, causing the broken door panel to fall inward, revealing a dark entrance, but it was empty inside. "No one. Be careful. Don't be careless," Jiang Chan reminded, tightening his grip on the ghost-slaying knife and stepping first into the slippery threshold. The heavy, moldy smell and burnt incense ash immediately invaded his nostrils, not only unpleasant, but also somewhat stinging to the eyes. The locked Yin Temple was not large. Everything was soaked in ghost mist, as if it had been submerged at the bottom of the reservoir for many years. As Jiang Chan stepped inside, he immediately saw the offering table and shrine, along with a plaque reading, "Whatever you wish for will be granted," while the curtains and banners on both sides were all damp. The offering table had already been corroded with large and small holes, and the faded, moldy, gray-white embroidered curtain faintly revealed a pattern of an infant riding a carp. But strangely, the scales on the carp's body had all been removed, leaving the curtain full of tiny holes, with a sticky ghost mist swaying within. Inside the shrine sat a broken clay statue wrapped in damp red silk, revealing half of a gray-blue face. The brows and eyes that should have appeared compassionate had swollen into a sinister, upward-turned shape, looking like a sinister smile, with cracked lips exposing soil, bone fragments, nails, and hair inside. A chilling small temple, yet it exuded an eerie aura, making Jiang Chan feel a chill run down his spine. What is this? Jiang Hongyan suddenly looked warily at the offering table, noticing 2 earthen bowls on the decayed table, each containing rotten offerings that looked like the skulls of 2 infants. In the middle, there was an inverted incense burner, with faint wisps of smoke rising from beneath, blending into the heavy ghost mist, hardly noticeable in the dim temple. Jiang Chan extended his ghost-slaying knife to flip over the inverted incense burner, revealing a gray-furred old rat sitting in a human-like posture, its head cleanly severed at the neck, with 3 incense sticks stuck into it. 3 incense sticks, 1 wrapped in fox fur, 1 in weasel fur, and 1 in snake skin. The smoke produced carried an indescribable strange smell, making his head slightly dizzy, and his heart felt as if it was tightly constricted, making him uncomfortable. No wonder it felt so stinging to the eyes when I came in. It's probably this thing causing trouble. Jiang Chan did not rashly destroy the 3 incense sticks, but covered his mouth and nose, narrowing his eyes, and said, "These 3 incense sticks are only halfway burned. Master Chung has been here. He must still be nearby, but this temple is so small, where could he be hiding?" Tian Qian, frightened, moved closer to Jiang Hongyan and said, "When we came over, those diving equipment were still at the water bay. He couldn't possibly have just dived underwater like that, right?" After she finished speaking, a gust of cold wind pushed the ghost mist into the temple, causing the damp embroidered curtains to sway, and a rustling sound came from beneath the offering table. The group instinctively pulled away. Jiang Hongyan carefully lifted the embroidered curtain with her spear, only to see 2 paper figures of boy and girl kneeling beneath the offering table, the paper skin decayed, revealing the bamboo skeleton inside, and between the 2 paper figures was a copper basin painted with red talismans. Chapter 85. The corpse at the bottom of the water in the ancient town. Scaring oneself, Jiang Chan and the others all breathed a sigh of relief in unison. The copper basin was painted with red lacquer and adorned with talismanic patterns, looking quite similar to the talisman papers stuck on the child coffins. The basin held a pool of dark black water, and the blood from the headless gray rat on the altar dripped down, landing perfectly into the basin. Drip, drip. Upon closer inspection, the copper basin was soaking with the ashes of burned wish papers, and the heavy, ghostly mist and water vapor had accumulated at the bottom, where the burnt paper ashes and unburned scraps were all soaked, emitting a strange smell of burnt paper and dampness. Jiang Chan carefully used the ghost-slaying blade to pick out a few remaining pieces of paper, the writing on which was severely damaged, but the contents were generally the same, asking for mercy to release the soul of, from, the coffin. Drip, drip. Blood gushed from the neck of the headless gray rat on the altar, continuously seeping through the cracks of the altar and dripping into the copper basin below. An inexplicably eerie atmosphere enveloped the small temple, and the broken mud statue of the Bodhisattva in the shrine looked increasingly terrifying. Let us not get sidetracked. Our top priority is to find Master Chung. Jiang Chan scanned the temple's furnishings and decisively backed out, with Jiang Hongyan and Tian Qian also not daring to linger inside. The 3 exited the locking Yin temple and circled around it twice. Yet they found no trace of Master Chung, just as they were speculating whether he had really gone into the water to retrieve the strange object. Yang Kai, that foolish bird, came rolling in through the child coffin floating bridge. This fool actually didn't get dragged down by those ghostly hands. Jiang Hongyan was somewhat surprised, but looking at Yang Kai, who collapsed at her feet, she felt more disgust than anything else. Yang Kai lay sprawled on the ground, too weak to even speak. Having escaped the corpse incense on Jiang Hongyan, he had been under the attack of ghostly mist for a long time, and now large and small patches of moldy green corpse spots had appeared all over him, emitting a faint scent of decay and death. His wet hair fell out in clumps like seaweed, leaving him looking like a leper. He lay there motionless, gasping for breath in a state of shock. If it weren't for the rising and falling of his chest, he would look no different from a corpse that had just crawled out of the water. Jiang Chan's gaze followed the trail Yang Kai had crawled along and looked into the water, where his gaze froze. The ghostly green mist covered the dark water surface, reflecting the desolate and eerie locking Yin temple, with a dim red lantern hanging at the entrance. casting a faint glow in the water. The lantern in the water was lit. Jiang Chan looked up. The lantern hanging at the temple entrance was unlit, but that wasn't the point. The point was that there was only one lantern left. When they looked from the opposite shore, there had clearly been one red and one white lantern at the entrance, but now only the red lantern remained. After a moment of thought, Jiang Chan took down the remaining red lantern, but did not notice anything unusual. He tried to bring the lantern to the water's edge to see its reflection. It lit up. The outer covering of the red lantern looked like a layer of fetal membrane. Inside, the wick was a dried blue umbilical cord. Jiang Chan brought the lantern closer to the water surface. It began to ignite with a ghostly flame, giving off a strange aura. More accurately, it seemed as if the lantern reflected in the water had ignited the lantern in his hand, or perhaps they overlapped. He couldn't tell. In any case, the lantern in his hand was lit, but the reflection in the water disappeared. The umbilical cord wick emitted a pungent, strange odor, and the ghostly flame shone through the fetal membrane, casting a dim, dark red light, which fell on Jiang Chan's body, forming fish scale-like patterns. Then, something even stranger happened. The ghostly red light patterns flowed over his collarbone like ripples, and the sides of Jiang Chan's neck first itched, then split open with a sizzling sound. It didn't hurt, nor did it bleed. He simply had a few more gaping wounds, with dark blue veins spreading along his neck in fishgill-like patterns, causing his breathing to become somewhat unusual. Was this the real way to enter the water? Clearly, this lantern was a strange object. However, the location and method of use might be limited to this reservoir. Jiang Chan felt the new breathing openings on either side of his neck and looked intently at the dark water enveloped in ghostly mist. No wonder Master Cheng didn't take those diving equipment. Those things would be useless once they hit the water. Jiang Hongyan and Tian Qin looked at the strange changes appearing on Jiang Chan with disbelief. But Jiang Chan had no intention of wasting time explaining to them. The lantern would extinguish once the wick burned out, and then the changes on his body would disappear. Before that, he had to find Master Cheng. No, he needed to get away to leave this shadowy grave from Master Cheng, and then kill him. Wait here. I'll go down to find him. After saying this, Jiang Chan walked towards the water, and Jiang Hongyan called out behind him, somewhat worried, "Be careful, Jiang Chan." Okay. Jiang Chan held the red lantern and stepped steadily down into the water. The moment his feet touched the water,